lazy man relying on the village's relief. Yet I married the most beautiful widow in the village. Everyone thought that after getting a wife, I would start working in the fields to support her. But unexpectedly, I became even lazier. Every day, I either lay in bed chatting with mice or sat under the banyan tree at the village head counting ants. People believed I wouldn't last a few days before starving, but they didn't know that I had already activated the laid-back family business system. As long as I don't put in effort and just slack off in life, I can earn laid-back points to exchange for gifts, and my wife or offspring's cultivation will also return rewards to me multiple times over. After successfully marrying, the system rewarded me with the 9-in manual, 30 silver coins, and a martial arts talent card. Then, I looked at the rosy-cheeked and shy Lu Yenran, picked her up, and began to work hard for the reproduction of humanity. After all, the more children, the greater the benefits. 3 hours later, I was exhausted and panting, thinking that I should give her the martial arts talent card. The faster she learned, the more I would improve. While Lu Yenran was asleep, I focused my thoughts, and the talent card flew into her body on its own. The next morning, I held the 9-in manual, which is a martial arts secret book. Lu Yenran looked at the brand new manual in my hand with a puzzled expression. I solemnly placed the 9-in manual in her hands and told her to practice it well. She was very surprised. In this era, every martial arts manual is worth its weight in gold, enough to cause disputes, and they are rarely passed on. She couldn't understand how someone who seemed ordinary like me could possess such a manual. I told her that although I was weak, I could see that she was a martial arts genius and encouraged her to practice diligently. However, she said, "Wouldn't it be better for me to become a master myself? Practicing martial arts is so tiring. If she learns well, she can just lie down comfortably." This statement increased my slacking value by 1. Lu Yenran was timid and wanted to say something, but when she met my stern gaze, she withdrew her words and could only accept the books with care, nodding and saying she would definitely work hard to protect me in the future. After saying that, she got up to clean the used bowls and chopsticks. She went to the kitchen, glanced at the rice that could only last for 3 meals in the house, and thought that if this continued, both of them would go hungry. When I woke up, even after doing that, I had no intention of working, and Lu Yenran wouldn't blame me. She was only thinking about how to increase the family's income, so she suggested going to Aunt Zhang's to do textile work. Otherwise, there would be no source of income at home. I told her not to go, that she should practice martial arts and do housework at home, and not to worry about money, as I would go out to buy rice tomorrow. Lu Yenran agreed, curious about where I got the money, but didn't dare to ask more. In the gaze of my anticipation, she opened the 9-in manual and was surprised to find that she could actually understand it. With the physique of a martial arts genius, comprehending martial arts manuals was easy for her. She finished reading the entire 9-in manual in just 1 hour and couldn't help but start practicing in the courtyard. As she began to train, her demeanor changed. The originally weak and pitiful aura transformed into one of cold elegance and composure. I secretly marveled at her, truly a martial arts prodigy. While the 9-in manual seemed like a celestial book to me, she could cultivate just by reading it once. After practicing for an hour, Lu Yenran felt her body reach its limit and stopped. At this point, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her clothes completely soaked. She excitedly told me that she could really learn martial arts, but her body was struggling a bit. When she finished, I noticed that my body felt lighter, a tingling sensation inside, and I could clearly feel myself getting stronger. My arms also felt more powerful, but hunger soon followed. I told her that the reason she couldn't continue practicing was that her body couldn't keep up with the nutrition. I had originally planned to go buy food tomorrow, but now I decided to set off immediately. Qingshan village is not large, with a population of over 3,000, and a small portion of people know me, while almost half are aware of the beautiful widow Lu Yenran. As the two of us walked down the street, we attracted quite a few gazes. Some said that this lazy man married a widow who brings misfortune and is still alive. Noticing that I didn't look well and speculating that I had lost a lot of energy yesterday, others said that if it weren't for the need for a capable woman to work in their own fields, they would want such a beautiful wife for themselves, thus benefiting me, this lazy man. There were also those who said I wouldn't last long, as my family was struggling to make ends meet. Listening to these rumors, I understood the status of Lu Yenran and me in the village, but I didn't rebut them. I just wanted to develop in peace. At that moment, the bare-chested man Zhao Tai stood at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, arrogantly saying that my body wouldn't last long and even offered to send me a chicken, asking for my wife to accompany him for a couple of days. Lu Yenran quietly said that Zhao Tai was staring at her, making her uncomfortable. I tightened my grip on her hand, comforting her not to be afraid. The laws of the Great Zhou are strict, and the village chief wouldn't allow anyone to act recklessly. Once we live better lives, these rumors will turn into compliments and respect, so there's no need to pay them any mind for now. Before long, we arrived in front of the rice shop. I pointed to a bag of good quality rice and asked the owner, "Old Li, 420 Jean." Old Li frowned, thinking to himself, how could I, a lazy man who usually lives on charity and never works, have money to buy rice? I directly slapped a couple of silver coins on the table and told him to hurry up and pack it. The owner, seeing the silver, smiled broadly and said the total for 20 gin of rice was 21, with 81 change. The 10 kilograms of rice was quite heavy. The owner handed it to me, but I didn't take it and pointed to Lu Yenran, asking the owner to carry it for her. The owner said I was a man, and my wife looked delicate and weak, unable to carry it at all. What I was doing was too much. I acted as if it had nothing to do with me and said I was too lazy to move it, adding another point to my slacker status. However, Lu Yenran said she could carry it and picked up the rice with both hands. Perhaps because she had practiced the 9 manual, she didn't feel it was too heavy and wanted to use this opportunity to build her strength to better practice her skills. I was surprised to see her looking so relaxed. It seemed that after giving her the martial arts talent card, her physical fitness had unknowingly improved. I said I would go buy some eggs, fish, and the like, and then we left the rice shop under old Lee's heartbroken gaze, heading towards the village's meat and poultry area. Villagers passing by saw Lu Yenran carrying the rice and couldn't help but criticize me for being unreasonable. The rice was almost half her size, and I didn't help, fearing it would tire her out. When I was shopping, I had the shopkeeper let Lu Yenran carry a chicken, 10 eggs, 2 pounds of pork, and a grass fish. After finishing the shopping, I spent a couple of silver coins. My hands were empty, and Lu Yenran was loaded with goods, but she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she felt very relaxed. She found it very amazing and believed it was all due to the 9 manual, feeling even more admiration and gratitude towards me, thinking that she must repay me well in the future by giving me 10 chubby little kids. At this moment, I heard a system prompt in my mind, saying that Lu Yenran's loyalty increased by 10%, currently at 110%, and the return multiplier has doubled. I am very confused. Why is it that when I ask her to help me with something, she seems to like me more and more? Along the way, the villagers pointed at me, saying that I had just married and was treating her this way. They wondered if Xiaolu was facing retribution for having killed her previous husband and now being bullied by me. Some old men couldn't stand it, but soon their wives came over, saying they hadn't seen them care this much while working in the fields. This journey, I gained quite a bit of laid-back value. Soon it was 10 o'clock, and after returning home, it finally became quiet around me. Lu Yenran happily said she felt very powerful, not tired at all, and wanted to make me something delicious. Looking at all the food, she couldn't help but drool. Before Jiang Ming could say anything, Zhu Yi couldn't wait to run into the kitchen and start building a fire to cook. This woman, too hardworking, and so beautiful, and still innocent. It must be because I did too much good things in my past life to have this kind of retribution. Jiang Ming to this widow. Oh no, now it's Stepford Wives. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Let's draw a prize. 10 points of pendulum value would be enough. Consumption, 10 points of bad value. To draw a bronze treasure chest, whether or not to open the treasure chest, open up. Get Xiaomi Super Rice Cooker. Function, unlimited power. Cook rice, sweet and delicious. Can wash away some impurities in the body. Hiss, this stuff is good. Isn't this just a cleansing of the essence, and unlimited power? In the future, my mother won't be so slow in cooking. And I can even cook and eat by myself. I cook. What cooking? I won't cook even if I starve to death. Jiang Ming immediately reacted that it was impossible to make an effort on his own, and it was even more impossible to contribute. Swing value +1. Jiang Ming immediately came to the kitchen end. Then he saw Zhu Yi, who was bending over and pouting her little buttocks as she was cutting the chicken. Although this woman looks delicate, did not expect to kill chickens and fish everything. Jiang Ming is a little curious about what Zhu Yi's family is the situation, how to educate her so well, but still born white and beautiful. Ma'am, come over here and I'll show you a good thing. Zhu Yi wiped her hands and got up to see Jiang Ming holding a white box. Puzzled, what is this, husband? It's called a rice cooker, and you'll be cooking with it from now on. What is a rice cooker? Does it cook rice? Bake it on the stove? Zhu Yi curiously surveyed this strange technological product. No, this will cook itself. Don't burn it with fire, or it will burn. Jiang Ming brought over a bowl and poured in a bowl of rice, followed by 2 bowls of water and said as he maneuvered, "Ma'am, press this button to turn on the rice cooker. This cooks rice in the same proportion as the water and rice we usually put in. Look at this. There are many buttons. If you cook rice, just press this start button. Tick-tock." After the start button was pressed, a red light began to light up on the lid of the rice cooker. "Ma'am, when the rice is cooked, the rice cooker will make a dripping sound and the red light will turn green." Zhu Yi was completely mesmerized when she saw that the box could still light up. "Husband, this thing is so amazing. It can't be an immortal weapon." Zhu Yi's eyes widened, and at this moment, she could already hear the commotion of rice starting to cook inside the rice cooker. "Immortal weapons not so much. just some small things, go about your business, the rice will be cooked in a while. Kang Ming has been standing guard here for 2 minutes. Zhu Yi also came over from time to take a look, her eyes full of novelty and amusement. Not bad for a super millet rice cooker. At least 6 bowls of rice and it was ready in 2 minutes. Tick-tock, the rice cooker started making noises and the red light turned green. Zhu Yi, who was still killing chickens, hurriedly trotted over, her eyes full of curiosity. Mother, press this button yourself and turn it on. Learn how to use it first. You'll have to use it a lot later. With curiosity and excitement, Zhu Yi followed the process to turn on the rice cooker. Seeing the neatly white and fragrant rice inside, he exclaimed, "Husband, you're amazing. This box can really cook rice. And the rice smells so good." Zhu Yi couldn't even help but swallow her saliva. It smelled better than all the rice she'd ever seen, and while her heart was shocked, she was also surprised at what her husband was really like. This is something that I'm afraid the Emperor of Great Zhou doesn't have. At least I've never heard of such a magical item. Could it really be an immortal weapon? Thinking about all the ways you've become powerful, how could you really be practicing martial arts when you're obviously so delicate? That Nine Sutra is very powerful at first glance, and now that she has become powerful, it must be because of her husband. Thinking about this, it felt like husband was becoming more and more mysterious. Zhu Yi's loyalty increased by 10%. Zhu Yi's loyalty is 120%. The return multiplier is increased by 1. Husband, it's heavy with grease and mess here. Get out. I'll call you over when I'm done. Jiang Ming was pushed out and was bored for a while. There was just a knock at the door. Jiang Ming, I'm the village chief. Came over to see you. When Jiang Ming walked over and opened the door, he saw the village chief standing in the doorway with 5 eggs. Although the village chief looked old, his eyes were very spirited and his temples bulged high. And now Jiang Ming, who was new to martial arts, realized that the village chief was an expert. I heard that he was already in his 50s and was still as fit as a fiddle, and in this era where the average life expectancy was 60 years, he was bound to be no ordinary person if he could have this face. Village chief, you're very kind to come here and give away eggs. Kang Ming asked the village chief to walk in. Ha, it smells so good. Your mother is cooking? The village chief smelled the rice aroma from the rice cooker when he came in. A rich aroma that he had never experienced before in his 50 years of living. The inner man is indeed cooking, and the village chief can stay and eat with us later. The village chief swallowed, embarrassed, but the aroma was too tempting. Somewhat embarrassedly, he looked at the 5 eggs he had brought. How embarrassing. Your family is already in such a difficult situation. I still stayed behind to dally with the food, and I didn't bring a few more eggs with me. Where? If it weren't for the village chief, I would have starved to death. Then I'll eat less in a while. Ha ha, by the way, I heard that you went to buy a lot of rice and grain today, and let your own mother carry it back. It's all over the village. Where did you get that money from? Chapter 4, The Mayor's Surprise. It's something I dug up within the courtyard yesterday. Just a few taels of silver. Village chief, is there a problem? Jiang Ming said with a calm demeanor. That's good, but you're using it too extravagantly. With all the big fish and meat, you'll lose it all in a few days. I have a job that pays 81 a month, although I can't be rich and famous, but I can feed you both and live comfortably. The village chief was very nice, but the fact that he could always help Jiang Ming in this way also had something to do with Jiang Ming's father. Jiang Ming's parents died early. Both followed the village chief out in the early years and never came back. Therefore, the village chief felt guilty about Jiang Ming, so for so many years, he managed to feed and drink him with no complaints. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming had become disheveled since his parents were gone. Now that the village chief sees that Jiang Ming has a daughter-in-law, he also wants him to pull himself together. Village chief, forget about work. I don't want to make an effort. This is fine. Let nature take its course. Jiang Ming spread his 2 hands. Swing value +1. You are still the same as before. This is what I am worried about. Xiao Zhu is a girl. She is a person outside the village. Born with a beautiful look at a glance is not an ordinary status. You are not afraid of people being abducted? The village chief said slowly. He could tell that Jiang Ming still liked Zhu Yi. Don't worry. What's mine is mine, and I can't keep what's not mine. Village chief, I know your good intentions, but don't worry, although the sky is the limit, sometimes laying flat is not a success. Swing value +1. You kid, Ohio, I really can't talk about you. The village chief was completely speechless, seeing that nothing he could say would help. He simply gave up. Come on, play 2 games. The village chief took out his favorite go. Play chess? As far as Jiang Ming could remember, his original body only had this hobby of playing chess, but he didn't know how to do it himself. Despite the memories, playing Go is not something that can be comprehended by knowing and remembering how it has been played. This is something that needs to be improvised and thoroughly comprehended in order to be integrated. Come, old man, I'm the only one in this village that you can play 2 hands with me. Jiang Ming would have refused. but the village chief had all but set up a stance, instead forcing him down. I had to make it up myself. Jiang Ming, are you looking down on old man me? Letting me on purpose? The village chief was a bit disgruntled and won the first game in no time. Mayor, I'm already serious. Again, don't make me after an incense stick of time. Is your kid doing this on purpose? Are you afraid I'll eat your family's rice? Is it fun to keep making chess? The village chief was angry and felt insulted. I really didn't let you on purpose. Jiang Ming had tried very hard to explain, but the village chief just didn't believe him. Good thing that at this moment, the virtuous Zhu Yi had already prepared the meal. Husband, the village chief is here too. Zhu Yi came out with a pot of chicken soup, the aroma of which made the village chief quickly forget the unpleasantness of the party. Not bad, Jiang Ming, your maiden's craftsmanship is definitely in the top 3 in the village. That Zhao Tai has recently taken a concubine. Her cooking skills are amazing, and she is also beautiful. But I think, compared to your maiden, it's far from good. The village chief laughed. Village chief is too kind. This is all what I should do. Everything is the credit of my husband. Zhu Yi blushed a little at the compliment. She returned to the kitchen and brought out rice, and 3 dishes, a pot of chicken soup, a fish, and 2 plates of veggies. This was already a ceiling meal in the village, a meal that ate half a month's income for most people. It can be extravagant. It's the village chief who looks at it and doesn't dare to put his mouth on it. Jiang Ming I'll just have a taste. This meal costs a lot, the village chief exclaimed. Eat all you want, village chief, Jiang Ming said and realized that Zhu Yi stood aside this time and didn't sit down. Puzzled, Xiao Zhu, sit down and eat. What are you standing there for? Husband, you men are eating. How can we women get on the table? Zhu Yi said softly. Jiang Mingkai had occurred to him that this was still feudal antiquity, and the status of women was still relatively low, so they could not eat at the table. And in the morning over potatoes and thin gruel, he remembered that his mother hadn't been at the table when he sat down to eat. It was just a silent gathering of things on the patio, waiting for myself to finish before eating the rest and not noticing it myself. In my place, can't go on the table to eat? Quickly sit down and eat together. The food is all you do. You stand there by yourself not to eat what counts. Jiang Ming said, seeing that Zhu Yi was still not moving. He directly got up and dragged her over. Zhu Yi also didn't realize that she was still easily torn by Jiang Ming even though her strength had clearly increased. Sit still give me a big bite. Don't think about those 7 and 8. In the future, in our family, when we eat, whoever is on the table, Jiang Ming ordered, his tone stern. Husband. Zhu Yi was touched in her heart and felt an inexplicable warmth again, remembering her childhood. My mother knows everything from the 4 books and the 5 sutras. She can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen, and her family is well off. But such a woman still can't eat at the same table as her husband. It was something she'd never thought of. Sneaking a glance at Kong Ming, who was serving her food, inside for some reason a sentiment grew languidly, overwhelmingly strong, and it's warm between the heart and the mouth. Is this happiness? Chuyi's loyalty plus 20%. Loyalty 140%. Chuyi returns 14 times. The village chief took it all in stride and didn't comment, initially thinking that Jiang Ming was really bullying Zhu Yi day and night. Now it seems he's good to his wife, or at least wouldn't even let her on the table himself. The table clanked and clanked with the sound of food being clipped and bowls being picked. All of a sudden, the village chief let out an exclamation. Jiang Ming, what kind of rice is this? After eating it, I feel so relieved. He had been unable to resist eating 2 bowls in a row. After that rice grain was eaten, it just felt refreshing inside of him, and he didn't feel particularly full. The intestines follow suit and are much more refreshing. It's the rice bought from Old Lee's rice store. Your rice is amazing. I've never had such good quality rice in my life, but his family's rice is the same as yours. How come it doesn't cook with this flavor? What's the problem? Just cooking rice normally. What's wrong? Jiang Ming pretended to be unaware of the situation, picking at the rice. The few pieces of chicken in the bowl had already been nibbled on by him. Zhu Yi on the side was actually very hungry, but in order to maintain her image, she continued to chew slowly. Really? Is this rice really the same as mine? The village chief couldn't help but eat another bowl, carefully picking up a grain of rice and measuring it for a long time. Found that it did look exactly like his rice, but the flavor and effect was so much worse. Jiang Ming also did not explain. In short, this kind of thing knows the less people the better. The village chief was also a good person to invite him to eat, otherwise the others wouldn't have let him stay at all. This feudal society, the slightest breeze could lead to murder. This rice of yours, if you were to open a restaurant, you'd have to earn quite a bit. Jiang Ming, it looks like you have some secrets. No wonder you don't go to work at my place. The village chief was a human savant and could see that Jiang Ming didn't want to say much. He didn't ask too many questions, knowing that he would have to rot in his stomach on this one. Village chief, if you're free in the future, you can come over and try some. Jiang Ming poured a cup of tea for the village chief. Ha ha, that's a good sentiment. Then in the future, I'll bring more rice. In addition, you mustn't let the rest of the village know about this rice, the village chief said in a serious tone. Said he couldn't resist adding another bowl and his appetite grew. During this time Zhui realized that there wasn't enough rice and ran into the kitchen to cook another pot of rice out by herself. And during the time the village chief was paying attention to the rice, he also observed Zhui from time to time. I was embarrassed to look at it at first, because it was someone's wife, but looking at it, he couldn't take his eyes off it. When Zhui came over again with a pot of rice, the village chief stared straight at Zhui. Those eyes had been sizing up Zhui from top to bottom without any dead angles. Village chief, aren't you looking a bit too much? Jiang Ming's tone became heavy. It carried a hint of warning. Oh, Jiang Ming, it's me who took the liberty. I look at your lady not because of her beauty. I found that your lady seems to have some martial arts background, and with the walking pace of her actions, I feel as if she's a martial arts prodigy. Ah, the village chief said with doubt in his heart. At that time when Zhui was brought back to the village by him, he didn't find out along the way that this girl child had any martial arts background, let alone a martial arts wizard who was perfect for practicing martial arts. What's happened now? Oh, village chief, you know martial arts? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. What he was most concerned about was the power system of this world. Now there was finally someone who knew what they were doing. Chapter 5, 10 Realms of the Flesh Body. If I can be the mayor here, I naturally have a certain background, or else everyone in the village would listen to me. You see that Zhang Tai into the Fireblade sect, although it is an outer disciple, but also has a certain martial arts background, still afraid of me, not because of the strength, the village chief said laughing, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth that often smoked big cigarettes, and then grabbed a side of the stone, in the hands of a pinch, only to hear a few clicks. These stones are Huawei powder. Jiang Ming but know that these stones ordinary people, hard to smash are not necessarily cracked. Bare hands pinch into powder? This village chief is definitely an expert. Jiang Ming saw human power so powerful for the first time, and his heart was panting with excitement. Our great Zhou was founded on martial arts, so we have divided our martial arts into 10 layers, also called the 10 realms of the flesh, and these 10 layers correspond to our physical human organs. The first 5 levels, which are nourishing, practicing power, stance, rigid and flexible, and divine power, each of which has a pre-middle and post-middle stage. As for the old me, I just happened to be in the middle stage of practicing power, and this strength also allowed me to once mix a head constable in Zhang County, and thus retired and mixed a village head position in this Castle Peak village, which is also my hometown, and that Zhang Tai, who has only just stepped into the realm of nourishing life, is still better than an ordinary person. Village chief, what about the last 5 layers? Once Jiang Ming heard the names, he could roughly understand what each layer pair corresponded to. The latter 5 layers are breath, inner strength, divine courage, Tonling, and divine transformation. This is still the old man. I had the honor to go to the capital city of Zhang County, and I had the honor to see it in Su Yuanfu. Most of the martial arts masters in Zhang County are only aware of the first 5 layers of the realm. Jiang Ming listened attentively, but still had doubts, saying, what about after the fleshly body realm? What is it? I wouldn't know at the moment. If you can travel to the imperial city of Great Zhou, you might be able to know. But I've heard that some people who cultivate martial arts to the extreme can achieve things that human beings can't, such as flying. It can fly. Jiang Ming's pupils widened. This world seemed to be a bit more powerful than he thought. If it could fly, then there must be many more paths of cultivation down the road, which means more masters. Low-key development. These 4 words have been imprinted in his heart. Your mother, if I'm not mistaken, she should be about to enter the Qi nurturing realm. She has her own martial arts practice? Village chief, I have some simple boxing and kicking kung fu that my previous mother passed down to me during her lifetime, Shui said softly, knowing that she couldn't expose her husband's secret. The only reason I can tell about your qualifications is because I once met a famous descendant who had a similar dynamic to yours. Are you interested in studying with the old man me? If you can make progress, I can send you to the Changle Martial Arts Hall in Zhang County, the village chief said sincerely. Turning his head towards Jiang Ming, he was mainly seeking his opinion. In this day and age, it must be tough for a girl with no background to practice martial arts, but he made a guarantee that at least she wouldn't be bullied at the martial arts school. It's kind of the same thing, but Zhui would never leave Jiang Ming, so she had to politely refuse the village chief's good intentions. Shui will always accompany her husband, and will never leave no matter what. AI, that's a pity, but it's good to be an ordinary person. The days of fighting and killing are also a daily fear. The village chief was quite regretful, couldn't resist another bowl. When I arrived, I said I'd try it, and by the time it was over, the meal was cleared out, with 7 large bowls of rice added. Jiang Ming, I'm so sorry, I couldn't hold back for a moment. Where? village chief will come back again when he has time is all. Jiang Ming didn't care. Still, the village chief insisted on leaving 1 or 2 silver pieces. Zhu Yi put away the dishes alone, and the village chief took out his pipe and smoked while chatting for a while before planning to leave. This meal is really comfortable. The village chief walked away still not satisfied, just walked to the door. The village head suddenly thought of something, before asking you about the silver, because the chapter county has a rich man home was stolen, and that the rich man's 3 concubines were also abused. This matter in the chapter county made a big fuss, that the rich man united with the county magistrate in the massive search for the theft of the person. You recently also be careful, although your little wealth others cannot see, but your mother, it is difficult to say. Village chief, thanks for the reminder. I'll pay attention. Jiang Ming nodded solemnly. If you don't go or I'll do odd jobs there. You have nothing to do in the house all day. The village chief still wanted Jiang Ming to get on track and work. Don't, village head, you can come to eat, but shouting at me to work, then I won't be happy. I can't work for the rest of my life. The maiden at home is so good looking. I want to spend more time with her. Jiang Ming quickly waved his hand and refused. Swing value +1. Do you dislike work that much? Isn't it good to support your family? Isn't it good to make a better living? Mayor, what do you think of my life today? Pretty good. So is my life bad now? If I go to work, am I not going to enjoy this life? Swing value +1. Swing value +1. Ha, you seem to have a point. The village chief rubbed his head but then immediately realized something was wrong. Helplessly, he said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. I almost got sidetracked by you. After sending off the village chief, Jiang Ming returned to the house in a beautiful manner. That alone quickly grew to 6 points of swing value. Zhu Yi had already set up her stance in the courtyard and started to continue practicing the Nine Sutra. Jiang Ming didn't bother her, but was silently admiring her graceful figure as he watched her silently. The thought of such a beautiful person being able to be with him on his pillow day and night every day was like a dream. Time passes. Nightfall. The two were hungry again. One's hungry from practicing on his own, and one's hungry from passive practice. Jiang Ming was actually a bit hungrier, as his boost was 14 times that of Zhu Yi's. Another big night of fish and meat. Zhu Yi was still not used to eating at the table at first, and was still pressed by Jiang Ming. Seeing Zhu Yi eating slowly and chewing, Jiang Ming also couldn't help but say, Xiao Zhu, why are you eating so slowly? Look at your stomach grumbling while you're eating. Hurry up and eat. Eat this chicken leg. Jiang Ming picked up a large piece of chicken leg and handed it to Zhu Yi. Husband. Zhu Yi was touched in her heart. With Jiang Ming's encouragement, she ate faster. The two of them ate 10 bowls of rice together and the dishes were emptied again. Zhu Yi worriedly said, Husband, I'm too able to eat. I'll eat less in the future. This dish of ours will be gone in one day at most tomorrow. I don't eat it too. It's fine. There's enough money. Jiang Ming currently has 30 taels of silver in his hand, at least enough to eat for more than 2 months. For the time being there is no need to rush. First, the two people's strength is more important than anything else. Evening. Zhu Yi practiced under the moonlight and made faster progress. This is because the Jiuyin Jinjing is inherently Yin. Jiang Ming thought of Mei Chaofeng practicing the 9 white bone claws from the 9 true scripture, all practiced with a bunch of skeletons. Should we get a few for Zhu Yi as well? Isn't it true that martial arts will progress much faster? Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt a warm current inside his body merge into his entire body. According to what the village head said, the body is like a newborn. This is crossing into the realm of nourishment, which is the physical body layer. Jiang Ming sighed that martial arts wizards were really fast. 14 times returned to the present, which was equivalent to Zhu Yi crossing into the realm of permaculture in 14 days. The village headman had entered the first layer of the physical body and had all practiced hard for 3 years. However, Jiang Ming's main concern was his own physical quality, and he looked at the night gradually dimming. To think that I only lasted half an hour yesterday because of my poor health. There's actually a large amount of time left to get to the point. The shame of last night must be washed away tonight. Chapter 6. Someone? Go to sleep at midnight, until the ugly hour. Jiang Ming muttered as he looked at the sky. It's a good thing our house is remote, or else all that commotion you just made must have been heard by outsiders. Jiang Ming's words Xiao Zhu became even more shy and directly shrunk inside the quilt, pretending to be asleep. Jiang Ming suddenly felt that after his strength had risen, it was still most important to find a way to make money and remodel his place of residence. Making money has 2 options for Kong Ming. The first is to continue to marry and have children according to the rules of the system, because every time you marry and have children, you will be rewarded in some way. But at this stage, one is so weak that it's too unrealistic to think of unlimited concubines and all that. How can there be so many beautiful women for him to marry? He strolled around today, the crooked ones in the village, not to mention the system. He can't even look at them. Even the son of the village chief's family, who married a daughter-in-law, was far inferior to his own maiden. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhu Yi didn't dress up much and wore rough linen clothes, she might have gotten into a lot of trouble. Jui was also exhausted and soon fell asleep on Jiang Ming. The second option is to think about how you can subsequently make a lot of money through your advanced technology. No, it's supposed to make how to wife learn skills to make a lot of money. He can just lie flat in the back and count his money. Swing value +1. In the future, we still need to go to the county. Although there is a system that can slowly send out development, but this reward is simply not enough to follow up with a large amount of output, or to rely on yourself. Jiang Ming had already made up his mind. You can get a Xiaomi rice cooker for your own raffle, so there's bound to be more goodies in the future. Relying on this rice cooker, you can make a lot of money by opening a restaurant in Chapter County, not to mention other rewards in the future. So Jiang Ming directly dismissed any business like purifying refined salt and brewing wine. As long as the risk is kept within strength, nothing will happen. When the time comes, expanding one's power through the system's rewards will be the most effective and fastest. The village chief said that the magistrate of Zhang County is at the peak of the fourth layer of the physical body realm, the rigid flexible realm, which means that as long as my strength is at the rigid flexible realm, I'll be able to walk sideways in Zhang County. When the time comes, there will be no danger of one's amassing wealth in Chapter County. When Jiang Ming thought of this, his desire for strength picked up all of a sudden. Still, the dangling hand fell slowly. The sleeping Jui sensed the subtle movement and hummed softly twice, moving towards Jiang Ming, still clamped dead center. Jiang Ming's assets can now be considered one of the best in the village, but remains very low-key. He knew that the money was nothing and that the main thing was to get by. During the day, he just lies around the house, and he doesn't help when Jui is busy. Evenings are the happiest days for Kong Ming. Fortunately, Jui's martial arts had progressed quickly, and with adequate nutrition, her body had kept up. Jui's face and posture were also getting better. It's so much better than most of the women of her age in the village. Every 4 days, Jiang Ming would take Jui to buy ingredients. The first few times, there were many others who reprimanded him, or some men in the village, who also had some ill intentions towards Jui. He wanted to belittle Jiang Ming in front of Jui and show off his macho attitude. There was a flurry of accusations against Kong Ming, but Jiang Ming was always just a word. My mother is happy. I'm just too lazy to move, so it's your turn to judge a bunch of demons. But after a few times, people didn't bother to keep talking about him. But Kong Ming is worried because the swing value is no longer increasing, and with him being a big fish every time, once or twice is fine. For a month, he bought it 6 or 7 times, spending a couple of silver dollars each time. This struck many people as abnormal. Where did this Jiang Ming get so much money? This month he bought at least 7 taels of silver for his meals. Damn it, this is a year's income for me. Could it be that you found a treasure? I've never heard of that widow having any money. Zhao Tai's blacksmith store was surrounded by several big men inside. Zhao Tai sat in the center, and in front of him sat 3 young, strong young men. These 3 were Zhao Tai's men, and one of them was the son of the old Li family's rice farm, Li Zixiang. 2 others were the children of hunters named Zheng Tao and Lu Tao. In the village, these 3 people often do wrong. Because they follow Zhao Tai, also no one dares to mess with them. Zhao Tai said, why don't you guys go see what's going on in his house at night? Rummage through the valuable things, and if there are any, bring them all over. Boss, aren't you going? Haven't you been thinking about that kid's daughter-in-law? Zheng Tao had thieving eyebrows and a bad smile on his face. Li Zithan also gaze also flashed with lust. Said, yes, boss, recently I observed that person several times. Every time out of the house is different. That skin is now almost pinched out of the water. And more charm. Pa! Zhao Tai directly gave him a hammer. You're a horny kid. You'll only have a chance when I'm cool, you know? Now get me to suppress your evil fire. Zhao Tai coldly said. The words were so, but he had been impatient for a long time, that Jui and Jiang Ming often passed by his door. That change of course he saw clearly. Boss, why don't we go tonight? The 3 of us will help you hold down Jiang Ming. Zheng Tao proposed. Bull ********. You guys better take a look at the property first. The women's matter. We have to think long and hard. Now the village chief has been watching Jiang Ming. If he bullies the women of other families, he will have his legs broken. A cold aura flashed in Zhao Tai's eyes. He had long wanted to finish off the village chief, but he was not strong enough to do so. Otherwise, with his pissy nature, a few beautiful young women in the village would have already been played out by him. Even under this rule, he was on quite a few of them. After all, he was second only to the village chief. Some of the young women in the village were half-hearted to him. Boss, so we move tonight? Well, be careful, don't get caught. If the village chief finds out you stole the money, he'll get his fingers chopped off. Time passes. As night fell, the moon in the sky, though bright, revealed a piercing cold. Now that it's an October day, the temperatures are getting colder. But at Kong Ming's house, the heat is on. Jui was practicing the Nine Sutra in the courtyard. Her physique had become abnormally soft, but the softness revealed the strength of rigidity. Suddenly, Zhu Yi stood straight, her eyes slightly closed, a feminine aura flowing around her. The hands were slowly raised in a flat spread, and then slowly lowered again. As she exhaled a mouthful of white turbid air, her entire aura became even more offbeat, and even the sweat on her forehead was like morning dew, crystal clear. Husband, I estimate that in another half a month, I'll be able to break through to the second layer of the flesh body practicing power you mentioned, Zhu Yi said in surprise. She had already persisted in practicing for a month and reached the peak of the first layer of the flesh body realm. Well, your speed is already very fast. The Nine True Scripture has a total of 15 spells, and the general outline focuses on the realm. After you break through the second layer of the physical body, you can try practicing the heart-destroying poem from it. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. As for him now, he was already at the second level of physical body, and there was nothing special about him other than his breath being solid, his strength being great, and his body being abnormally light and much stronger than an ordinary person. The only thing that was lacking was that he didn't know any attacking martial arts yet, so he had to wait for Zhu Yi to cultivate the heart-catalyzing poem, and eating millet rice cooker rice every day, so that the two people's bodies are emptied of many impurities. Instead, both are bucking the trend of skin and condition. Husband, even though I feel like I'm getting stronger, I always feel like you're still so majestic. Every time Zhu Yi needed Jiang Ming's arm, she realized that the other party's physical qualities were getting stronger. Why am I not pregnant yet? Zhu Yi was a bit chagrined and touched her stomach. There's no rush. It's only been a month. Aha! After the lights in Jiang Ming's house were extinguished, not long after, there were sounds of collisions that made people blush at the smell of them, but were unusually intense. Outside the courtyard of Jiang Ming, Li Zifen and the three of them sneakily hid in the corner, listening to the voices inside the house. The three were also restless inside. Asterisk. That loud? Is that Jiang Ming kid that powerful? This is through the wall. I can hear that bed about to collapse. Zhang Tao couldn't help but stand up and look inside the house, but he couldn't see anything in the dark. Suppress the fire. We are seeking wealth. They will be so intense that they won't find us. Lu Tao signaled a few people to go in together over the wall, when the trio had just landed over the earthen wall. Then he realized that the sound in the house had stopped. Are they finished? Probably sleeping. Zhang Tao's words were still tinged with envy. Zhang Tao, forget it. I'm not sure about the person you end up with in 3 minutes. Envy on envy, Li Zifen said disdainfully. Keeping their heads down, the three sneaked into the house and began rummaging through the boxes. But soon, 3 mournful screams came out. Ah, who punched? Whose foot? Don't step on it. I'm going to break my ribs. Big brother, I was wrong. My hand is broken. Ouch. It hurts. Chapter 7, Sneak Attack. Chuti got up and lit the candles. Jiang Ming looked at the 3 acquaintances lying on the ground and said in a deep voice, here to steal money? Gu, Jiang Ming, I stole money from your family? Who doesn't know that you are the poorest in the village? Falsely accusing me of stealing money? I'll tell you, I broke my hand. You won't be finished until you pay a few dozen taels of silver. That Zhang Tao wailed in pain. The faces of the 3 were all bruised and swollen, and the arms, legs and feet of several people were bizarrely twisted. Shiran was twisted off. The person who made the move wasn't Jiang Ming, it was Zhu Yi. At first, after realizing that someone had come in over the wall, Jiang Ming was ready to do it, but Zhu Yi hurriedly pressed him and said, husband, be careful, someone is coming, hide yourself. I'll try my recent martial arts practice. Although she had no real combat experience, Zhu Yi's strength and speed had long been far beyond that of an ordinary person. All 3 of them had never practiced martial arts, so naturally they were quickly knocked down. I just didn't expect Zhu Yi's methods to be quite ruthless. If these 3 can't find a good bone setter, they're just going to be wasted. You know I don't have any money and you still ask me for a few dozen taels of silver? Xiao Zhu, you keep an eye on the 3 of them. I'll have the whole village come over to take a look at these 3 thieves and see how the village chief deals with them then. Jiang Ming chimed in. I don't know where I brought a gong from, and I'm going to hit it to wake everyone up. At the sight of this situation, Li Zifen's trio immediately panicked. Hurriedly, they said, Brother Jiang, I have eyes that don't recognize Ente. Tai, it's better not to notify the whole village. After all, the village chief will chop off his fingers if he finds out. But the 3 of them never understood how the party was beaten in the dark. All he felt was a fragrant breeze on his face, followed by sharp pains from all parts of his body. Oh, are you afraid now? Say, who sent you here? Zhao Tai? Jiang Ming said. This. The 3 Li Zifen looked at each other. They were more afraid of Zhao Tai and didn't dare to speak for a while. Forget it if you don't. Jiang Ming took the gong and walked to the door. The 3 saw this and immediately shouted. I say, don't yell at anyone. Late. Jiang Ming had already guessed that it was Zhao Tai who had called out to the people and raised his hand to hit the gong with a hammer. Knock. Knock, knock. It would be just after midnight, and everyone was sleeping soundly, when suddenly an alarming gong sound woke everyone up. Damn, who is it? Banging the gong and beating the drum so late. I have to plant the land tomorrow? Go, look at it. It seems to be the direction of that kid Jiang Ming. Damn it, I won't beat him to death today. The sound startled Zhao Tai. No good, it's Jiang Ming. It must be those three losers who were discovered. Zhao Tai didn't want the village people to know that he was the mastermind, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and ran over. It was the village chief who came the fastest. A crowd of people followed behind him, densely packed. Jiang Ming had dragged the three out and placed them at the door. When the crowd arrived, they couldn't help but make a few inquiries when they saw the trio's bruises and swollen noses. The village chief came very quickly. He looked at Jiang Ming and Zhu Yi, who was already at the beginning of his success, and guessed something in his mind. At the same time, he was secretly surprised in his heart. This Zhu Yi wouldn't have stepped into the first layer of the physical body. Gentlemen, I woke everyone up today because these three people came to my house to steal something, so I injured them, but considering letting everyone know that there are these three scourges, so I disturbed everyone and let the crowd come out to watch. Jiang Ming saw that everyone had come and said loudly. He saw that in the crowd. Zhao Tai was standing at the back, looking at him with a gloomy face. The crowd also mingled and pointed at the trio. No one wanted their homes stolen, and they all looked at the trio with unfavorable faces. Stealing? Isn't this the child of old Li's family, and the children of Hunter Zhang and Hunter Lu? These three guys are uneducated. They must have seen that Jiang Ming has been spending a lot of money lately and had bad intentions. The village chief walked forward to check the injuries of several people. Raising his hand, he signaled the crowd to be quiet. Old Li, old Lu, old Zhang, you're all old enough to know the rules of the village. Hey! In the crowd, out of the three middle-aged men, they initially saw their son was beaten into such a heart-natural anger. They also angrily scolded Jiang Ming, but after Jiang Ming finished saying the reason, they were left with no place to go and hid aside without saying a word. In this day and age, some people value face more than anything else. Village chief, this baby is a disgrace to our Castle Peak village. Do with it what you will. Old Lu coldly grunted. He had many scars on his body from hunting and looked oozing. Alright, since you have no objections, then according to the village rules, each of you will chop off 2 fingers as a warning. The village chief indifferently said, signaled for someone to get a knife. That Li Zifen trio lying on the ground immediately begged for mercy. Village chief, we didn't steal anything. We can't take Jiang Ming's word for it. What if we were set up? Look at the three of us getting beaten up so badly. The village chief sniffed coldly. Humph, full of nonsense. The three of you were beaten in someone else's house, and still blame others? Running into Jiang Ming's house in the middle of the night. Either you were thinking about someone's property or their daughter-in-law, and since you weren't thinking about the property, you were thinking about his wife? If that's the case, then chop off the yang root. These words immediately caused the three to feel a chill down their backs, and it was their old man who couldn't help but shiver. There are still 2 people who haven't passed on their family name, and if they don't have a living child then they will be extinct. Ah, don't. It's better to chop off your fingers, Old Li said in a hurry. The village chief flung his sleeve and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, you're alright, you didn't suffer any damage. They each lost 2 fingers. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Mayor, satisfied. Only they were ordered here by others as well. Jiang Ming's words made Zhang Tai and the crowd's heart jump. If he was identified, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to mix well in the village. Oh, who? You name it, I'll make it up to you. You heard them. Jiang Ming pointed at the 3 lying on the ground. Say it and chop off 1 less finger. The village chief had something in mind, but this kind of thing had to be about evidence. Me, Li Zifen's trio had the heart to say, but they saw Zhao Tai's murderous eyes through the crowd. Just castrate it. 1 less finger is better than no life at all. So he said, no one instructed us. The 3 of us came on our own. In that case, let's punish it, the village chief said indifferently. Not long after, 3 mournful screams rose in the night sky. When it was over, the crowd gradually dispersed. The village chief glanced deeply at Jiang Ming and inquired, has your mother entered the first layer of flesh? I'm not sure, but the 3 were indeed subdued by my mother. Jiang Ming shook his head. Hey, your mother is a super martial arts wizard. If you can really go to the martial arts school in Zhang County. You can also go over there together to practice martial arts. When you work together, your days will definitely be much better, and you will have a certain status in the village in the future. The village head still persuaded the other party to work part-time. Village chief, thank you for your kindness, but I really forget about the part-time job. I don't want to make an effort. I just want to live comfortably these days. Jiang Ming smiled heartlessly. Swing value +1. AI. Well then, in 10 days, I'm going to make a trip to Zhang County, so you can follow me to the martial arts center. The village chief patted Jiang Ming. Back inside, Jiang Ming wrapped his arms around Zhu Yi and slowly fell asleep. The next day was as usual, but he noticed that people in the village looked at him differently. It seems that none of them are stupid. 3 strong men went to my house and were subdued. They can see that I'm not simple. Jiang Ming secretly guessed, but the good times don't last long. Sometime in the morning of the 3rd day, old Li's family, the hunters, Zhang's family and Lu's family, dragging 3 crates blocked Jiang Ming's door. There were 3 corpses sitting on that crate, none other than Li Zifan, Zhang Tao, and Lu Tao. Zhang Tai also followed over, his face full of anger, obviously coming to help the 3 good brothers main justice. Jiang Ming, get out. My family just came over for an attempted theft and you killed them. You're too cruel. Everyone come and see. Jiang Ming innocently killed someone. Killing pays for the life. But please ask the village chief to do justice. The commotion in this place soon caused many people to gather around. Chapter 8. Jiang Ming and Zhu Yi are eating breakfast. This morning, Zhu Yi made ham and egg noodles. It was Kong Ming who taught her. At this moment, Jiang Ming had a total of 20 points of swing value left, and had yet to go to the lottery. After all, it's not really needed at this stage. At this moment, when he heard the clamor outside the door, he put his chopsticks on the table before he finished eating and said with some dissatisfaction, "What a lot of farting around. Husband, they're coming quite aggressively. I'll go with you. I'll protect you." Zhu Yi took out a wood chopping axe from the kitchen as her weapon. With his current physical fitness and reflexes, he would have no problem beating up a few adult men. It's even more crushing if you're armed. When they pushed open the door, they saw Oli with a kitchen knife and 2 hunters with bows and arrows with short knives at their waists. It's very well equipped, and if it comes to a fight these 2 hunters are sure to be in trouble. Although they didn't practice martial arts, their hunting experience coupled with their own years of fighting in life and death, they were still much stronger than ordinary people. Zhu Yi took the axe and couldn't help but take half a step forward to block her husband behind her. "Gentlemen, in the middle of the morning, pushing 3 corpses to come to Jiang Mao, do you think I'm a bully?" Jiang Ming's tone was a bit punchy. After all, disturbing one's breakfast was not pleasing to anyone. "Jiang Ming, you killed 3 of our children. Do you want to pretend you don't know? Kill your 3 children? These 3 losers are worth my hand? What? You don't admit it? Well, when the village chief comes, we'll take out the evidence to see how you explain. Today you will die." Old Li looked at Jiang Ming with a face full of resentment. "Make it up as you will. Think I killed them or not. I don't care. Swing value +1. But if you guys are going to be rude to me, then don't blame my mother for being a bully." Jiang Ming let out a cold snort, with a great deal of vigor. But how that sounds is so wrong. And for those who don't know, he's awesome. The crowd took a look at Zhu Yi, who was holding an axe with a petite figure, and found it strange. "Ha ha, Jiang Ming, do you only dare to hide behind women? A man, letting a weak woman stand in front of him is a disgrace. Xiao Zhu, come over here, don't be around this punk. I don't mind you." Zhao Tai laughed out loud. He walked out and seemed to find some presents to give him a boost of confidence. "Then you guys are right. I have a daughter-in-law to protect me. I'm very happy, whether I'm a man or not. My mother knows better than you guys." Ha ha, Jiang Ming didn't care about everyone's mockery, but said without any skin, "Swing value +1. You, simply brazen." Zhao Tai pointed at Jiang Ming for a while and couldn't say anything. If someone had said this about him standing behind a woman and not a man, he would only have come out to fight for his life. This Jiang Ming didn't follow the rules at all. "In short, you can't change your killing." Zhao Tai coldly grunted. His eyes glanced at Zhu Yi and found that the other party had become more flavorful. In his heart, he longed to definitely screw Jiang Ming today. The woman is her own. At this moment, the village chief also rushed over. After learning a bit about the situation, he checked the injuries on the 3 men. After half a minute, the village chief opened, "Murder naturally pay for life, but also to look at the evidence. Cannot be wrongly accused of a person. These 3 people's kidneys were dug out, obviously not the average person. Old Li, you said your child yesterday and their 2 children, together with out of the village intends to look for some wild game. You only found their bodies in the middle of the night, which cannot be said to be the case of Jiang Ming, right, and also dug out the kidneys." "Village chief, we asked everyone in the village, and except for Jiang Ming who has no alibi for yesterday, everyone else bumped into each other," Old Li said in a hurry. "Jiang Ming, what were you doing yesterday?" the village chief asked. Jiang Ming took Zhu Yi's hand and said, "I was at home the whole time yesterday. I didn't go anywhere and I didn't see anyone, so I had to testify against myself." The village chief nodded. "Well, I know your habits. So, Old Li, Old Zhang, Old Lu, this can't conclude that he, Jiang Ming, killed someone." "Village chief, all 3 of our children had their kidneys removed. Wouldn't it be obvious if we went to his house to check? If there are kidneys in their house, then the murderer must be his." Old Zhang looked agitated. The village chief also thought it made sense. Okay, in that case, Old Li, Old Zhang, Old Lu, the three of you come in with me while the others wait outside. The village headman looked at Jiang Ming in passing. This is official business, so we have to search it. Just feel free to search. Village chief. Jiang Ming sidestepped and led Zhu Yi to follow the village head into the house. Zhao Tai in the crowd, on the other hand, revealed a smile of conspiratorial triumph. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, was guarding Jiang Ming's side the entire time, deeply afraid that he would be harmed, her hands gripping the axe tightly, like a young female leopard ready to start at any moment. The village chief led the three men through the house and began to search. Not a moment too soon, a gasp came from inside the house. Village chief, there are 3 kidneys here. Old Li from that rice store came out carrying 3 large bloody lumps of meatballs. This scene instantly caused the villagers on the sidelines to look at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, the evidence is overwhelming, what else do you have to say? Old Li from the rice store chided. My son, my old Zhang has a single generation, even though this kid is not a good thing, but at least it's my old Zhang's bloodline. Jiang Ming, you must pay in blood today. That Zhang hunter was furious to the extreme and directly raised his sword to slash at him. Shuyi was quick on her feet and raised her axe in front of her, but the village chief acted faster, repelling old Zhang with a palm strike and chiding. How dare you? It is also up to me to enforce the law, not you who are here to act recklessly. Village chief, needless to say, Jiang Ming kills people and hides kidneys. This guy is definitely a murderous pervert. Old Lu Hunter's eyes were red. The village chief looked at the piles of entrails and looked at Jiang Ming and asked, do you have anything to explain? Jiang Ming's face was flat, not the slightest bit nervous, but said indifferently, although I'm not much of a detective, I'm at least a graduate student of the Central and South Medical University, and I happen to be majoring in forensic medicine. He said something that made the crowd puzzled, although they could not understand but felt that it was very powerful. What are you babbling about? And you still won't confess? Old Li chided. Jiang Ming took the axe in Zhu Yi's hand, came to the 3 piles of kidneys, squatted down and said, Gentlemen, I would like to ask, when was your child found dead? 2 hours ago. Since it's been 2 hours, the kidney is obviously the same as your son's body, according to the level of decomposition. You are not nonsense. You dig out from a body. Not the same, is it still different? Lu Hunter said excitedly. It's because of the same that there is a problem, because according to you guys, I killed someone and dug up the kidney, an organ that is detached from the flesh. He will oxidize faster, that is to say, decay faster. But this kidney, obviously, is an incense burner ago? Someone talented dug it up, and then put it in my room. If it is not an accident, Jiang Ming said, got up and walked towards the old Li of the rice store on one side, his eyes staring at him dead on. Old Li, do you dare to take off your clothes? You hide 3 organs and go into my house to put in evidence. It's impossible for the inside of your clothes to still be clean. That rice store old Li was immediately shocked and backed up. You're talking nonsense. You don't want to cave in. I'm bull ******** ting? Xiao Zhu. Strip him. Xiao Zhu gave an enunciation and flew forward. That old Li was panicked for a moment, and Xiao Zhu was amazingly fast with his martial arts skills. Straight away, he stripped off old Li's jacket, and then spread it out on the floor. The inside of the garment stained with shredded meat, and blood stains. The scene caused an uproar. It was the village chief who couldn't help but look at Jiang Ming with a face of admiration. Husband is awesome. Zhu Yi murmured. Zhao Tai in the crowd's complexion had turned iron blue, not expecting this Jiang Ming to be so smart. The village chief turned back to Lao Li and the 3 of them. I'm sorry for you that your son is dead, but you've gone too far in framing your fellow villagers with your own son's corpse. Village chief, I don't know. I was also instructed by someone. Old Li hurriedly cried out. Tell me who it is, and it's also important to find the murderer. The village chief said with a sullen face. The death of 3 young, strong men is already a big deal, and the safety of the villagers is at stake. It's Zhao Tai. He told me to do it. Old Li pointed at Zhao Tai in the crowd. Zhao Tai, get out here. The village chief snapped. Chapter 9 Uncle's Visit. Nanoscale Bulletproof Vests. Zhao Tai squeezed out of the crowd. His face was calm, and said blandly, Village chief, this person's one-sided words also believe? It's only because I often bullied his old Li family that he framed me. You asshole, you're bull ******* ting. It's obvious that you told me to do it. Zhao Tai, you're a human being. No. Old Li yelled excitedly. He was already in poor health, and due to the death of his child, it was now making him angry and out of breath. I'm talking nonsense? Humph. Village chief, you be the judge. I didn't kill these people anyway. My martial arts come from the Fireblade sect. You should be able to tell that all 3 of these peoples were killed by a method similar to the splitting tendon hand. Zhao Tai was calm and relaxed. Even if he instructed Old Li to dig up the kidneys, there would not be any trouble. It was just in offending Jiang Ming once, but offending a weakling, he didn't care at all. Now his strength was steadily rising. As long as he entered the second layer of flesh, after the village chief was not his opponent, this village would have to listen to him. The village chief nodded. Well, the injuries on these people are indeed not from your Fireblade sect, and you have an alibi. Then he turned his gaze to Lao Li. Lao Li, the murderer is not Jiang Ming. All go back. This matter I have to go to the county government office to report. I suspect that the death of these 3 people, it is very likely that there may be a relationship with the case of the county treasurer was stolen a case. In the past 2 days, inside the village are tightly guarded. Men pay attention to it. Village chief, then our 3 children died in vain? Zhang Hunter said shakily, looking at his children's corpses that were almost stinking. What else? Right now I don't know where the murderer came from, but looking at their injuries, the murderer is probably stronger than even me. So how can I find out? The village chief's remark that murderer was more powerful than him completely made the villagers panic. How is that? More powerful than the village chief? If that man comes in and commits murder, isn't no one able to stop him? Village chief, then you should go to the county town quickly. You must bring this murderer to justice. The village chief waved his hand. Okay, don't gather in front of people's homes. All scattered. And you 3, if you come to find Jiang Ming trouble, was injured by him, can't care about my business. Jiang Ming, be more careful by yourself in the village. The village chief had planned to bring Jiang Ming along to the county town. But there's an emergency and he's the only one in the village with a horse, so I can't take him. In this day and age, having a horse in the village is akin to the status Jiang Ming once had in the 1980s when his family had a 2/8 bar. You can see how precious horses are. Don't worry, village chief, you can set off at ease. If someone messes with me, he will definitely die a horrible death. My daughter-in-law is very powerful, Jiang Ming said with a smile, smoothly putting his hand on Zhu Yi's shoulder. At the same time, he glanced at Zhao Tai whose plan had failed. This person had been working against him. Jiang Ming had long wanted to cripple this person. Zhao Tai looked at Jiang Ming with a cold smile and defiance, as if to say after the village had left, let's see what you do. Jiang Ming smiled without saying anything, and their eyes collided in the void. Let's see after the village chief leaves. I hope you can still be so arrogant, Zhao Tai said in his heart as he looked at the arrogant Jiang Ming. Zhang, Lu Enli pushed the corpse away, and the others were dismissed. Kong Ming closed the door to his house and finally subsided, but it didn't die down for long before there was another knock on the door. Jiang Ming, I'm your uncle. Uncle? What's with this almost uncommon relative again? Kong Ming frowned and opened the door. His noodles were cold. What a bummer. Husband, I'll go heat up the noodles for you. Zhu Yi walked into the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, saying that she was reheating them, or making a new bowl for Jiang Ming and eating the 2 old ones herself. Nephew, this morning's matter, I had wanted to come over to help, but nah, something happened at home. Jiang Yukai had a smile on his face, stretching this face all the way to the inside of the house, seemingly looking for something. Uncle, what's the matter? Jiang Ming said flatly. He didn't have a good memory of his uncle, as this relative was actually on bad terms with his own parents. He even took the family's only field, after the death of his parents, when he had been buying groceries in a big way before. This uncle had been asking around to see if he had gotten rich, and although he had never come to himself, he had clearly shown that he wanted to plot his finances. Now this will come over, only to see the village head immediately leave. So want to do some means just. Jiang Ming, what happened this morning? I have seen it all. That Zhao Tai I feel sure has no good intentions. Now once the village chief is gone, he will surely be unfavorable to you, so I am planning to come to your house. We have a care, and I can help you in the future. Jiang Yukai had a smile on his face. In his opinion, Jiang Ming was physically weak and couldn't beat Zhao Tai, so he should thank himself for going to his house to help. No, I'm not used to having extra people in my house. And where are you going to sleep when you come over? Jiang Ming's refusal made Jiang Yukai a bit annoyed. You don't have to? Nephew, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Jiang Yotsai's complexion became ugly, comparable to a master of face changing. It's really not necessary. Aren't you afraid that Zhao Tai will barge in your personal safety, as well as your wife? Will be bullied? Jiang Yotsai's voice drew up a few points. It's really not necessary. Uncle, people have their own lives. I don't care about that. Swing value +1. You don't want to do this with respect. I'm trying to help you with good intentions and you don't appreciate it. Jiang Yukai was very angry. This nephew never dared to treat him like this. Now he has really changed. It's okay, I like to eat my penalties. Uncle, please go back. Bye. Swing value +1. With a thud, Jiang Ming didn't want to bother with him anymore and directly closed the door, leaving a furious Jiang Yukai standing outside the door, cursing. This asshole, dare to reject me. There will be regrets for you. After you are beaten to death by Zhao Tai, I'll see if you are still so tough. Jiang Yukai kicked Jiang Ming's door. It's a good thing the door was repaired by Chui, or else he would have kicked it. Finally subsiding, Kong Ming finishes his noodles. Lying on a simple bamboo chair, he watched Jui practicing martial arts. Pendulum value 26 now. Draw a prize. Nowadays there are masters moving around the village. Although Zhao Tai's realm is not as high as mine, I can't do it to the point of ignoring all sneak attacks yet. System, raffle, bronze chest. Receive a bulletproof vest made of nanomaterial, which can withstand all bullets up to 12 millimeters. Keep the raffle going. Extracting bronze chest. Obtaining plant growth hormones in unlimited quantities can increase the growth rate of plants by 10 times. Jiang Ming hurriedly took out the two items. The black body armor, styled in the same style as the level 3 armor in one of the chicken games he'd played before, but much thinner and very lightweight for the inside. But the description on this is much more powerful than a level 3 armor. 12mm bullets can't penetrate it. Basically it's just impervious to knives and guns. At least how Jiang Ming can't penetrate it with a sword right now. Let's give this to my daughter-in-law to wear. I'm stronger than her, so I don't need these. After a while she'll have to travel alone less. Randomly pulling out a green bottle, which looked empty. But with the top of the bottle down, a drop of green liquid drips out. A weed that had just dripped on the ground. And within moments, the weed was growing as far as the eye could see. Hiss, isn't this Han Tianzuan's little green bottle? But it shouldn't be as perverted as his little green bottle. I'm guessing this can only be useful for the plants of the mortal world. And this world doesn't know if there are any spiritual medicines and herbs yet. Put away the little green bottle. Xiao Zhu, come and show you something good. Jiang Ming shouted. Zhu Yi, who was cultivating, stopped and jogged over curiously, seeing Jiang Ming holding a strange black dress in his hands. Husband, are these clothes? It looks so strange and ugly. You put this dress on inside. This thing is impervious to swords and spears, so you can try to chop it with an axe as hard as you can. Husband, I can now split a tree trunk as thick as two people's waists with one axe. Sure you want me to split this? Shui touched this black dress and felt nothing special, tore it hard and it really wasn't broken. Hey, just go ahead and try it. Shui takes the axe, clothes laid out. As she let out a low whistle, a few axes went down and the body armor was unharmed. Shui opened her small mouth full of surprise. Husband, you are so powerful. Remember to put it on during the week and take it off at night when you sleep. Jiang Ming was all smiles. Chapter 10. More than 30 miles away from the outside of Castle Peak Village, in a dense forest, there are two women who are on the run, especially the woman on the left, dressed in luscious silk. The gold, silver and jade jewelry worn on her head are not ordinary products, and although her face is covered with dirt, she can still see that this woman's appearance is not bad. Even in this panic scene, this woman's panic look was even more compassionate. The other woman was dressed as a maidservant, and although the contrast was much worse, she didn't look bad. At least her complexion was fair. Miss, those people seem to be chasing after us. You should run. I can't run anymore. No, ran. I went out on my own this time. If I left you behind, wouldn't I be putting you in harm's way? Miss, don't mind me. Miss, you're going to die. My whole family is going to die. Go! That maidservant yelled. She immediately reversed her direction and took out a long sword from her sleeve, pushing the woman out hundreds of meters away in the process. The direction ran back, and in the dark jungle, there were dense figures in the rear, and it seemed that there were many figures weaving in and out of the dense forest. As that maidservant rushed into the jungle, the resounding sound of clashing weapons rang out in no time. The woman addressed as Miss looked sad as she heard the sounds of fighting in the back. Ran. I'm sorry, it's my fault for being so willful. At this moment there came some shouts from the rear of the Go after her, don't let that woman get away. This is the one the Lord named. The woman was immediately shocked, put down the sadness in her heart and pulled her legs to run. Her stance was very fast, as if she was a dragonfly pointing at the water. A few long leaps and he scurried dozens of meters away. The voice of the person behind her was near and far, and it could be heard that her servant girl was helping her to block the pursuers. It wasn't until she had fled for half an hour that the voices behind her grew quiet, and she was exhausted, with a number of wounds on her legs that were congealing. I see a village in the distance, in a blur, but she was exhausted, hadn't eaten or drank for a few days, and with her injuries, all of a sudden she fainted straight away. After an indeterminate amount of time, it was dawn. Footsteps were heard in the distance. Ha, there's someone here. Old Zhang, come and take a look. It's a woman. Look at the dress. The origin must be extraordinary. How do you say? Take it back. My son was killed only because of his sins. It shows that I have sinned deeply. It's better to save her. But look at this woman. She is either rich or noble. Maybe she is a fallen aristocrat fleeing for her life here. Take her back and see if anyone wants her. If no one wants her, I'll raise her as my goddaughter. Hunter Zhang patted the woman's face, realizing that the other party's breath was still even. and looked deeper into the dense forest along the way he came. Old Zhang, really bring it back? How can you not bring it? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Don't you understand? Hunter Zhang carried the woman and walked back without saying a word. The other man couldn't say anything about it, so he had to follow. Inside the fiery blacksmith store, Zhao Tai's mind was full of Zhu Yi's appearance. That sassy body, especially that fair face, and those unforgettable eyebrows, couldn't get out of her mind. What he couldn't get he wanted most, and he'd gotten a little obsessed. Get lost? It's not interesting at all. A direct hand pushed his concubine away. Husband, don't hit me. Get out of here. Damn it. No love interest at all. Zhao Tai put on his clothes, walked out of the blacksmith store, and looked at the village chief's house. The village chief has already left, but he hasn't gone far yet. From our place to Zhang County, the fastest he can go back and forth on horseback is a day and a night. It's enough for me to act. But he was also considering the gains and losses in his mind. If we really do it, we definitely can't stay here. We can only go back to the Flaming Blade sect, and that Flaming Blade sect is too miserable. Do we really do this kind of thing just for a moment of pleasure? Just as Zhao Tai hesitated, the village was suddenly bustling with activity. When Zhao Tai walked out of the blacksmith store, he saw a large group of people gathered in the center of the village. Vaguely, I saw Hunter Zhang return carrying a woman. Zhao Tai also liked to watch the fun, so he came over. Old Zhang, although this woman looks miserable, but these ornaments on his head, at a glance, are not mortal. You just carry it back. Not afraid of getting into trouble? Old Li from the rice store was a bit worried. He is a businessman and naturally knows what is at stake. But the other villagers thought otherwise and looked greedily at the jewelry on the woman's body. I think, since this woman was brought back by Old Zhang, we'd better wake her up. Look, she's passed out now. Don't lose her in a while. Old Zhang, what do you think? What are you going to do with this woman? You brought the person back. Old Zhang said in a deep voice. This is what I think. This woman is from an unknown source, so naturally it's better to treat her well, depending on who among you is willing to adopt. I'll do it. My family is okay. More dishes are fine. A man said greedily. What nonsense. I'll do it. You can't feed yourself with that rough tea, and you're raising a pussy? Suddenly, a loud cry came from outside the crowd. Get out of the way. Zhao Tai forced his way in. He was strong and powerful. No one dared to mess with him. From the party's discussion, he had already learned that this woman was picked up by Old Zhang, although this woman was full of dirt. But with his experience, this is definitely a beauty, and a few trinkets on this woman's head would be enough to make him rich. Old Zhang, you picked up this woman? Well, Zhao Tai, you want this person? Hunter Zhang looked at Zhao Tai. My Zhao Tai's strength is known to everyone. Who has an opinion? Zhao Tai looked at everyone with a fierce light on his face. Those who locked eyes with them silently lowered their heads. Zhao Tai's aura was too strong. Zhao Tai, we'd better wait for the village chief to come back. I'll go back and settle this woman down first. Hunter Zhang always felt uneasy about giving Zhao Tai. Slow down. Put the man down. Zhao Tai directly stepped forward and stopped Hunter Zhang. The other villagers naturally didn't want Zhao Tai to monopolize this woman, and mainly the ornaments on her head wanted a piece of the pie. So they all took advantage of the crowd and started pushing and shoving, and for a while the scene was a bit chaotic. Just then, the woman on Hunter Zhang's shoulder suddenly woke up. All she felt was a splitting headache. When she realized that she was surrounded by a group of people and that she was being carried, his heart was alarmed, and with a twist of his body, he slipped off of Hunter Zhang's body, and his body swayed as he stood still. The sudden move caused the villagers who were pushing and shoving to subconsciously quiet down. Where is this and how did you bring me back here? The woman panicked. Hunter Zhang explained. Girl, I brought you back after seeing you unconscious in the mountains. This is Castle Peak Village, and we're discussing who will adopt you. Adopt me? I don't need to. The woman staggered with hunger. Zhao Tai went forward and assisted her arm. Girl, I see that you're also hungry. Go to my place to eat something. When the woman saw this rough man approaching her, she felt nauseous in her heart and subconsciously dodged away. No thanks. If any of you have any rice porridge or food, just give me some. I can pay for it. Saying that, she touched her body and seemed to have no money left, so she had to take out the hairpin on her head. Wait, girl, wait. I have it at my house. Wait. One look at the woman taking out precious items in exchange for food. The people all left to go home to get food, but only Zhao Tai was relentless and tried to take the woman by force. Girl, I'm the strongest here. It's best for you to follow me. It's really not necessary. Thanks. The woman felt nothing but disgust in her heart, and if she wasn't so weak, she really wanted to slap this man to death. Suddenly, she smelled a special aroma of rice. Where is this scent from? She subconsciously sniffed her way over. Chapter 11, Zhu Yi chopping. Girl, it's better to come with me. Zhao Tai forcefully reached out and grabbed, but the woman's body is extremely fast. Surprisingly, a slip of smoke effort forward several meters. What? Surprisingly, she also knows body techniques. This woman knows a little bit of martial arts. Zhao Tai's complexion was cloudy, and he seemed to have some sort of decision in his heart. Starve the timid, brace the bold. This woman is now weak. Not this time to subdue her later, there is no chance. If I can get her body, I do not have to stay in this Castle Peak village. He pondered for a while, and first went back to tell the few ladies at home to collect their things and prepare to run away. And then he went to Jiang Ming's house to do it himself. Behind him, Hunter Zhang had the intention to stop it, but thinking about not being able to beat Zhao Tai, it was better to forget about it. Hey, it's better to wait for the village chief to come back and I'll tell him. The dirty woman came directly to the outside of Jiang Ming's house and couldn't stop tapping on the doorframe after smelling the fragrance inside. She had a sharp nose. It was at least a mile or more away and she could smell it. Who is it? Shooting in such a hurry? Jiang Ming's impatient voice came. How could someone come over to disturb him even for lunch? After opening the door, Jiang Ming saw a stump of a shadow passing by him. That residual shadow then rushed straight to the table and hugged Jiang Ming's bowl and ate it with a big mouthful. Zhu Yi, who was serving food inside the house, rushed out when she heard the commotion. The two men looked at each other when they saw that it was a woman who looked like a beggar wolfing down a bowl. Girl, you're directly stealing my rice bowl as soon as you come in here. We don't know each other. Jiang Ming walked over, his tone rather helpless. Girl, are you in some kind of trouble? Zhu Yi also couldn't help but step forward to inquire. But after she saw the bun on the woman's head, she was slightly startled and tugged on Jiang Ming, whispering, "This woman is from the nobility." The woman didn't listen to the two men, but just ate with a big mouthful of food, not caring about her posture, sitting on the stool with her legs spread out in a figure-8 shape, even dumped the plate right into the bowl. After finishing a big bowl, the woman burped, "Ah, it smells good. Finally some strength. Is there any water?" Zhu Yi poured a glass of water and handed it over. "It's so delicious. This rice of yours is even better than the one in my mansion. Which one of you ate our lunch? How is this account? And what is this about you rushing into my house inexplicably?" Jiang Ming ripped his voice and pulled the woman's collar up with one hand. The latter was surprisingly slippery to drill out. "I'm really hungry. Sorry, I can only give you this as a way to make it up to you." The woman took the hairpin off her head. Jiang Ming took it and carefully examined it, realizing that the whole body was intertwined with gold and purple, with an unknown bird engraved on it. "Husband, this thing is worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. If it's auctioned, it might be even higher," Zhu Yi whispered. Jiang Ming's hand couldn't help but shake after hearing that. 1,000 taels? For an average person to earn 1 or 2 pieces of silver would be the equivalent of what was once a monthly income of 5,000. That's 1,000 taels is like $5 million. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's attitude suddenly shifted 180 degrees, looking at the woman's head in a headdress shaped like a peach blossom. "Ahem, girl, eat more if you're hungry. There's still rice in the kitchen. Go on, and when you're done, you can still take a bath. My mother will take care of you." "Well, thank you both. Your meters are very peculiar. Even the injuries on my body have been relieved. By the way, my name is Yunji. I'll bother you both more for now." She couldn't help but still want to eat, and without much chit-chat, she took her bowl and followed Zhu Yi to the kitchen to continue serving her meal. And just then, Zhao Tai had already chased after him. With a thud, he kicked the door open. His eyes swept around and saw Jiang Ming standing alone outside the house, directly ignoring his presence. He actually wanted to directly impact the kitchen. Daughter-in-law, someone's coming to make trouble. When Jiang Ming saw that people were coming, he didn't even bother to do anything himself. Swing value +1. Zhu Yi, who had a bulletproof vest, could definitely kill the flesh layer Zhao Tai with an axe, without the need for Jiang Ming to say anything. Zhu Yi had already rushed out at the first opportunity. "Zhao Tai, how dare you? You kicked in my house's door. You must give an explanation today." Zhu Yi held a kitchen knife in front of her. The seemingly delicate body appeared to be incredibly tall. Zhao Tai couldn't help but laugh when he saw a woman blocking in front of him, and this woman was still his prey. "Ha ha, Jiang Ming, you are really a piece of trash. Let your own mother come out to fight with me. You hide in the back. You don't blame me for playing with your woman in front of you. In addition, the woman who came in just now, I know that inside. The same don't wanna run." Zhao Tai's laughter and the noise here attracted many villagers to come over and stand outside the door pointing, not daring to come in. Even Jiang Ming's uncle came, and when he saw the ferocious Zhao Tai, he looked at Jiang Ming with a watchful face. "Mother, do it, beat him to death. He broke into my house and made a move on us. We were acting in self-defense." Jiang Ming chided. "Humph, that's ridiculous. I'll make you feel what it means to be a man today." Zhao Tai directly rushed over. In his opinion, what can a weak girl be capable of? You can lift it with one hand and then peel your pants off and play with it on the spot. But the speed of that one hand, slow in Zhu Yi's eyes, not even powerful. It's not as powerful as husband in bed. I don't know why I'm thinking about these things when I'm fighting. Zhu Yi blushed a little for a moment, but still subconsciously raised the kitchen knife and slashed at it. A scream resounded through the sky. My hand! Ah, my hand! Zhao Tai shouted in agony as his hand was directly cut off. His eyes were filled with fear, and in his mind, he couldn't understand why this woman was so fast and had such a fierce force. He himself was a layer of flesh, and his nourished body was stronger than the average person, but he was also cut through the bones by a knife, which was too frightening. Xiao Zhu, cut off his legs, throw him out, waste him, and wait for the village chief to come back to take care of him. Jiang Ming indifferently said, husband. Zhu Yi, who had hurt someone with her hands for the first time, was a bit bewildered at first, but she quickly stabilized her mind and rushed over without hesitation. Wait, I'm a disciple of the Fireblade sect. If you treat me like this, the Fireblade sect won't let you go in the future. Zhao Tai saw Zhu Yi's light stance. Then he realized that this woman was a practitioner, and she was actually in the same realm as him, even a little higher than him. But Zhu Yi didn't listen at all and raised his sword to slash. That Zhao Tai was scared and pulled his legs out to run. But how could he possibly outrun Zhu Yi when he was already injured? The two chased and fled straight out the door, and the villagers were so frightened by the scene that they took the initiative to get out of the way. It wasn't until Zhu Yi chased him to the door of Zhao Tai's house that she cut off his legs with a knife. With a scream, Zhao Tai fell to the ground in pain. Mission accomplished. Zhu Yi walks back to the isolated house with the blood-covered kitchen knife. Along the way, the villagers see her or unconsciously give way to the atmosphere, do not dare to breathe. Is this still a woman? This is too fierce. That Jiang Yukai is even more shivering. He also has a deep desire for this undead. At this moment, how dare to look at each other, for fear of being seen by Zhu Yi. Returning to the courtyard, Zhu Yi walked up to Jiang Ming. Husband, how did I do? Jiang Ming nodded. Well, not bad, just less experience. With your quality should be able to instantly kill him in seconds. Eat, right. Go shout Zhao Tai's family to fix the door for us. The kitchen knife through it. Chopped people, don't use it to cook. Diaphragm. Yun Ji, who was standing in the kitchen doorway, holding a bowl and picking at the rice to feed it to her mouth, looked at Zhu Yi with a curious face as well. This small place, there is even a woman of the first layer of the physical body realm, and looking at the grade of martial arts she cultivated is not low. Relying on the martial arts mind techniques alone, she was able to beat that rough man who cultivated horizontal kung fu without any resistance. Chapter 12, Where to go from here. Zhao Tai, after having his limbs chopped off, it caused a huge furor in the village just because it was cut by Zhu Yi. This soft widow that no one once wanted was so fierce, it directly subverted the villagers' three views. For a while talking about Zhu Yi all color change. Some people even teach their children that if you don't behave, the widow that Jiang Ming married will come to chop you up at night. Even in the later stages, Zhu Yi came out to buy things and no one dared to flirt with her. Jiang Ming did not even need to follow out, and whatever the owner of that booth is, he's going to give a little bit of a discount. The men who had thought ill of her before had all gone out. As for Zhao Tai, due to having his arms and legs chopped off, he became an invalid, and was directly treated by his wife and two concubines inappropriately. If it weren't for the dregs of feudalism, I'm afraid the three women would have left home for other men. Today it is the women's morality that keeps them from leaving. There's a lot of talk in the village about messing up Xiao Zhu, and here Jiang Ming was in trouble. After Yunji washed up, she put on the clothes that Zhu Yi had just recently bought, though they were all simple cloths, nowhere near as good as the already soiled damask she was wearing, but it still emphasized her rich girl's temperament, and she looked like a pampered noble lady. The beauty was surprisingly not inferior to Zhu Yi. It's just that in terms of temperament, it's a little less than. After all, an undead person's temperament is not comparable to that of a young girl. Meanwhile, Kang Ming also understood why the woman had strayed here. She came out to play on her own and was backstabbed. She didn't dare to say who she was for fear of getting in trouble. Jiang Ming and the girls didn't ask much. Yanji only said that it was related to the royal family of Great Zhou. Kang Ming was still worried that her enemies would come after her, but Yunji told them not to worry. This place is already far away from the range of their search, and my maidservant is powerful enough to fend off those assassins, so as long as they break the trail, they basically won't be able to find me, so I can't go to the nearby towns. But Jiang Ming was still worried that someone in the village would go to the county town and talk too much, so Yunji told them to recuperate here for a few days and then leave. But to recuperate you have to stay. But the houses are so small, there's no room for them. Do you squeeze into a bed at night? By now it was nightfall, and all three were in a quandary. Husband, I can sleep next to you. You guys sleep together. Shui spoke out of turn. It seemed to her that her husband was so good that he could have any woman, no matter what she was, even if she knew that the woman was from an extraordinary background. Xiao Zhu, if you can talk, say more. Jiang Ming touched Xiao Zhu's head. Yunji's body was now almost capable of normal movement, and the use of some force. In the exchange just now, Jiang Ming already knew that this woman hadn't practiced much martial arts, but she was still at the second level of the flesh body. The main training is all body techniques, so it is extremely fast, in order to escape from home to play. And then this happens. Fong was still blaming herself for the death of her 2 personal maidservants. No, how could I possibly be with him? Isn't my innocence gone? Yunji decisively refused. Zhui was not happy to hear this, and opened her mouth. Why don't you leave? You're a big lady. This place can't be lived in, and you look like you're being hunted down. It's not good to implicate us when the time comes. When Yunji heard this, she was in trouble again. There was no inn in this village either, and the nearest county town was more than 50 kilometers away. It's nighttime. It must be dangerous to go out, and now he's too far from home to make contact. And the family's rice was really good. She was a little sad to see it go. But where can I go? Yunji lowered her head, a little aggravated. But it's really difficult here. You and my husband sleep. It's all about you taking advantage. Xiaozhu blushed, not knowing what she remembered. Jiang Ming knew he couldn't rest tonight if he didn't open his mouth. After all, he had only known her for a short time. How could such a woman sleep in the same bed with a strange man? It was unrealistic. Ahem. Why don't we tell you what? You guys sleep on the bed and I'll just make a floor. Husband, how can this be? Wherever you are, I will go. Zhui was stubborn and didn't want Jiang Ming to be wronged. For the sake of this clutch, I'll just suffer a bit and forget about it. Jiang Ming shook the hairpin in his hand. Swing value +1. Does that add up to swing value 2? That won't do. She ate our rice. Our rice is priceless. Xiaozhu was stubborn. Yunji, who was on the side, also knew that this rice was precious, and after she ate it, her toileting tonight was much smoother than before, and it felt like there were signs of a breakthrough in his realm as well. Isn't this she and me now? It's only 1,000 taels of silver that can't be bought anywhere. Watching the couple argue over themselves, they couldn't stay on their own at this rate. Yunji also wanted to continue eating more rice and wanted to boost her strength, so she said, how about this? Then I'll sleep next to Sister Zhui. Zhui and Jiang Ming looked at each other and finally adopted this plan. It was a night destined to be sleepless. Sleepless was Yunji, and she was helpless. Her whole body was bad, and she closed her eyes. Until the following morning, there are chickens crowing after. Yunji was too sleepy to fall asleep. Xiaozhu, now that we have some money in our hands, should we continue to live here or change places? I want to hoard more land. Jiang Ming inquired as he looked at Xiaozhu, who was practicing. He wanted to hear his wife's opinion. His own memories of the Great Week were few and limited to the mountain villages. Husband, what kind of development do you want? Zhui said while waving her arms. That big family look. Husband, if that's the case, don't be in the counties and prefectures. Although these towns are prosperous and crowded, the land is precious and small in scope. Some powerful families in Dezhou are choosing to buy a piece of land from Dezhou and build it themselves. Oh, if that's the case, what place should I choose? After all, I have just over 1,000 taels of silver now. It's no problem to establish a mansion. If you want to develop, 100 miles away from the west side of Castle Peak Village, there is a high mountain of more than 800 meters. The land on the mountain is fertile, and most importantly, there is a large plain at the top of this mountain, which is suitable for constructing buildings, and most importantly, it's easy to defend and hard to attack. From inside the house came Yunji's voice. You know so much. Jiang Ming looked back. Yunji was wearing Zhuyi's clothes. Her hair had just been washed yesterday, and it was draped straight on the sides, innocent and moving. If what she said was true, that place would definitely be fine and very suitable for Jiang Ming's development down the road. This place, Castle Peak Village, doesn't have much resources left, and it's not suitable for development, except for the fact that the village head is nice. Jiang Ming didn't have much love for anyone else. Well, I just came from over there. If you have good body skills, you can directly leap down from the back of the mountain. Heading to Su Yuanfu is also only 100 miles away. From the east to Zhang County, only more than 10 miles. You will later add to your family's household goods. It is also very convenient. The only thing is that you need to climb up the steep slope from the south. It will require a lot of manpower and material resources. Then in that case, it would indeed be fine. Jiang Ming nodded. Right here and now. Changes suddenly came from within Jiang Ming's body. Breaking. Flesh body realm. Third level. Stance realm. In the meantime, Zhui slowly wound down, and her breath snapped. The second layer of the flesh body also broke through. After her breakthrough, Jiang Ming's side once again increased in strength, directly crossing into the peak of the third level of the flesh body realm. Jiang Ming's breakthrough was silent, but Zhu Yifeng had a layer of qi waves dispersing around her body, and Yunji looked at it with surprise. Sister Zhu, you made a breakthrough? Seems like it. Zhu Yi nodded. She was overjoyed in her heart. She could practice the heart-destroying palm, which was an attacking martial art within the 9 true scriptures. If he broke through to the fourth level, he would be able to practice the 9-in white bone claws. You are simply a martial arts prodigy. Yunji stepped forward and touched Zhu Yi's arm, her eyes revealing surprise. She also knew that Zhu Yi had started practicing martial arts through yesterday's time together. And as for what kind of martial arts she practiced, Zhu Yi only told her that it was a family heirloom. Right here and now, the sound of gongs and drums came from the village. It was the village headman who was banging the gong and drums to inform the people to gather in the center of the village. Let's go. Go see what's going on. The village chief just came back not long ago. The murderer of Lao Li and his 3 children must have a clue. Chapter 13, 3 Men. Out of Castle Peak Village, the center of the village, almost all the villagers came over. The crowd had automatically dispersed after Zhu Yi and Jiang Ming walked up. The village chief glanced at Jiang Ming while looking at Zhu Yi with the gaze of a martial artist's equal. Obviously, he already knew about Zhao Tai. This matter was Zhao Tai's fault, so he directly didn't ask about Zhu Yi's injury. Gentlemen, the cause of death of the children of Old Li, Old Zhang, and Old Lu, is already known. The murderer is the same as the one who stole the wealth owner's house in Zhang County. That person likes to rape women and steal finances, so in recent days we should all be on the alert. From today onwards, at night, we arrange for people to be on guard in the village. Village chief, we can't beat them even if we're on guard duty, Old Li said worriedly. Humph. If not, will you be satisfied in case that man comes in and rapes your daughter-in-law, then kills you and steals your finances? We'll gather all the power of the village and we can still have a fight. You know? As the village headman spoke, his gaze went to Zhu Yi. Jiangzhu, in case we encounter that outlaw at that time, I still hope you'll do your part. Village chief, that's natural. I will protect my husband well. Zhu Yi laughed. Yeah, we still have Xiao Zhu. She's awesome. Zhao Tai is no match. Little Chu, I hope you'll be more helpful when the time comes. It was only then that the people in the village remembered that there were still experts like Xiao Zhu. What's the matter with you guys? You're a bunch of grown men. Why do you all want to look up to my daughter-in-law? All walk away. Jiang Ming said with a displeased face. Jiang Ming, your daughter-in-law is so powerful. Isn't she not helping the townspeople much? Xiao Zhu is a member of our village after all. Isn't it right to contribute? That Zhao Tai can't move nowadays, and there are few people who can fight. Isn't it normal for us to look up to him? Hey, am I proud of myself? Didn't you all say that I'm not a man if I rely on women? You guys are still shamelessly relying on other people's women this time. Jiang Ming disliked back. After all, these people were too hypocritical, one by one morally kidnapping themselves in Zhu Yi, and when the time came to encounter danger they might push them forward. It also reinforced his desire to move away. For a moment his words left the crowd speechless. I will only protect my husband, Zhu Yi said in a loud voice. Her gaze swept through the crowd. No one dared to look at her, and for a while, her ferocious authority was infinite. The crowd went silent. Swing value +1. The village chief on the stage could only sigh. The village people had treated Jiang Ming's family badly in the past, and now they were not to blame for being like this. Okay, spill it. Everyone should be busy with whatever they need to do. Tonight it's the two of you, Old Zhang and Old Li, who will go on patrol. Dismissed. The village chief waved his hand and said, know how reluctant Li and Zhang were, but they still did not dare to disobey. Upon returning to the house, Kong Ming then began to plan the relocation ceremony. He wasn't sure about the prices of Great Zhou. Zhu Yi and Yunji knew. Plate down. This 1,000 taels of silver, only enough to build a courtyard. After all, transporting stone and all these need a lot of manpower and material resources. Let's do it this way. Xiao Zhu, you are responsible for purchasing this type of glauconite, and you go find the manpower. But we still have to set aside some money to go to the county to do business. You really can't be too busy on your own. Jiang Ming, why are you so lazy, letting your wife do everything? I can't stand to watch. Yunji really couldn't listen anymore. It's been 2 days, big and small in the house. It was all Zhu Yi's busy work, and she even had to be tossed around by Jiang Ming at night. This cow and horse aren't so spoiled. That's how lazy I am. If you don't like it, help me too. Jiang Ming glanced at Yunji. Swing value +1. You, how can you be like this? A martial arts prodigy like Zhu Yi. If she left with me, she would definitely become a martial arts master and become famous. And now she is here working as a cow for you. How can you take it so for granted? Yunji was furious for a moment. She felt that Zhu Yi was too unworthy. This man seems to be a softie nowadays. Yeah, is that how it's taken for granted? Xiao Zhu, will you go with her? Jiang Ming spread his hands. Swing value +1. Husband, I won't leave you. Sister Yunji, my husband is the best and most powerful man in the world. If you get in touch with him more, you'll know. Zhu Yi took the initiative to hold Jiang Ming's hand. You guys, I'm really pissed off. Yunji was speechless for a while, furious as the huge gem in front of her chest rose and fell. She now thought that the rice was made by Zhu Yi's means. and that all the expenses of the family were supported by Jui. Sister Yunji, you'll understand later. Let's continue discussing the building of the house. Humph. Okay, I'll definitely save you. Yunji planned to stay for a few more days to properly talk to Jui. She wanted to take this girl away, to rescue her from the fire, and then train her well. She would become an expert in the future. That night, Jiang Ming went to the village chief's place. By the way, I brought over a pot of rice cooked in a millet rice cooker, which made the village headman smile. He told the village chief about his desire to relocate. Originally, Jiang Ming had planned to operate in secret, but after weighing the pros and cons, he told the village chief, after all, the village head has some contacts in the county town, and going to the hilltop to build his own house also requires the county office to report inside and buy a plot of land. These have no access to themselves. Naturally, the village chief will have to help. It seems that your kid does have a secret. Since you chose well, I will support you fully but you have to think well. You yourself originally have little power. Go to that kind of wilderness. Encounter jackals, tigers and leopards. You are very dangerous, the village chief said in a serious tone. Village chief, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Jiang Ming didn't say anything demoralizing this time. The village chief had said before that inside the mountains and forests within Great Zhou, one must have at least the third layer of flesh to have a chance of staying alive. Nowadays, he was at that level, so there was no fear. You are also an adult. Do what you want, and Xiao Zhu is indeed very good. You have to treat her well. In the future, don't let her do everything. Give her time to let her practice martial arts properly. You also have a good future. The village chief was still sad that Xiao Zhu was not willing to follow him to practice martial arts. Village chief, you're letting Xiao Zhu practice martial arts and leave. What am I going to do? I'm the man who's going to lie flat for the rest of my life. Swing value +1. I'm too lazy to talk about you. If you want to go to the county town to buy materials, I can lend you my horse. As for the piece of land you chose, no one would have wanted it. The people at the county office are happy for you to pay for the land to give them more income. Go to Sung Lang. He will help you approve the land. Village chief, then thanks a lot. Jiang Ming also planned to buy horses, but these would have to go to the county town to be purchased on. After returning home, Kong Ming agreed to leave in 3 days, because this trip to the county had a lot of things to take care of. Getting land grants, buying materials, as well as hiring people to build houses. At the same time, Jiang Ming has to find a way to do something to increase his income in the county. But after thinking about it, at present, we can only rely on the spiritual liquid in the little green bottle to develop agriculture, fruits, and do wholesale more reliably. It just so happens that the lot you are buying has a lot of open space for planting. These 3 days, Yunji just dabbles in food every day, and pays for it anyway. From time to time, she brainwashes Zhu to leave Jiang Ming. But how could Zhu, who was 104% loyal, change his mind? With a little explanation from Chu, Yunji realized that Jiang Ming was a somewhat unfathomable person. That rice cooker actually belongs to Jiang Ming? And when I saw Xiao Zhu and Jiang Ming communicating directly, Jiang Ming seemed to be physically a bit stronger. Could it be that he's also an expert? Yunji was starting to get curious about Jiang Ming. Xiao Zhu had simultaneously cultivated the heart-destroying poem to a minor completion. As for Jiang Ming, he directly possessed a major completion of the heart-destroying poem. He found an empty space where no one was, and directly smashed a meter-high rock with a slap. My strength is already comparable to that martial artist from the memorized martial arts school, but my body is definitely stronger than his. Jiang Ming's confidence increased. The next step is to get your house in order and then develop slowly, preferably with a few more concubines to boost your strength a bit faster. 3 days later, a brown stallion carrying 3 men rushed out of Castle Peak Village. Jiang Ming rode in the center, Xiao Zhu in the front, and Yun Ji, who was dressed in male attire with a black veil blocking her face, helplessly hugging Jiang Ming in the back. Yunji, stop squeezing. Xiao Zhu was out of room. Jiang Ming said helplessly, only to feel 2 huge piles of pressure against his back. Where did I squeeze? You don't have a chest wrap. What can I do? Yunji angrily punched Jiang Ming's back. The dull ringing sound made Jiang Ming cry out in pain, but Yunji realized that his punch was as if he had hit a stone. He really has practiced martial arts. This physical fitness is stronger than even Xiao Zhu. Yunji was secretly surprised. Chapter 14, all done and done. Preparing to build a house. The distance of more than 50 kilometers took 2 hours to reach. It was a good thing the 2 women weighed little, or the horse really wouldn't have been able to handle it. After entering the county, Jiang Ming looked around curiously. This was the first actual entry into an ancient city. It's not big though, but the streets where people came and went, and the many ancient-style buildings, dazzled him, and he couldn't help but observe even one corner a little more. Your first time in the city? Yunji couldn't help but say as she looked at Jiang Ming, who was looking around. What's wrong with my village people going into town? Curious. No, Just surprised. Yoonji secretly thought that this person is not an expert in practicing martial arts. Should not how will the county have not come? Jiang Ming retracted his gaze and scolded. And you, let you stay in the house, but do not listen, have to follow us to join in the fun. The family's rice cooker, how important? In case of missing how to do, how am I supposed to eat at home alone? And don't I have my face covered? I won't get into trouble for a while, and I might even be able to give you some advice on things to buy. Yoonji beamed. Let's go. Business is business. Jiang Ming had just taken a few steps with the two of them. A greeting could be heard coming from a small three-story building up ahead. Grandpa, come in and play. A greenhouse? Jiang Ming curiously looked over. That downstairs, there stood a few heavily made-up women, pulling people on the street in broad daylight. There are also a number of small, stylized women to choose from inside the door. This scene looked at Jiang Ming straightly called out that it was still good in ancient times. Husband, do you want to go play? Shu Yi asked in a small voice, some frustration in her eyes as she looked at those women who were inferior to her, but her husband remained dumbfounded for half a day. Are you not better than them? Jiang Ming retracted his gaze and laughed. What are you thinking? These are all crooked dates. How could I possibly want to go to a place like this? I just haven't seen it before, so I was curious to look at it a few more times. This is the county after all. If you go to Su Yuanfu, the greenhouses there are 100 times better than this. And even some of the flower queens in there are of the national color and heavenly scent level, so you're guaranteed to not be able to move your eyes. Yoon Shi added. Really? Then what's the approximate price? Jiang Ming came to be interested. Su Yuanfu was the provincial capital of the entire Su Yuan state. The scope of the city alone was as big as more than 50 chapter counties. Moreover, in the vicinity of Su Yuanfu, there were 3 other small cities surrounding it, adding up to a land boundary that was the size of more than 300 chapter counties. The level of prosperity is not comparable to Chapter County, Su Yuanfu's most famous drunken immortal house. I'm not sure about the ordinary price, but I've heard that the flower girl's highest price for one night can be sold for 3,000 taels of silver, and it's not always possible to sleep. Whether or not it's possible to sleep depends on the flower girl's mood. Yoonji laughed evilly. Holy, 3,000 taels, isn't that equivalent to $15 million? Isn't this jacking up the price by 13? And you can't sleep? Nima. Jiang Ming couldn't help but spit. That flower girl looks like a heavenly fairy? There's nothing better looking than her in this world? Yenji shook her head and said, looks do look good. She's good at everything. She's even good at cooking and has some martial arts skills. In short, very comprehensive. And looks a little bit worse than this young lady. Right, worse than you? Jiang Ming looked at Yunji, who was covered by a black veil, and revealed an odd color. So he hadn't slept with tens of millions of people? Without chatting about these boring topics, Jiang Ming and the two women began to split up. Zhu Yi and Yunji went to purchase building materials. In order to get enough silver bills, Zhu Yi took the initiative to go to a pawn store and exchanged 1,300 taels of silver bills. Yunji is also quite nice, worrying about not having enough money. She sold the peach blossom jewelry on her head for 800. Currently the last thing left on her was an antique pendant. Yunji, I'm really sorry for spending so much of your money. Zhu Yi and Yunji walked out of the pawnshop together. It's alright, I feel quite happy with you guys. And now I can't leave. I can only wait for my own family to find me before I can leave. Otherwise I'm in danger. Yunji sighed. Well, then let's go shopping first. Zhu Yi nodded her head. Jiang Ming also made her intentionally put some yellow flour on her face so that she wouldn't draw attention to herself. It doesn't look as fair-skinned. County Hall. Knowing the importance of people's clothes, Kong Ming bought some good silks. When he came to the entrance of the county office and gave the name of the village chief, the man named Song Lang did come out to greet him. This person was a good-looking man, but as soon as he opened his mouth Jiang Ming knew that this guy had a big appetite. After being invited in, Jiang Ming secretly stuffed him with 10 taels of silver. This person only got up with a smile on his face. Good to say, brother Jiang, you and I know each other at first sight. Your piece of land is very good to grant. Our county office will be able to agree to it straight away. I'll just go and talk to the magistrate. Then I'll trouble brother Song. Deep in the county courthouse, Wang Hai, the governor, was still a bit unconvinced when he heard that someone was going to buy a piece of barren land to live on. Knowing that Song Lang said the man was ready to pay and was already at the county office, it took Wang Hai to believe it. That piece of land, 100 taels of silver. He can take it if he wants it. Isn't it too much to eat if someone wants a place like this? Do people like it? Anyway, we can just collect the money. Our chapter county's economy has been bad. It's good to have something to earn. Song Lang laughed. Okay. His name is Jiang Ming, is it? Qingshan village people, hurry to do the formalities for him to pay it. Just this quarter is about to pass. If this quarter's tax revenue and the bottom of the barrel, I'm afraid I'm going to be scolded. Wang Hai is also downcast. although it is the governor. However, in Great Joe, there were governors who had a certain amount of force value. For example, he was a fierce man of the 4th level of the flesh realm, which was the reason why he was so prestigious in Jiang County. Of course, there are those who are purely civil officials, without force, but with absolutely outstanding management skills. Suddenly thinking of the recent murders and thefts and rapes, he said in a deep voice, "Is there still no news of that murderer?" When Song Shilang heard about this, he also got a headache inside. No, could he have left Jiang County already? Governor Wang Hai said in a deep voice, "Unlikely. I have contacted the 2 nearby governors to lay a dragnet around. He should be wandering in the mountains near our county office. If he goes towards the north, where is the border of the south border? He'll surely die if he goes in, but he still won't fall for all the bait we've arranged. We can only wait. By the way, isn't that piece of land that Jiang Ming bought only 60 miles away from Wolfsbane Mountain?" Song Shilang snorted. "It's better not to talk about it. There are so many bandits in Wolf Pressure Mountain." He was scared when he heard it. What if he doesn't buy it? Also, don't say anything until he asks. After Song Shilang negotiated the deal, he approached Jiang Ming with a smile on his face. "Brother Jiang, that piece of land, a total of 150 taels of silver. It took me a lot of effort to help you say yes." Song Shilang had a sad face. "Thanks a lot. In that case, I'll go get the money right away. My silver is at my mother's place." Wait a moment. Jiang Ming knew that this guy must have pumped oil, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the feudal system was characterized. Well said, well said. Why don't you stay the night and we'll go to the elegant building here and have some fun? When Jiang Ming heard that this guy is not just trying to get himself to buy him a prostitute, the drunken immortal mansion flower leader in that Su Yuan mansion was ridiculously expensive, and the ordinary women in the elegant mansion here must be expensive as well. He's not going. How about another day? I might have to come over for business then, and I'm indeed busy today. Jiang Ming politely declined. Sun Silang didn't mind, knowing that he'd have a need to smile even wider later. Jiang Ming left the government office, found Zhu Yi and took the silver ticket, then went directly to the government office to exchange the land. Today he is a landowner of sorts, just a landowner of a wasteland. The other change, Zhu Yi, also went well, and she surprised Yunji with all her bargaining skills. "Xiao Zhu, who did you learn this bargaining skill from? And how do you know so much about these materials?" "It's awesome. I learned it from my mother. She used to be very good at doing business, so I've learned from her," Zhu Yi said quietly. After Jiang Ming met up with them, Zhu Yi had already purchased 90% of the materials, and the labor had been arranged. Going back, Jiang Ming purposely bought 3 horses, as well as a carriage. "Husband, we still have 320 taels of silver left. According to your instructions, we have a total of 1,000 square meters of floor space, 2 floors on the main floor, a kitchen plus dining room, and a practice room, and a number of guest rooms for the rest of the house." Zhu Yi gave Jiang Ming an inventory of today's bill. The 3 of them were sitting in the carriage, and it was already evening. When the night is fully upon us, Zhu Yi suddenly let out a dry heaving sound. Chapter 15, Lingbo Weibu. This one made Jiang Ming freeze. Yinji on the side was still unsure. After all, she didn't have much experience. "Pregnant?" Jiang Ming asked subconsciously. "I don't know, but it just makes me want to vomit and I can't." Zhu Yi covered her mouth and said, "I guess so. You've always been in good health. It's impossible for you to have any stomach problems." "Great." Jiang Ming was overjoyed. "Finally, I'm pregnant." He took Zhu Yi in his arms and touched the other party's stomach, without even breaking the smile on his face. Yunji was unable to interject from the sidelines as she watched the scene. Suddenly seeing that there was another black dress inside Zhu Yi's clothes, she asked, "Sister Zhu, why is there another black dress inside?" "This was given to me by my husband. Invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to fire and water specifically to protect me." So, it was only then that Yunji took a new look at the man. Lazy and unwilling to do anything, but he seemed to leave all the good things for his wife, and after being in the same bed with him for so long, he didn't make a move on himself, and was usually very easy to communicate with. There was no rack, and it was a little different than any other man he had ever met. At this moment, when Jiang Ming looked up, he met Yunji who was staring at him, a pair of big eyes filled with curiosity, and the template of the system suddenly appeared in Jiang Ming's eyes. Name Yunji, strength, flesh realm, 2nd level. Loyalty, 60%. Technique, Jade Maiden Sutra. Skill, Flowing Cloud Steps. System, why is this woman's information appearing? A template will appear for eligible women who are 60% or more loyal to their hosts. So does the system mean that I can get 6 times the reward if she cultivates now? Yes, that's great, but I still can't pass on the technique to her. I can't reveal my secret until he's 100% loyal. Jiang Ming suddenly spoke. Yunji, why are you staring at us if you're not practicing properly? Hurry up and practice properly. Run your internal heart technique. What do you care? Why are you suddenly like my father? Yunji snorted coldly and skimmed her head, then squinted at Jiang Ming. If you cultivate well, I'll give you a surprise then. Jiang Ming said meaningfully. What a surprise, Yunji muttered. I heard that you like the snow jade flower very much, but this flower blooms once in 100 years. It's hard to see it at all. If you practice martial arts well, I'll let you see the snow jade flower bloom. Jiang Ming said with a smile. You have this ability? That snow jade flower was originally born in the north. It's not good to get. Even if you buy it, the price is expensive. The survival rate of artificial cultivation is only 1%. You bragging is really not a draft. Yunji muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Then let's make a bet. If I can't make the snow jade flower bloom, I'll give you that rice cooker. This is true. Yunji's eyes lit up. Seriously? Okay, but where are you going to find the snow jade flower? Yunji said suspiciously. Of course I'm relying on you. Don't you often go buy them yourself? Of course Jiang Ming wouldn't pay for it himself. The seedlings of this flower were 500 taels a plant. He wouldn't be an ingrate. How long will we have to wait then? Yunji was not happy. That rice cooker is even. No, just wait. For the sake of this rice cooker of yours, this time is nothing. Yunji grunted. There was no danger on the way back to the village, but at the moment it is already evening. After going back, Jiang Ming found that the village is still brightly lit. Many people are surrounded in the center of the village. There is also the village headman also looks gloomy. When Jiang Ming returned in his carriage, the people in the village revealed stunned looks. If the village headman's horse was a 280, his carriage would be an 80-year-old Santana. This kind of carriage Aoyama village can't afford to buy it after a few generations if there is no accident. Jiang Ming came back in a carriage, instantly making the villagers look different, especially his uncle, with his back teeth gnawing on his. He decides that it's Kong Ming who dug up the treasure in the family's yard. Jiang Ming jumped off the carriage and inquired, Village chief, what's going on? Everyone else offered to get out of the way. Upon approaching, Jiang Ming saw them surrounding 4 corpses, one of which was Zhao Tai. There were 3 others who were his wife and 2 concubines, and that wife was long and big, but neatly dressed. The other 2 concubines, their clothes were torn. In particular, the skirts on their lower bodies had been torn to the point where they could not cover their spring light. That is, the village headman simply covered it with burlap, apparently abused before dying. It's that man, the murderer that Jiang County has been unable to find, has struck out against our Castle Peak village. He killed Zhao Tai, raped his concubine, and took all of his men's family's property. The village chief said heavily. Other villagers are also worried. Jiang Ming, your wife is very capable of fighting. You must ask the village chief to help get rid of the evil. This evil has been wandering around our village. We can't live in peace. An older woman grabbed Jiang Ming's arm and cried, I say Auntie Zhang, don't worry about it. You don't have much wealth in your house either. You don't even want to give it to people on your own. Upside down, I guess. You're worrying over nothing. Jiang Ming also disliked him back nonchalantly. These people hadn't bullied him much in the past. Jiang Ming, especially you must be careful. You've come back with too much commotion. You might really be attacked, the village chief said in a serious tone. Village chief, you looked at the wounds of a few people and are sure that that person is only at the 3rd level of the flesh body? Jiang Ming asked with further certainty. I still have this bit of eyesight. It's because of the 3 floors that I'm uneasy. The village head intends to move to Jiang Ming's house. But Jiang Ming politely refused. He was at the peak of the 3rd layer of the physical body, and the heart-destroying palm realm, together with Yunji and Zhui, but still could not beat a flower picker? That night, the inside of the village was tense. Many people didn't dare to sleep, staring at the front door of their homes. All their valuable belongings were hidden. The only thing that was inside Jiang Ming's courtyard was the 2 beautiful women practicing martial arts. Zhui practiced the 9-in Sutra. She was practicing the heart-destroying palm over and over again. Yunji, on the other hand, cultivated the Jade Maiden scripture and the flowing cloud steps. Yunji's flowing cloud steps had been on the verge of consummation in her last escape, and she didn't know if it was because she had eaten millet rice cooker in the past few days, making her flowing cloud steps come full circle straight away tonight. On the other hand, Jiang Ming's side received a doubled reward. Yunji Luyunbu consummated. 6 times reward beyond the scope of this martial art. Upgrade the quality of martial art. Acquisition of Ling Po Weibu. Successful. Ling Po Weibu? Jiang Ming was overjoyed, and he also got a free martial arts book straight away. This is still the case of 6 times. If it is more than 10 times, what kind of martial arts that has to be? I am afraid that it is only the Tao magic divine power. And if Chuyi's heart-destroying palm was perfected, it was only to be feared that Jiang Ming's heart-destroying palm would also raise its grade. I've broken through. That's great. Ha ha, the flowing cloud steps are complete. Even those at the 4th level of the flesh realm won't be able to catch me anymore. Yunji was overjoyed, and Jiang Ming beckoned, Nyangzi, Yunji, come over here. I'll pass you a stance. Stance? I've only made a breakthrough and you're passing on my footwork? Looking down on me? Yunji was quite unconvinced. The joy of her fresh breakthrough was washed away. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Ming expectantly. This stance. You guys watch carefully. I'll only demonstrate it once. The master leads the door to the practice depends on the individual. Jiang Ming also ignored Yunji muttering on the side. He then moved directly, and in an instant, his figure became a blur in the courtyard, and there were even residual shadows swaying. Just one flash of these residual shadows in the courtyard, and Jiang Ming had already arrived behind the two women. How about it? Did you read it? Jiang Ming patted the shoulders of the two girls. Got it. Zhu Yi was a martial arts prodigy. Her eyes flashed with surprise and admiration, secretly saying that her husband was indeed a hidden master. Yunji, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and stayed for half a second before subconsciously saying, got it dash. Really? So understandable. Okay, if you don't know how to do it, go ask Zhu. Okay. Yunji nodded her head numbly. Her person was already numb. The body technique of the party. Yunji had only seen it on those experts at the 6th level of flesh body or above. But none of these people were in the prefecture or imperial city of the Great Zhou, and every one of them was a big shot. How could this Jiang Ming? Is he really a hermit bigot? Chapter 16, Wolf's Tooth Mountain. Third boss. What made her feel even more incredible was that Zhu Yi had learned it all over again. It was frustrating for her. And this stance. It's definitely a top-notch martial art, and it was just passed on to him? Yunji's loyalty increased by 10%. Yunji loyalty, 70%. Yunji was touched in her heart for a moment. Almost 100. Jiang Ming's heart rejoiced, as long as he would also receive a reward if he married his wife, and he could just pay his respects when his loyalty reached 100. In the evening, Jiang Ming was lying on a chaise longue in the courtyard. The carriage stayed in the corner of the courtyard. The originally small courtyard seemed crowded at the moment. It wasn't until evening that Jiang Ming and the others began to rest. Since Chuyi is pregnant, it's rare for Yunji to get a good night's sleep, until the ugly hour. The sleeping Jiang Ming's ears wiggled lightly. He hastily patted Zhu Yi and Yunji awake. Someone came in over the wall. Zhu Yi's mental quality is extremely good. No surprise, directly put on a bulletproof vest and take an axe to the door of the house. Yunji is also holding a small dagger just bought to hide behind the door. Jiang Ming stared at the gate dead in the face. After a while, the portal was slowly pushed open by a slight force. Moonlight shone through the doorway, and from inside the house, a black blurred robust figure walked into the house without a sound. Just came in 2 steps. Zhu Yi and Yunji did it together. Electricity. Zhu Yi chopped with her left hand and destroyed her heart with her right hand. Yunji's dagger cut his throat directly. The scene that came up out of nowhere startled the man who had entered the room. Snap back. At the same time, he subconsciously pulled out the short knife at his waist and stabbed Zhu Yi. He was a backhanded man, but he struck extremely fast. But when his short knife, which was as sharp as iron, stabbed at the soft woman's abdomen, it couldn't even inch in. Not good. There's precious armor. The Black Shadow was alarmed. And just then, Zhu Yi's heart-destroying palm had landed on his chest. He narrowly avoided the axe and dagger attacks, but still got a large cut on his arm and chest. The fatal attack was sort of dodged. The dark figure staggered back as he exited the door, trying to escape, but Zhu Yi and Yunji couldn't let him go and directly stopped him from both sides. You guys are despicable. How dare you sneak attack? The man in black roared, as he said, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. Only then did he realize that he had his heart and veins shattered by that palm strike just now. Horrified, this what palm method? And this woman's internal heart method in the end is from where? That palm down, so that their own body has begun to become cold. Ridiculous? Coming over to commit murder yourself and calling us despicable. Die. Zhu Yi's Chui Xian palm was fierce, and her strength was such that Yunji, who was watching from the side, was secretly shocked. Although the two were at the same rank, Yunji knew that she was definitely no match for Zhu Yi in a fight. Pust. After the black-robed man was hit by the heart-destroying palm, he couldn't help but spit out blood once again. His escape was hopeless now, and he turned loud. Don't kill me. My cousin is the 3rd leader of Wolf's Tooth Mountain. If you kill me, your entire village will be wiped out. Wolfsbane, what is it? Jiang Ming inquired of the two women. Zhu Yi shook her head. She wasn't a local and wasn't sure. Yunji shook her head. Her status was too high to understand this kind of low-end banditry. Don't even know. So let's kill him and see if there's anything valuable on him, then give it to the village chief. What? You guys even don't know about Wolf Tooth Mountain. What kind of savages are you? That black-robed man was shocked. This Chan County nearby Wolf Tooth Mountain was already famous. How could he know that this Jiang Ming happens to be a marginalized person in the village? And no one told him this, so naturally he didn't know. As Zhu Yi's hand rose and fell, the man in black died with a strong unwillingness. He never dreamed that he thought he could gain a harvest tonight and hold 2 beauties to spend the night. Instead, he was decimated. Husband, he still has a total of 500 taels of silver bills here, and a gold bracelet. Shui searched the man's body inside and out. So poor, this person is not theft of the landlord. How only this point? Jiang Ming muttered. It seemed to him to be at least a few thousand taels of silver. Alright, Zhu Yunji, you guys carry the body to the village chief's house. This time, Yunji surprisingly had no complaints, costing Jiang Ming a chance to swing for the fences. The villagers were not woken up as the fight between several people made little noise and was over quickly. When the village chief was awakened to see Zhui standing in his doorway, covered in a fury, carrying an axe in his left hand and a corpse in his right, covered in a fury, he was startled himself. That originally delicate and charming face, at the moment in the moonlight under the background of all the weird. Village chief, this is the murderer. My husband said that this person has a bounty at the county office. Zhui threw the body at the village chief's feet. Meanwhile, on the left hand of that corpse, there was a jade wrench, which was not very valuable, just enough to prove that this person was the murderer of the landlord. Indeed it is him. You two are so skilled. Xiao Zhu, are you at the second layer of flesh? The village chief carefully inquired. He now felt that Zhui was giving him too much pressure. It was comparable to some martial arts school experts. This was also because Zhui practiced the Nine Sutra, and her temperament was subconsciously changing. Zhui nodded. Village chief, my husband said that the bounty will be divided in half to repay you for your help over the years. And this corpse, you will deliver it yourself. How can this be a good thing? The village chief refused in a hurry. This was a big credit. By the way, he said that his brother is the 3rd leader of Wolfsbane Mountain. Is there any problem? Zhui wondered. The village chief's expression changed. 3rd master? No good. The gang from Wolf-Tooth Mountain can't be messed with. It's the governor of Su Yuanfu who can't do anything about it. If it's found out that it's us who killed the 3rd boss's brother, I'm afraid that all of Castle Peak Village will be in trouble. That's serious? That bandit just keeps putting it away without getting rid of it? Yunji's face showed anger. There's no way. That Wolf-Tooth Mountain bandit does have some skills. Hey, this person is dead. I think this bounty or don't collect. Find a place to bury it. The village chief was a human savant and knew that this couldn't be spread. Not even the village people can talk about it. Zhu and Yunji looked at each other and decided to go back and discuss with her husband. When Jiang Ming learned of this, he also felt that the village chief had a point, so he simply made a big deal out of it. Early the next morning, everyone in the village remained sad, because no one can sleep peacefully until the murderer is caught. The village chief still arranged for people to patrol as usual, also not wanting to reveal his footsteps and be suspected. And Jiang Ming was busy. Zhui and Yunji rode out from time to time, mainly to supervise the work to see how the house was progressing. Originally, Jiang Ming wanted Zhui and the others to supervise the work, but they went to supervise the progress of martial arts training and it slowed down, so he himself had no choice but to ride over and supervise the work. While on the road, Jiang Ming found a field and buried the scimitar of that 3rd leader's brother. The weapon is also marked on it, making it easily recognizable. The next day, Jiang Ming asked Yunji to supervise the work. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th day, he kept letting Yunji go. Yunji was furious. Why do you keep letting me go? I need to rest. Shuyi needs to cook. Who else can mobilize but you? Can't you be more diligent? Yunji directly put her leg over Jiang Ming. Can't you see? I'm an innate lay-flat saint body. There's no way to move. This is my life. Jiang Ming spread his hands out. Swing value +1. Finally it's 10 o'clock and time to move on to the raffle. Raffle. Congratulations on winning the 100th younger soldier. The Yang army? That's an ace army. That's great. Jiang Ming was overjoyed in his heart. A token appeared in his system backpack. As long as it was pinched, these 100 young family soldiers would appear. Fine. Count on it. Oomph. Although Yunji was angry, she still bore it silently. The day after that, Shuyi would also occasionally go to supervise the work. On a high mountain more than 60 miles away from the outside of Castle Peak Village, the walls of a courtyard were gradually being built. The foundations of several buildings are also being started. And outside the courtyard, large flat areas have been set aside for farming. Even the water source is connected to an underground well. Husband, I went to see it today. It will probably be finished and ready to move in another month. Zhui was also full of joy, finally having a good place to live. It's a bit remote, but I'm happy with Kong Ming every day and every night. Time is running out. A month passed quickly. Half a month ago, Jiang Ming had already broken through the 4th layer of the flesh body realm, the rigid and flexible realm. At this realm there is a certain ability to lift heavy weights, and can even be 4 or 2,000 pounds, no matter where it is considered a master. But the good times don't last long. The day before Kong Ming was ready to move, in the distance a large group of horse bandits ferociously rushed over. It's over. the bandits are coming. Someone inside the village shouted in horror. Don't panic, although our Green Mountain village is small, but at least it's a village in the case of Great Joe. If they make a move against us, they won't be able to eat it. The village chief shouted to stabilize the people. He knew that these people must be from Wolfsbane Mountain, and the person at the head might be the third leader. Rumble. Nearly more than 30 horses, parked at the entrance of Castle Peak Village. The head of the man is a bald head, with a big knife on his waist, fierce and vicious. He swept his gaze across Castle Peak Village and blurted out, I have a brother who disappeared near your village 2 months ago. Have any of you seen him? This master. I don't know which one your brother is. We are here in Castle Peak Village. This is the paperwork approved by Great Joe. The village chief was very old-fashioned, and had long since taken out the Great Joe's approved paperwork. After that third master saw the paperwork, he really looked stagnant, not as arrogant as before. After all, exterminating this kind of village itself is a big trouble. Those wild villages kill it. My brother, the one who exterminated the landlord's family in the county before. Have any of you seen him? The third patriarch swept over the people of Castle Peak Village, his gaze bloodthirsty, looking at the people's hearts trembling with fear. The people in the village had long been frightened by the ferocious power emanating from these horseback bandits, and for a while they were all talking gibberish. He turned out to be the murderer's brother. Then isn't this person the one who killed Zhao Tai's family? But after this person killed someone, he never appeared again. Bang! The third lord leapt down and directly grabbed the person who spoke in the party. You said my brother went into your village and killed someone? So fast. This person is at least at the 4th level of the flesh-body realm. This Wolfsbane Mountain's third leader is this strong. Then how strong is the second leader's big leader? The village chief was secretly shocked. Yes, master, but there's no trace of the killers. The raptured man was scared out of his wits. Oh, let everyone in your village come out. The third leader turned his head to the village chief and bellowed. Chapter 17, The Young Family Army. This master, all of us from the village are here. The village chief swept over all the villagers with a hint of warning, not allowing anyone to speak, because Kong Ming isn't here. The village chief knew that whether or not this third leader knew that Jiang Ming and the others had killed his brother, as long as they saw the woman in Jiang Ming's house, there must be nothing good about it. Someone in the village had wanted to say that Jiang Ming wasn't there. After all, people are popular and jealousy is the biggest vice of most people. Good thing they all castrated their words when they met the village chief's stern gaze. The third leader said in a deep voice, Is that so? Could I still be faking? I just went to the county office yesterday, and I even made a special trip over there when Su Yuanfu's Wu Dudu just came to the county to specifically count all the taxes in the county. The village chief said without fear. When the third leader heard the words Wu Du head, he immediately looked aghast, obviously very jealous of this person. So without further ado, he began to observe the villagers, but with his eyesight, he didn't find anyone with any force. It's all malnourished hombres and women. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, There's still someone who hasn't come. It's Jiang Ming. His daughter-in-law is so powerful, she can cut Zhao Tai to death with one slash. The crowd suddenly looked over in unison, and the person shouting was actually Jiang Ming's uncle, Jiang Yukai. The village chief's eyes were filled with anger. Jiang Yukai, are you confused? Oh, what am I confused about? That Zhu Yi is so powerful. A knife a person. You guys are not afraid. I'm afraid. She is in there, did not come out. This master, if you do not know the location, I will take you to see. Jiang Yukai said with a maniacal look. He had gone crazy with jealousy. What gave Jiang Ming the right to live such a good life? Moreover, he had followed Jiang Ming in the past few days, and knowing that the other party was building a house, the jealousy in his heart became even stronger. Beauty, wealth, status, why should he, the invalid, have it, while he can only face the tigress at home? Why? Oh, looks like what you said is true. Village chief, it's not good to lie to people. The third leader walked over and lifted Jiang Yukai with one hand. Lead the way. The village chief blocked in front of the third leader. Third leader, I know that our village can't hold you back, but if you trespass here, I will definitely fight for my life. Today is still the time when Wu Daodu is in the county. When that time comes, Wu Daodu knows about your behavior, and you dare to make a mess when he's out on his patrols. I'm sure that he'll definitely go to your Wulongtooth Mountain and take a stroll. But what about my brother's death? The third leader waved his hand. The long knife in his hand slashed out, and a boulder on the side was directly cut in two by him. It exploded directly into pieces with a bang. The scene sent a shiver down the spine of the crowd. Isn't your brother's strength clear to himself? How could he die at the hands of a weak woman? The village chief still had the intention to stop him, but the third leader's knife was already being raised slowly. Both sides were gaining the game, and the third leader was worried about Wu Du, who had been internally torn. Right here and now, a refreshing voice came from the back of the crowd. Village chief, someone is looking for me? Jiang Ming, why are you here? The village chief turned around violently and saw Jiang Ming and the two Zhu Yi and Yun Ji who had painted their faces beyond recognition. You people are here. Why can't I come and watch the fun? Jiang Ming walked into the crowd with his two daughters. He didn't want the village chief to die because of himself. That third leader could tell at a glance that Zhu Yi and Yun Ji were practitioners. But this strength and temperament, it was not at all like the one that could kill his own brother. Ah, you are Jiang Ming? I've heard that your mother is very capable of hacking people. Did you guys hack a man of the third flesh layer to death before? This man is 7.5 feet tall and has a scar on his face. Have you seen it? The third leader asked with a gaze. He looked at the three with a deadly gaze. The village chief's palms were also pinched with sweat, and the other 30-odd horse bandits also placed their hands on their swords. Each one was incredibly fierce and ready to kill. The scene put the entire village on edge. Yes, my mother is able to cut people. My mother defeated a cultivator who can fly in the sky a few days ago. That person can fly with a sword. He can even pinch and strike a mountain of flames. It's very powerful, and was still cut to death by my mother. Jiang Ming gestured as soon as the owner of the building, Zhu Yi, said, "Isn't that right, ma'am?" Zhu Yi nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, that person is called something like Mei Chaofeng. The third leader's face twitched as he listened. This family was an oddity, a bit of force but not much brains by the looks of it, and the woman had a small belly and was out of shape, and the women on the side, while nice, all had dirty faces and stank a bit. How could his own brother look at them, much less be killed by them? Thinking that Wu Du was in the county, he still felt that it was better to do more than less, so with a big wave of his hand, "Rip!" As the horse bandits left, the people in the village breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed in a hurry. Jiang Ming found Jiang Yukai, who was hiding in the crowd, and Xiao Ju lifted him up. "Take it away," Jiang Ming asked the village chief at the same time. "Village chief, does anyone know about my house recently? I guess only Jiang Yukai saw it, but no one else did." The village chief mused. Jiang Ming sighed. "Village chief, why don't you come with me? That third Dongjia is not stupid. In a moment he might react to the fact that we are playing him. This is only 2 days away from Wolf Tooth Mountain. By then he will know that Wu Du too didn't come to the county town, and he will surely come back again." The building was easy to defend and the Ginger House had 2 defense towers constructed. They just hadn't been loaded with the right weapons yet. "Nah, I'll stay here, so hurry up and just leave me alone." The village chief waved his hand. Jiang Ming was helpless. "When I got home, I saw Jiang Yukai lying on the ground and wailing. His limbs had been picked off by Zhu Yi. This kind of person who wants their lives. Zhu Yi Jiang Ming will not even be soft." I said, "Uncle, can't you live peacefully? Do you have to come to harm me? For what?" Jiang Ming sighed. "Jiang Ming, you're my relative. How dare you do this to me? Your parents will definitely not rest in peace in heaven." Jiang Yukai couldn't even speak clearly in pain. AI still can't recognize his own situation. "Zhu Yi, kill him." "Jiang Ming, you're crazy. You want to kill me?" Jiang Yukai roared in disbelief. "You know all about my new house, so if I don't kill you, will I wait for you to lead the way for the Wolfsbane Mountain people?" Jiang Ming said indifferently. "I won't, Ginger Ming, I'm your pro." Before Jiang Yukai could finish his words, he was killed by Xiao Zhu with a slap. "Depart without delay." The three of them didn't have anything of value except a rice cooker, so they just got on the carriage and left. There were people in the village who saw it but didn't dare say anything. This Jiang Ming is getting ahead. Looks like he's leaving Castle Peak Village in the future. Hey, how come this kid is suddenly rich and powerful all of a sudden? The village has been talking about it for a while. It wasn't until a long time had passed that anyone realized that Jiang Yukai had also disappeared. 80 miles outside the village of Castle Peak, on a high mountain, a wagon strains up the hill. There was a manor house on the mountain with a closed gate. When Jiang Ming's trio arrived at the door, it was already sunset time. "Jiang Ming, that third patriarch I reckon is not a good person. If he can't find you in Castle Peak Village, sooner or later he will also find you here. How are the three of us going to guard this place? We will still be bulldozed by then." Yun Ji worriedly said. Jiang Ming had wanted to spend money to hire some people to take care of the day-to-day, but it was difficult to control too many people, and he had too many secrets, so he let it go. "And you have the Yang family army yourself." Jiang Ming smiled without saying anything and silently crushed the Yang family army token. Shortly afterward, the sound of 10,000 horses galloping came from the foot of the mountain. "Who? Those bandits aren't coming after us now." Yunji's face turned pale, but the next second, only to see a row of neat and formal army. The head of a person riding a white horse, wearing white armor, holding a Yang family gun. The rest of the 99 riding a black steed, wearing armor, also holding a Yang family gun, mighty and fierce. Where is this army from? Could it be from a hostile country? Yunji was appalled in her heart, but these people, one after another, came forward and knelt down, kneeling at Jiang Ming, and the general at the head, who had an amazing aura, said respectfully, "See you." Lord, my lord? Yunji was shocked in her heart and violently turned back to look at Jiang Ming. Zhu on the side also similarly small heart thumping, knowing that her husband is not a mortal man. I did not expect such an exaggeration. Sitting on a small army? If this was known by Great Zhou, I'm afraid it would only be sentenced for rebellion. Chapter 18, Zhu learns to forge. Jiang Ming smiled without saying anything. He wished now that he was a loaded system, not a swinging system. Otherwise this would be an absolute pool full of pretentiousness. What's your name? Jiang Ming asked. Last General Yang Kai, the white-armored general said. Kong Ming viewed this person's configuration. Name, Yang Kai. Strength, flesh body 5th level. Loyalty, die hard. Get up, both of you, and get in here too. Jiang Ming waved his hand. Both Zhu Yi and Yunji numbly followed Jiang Ming inside. Jiang Ming, who the hell are you and why do you have all these people working for you? Do you know that something will happen to the private army? Yunji's eyes were wide open. This scene was the most unforgettable in her life. With an army like that, what bandits are you afraid of? Yunji loyalty plus 10. Yunji's loyalty 80%. It's true that pretending can increase a girl's favor. Jiang Ming was surprised in his heart. But still, he looked as normal. You don't need to ask much about that. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Go find a room of your choice. Favorite room? Yunji was suddenly a bit uncomfortable. After all, she had been sleeping with Jiang Ming for the past few days. Suddenly separating myself felt a bit disheartening. Seeing her silence, Jiang Ming said nothing more and walked into the manor with a smile but not a word. The estate is very new. Enough houses were built to accommodate more than 500 people, so it's perfectly adequate for the Yangs to live in. But the leader of the Yang family army said he didn't need to live in it. Lord, there are many trees outside. We can build our own shelter outside. Since you guys are used to this, make your own arrangements. By the way, there's nothing to do in the next few days. You guys help open up some fields. I'm planning to grow vegetables, with their own base, and with the Yangs for protection. Jiang Ming's next plan was to make money and develop. Make money to expand their manor. And most of all, more people also need to eat and consume. And they also need to take concubines. How can you keep having concubines without some financial resources? After all, you have to utilize the system to its fullest. But there's trouble again, as Kong finds himself in a bad position to swing for the fences, because everyone over here is too obedient. No one came to push him or educate him. It was the village chief who had sneaked over for a few days and was baffled when he saw what was going on here. Of course, the village chief didn't see the Yangs, or he didn't know what was going to happen. The efficiency of the Yang family army is very fast. 100 people. Their own residence is completed in a week. As for turning over the soil and plowing the field, 1 week to complete. Secondly, Jiang Ming arranged for a young family soldier to go to the county town to buy many fruits, seeds for crops. When the seed of the peach tree was planted in the soil, Jiang Ming dropped a drop of liquid from a small green bottle. In less than 2 days that piece of land had already begun to grow small saplings, and this scene looked at Jiang Ming also called out the magic. So the crops Jiang Ming was going to leave it to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi, you take this bottle, and wherever a new seed is planted in the future, you take a drop. Aha! Zhu Yi initially thought it was nothing, but when she realized that the fruits and vegetables and plants she had dripped on were all growing by leaps and bounds, she was also amazed. Is that an immortal weapon I'm holding? Could husband really be an immortal? And trust me so much. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi was touched in her heart. Zhu Yi's loyalty increased by 10%. Zhu Yi loyalty 150%, returned 15 times, and Zhu Yi's mysterious movements day and night aroused Yunji's curiosity. Sister Zhu, why have you been so secretive lately? It's a secret. I'll tell you if you get married to my husband. Marriage? Yunji blushed and surprisingly nodded. If he is willing, I am naturally willing, Yunji whispered. When Jiang Ming learns of Yunji's feelings, he organizes a wedding that night. The process is simple. Kong Ming was also happy. Yunji loyalty 100%, acquisition of skill cards, weapon forging, acquired martial arts, Tai Chi sword technique. I had agreed to rescue Zhu Yi, but I didn't expect to get myself involved. The third leader had searched the vicinity of Castle Peak Village for more than 20 days, searching all over the south side of Su Yuanfu. Still no sign of his brother before he went back. After returning to Wolfsbane, his mind was puzzled. A bald man walked up to him and inquired, "Third brother, your brother still hasn't been found?" "Well, Second Lord, that Wu Duda came to the county, and I can't afford to go on a killing spree, resulting in many villages not going in for a strong search. Capital Wu? Didn't he leave yesterday? Chapter County's taxes have only just been reported." The third leader got up violently. "What did you say? Wu Duda just set off. Asshole, that Green Mountain village chief lied to me." "Brothers, set off. My brother must have had a problem there." Suddenly, he thought of the one named Jiang Ming from Castle Peak Village. His two wives were both martial artists, and he had seen him as a mortal. There must be something wrong with this person. Maybe he's a master. Second master, accompany me. I suspect there are still experts. A master? Are there any in these villages that you can't handle? The second leader, a one-eyed dragon, laughed harshly. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and go. Don't wait for Wu Duta to really come. The third leader urged. This time, he gathered more than 100 brothers and ran directly to Castle Peak Village with ferocious might. In the meantime, in some pawn store in Chapter County, that pawn store owner looked at the treasures he had recently collected. Suddenly he saw a golden hairpin that was sold to him by Yunji. He held it in his hand and muttered, the owner of this treasure is unknown. He should not be a local. Maybe he won't come in the future. Another auction was held recently in the Su Yuan house, so why not auction this off and sell it for a good price? Because this pawnshop is signing up for the right to dispose of the items as they see fit. There is no breach of contract. Lord, a total of 300 acres of fields have been opened up for planting crops. Do we need to continue? Yang Kai reported. First this, do not open up too much for the time being. Wait a few days after all these fruit crops are ripe, go to Chapter County to talk about the price. And so on after the business dealings to do familiar. Expand the production to go to Su Yuanfu to talk about the price. Yes, Lord. Jiang Ming stood on the third floor of the attic, looking at the fields outside the manor, planted with apples, peaches, wheat, corn, all of which were crops with a longer shelf life and suitable for long-term transportation. I've been able to harvest a large batch of ripened products all month long, and Zhui gave me an estimate of 500 taels of silver for a yield of 300 mu, which is already pretty good. Jiang Ming was satisfied that the first batch of plants were about to mature. Behind her, Yunji had already put on fine damaskin silk, and her hair was coiled up high, just like a woman dressed as a woman. Husband, Yunji was shy. Yesterday was their first cave-in. You're here. From now on, I'll leave the tending of this field to you. Jiang Ming touched Yunji's head. What about Sister Zhu? She's gone to be in charge of weapon forging, and we just happen to be short of some handy weapons, don't we? Casting? Sister Zhu knows this? Yunji said in shock, an exaggerated expression appearing on her face. Zhu Yi's soft physique, with a face that I can see, thinking of her holding a sledgehammer and then starting to thunder and clang at a pile of iron. It's strange to think of that scene. Chapter 19, 2 tons a month. Jiang Ming had already implanted the weapon forging card into Zhu Yi's body. Zhu Yi woke up one night and didn't know that she was a weapon forging master anymore. With the acquisition of the weapon forge, her power had been increased drastically. If we still look at her as a woman of the second flesh layer now, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Husband, it seems like I came at a bad time. Zhu Yi appeared at the corner of the attic end. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yunji and Jiang Ming being intimate together. No, you came at the right time. Jiang Ming reached out, signaling Zhu Yi to lean into his arms. After a while, Jiang Ming took out a secret book of Taiji sword technique. This is a profound sword technique. It can overcome hardness with softness, and its rigidity is unparalleled. If cultivated to perfection, it can form a sword chi and cut down enemies 10 meters away. Jiang Ming had already looked over the Taiji sword technique. Martial arts levels, minor, major, perfect, so powerful. Both women revealed incredible looks. Zhu Yi is a martial arts prodigy who comprehends quickly and knows how to practice after reading it once. Although Yunji was not a martial arts prodigy, she was also from a remarkable background, and after reading it a few times, she had pretty much figured it out. Xiao Zhu, I've asked Yang Kai to go to Chang County to purchase forging equipment and make a forging room, so when the fine iron for the forge arrives this afternoon, go try it out. Me? Zhu Yi still didn't know that she would forge, a pair of big eyes blinking, her little finger pointing at herself, her face full of doubts. Jiang Ming smiled without explaining. Until the afternoon, Yang Kai, who had taken off his armor, and a few young family members, rode back from Zhang County. They had many more materials for forging in their hands. Currently, the forging of mortal soldiers was still mainly based on steel. As for better materials, one would need to go on a special search. Jiang Ming didn't intend to produce any particularly powerful divine weapons right now, so he first asked Zhu Yi to build a few weapons that the three of them could take advantage of. The moment Zhu Yi gripped the hammer, she suddenly felt like she was born to be a master forger, and countless forging methods unconsciously surfaced in her mind. The fire, the temperature, the water temperature, the iron, the choice of materials, and the combination, and so on unconsciously come to mind. Zhu Yi looked at her husband in horror. She knew that all of this must be from him. Husband, Zhu Yi's loyalty plus 10%. Zhu Yi's loyalty 160%. Well, try it. It just so happens that you guys need to practice your Taiji sword technique. So let's build 3 swords first. Well, husband, I feel very skillful now. If it's an ordinary forging master, such as Zhao Tai's kind of low level, I'm afraid that it will take more than half a month to succeed. The powerful ones will take 10 days, and master level will take a week. And me, I estimate that I can build a divine soldier out in 2 days. Oh, little Chu, then what level are you at now? Great Joe's forging master grading is very simple. Is the apprentice? Master, 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 master known. Master, master, master above. Are generally addressed as the Divine Warrior Division. I now feel at my level in the Divine Warrior Division. This is the limit of our mortals can build weapons. Juyi's eyes flashed with excitement. A look unique to a super forger. Husband, I'll get busy first. It just so happens that I'm also pregnant, and we can't share a bed, so you can toss Yunji's sister around a bit more these days. Juyi could no longer resist trying to build it, and pushed Jiang Ming out. The door closed with a framed bang. This girl, when there's something fun to do, she directly forgets about her husband. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. Inside the courtyard, Yunji was wielding the Taiji sword technique. Shuyi is forging. The Yangs are guarding the estate. Jiang Ming felt like he had some nothing to do. You can't live in peace. You still need to find a few more ladies. And these fruit crops are almost ripe, so you can go to the county office and talk about trading. Jiang Ming came to the farm outside the manor, where there were already a few peach trees and plum trees ripening. These were the first to be planted. Jiang Ming took one and put it in his mouth. Sweet and savory, dry and crisp. The quality of the fruit was much higher than most of the fruit in the county, and under the catalyst of the little green bottles, the growth of the fruit on all these trees was very even, and there was no case of one unripe and one ripe that was on the verge of rotting. Not bad. According to the market price, 10 a caddy. I estimate that I will sell only more than 500 taels of this quality of fruit in a month. Jiang Ming took with him a large bag of fruits, as well as some of the wheat and corn that had ripened, and called out to Yang Kai, the leader of the Yang family army, and together they rode to Zhang County, planning to approach the stores or grocery stores to talk about selling them. Just let Yang Kai go for this kind of thing. He could just lie flat in the house. But how do you add to the population without getting out there? Early the next morning, Jiang Ming had arrived at the entrance to Zhang County. After dismounting, the horses were left at the management office at the city gates, which was the equivalent of a place like a parking space, with a charge of 1 penny for an hour's parking. The money is given to the county office. Let's go to Sung Shilang first. Jiang Ming first went to the county office. This kind of big business matters. No one in the county office has a guarantee. He went over to the fear that no one cares about him, and his arrival will hit some people. So finding a local groundhog as a safeguard is the best option. Brother Song, here to trouble you again. Jiang Ming had a self-satisfied smile on his face. Where? I'm afraid you don't bother me. Last time I said to go to the elegant building to dash a little. This is not today to go? Song Shilang was still thinking about this matter. Seeing that Jiang Ming was followed by a man with a stocky figure, sword brows and starry eyes, and an aggressive and heroic demeanor, Song Shilang was puzzled and said, Brother Jiang, who is he? Oh, he's a relative of mine. Good hands, come to do some business with me. Jiang Ming introduced each other. Song Shilang followed experts like the magistrate every day, so he was sensitive to the aura of experts. This Yang Kai obviously gave him a stronger feeling than the county magistrate, and in his heart, he was a little curious about Jiang Ming's origin. Wasn't he just a small villager from Castle Peak Village who suddenly went berserk? How come there's such an expert staying by his side? Brother Yang, amazing strength. You two don't know what kind of business you want to do. Brother Song, I'm currently doing fruit, wheat, corn, potatoes and other fruits plus crops, and I have a large amount of output every month, so I'd like to sell directly to the merchants in Zhang County. A lot? How much is it? Song Shilang raised his eyebrows, already thinking about how much oil he could rake in this time. Expect over 2 tons. 2 tons? Sung Shilang exclaimed. 2 tons in your quarter is indeed considered a large amount. No, I'm 2 tons a month. Jiang Ming corrected. Song Shilang's expression stared. Brother Jiang, are you sure you're not joking? If you're 2 tons a month, then you'll have to eat at least half of the market in this Zhang County. And where will the villagers from the other surrounding villages go to sell it? Brother Song, aren't there any shortages in Zhang County today? Like those crops, fruits, that people can't eat? Jiang Ming frowned. Obviously the county office won't let him have a monopoly either, or else a whole lot of people will starve to death. Yes there is, but you're already overstocked when you add in the quantity. There's already more supply than demand. Once Jiang Ming heard this, he knew that this situation would cause the local economy to collapse, and it seemed that he could only sell some in Zhang County and sell the rest to other counties. Song Shilang said, what is the quality of your product? Jiang Ming took out an apple, and after Song Shilang tasted it, his eyes lit up. This one is good. The quality of this one of yours is better than any other fruits currently available in Zhang County. Let me see those wheat corn of yours. Song Shilang opened all of Jiang Ming's bags, and after probing them one by one, he revealed a look of great joy. Wait here, I'll go call the magistrate to come out. Brother Jiang, there's a great opportunity waiting for you. Song Shilang smiled wider than a chrysanthemum. Chapter 20 Selling to the Army. What? You're saying that Jiang Ming's fruit crops have reached the standards of the Great Zhou imperial family? The magistrate rose violently. Yes, that's absolutely right. He's very productive. 2 tons a month. 2 tons? Good, good, good. In this way, my Zhang County can finally raise some eyebrows. Magistrate Zhang Hai excitedly got up. Jiang Ming was taken directly by Song Shilang to the highest profile guest room in the county office. Governor Zhang Hai sat in the first place, full of smiles, and said gently, Jiang Ming, the piece of land you bought before, it should be okay. Recently the county was purchased by a mysterious person who purchased a large amount of rocks and timber to build a manor. I think that person is you. Jiang Ming said, the governor really knows what's going on. It's true that I built it. I'm not used to living in that Castle Peak village. I like a cleaner place. Good, good. I think you're also going to that place to develop crops. This brother behind you, to be a good fighter. I'm afraid he's already at the 5th level of flesh. The governor looked at Yang Kai with a grave expression. He was the county's #1 expert in the open, but he was still under a lot of pressure when facing Yang Kai. However, this pressure was also limited. So judging this person's strength at the 5th level of the physical body realm, Lord Governor's strength is also very strong. This brother of mine is a roughneck who knows nothing else but fighting and killing. How can he compare to Lord Governor who manages a party? Jiang Ming's horse's ass never broke. Hearing the governor also laughed. However, because of Yang Kai's appearance, it made the governor's attitude towards Jiang Ming change drastically. Now the status of the two sides is also considered gradually parallel up. The governor's attitude towards Jiang Ming is also more polite. This was why Song Shilang had directly informed the county magistrate that he didn't dare to embezzle, because Jiang Ming had an expert behind him that made him only dare to treat him sincerely. No matter where you are, strength is what counts. Fangkai Song Shilang has already told me about you. Your product has already reached the minimum standards of the Great Zhou imperial family and can be used for military purposes. I have a proposal. I don't know if you'll accept it. Military? Jiang Ming nodded his head and said, please tell me more. Mr. Magistrate, you can produce 2 tons a month. Put it in our county. It will starve many villagers who planted it. Why don't you just sell it directly to the army of Great Zhou? Nowadays the north is in war year after year. The generals need good food to supplement their food. And good military food can bring good atmosphere and morale to the army as well. But the consumption of the army can be so much more than that of my county. And the front line moves 1,000,000 troops, each of whom is a sturdy man. And a man's meal is worth 3 or 5. And the price will not be less for you. So what do you think? After hearing this, Jiang Ming thought that this program was feasible. But he was worried about the problem of the return payment. So he asked, then when can the payment arrive after the sale? Pay with one hand and deliver with the other. How much you sell on that day, the military will give how much. Of course, these 2 tons of yours are actually nothing. It would be good if you could follow more. Most of the vegetables and fruits on the front line are not very good today. The magistrate sighed. Oh, magistrate, you still say that this is the minimum standard for the royal family, and that this level is not enough? Do you think this kind of fruits and vegetables are good to produce? It requires strict soil weather, and most importantly, the caliber of the grower. The fact that you can grow these shows that you should have 2 brushes, and with 1 production a month. I'd be tempted to go and see your farm. The governor was genuinely curious. Jiang Ming naturally didn't want to be seen with his secret and didn't answer positively, but he understood why the army was so scarce. He was worried at first about the output, but now it looks like he can grow large quantities and not even worry about sales. It was estimated that in addition to food, there would be a shortage of weapons for the Great Zhou army, but now it seemed that just 1 small green bottle could feed Jiang Ming's family, and even if there were more people, they would still be able to feed them. Magistrate, what is that high standard of royalty? High standard? That's not what we mortals can eat on. I heard that the state master of the Great Zhou has the power of God and ghosts. Those high standard fruit crops are transported from some mysterious places. Those food you eat, even if you don't practice martial arts, diary tired month down, one can also smoothly enter the first layer of flesh, or even higher. The magistrate said with a sense of longing. That wouldn't be immortal food, would it? So could the state master be an immortal? Jiang Ming asked, pretending not to understand. He was already convinced in his heart that there must be an expert beyond the physical body realm within the Great Zhou imperial family. It seems that this world really isn't as simple as he thought. It still needs to be meticulously whether it's an immortal or not I don't know, but that kind of existence is beyond my comprehension and beyond our reach, so don't think too much about it. The magistrate continued. Jiang Ming, if you agree, in 10 days' time, Su Yuanfu's Wu Dudu will come to our county. He also has a military background, and can make the decision to pull the strings for you. So if it's not a problem, you'll come over here. Then I'll trouble the magistrate. No trouble, no trouble. It's getting late. Stay for a casual dinner. the governor didn't put on airs. Rather, they are interested in befriending Jiang Ming. Song Lang on the side has already looked at the back of the cold, and in his heart there is some regret that he should not go to embezzle a few dozen taels of rebates from Jiang Ming. By the time the sun sets, both Jiang Ming and Yang Kai were on the table, and during the mealtime, Jiang Hai had been asking Yang Kai about his origins. The Yang family? Rather, I've never heard of it. The magistrate was puzzled. From a small, nameless village only. Mr. Magistrate, I'll drink to you. Jiang Ming was familiar with the culture of the drinking table. Jiang Ming, you have outstanding abilities. Why don't you come and work at our county office? And seeing as you talk well, maybe you can go for a meritocracy. Magistrate, I'm used to being lazy as I like to be. I'm not used to doing these. Swing value +1. Jiang Ming, what are you afraid of with my guarantee? A man has to break into the world, and this young brother of yours, I see, has a military temperament. It's a pity that he doesn't go to be a general. AI. It's a pity that my two brothers really don't have any great ambitions. Just planting seeds and earning some pocket money would be good. Jiang Ming had a look of no ambition, and the magistrate was speechless when he looked at him. Pendulum value +1. Alright, people have their own aspirations. I won't make it difficult for you. The magistrate shook his head, originally thinking that Jiang Ming had potential, but now he seemed to have overthought it. After a meal, a few people had gotten much closer. Song Lang personally escorted Jiang Ming out the door. Brother Jiang, how about I treat you to Yalla tonight? Brother Song, it's getting late. If I go to play, I have to go back tomorrow? My mother is waiting impatiently. Jiang Ming couldn't help it. Brother Jiang, the main reason is that I heard just now that you also have the intention of taking a concubine. You like that kind. It's fine for me to introduce you to one. Song Lang intended to ease the relationship between the two. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he replied. First, be innocent. Second, good looking, good figure, not big and thick. And second, nothing more. There are plenty of clean ones. What grade do the good looking ones want? Sun Lang said subconsciously. This innocence was a lot, causing Jiang Ming to freeze and listen a bit uncomfortable. This is a request that, if it were in the old days, would have just been spit out by everyone. And it's the most common thing here. I don't have any good standards, such as the flower girl level? Jiang Ming subconsciously said. Chapter 21, Kill. Sun Lang froze. A flower girl? That's a bit much for you to ask. He's heartbroken about the money, but thinking of this Jiang Ming's mysteriousness and his growing power, he still gritted his teeth and said, alright, the flower girl of this elegant building, no matter how expensive it is tonight, I'll wrap it up for you. Jiang Ming was surprised. Brother Song, why are you so polite? How does the flower girl of that elegant building compare to the flower girl of the drunken immortal building of the Su Yuan mansion? Drunken immortal house? That's a heaven and a hell. There's no way to compare. We're just a small county here. Forget it then. Jiang Ming revealed a disappointed look. It wasn't that he was demanding. It was the system that was demanding. Song Lang was also shocked when he heard, you cannot even look at the flower girl. You want a famous lady. Brother Jiang, you're asking too much. If you need that drunken immortal house flower girl that level, we only have one in this county. Oh, who is it? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He did have too few people now. A table of mahjong was not enough to continue to take concubines. You'd better not think about this one. It's the young lady of Mr. Wang's family. Their family has high requirements. Non-high-ranking officials won't marry. Doesn't that require the son-in-law to be institutionalized? That Mr. Wang Jiang Ming has also heard of. Is the richest man in Zhang County. His family many martial arts disciples to protect him. He pays half of the taxes inside the county, and is very proud of it. Nowadays the only way to get a bit of power closer is by marrying your daughter. But high officials are not cuties, not so much as to collude with businessmen for the sake of beauty, and beauty is rare for Zhang County, but in Su Yuan Fu, or even the Imperial City, there is no shortage at all. Brother Jiang, the folk will also have many ordinary folk women with overly good looks, but they are all hard to spot. I'll help you look for them in the next few days, and when you come over next time, I'll arrange for you to get them on. What do you think? Then I'll be grateful to Brother Song. Song Lang sent Jiang Ming all the way to the city gates and watched them steer their horses away before rushing back to the county office without stopping. On the way home, Jiang Ming rode on the back of his horse with a cozy look on his face. When he felt the changes within his body, his strength was steadily increasing and his hands and limbs were heating up. He guessed that it was Zhu Yi or Yung Ji who were cultivating. Still too weak. Listening to that Song Long's words about the state master being able to kill a martial artist with a single slap, it's obvious that he's already surpassed the level of the physical realm. If I were to meet this kind of expert, everything I have would be reduced to nothing in an instant. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped. Lord, there's a large group of people 10 miles away. I estimate there's about 100 people. Yang Kai had the flesh body fifth layer realm, and when he reached the divine power realm, his perception would be a bit stronger as well. Jiang Ming sniffed and looked in the direction of Castle Peak Village. It's probably the bandits from Wolfsbane Mountain coming. Let's go back and gather the men before we go over. Jiang Ming knew what was at stake, and although both of them were experts, it was still difficult for them to fight against more than 100 well-trained bandits. After all, it was still the flesh realm, still a mortal body. When Jiang Ming had just spurred his horse and was about to turn around and escape, he saw a familiar brown horse in the dense forest, holding a person and rushing towards him. After seeing the person on the horse, Jiang Ming was shocked and immediately flew over. Mayor! At this moment, the village chief was covered in blood, only one breath hanging dying. Hurry up! Castle Peak Village is presumed to have been destroyed. Jiang Ming scooped up the village chief and placed him on the back of his own horse, kicking the horse's stomach and speeding up the pace of his return. Not long after they left, a large group of people rushed out behind them. At the head of the group were the third Dongji, who had a large sword at his waist, and the bald second Dongji. That village chief surprisingly didn't run towards the county town. Where is he going in this direction? The third leader looked at the footprints on the ground and wondered. Chase after him. Looking at the hoof prints at someone who has met him, at least 2 people, the second leader said in a deep voice. Chase, no matter who it is, kill them all. We exterminated Castle Peak Village. We must eliminate the roots and roots. Otherwise, if the county knows about it, it won't be easy for us. Wolfsbane Mountain. 1 hour later, Jiang Ming returned to the manor and bellowed. All prepare for battle. Boom! The 99 soldiers rolled onto their horses in unison and instantly formed up. Men, take him down for treatment. Yes, a young family general took away the village chief. Although these soldiers were not bone setters, but the battlefield was ever-changing. Some bandages and even bone setting and sterilization were known. As for whether the village chief can live or not depends on his destiny. But commotion at the door also attracted Zhu Yi and Yunji. Seeing the village chief covered in blood, they all guessed that something had happened. Husband, are the bandits from Wolf Tooth Mountain coming? Zhu Yi rushed out with an axe and Yunji followed suit. Jiang Ming nodded. Well, you guys go in first. They have more than 100 people. We have the same number of people here, but our quality is more elite. Don't worry. Jiang Ming was only thinking about how to minimize casualties. Husband, I'll fight together. I'm quite strong, Zhu Yi said stubbornly as she raised her axe. Yunji similarly tilted her head, her eyes firm, apparently also having the idea of fighting together. Jiang Ming looked stunned. He himself was still subconsciously protecting his wife and children, but he had also forgotten that his 2 ladies were not ordinary people, nodding at the thought that others in the family besides himself could pick up the slack in the future. Good, you guys have to be careful. Although this battle, we will definitely win. It's just a matter of how many casualties we'll suffer, but fear not, fear not. Husband, don't worry, I know in my heart, Zhu Yi said confidently. Now that he had also learned the Lingbo Wei steps that Jiang Ming had given her, his body skills were so superior that he could have a place in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. On the side, Yunji's flowing cloud step was perfected. Her body technique was robust, plus the strength of her cultivation had also increased a lot. Yang Kai walked up and arched his hand. Lord, they are going to catch up. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. We don't have archers. I suggest that the entrance to the manor is wide open, and when they rush halfway up the hill and can't get up and down, we'll directly charge down from the high slopes. In this way we can deter the enemy and kill them with full power. Worthy of being a Yang family army, the battle ideas are well organized. Then fight in your way. Yang Kai retreated inside the manor with the Yang family army, just hidden inside, and from the door, it was empty. Jiang Ming, Zhu Yi, and Yunji each rode on their own horses and quietly waited for the bandits to attack the mountain. After nearly an hour, there had been the rumbling of hoofbeats. I saw a group of men coming up the hill. The formation of this team was chaotic, but the momentum was fierce, pugnacious and bloodthirsty, and it looked like a group of ferocious lions. The second and third leaders in charge saw an additional manor on the mountain, and the outside was empty. There's no one on the watchtower either. The second lord waved his hand to signal the crowd to stop. Third master, was there anyone here before? The third leader shook his head and said, no, looking at the brand new stone and timber, I reckon it's a new construction. Then the village chief should have been rescued by this family. Second leader, what do you say? What do you mean? It's just an ordinary manor. Even if it's guarded, can it withstand more than 100 of us bandits? Kill, kill. The second lord drew his chopper and charged forward with his horse held high. More than 100 bandits followed behind them, and for a while the shouting and killing shook the sky and surged. Chapter 22, The Panicked Magistrate. Suddenly, the moment these horse bandits intended to use brute force to ram open the gate of this manor, that gate actually opened of its own accord. When the second lord saw this, the excitement in his eyes became even more intense. Boom! Right here and now. When that gate opens, inexplicably a neat line of cavalry appeared. They were extremely fast and instantly rushed over. All came to heel in the blink of an eye. The second and third lords' faces instantly changed drastically. Rip, rip, ambush, sh. When it was too late to back up at the moment, it was a sloping slope, with cliffs on both sides. It's no good retreating at all. These young family troops rushed over, as if they were a meat grinder. These horse bandits are no match at all. Their fierceness didn't help at all against a well-trained army. Everyone is fragile and vulnerable, striking at a stone with an egg. Second boss, you run. There's an army here, asshole. This must be Great Joe's cavalry. Third boss was in a rage, watching his brothers fall one by one. He hated it in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure behind the group of cavalry. Ginger Ming, it's you, the third leader roared. Nyangzi, follow me to execute the Lord Commander. Yang Kai, don't let that second lord run away without leaving a single one behind. Yes, Yang Kai immediately moved. Although they were both of the same rank, the strength of the two sides was not a level at all, and no matter whether it was equipment or physical literacy, they were worlds apart. Jiang Ming, you and I have no grudges. Why are you driving us to extinction? The third leader roared. Ridiculous, you've brought people to kill my family and there's still no injustice? Jiang Ming stopped hiding this time. Zhu Yi was at the second flesh layer. Yunji was only at the second layer, and Yang Kai was going to kill the second leader. The other horse bandits were also of uneven strength, and it was a waste of time for the Yang family army to kill them. This third master has only himself to deal with. Jiang Ming rode his warhorse and charged over. Boom! A strike of hypnotic palm directly killed a horse bandit in seconds, and then seized the long sword on the opponent. The action is flowing. Yunji and Zhu Yi, who were watching this scene behind them, could not help but glance at each other. Both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Husband is really an expert. Just now a strike of the heart catalyzing palm. It's all at the great achievement realm, and that means of lifting weights. Husband's strength is more than that. Zhu Yi and Yunji also surrounded them. This battle was meant to be a quick one. No delays. It was also with the mindset of annihilating all of these bandits. If he let one go and reported back to Wolfsbane Mountain, the big boss of Wolfsbane Mountain with hundreds of bandits pouring out, it would still be a big threat to the manor. Clang! Jiang Ming's long blade impacted on the third lord's blade. The third leader only felt that the other party's power was continuous, and there was also a feeling of coldness that, he's at the fourth level of the flesh body realm, how can he be on par with me? The third leader was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, Chuyi had ridden in for a flanking attack, looking for death. A mere second layer dares to fight me head-on. With extremely fast knife skills and sharp eyesight, the third leader instantly found Zhu Yi's shortcoming and stabbed into Zhu Yi's chest at an extreme angle. Out of your depth. Zhu Yi's axe came down on his head as well, but the third leader believed it was his own sword that would surely penetrate the woman's body first. But the sword seemed to have stabbed a steel plate. Not good. There's a divine armor. Knowing that he'd been duped, the third master quickly reversed his stance but it's still slow. Yunji and Jiang Ming's attacks came in unison. With a poof, the third leader had wounds of varying degrees on his neck, arms, and abdomen. Blood spurted down his lapel. The third leader covered his wounds and looked pale. This blow had seriously injured him. Rip! He yelled, but all that came to his ears were the miserable howls of his brothers, and the battlefield was lopsided. Jiang Ming, my big boss will definitely not let you go. The third boss knew he couldn't get away, rushing towards Yunji on the other side. He didn't believe that this woman still had her precious armor, but how would Jiang Ming let him get away with it? Directly leaping off his horse, his Lingbo Weibu flashed through the crowd, instantly closed in on the third leader, and cut off the head of the rest of the bandits were incredibly demoralized after seeing the third leader hacked to death. The one-sided battle was over quickly. After an incense burner, Yang Kai returned from the mountain with his head in his hands, covered in blood. My lord, this person is incredibly treacherous and has wasted a lot of time. Yang Kai apologized. No matter, just kill them, clean up all the corpses here, and any horses that aren't injured, take them back to continue breeding. Chapter County Hall. A man spread out and dressed in a fiery manner rushed toward the county magistrate's office. Mr. Governor, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Zhang Hai put down his book and frowned. Say, what's wrong? The constable panicked and said, the bandits from Wolf-Tooth Mountain came down the mountain and massacred Castle Peak Village, killing almost all of them. What? Snap. Zhang Hai slapped the table angrily and got up violently. Are these Wolfsbane Mountain bandits looking for death? Xinshan Village is a village in the case. They are really lawless. Immediately report to Su Yu and Fu. No, Capital Wu will be here in a few days, and when he arrives he'll personally lead the men to exterminate these bandits. The governor hated it. The village he was responsible for had been massacred. It affected him too much. Screw that and suspend those penalties, unless you can eliminate the bandits yourself. My lord, the bandits are not going back in their current whereabouts. They seem to be heading towards whichever new manor is being built. Governor Zhang Hai came down violently upon hearing this and grabbed the constable by the collar. Are you sure? Sure, 100% sure. That's what the scouts found. And they're probably over there by now. It's over. That's John's house. No, he's my savior. His military supplies can't be stopped. It's my political achievement. Even if I can't fight the bandits, if I can get a whole lot of military supplies to provide to the court, I can offset some of the chastisement. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Hai decided that he was going to save the day. Go gather everyone and go save them. Yes, my lord. Are you sure? The other party is a bandit from Wolfsbane Mountain. Definitely. This person must be saved, or else my future is lost. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, and in his heart, he was praying, Jiang Ming, don't die. 1 hour later, it was already dark and black. Jiang Ming's estate is peaceful. Suddenly, one of the Yangs stood on the watchtower and saw another group of men rushing below with torches. General, there's about 100 more people coming down the hill. They're still in pretty good formation. They're trained. Yang Kai hurriedly reported this matter to Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming arrived at the watchtower, the internal heart method of condensing the 9 true scripture converged in his eyes. Finally, in the night, I could see the leading man, the magistrate. Why is he here? Everyone hide, no exposure. Jiang Ming shouted lowly. The Yangs are well trained and quickly turned into a group. Only Yang Kai was still standing beside him. When Zhang Hai, with a large group of people came over, he just smelled some blood in the air. Besides, any movement in this area was not heard. Since it was night, the blood on the floor was not visible. The front of the estate looked peaceful. It can't be true that they're all dead. Zhang Hai's heart sank. He subconsciously stopped and signaled everyone to keep their distance from the manor in front of them, which he guessed might be occupied by bandits. Just when he was tense and his heart was heavy, a familiar voice came from above. Lord Governor, you came over to visit me at night. Just knock directly on the door. Why be so careful? Jiang Ming stood on the watchtower and greeted. His face was hidden in the dim night light. Chapter 23, Purple Star Axe. Jiang Yi Sword. Elder Brother Jiang? Zhang Hai exclaimed. Hula! A torch was lit. Most of the people Zhang Hai brought returned the same way. He himself was invited inside the manor by Jiang Ming. Along the way, he sighed repeatedly and looked a little dazed. I only heard him say, I really thought of all the results before I came, but the only thing I didn't expect was that you weren't in any trouble at all. Where are those horse bandits? I heard that their third leader brought more than 100 people here. Horse bandits? What horse bandits? Just now a bunch of wolves appeared here. I killed them only. So the smell of blood is strong here. Jiang Ming fought to the death to admit that more than 100 horse bandits were killed by them and would not be rewarded but instead would be investigated. And they were so relaxed. Not a single injury on their bodies. And the manor was peaceful, which looked like they had fought a war. This condition is easily associated with more people than horse bandits. Elder Brother Jiang, you're joking again. Your brother Yang Kai looks like he's from a military background. Do I know if there are wolves on this mountain? Just say what you have. I won't mind. Zhang Hai had a big grin on his face, but after stepping into the manor, a pair of his keen eyes swept around, intent on checking out what was special about the place. He was now very skeptical that Jiang Ming had already killed all those 100 or so bandits, but there's no proof now. Reason told him that Jiang Ming didn't have this possibility, but it felt like something incredible must have happened here just now. Lord Magistrate, don't make things difficult for me. I really just killed a lot of wolves. What virtue can I have to kill other people's bandits from Wolf's Tooth Mountain? More than 100 other bandits can go and storm the county town. My little raggedy temple. Wouldn't it have been bulldozed long ago? Jiang Ming spread his hands helplessly. Lord Magistrate, please have some tea. Shu Yi walked over. At this moment, she had a soft face, and her walking posture was also very soft, the opposite of the ferocious appearance of the party that held up the axe and killed. Now Zhu Yi in her own home, naturally well dressed, had also brought some embellishments. The woman's beauty, developed to the extreme. Elder Brother Jiang, the appearance of your lady. I'm afraid that the flower girl of that drunken immortal mansion can't even compare to her. Your Honor, the magistrate is joking. This inner woman of mine is just an ordinary folk woman. Who could ever be compared to that famous flower? Jiang Ming waved his hand signaling that Zhu Yi could go down. Elder Brother Jiang is polite. I see that you have built this house that even I am craving for, but this horse bandit is indeed coming towards you. You really haven't met it? Zhang Hai said suspiciously. He sat on the chair, his eyes staring at Jiang Ming without moving away. Jiang Ming laughed and said helplessly, I really didn't see it. If I had really encountered it, this manor of mine would have been gone long ago. Zhang Hai was silent, always feeling strange, but couldn't tell. In that case, I'm relieved to see that you're safe. I'll leave after this cup of tea. Zhang Hai drank a large mouthful of tea, pursed his lips, and sighed in admiration. Well, not bad. This tea of yours is so sweet. He swore that this tea was 100 times better than the tea he drank the last time he attended a certain lord's banquet at the Suyuan mansion. It's all grown at home. Your honor can take some if you like, Jiang Ming said. Ha ha, then thanks to elder brother Jiang. Zhang Hai sniffed and no longer dwelled on the matter of the horse bandits, and his mood brightened up. Zhang Hai got up and was ready to leave when he suddenly thought of something and continued. Wu Du too will be here soon. Old brother Jiang, I really have to rely on you this time. Brother Jiang, please speak clearly, Jiang Ming said with a straight face, and he knew in his heart what the reason was. Your former village, Castle Peak Village, was massacred by the horse bandits of Wolf Tooth Mountain. I still hope that this matter will not be too sad, Zhang Hai slowly said with a comforting look. Kong Ming also tried to act sad, but he really couldn't be sad. A mute face looked at Zhang Hai. Swing value +1. To him, everyone in the village is dispensable except the village chief. Zhang Hai saw that Jiang Ming's expression didn't change at all, and helplessly said, well, Jiang old brother, it seems that you don't have much affection for your village, so I'll be straight with you. The massacre of the villages under my jurisdiction will have an impact on my performance. I may have to be suspended or even imprisoned. So this time, I hope you can provide more military rations. The more the better. Only then can I offset my faults. How much would it take to do that? I'm limited in my ability to do much. The more the better. If we can get to 10 tons. Oh no. 3 tons per month will do. Zhang Hai stretched out his palm and opened his 5 fingers. This I'll do my best. I'll turn around and contact brother Yang's family. Good. Then I'll trouble elder brother Jiang. By the way, where is brother Yang from? Northern Song people. Northern Song? There's this place? After Zhang Hai left, it took a while for the estate to completely calm down. Jiang Ming was lying inside the courtyard, looking at the bright stars in the night sky. Clanking and clanking sounds came from the next room. It was Zhu Yi beating iron. In front of him was Yunji practicing the Taiji sword technique. Yunji's Tai Chi sword technique, Tenfold return. Host's Tai Chi sword technique is accomplished. Yunji's sword Dao talent is good. This Taiji sword technique is so unpredictable that it has become a great success in just a few days. Jiang Ming was greatly surprised. Husband, you come and practice sword with me. I'm so bored alone. Yunji shouted as she struck a sword dance pose. Don't come. Say it's sword practice, but in reality, you just want me to make a sword. I'll be happy if you cultivate well. Jiang Ming decisively refused. This Yunji had become somewhat addicted, thinking of ways to flirt with him. Swing value +1. Humph. Husband, if you don't accompany me to practice with the sword, I won't sleep with you at night. Yunji snorted coldly. If you don't sleep, you don't sleep. It's fine for me to lie alone in the courtyard and look at the moon. Jiang Ming closed both eyes and simply stopped talking. Swing value +1. You lazy husband. Jiang Ming only felt something close to him. Then a fragrant breeze and softness wrapped itself around him. He closed his eyes and didn't move. Swing value +1. Swing value +1. +1 dash. Early the next morning, Zhu Yi's hammer cut out countless residual shadows in her hand as she struck faster and faster. A divine weapon in front of him was about to come out. The smaller frame held a hammer larger than his head, but it seemed weightless in her hands. Dazzled by her dance, the temperature inside the forge was extremely high, and Zhu Yi was sweating all over, wetting her thin long skirt. The dress clung tightly to her perfect body without a single blemish. Snow-white skin showed through the dampened bodice. Due to the heat and fire of the forged stone, it illuminated her skin white and red. There, Zhu Yi didn't care how seductive she looked at the moment. Instead, he raised the sledgehammer in his hand and with a one-handed pick, threw the soon-to-be-formed sword into the cooling pool. Finished, my first sword. This sword will be named Zhang Yi, in honor of me and my husband, Zhu Yi muttered. In the meantime, Jiang Ming received a prompt there as well. Zhu Yi builds a top-notch soldier. 16 times return. Get the best yellow magic weapon. Purple star axe. Yellow rank? Treasure? Jiang Ming got up and took out the purple star axe from the system space. The axe was a meter long, with a crimson handle and a purple blade, with streams of light flickering on it, and it was extremely heavy. Jiang Ming felt unusually strained after holding it for a while. Is this a magic treasure? The magic treasure of those legendary immortals? Jiang Ming tried to swing it, but it was difficult to swing it, at all. System, what does extreme yellow rank mean? Currently, there are 4 grades of magic treasures, each of which is divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and very high grade. It's really precious. It's still a yellow order extreme magic treasure. This thing, if it can be activated, I'm afraid that an expert of the 10th layer of the flesh body can be killed by an axe chop. Thinking that the usual Zhu Yi had always used an axe to chop people up, this magic weapon was definitely suitable for her. Jiang Ming carried his axe and approached Zhu Yi with an excited look on his face. Zhu Yi also ran towards Jiang Ming's place with an excited look on her face as she held her sword. Chapter 24, Love the People as a Son. Wu Du Tu, tough general and god of killers. Xiao Zhui, little Chu, an axe for you. Husband, our Jiang Yi Jian, one man with an axe, the other with a sword, met in the courtyard and gave each other precious gifts. It took a long time for Jiang Ming to explain this axe clearly. Husband, I'm really ashamed to receive such a precious item that you gave me. Zhui felt that it was too valuable and that she didn't deserve it. No matter, if I say it's yours, it's yours. Who else but you is fit to use such a good axe? And it'll be a bit sharper to chop people with it in the future. Zhui also felt that it made sense and nodded. It's also true that the axes I use are for chopping firewood, and they're not sharp at all for chopping people. Try to familiarize yourself with it. The current you is not strong enough. To move it is probably very difficult. You can only try to study it first. Jiang Ming looked at the 10 points of pendulum value he happened to have and simply tried to draw a treasure chest to try it out. Extracting bronze chest. Getting a dragon elephant fruit. Dragon elephant fruit. After eating it, you can gain the power of a dragon elephant. A dragon elephant has the power of 10,000 pounds. This is too suitable for Xiao Zhu. I am now in the 4th layer of the flesh, and only 800 pounds of strength, 10,000 pounds of strength. I'm afraid that within the 10 territories of the flesh, no one is her opponent. Hiss, in Jiang Ming's mind, suddenly appeared, dressed in a white dress, Xiao Zhu, looking miserable, as if her husband died in battle and she came to take revenge, holding an axe thicker than her arm in her hand. The proportions were highly disproportionate. Standing in the center of tens of thousands of enemies, holding the great axe high, a wave of the slender arm is hundreds of human life death. In the crowd of God blocking to kill Buddha, it's an inexplicably uplifting scene to think about. Xiao Zhu, you quickly eat her. Jiang Ming decisively took out the dragon elephant fruit. The fruit was white in color, and there was silver light flowing on it, so it was not a mundane thing at first glance. Husband, this is? Eat up and do as you're told. Zhui did not doubt that the purple star axe in her hand was indeed heavy, and it was difficult to swing it at all, much less against the enemy. When she opened her little cherry mouth and ate the dragon elephant fruit, it felt like a strong blood chi was going to rise up in his body. Husband, I'm so hot, Xiao Zhu exclaimed. It's fine, just bear with it. Jiang Ming hugged Xiao Zhu and kneaded on her body to make her as comfortable as possible. Zhu Yi's face instantly turned red, resisting the urge to shout to the sky. She looked at Jiang Ming with charming eyes. She didn't realize for a moment that her power had become immense. As soon as he twisted Kong Ming's head, he kissed him directly. All the heat from his mouth was channeled to Kong Ming. Xiao Zhu, be gentle, my head is going to fall off. Jiang Ming unconsciously tensed his legs, his fists clenched and the heat went straight into his limbs. After a while, Zhu Yi's face only subsided. After parting, Zhu Yi was still a little bit in love. I feel so much more powerful. Zhu Yi tried picking up the purple star axe and swung it without the slightest discomfort, as if holding an ordinary axe. Husband, what is that fruit? I feel like I can break a mountain with one punch right now. That's the dragon elephant fruit. After eating it, you can increase your strength by 10,000 pounds. Nowadays, in the 10th layer of the flesh body realm, there should be no one with more strength than you, but you leaked a little bit of energy to me just now, and I've increased my strength by quite a bit now too. Jiang Ming took the purple star axe and tried his physical strength, estimating that he had added 1,000 pounds. Xiao Zhu added 9,000 pounds. Husband, then this sword? This sword, which I take, is our memorial. Shu Yi touched her stomach. I'm so looking forward to his birth. I'm also looking forward to the fact that in the future, we'll have super many children. Jiang Ming smiled. He was also anxious in his heart. The more children he had, the faster he could increase his strength. Husband, I've discovered that I enjoy forging. I'll keep going. Pay attention to more cultivation. At most, we'll be fine if we play 2 more. More than that, we won't be able to use it. Jiang Ming discouraged. The current Zhu Yi fought mortal soldiers and the rewards were yellow-ranked magic treasures. It was not as important as practicing more to improve her strength. Forging is fine for occasional builds. No need to get it every day. Ayo! Xiao Zhu spat out her tongue, although she didn't know why her husband liked to let herself cultivate, but she just did whatever her husband said. 3 days later, Zhang County, inside a bejeweled courtyard, a middle-aged man with a big belly patted his hairless head and said with hatred, I'm so smart. How did I give birth to such a stupid daughter like you? You don't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How can you be favored by the head of the Wudu? Father, I just don't like hemp. I want to practice martial arts. Wang Xinliang looked dissatisfied and slapped the guzheng in front of him. It was rattling around up there, making ear-splittingly garbled noises. She was wearing a blue dress. Her plain hair was draped on both sides. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and there was a dimple at the corner of her mouth, so she smiled beautifully. It's that this will be angry look is also beaming, giving an ethereal feeling. Aya, you don't play around. Hurry up and go change your clothes. Today I have spent a lot of money to make the governor agree to let me participate in the banquet. You give me a good performance. If you are seen by the head of the Wudu, then you can be taken by him to the Su Yuan house, and be seen by the son of the governor of the Lu. In this way, our Wang family is considered to be a real turnaround. Mr. Wang was dreaming with a smile on his face. Seeing that his daughter was still not moving, he hastened to urge her on. Humph, how annoying. I hate Dad, Wang Xinliang complained. She didn't understand why she had to make herself rush to marry someone she hadn't even seen before, and still try to find a way to attract people's attention. Chapter County Entrance. Today was very busy. Hundreds of government officials stood at the city gates just to greet a certain big shot. Wang Hai, the governor, also stood in the center with an apprehensive look on his face. Upon seeing one riding a steed galloping alone from a distance, his demeanor was immediately serious. All stand at attention and greet the martial capital. Da. A thick aura pressed over. One person is as surging as a million men. The head of the Wudu was clad in black armor, with a helmet covering his sides, revealing stern eyes, and thick lips. That a tanged sword was slung around his waist, placed in an out-of-body position at all times. Greetings, martial capital. The crowd shouted in unison. All right, don't make these rows. All disperse. The people are running for their lives. You are here to make these rather think about how to let them eat well and wear good clothes. Wudu too said seriously. My humble servant is aware of my mistake. Please follow me in. Lord Wu. Zhang Hai looked solemn as he led Martial Lord back to the county office. The people of Chine County also nodded their heads in succession when they heard the words of Wu Dutu. This big official is good. Knows to sympathize with people's livelihood. Unlike this stingy county magistrate, who can't live with increasing taxes every day. Let's hope the big man who comes this time will improve our lives. Inside the county courthouse, Wudu had Zhang Hai's usual position, looking through all the information of Zheng County in this quarter. Brows furrowed at times. Zhang Hai, this is not the right finance for you, and the massacre of your Castle Peak village is an extremely serious incident in the whole of Great Zhou. A light case may be suspended. A heavy case, TSK, it's not easy to say. Zhang Hai clenched his teeth and took out a piece of jade from his bosom, only the size of a fingernail cap. My lord, a little something, mainly because I see that your lordship is tired from the boat. This thing has the effect of refreshing and waking up the brain. When Wu Duta saw this item, his eyes couldn't move away, and he was surprised. You've got all this stuff. This is a legendary immortal stone used by immortals. Although it's not big, but it's very precious. This thing is enough to buy your life. Capital Wu accepted the spirit stone. Don't engage in these actions in front of the people in the future. I don't want to be labeled as a corrupt official. Stay clean and love the people. Got it? My humble servant knows. I'll pay attention in the future. Zhang Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This Lord Wu is a super corrupt official. Secretly, I guess I have to hemorrhage today. I hope that Jiang old brother will help me to hold on. Chapter 25, The Game. The sun has just set. Jiang Ming alone crossed into the highest specification restaurant in Zhang County. Song Lang was waiting for him at the door early, and when he saw him arrive, the eager look on his face burst into a smile. Brother Jiang, you can finally come. Above the magistrate cannot hold out. And also the Wang also came. His daughter looks particularly marked, but now that the Wudu head seems to fancy his daughter. A little bad. No harm done. I'm here to talk business today. Jiang Ming waved his hand. He now wanted to make the estate stronger. There's still a lot of development value in that mountain, but it's very much in need of money. Women, you can rest assured, I in Zhang County and a few nearby villages, identified a number of, are very standard. When this time is finished, I will bring you over tomorrow, to ensure that you are satisfied. Song Lang said with thieving eyes. Oh, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He did need support in this area now, but such ones can only be concubines, with little affection for themselves, and they all enter the door on the basis of his stature and interests. He is not going to serve as a proper wife. Was it found as I requested? Don't worry, old brother Jiang. They're all yellow-bloomed girls, each as beautiful as a flower. The two chatted as they walked up to the tavern. While pushing open the private room, Jiang Ming's gaze instantly landed on the imposing man at the main seat. Wu Du. With just one glance, Jiang Ming could feel the enormous pressure this person was putting on him. At least the 5th level of flesh. Jiang Ming secretly guessed. At the bottom of the head is the governor, Zhang Hai, and in addition to the governor, there is a bald man with a big belly. Next to the bald man sat a little girl who was a sight for sore eyes. In the center of the entire banquet, there were more than a dozen beautiful women dancing. Several people's gazes moved over when Jiang Ming entered. Capital Marshal's gaze narrowed slightly as he sensed the unique aura of an expert in Jiang Ming. For his part, Officer Wang took a glance and was not bothering. He had also heard of this person, a countryside village boy, not worthy of his attention. He was only concerned with the idea of Wu Du head, with his eyes on Su Yuanfu, and he couldn't even look at the county magistrate. County Magistrate Zhang Hai, on the other hand, got up with a big smile and took the initiative to welcome him. Ha ha, elder brother Jiang, you're finally here. You sit next to me. This is Lord Wu. Zhang Hai began to introduce it. Lord Wu, this is the old brother Jiang I told you about. Jiang Ming. Song Shilang knowingly retreated and stood outside the door with a long sigh, not even qualified for his own initiation. I've heard that you can provide military rations of royal standard? Wu Duda said in a deep voice, his gaze pointing straight at Jiang Ming. Oppressive. Back to your excellency, I can provide the fruits, wheat, and corn that are currently due on the market, Jiang Ming said in an unassuming manner. Oh, then how much can you provide? The standard of military rations is critical in terms of quantity in addition to quality. Won't make a special trip for your little stock, Marshal Capital said with interest. Depends on how much the adults need. Jiang Ming didn't answer directly. He had the hypnotizing little green bottle, so he could have as much as he wanted. Ha ha, pretty big mouth. I want 10,000 tons. Can you give it? Capital Wu snorted coldly. On the side, Mr. Wang also followed and agreed. Mr. Wu, this kid may have something in his hand, but not much. He's just a country bumpkin. He doesn't know anything. Officer Wang, there's nothing for you here. Zhang Hai frowned. He whispered to Jiang Ming, elder brother Jiang. Be practical. Don't exaggerate your words. Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Jiang Ming took out the fruits he brought along as well as the corn, and handed it to Wu Dutu. Elder Wu, you can taste it first. Wu Dutu casually bit into a few bites and nodded. It is indeed good. In fact, it has already exceeded the royal minimum standard for royal use. Giving it to the army is a bit of a waste. Capital Wu, his fruits are available for direct use by the royal family? Zhang Hai was startled, and the expression on his face shifted inexplicably as he still muttered about the quality of Jiang Ming's fruits. To the royal family to eat directly, that is for the emperor of the Great Zhou as well as those concubines in the palace. The imperial son to eat, not the army, that kind of standard. Jiang Ming was not surprised. His own things were produced by the system and were bound to be the best in the mortal world. I've eaten royal tributes. Don't I know better? Wu Dutu coldly snorted. At this moment, his words only slowed down and said, your product. You can provide the royal family. The price in accordance with the standard price to you, a caddy of 10 taels of silver. But the quantity must be more than 10 tons a month. And secondly, it is that you must calculate the weight in accordance with the weighing that I give. In the last sentence, it was obvious that he was going to covet some. And as for how much, Jiang Ming was not informed. The governor on the side has listened to the sweaty palms, and now things are completely out of his control, obviously to the army, and now to the royal family to provide. The nature is completely different, can be in the eyes of the royal family of food. How can mass production, Wu Du head, then providing it to the royal family? Are the results all the same? And this quality, to be 10 tons, isn't that too much? Zhang Hai asked in a low voice. Wu Du waved his hand, signaling for all those dancing to go down, waiting for the place to be cleared before speaking. Zhang Hai, you would have been at fault this time. A village being slaughtered is enough to make you fade away from your official position. If you find a channel to provide the royal family, you can naturally be exempted from one or two of them, but he can't meet the requirements naturally. Needless to say, when Wu Duda said this, he took a sip of tea and continued. Jiang Ming, can you provide it or not? Lord Wu, 10 tons of fruit of this quality for a month. Do you think it's possible? Jiang Ming shook his head. He could already tell that this Wu Du head was testing him, and was going to covet his fruits and cultivation techniques. It was hard to say whether he would get the silver or not when the time came. You may even lose your life. Now Zhu Yi is very strong, but he is facing the Great Zhou, and Wu Dutu is still the military chief of Su Yuanfu. You can mobilize 10,000 troops. Although Zhu Yi has a lot of power, it is not a brick wall. 10,000 number of troops, and I do not know how the quality is, whether there are big pieces of battle array heavy weaponry these, plus a variety of long-range attacks. Anyway, you can't go up against it unless you have to. But Jiang Ming was not a sheep to be slaughtered. He would choose a way to deal with this matter that was most favorable to him. How is it impossible? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. If you can't, get out. Wu Dutu chided, even with a hint of internal force, shocking people's ears. Mr. Wan was so scared that he didn't dare to utter a word, and his daughter, Wang Xinliang, even lowered her head and didn't say a word. At these words, the governor's face instantly turned white. Jiang Ming got up. It seems that it is not that Jiang is unwilling to serve the country, but that there are people who are blocking the way. Governor Zhang, forgive me for not being able to help. Lord Wu, please still show some mercy. Zhang Hai's face was full of prayers. He also got up and pulled Jiang Ming, hoping that he would know better. The eyes are all dark words, indicating that this Wu Duta just wants benefits. Let us not be so rigid. Okay, Lord Zhang, it looks like you don't want your black hat anymore, does it? After a few moments, the atmosphere and gradually will be freezing point. Wu Duta suddenly laughed out loud. I'm just testing the waters. Ha ha, raising a glass of wine and finishing it, he said, Jiang Ming, 3 tons a month. I'll give 1 more silver or 2 per caddy. But I have one request. You come to serve in my Su Yuan house. What is this? Senior martial artist? Zhang Hai was dumbfounded. This martial capitalist has transformed too quickly. What exactly is he going to do? This sudden transformation made even Jiang Ming feel incredulous, but the wary heart in his heart towards this person became even heavier. Lord Wu, 3 tons is no problem. It's just that this posting, I really can't do it well. I'm just a vegetable grower. I don't have any ideals. Jiang Ming said earnestly. Swing value +1. Humph, this is not knowing the time. People give you the opportunity. You are not useful. Mr. Wang spat. This is what he dreamed of. To be an official and not even do it. This Jiang Ming really has no ambition. Counselor Wang, if you are in use you go. I am indeed uneducated. Jiang Ming said with an indifferent face. Swing value +1. Sure enough, a country village boy with no ambition. Officer Wang, for some reason, suddenly became even more angry. As if he was angry because someone was looking down on the dreams he aspired to. Beside him, Wang Xinliang suddenly looked up at Jiang Ming, the man who had made her father angry and whose face did not change in front of Wu Dutu. It made her curious and at the same time feel like a confidant. After all, she didn't approve of her father's idea of only wanting to be an official either. Jiang Ming glanced at him and ignored him, and the other Wang clerks still wanted to curse and swear, but were interrupted by Wu Dutu. Swing value +1. Are you sure you don't want to serve beside me? Serve and I'll accept your goods. Capital Wu could see that Jiang Ming was a practiced man, stronger than the governor, and the man was young, the kind of person he wanted to take in, and the other side of the planting technique, he was curious to learn about. Lord Wu, indeed I don't want to go. It's best if there are other ways to compromise. I can even provide more supplies. Swing value +1, Capital Wu said in a deep voice. You can really increase the supply of goods? He had opened his mouth 10 times before to casually ramble on. In order to test Jiang Ming, this kind of fruit used by the emperor of the Great Zhou, the country added up to 5 tons a month, which is still far from being able to meet the needs of the royal family, and the army was in great need of it. So if Jiang Ming could really provide a large amount of it, it would definitely be a big business. I can increase. Jiang Ming stretched out his finger. Everyone looked at him nervously. Wu Dutu also has a rapid turn of mind. If he reports more, I will swallow him. If he reports less, also want to find a way to get his planting method. It is also in the interest of keeping this person around. 50 pounds, Jiang Ming said. Put, Mr. Wang spat out a mouthful of water. Zhang Hai's hanging heart also finally broke. Wu Dutu's expression froze. You tricked me. Indeed it's not fooling you. It's all I can do. Jiang Ming smiled, knowing that he had gradually taken control of the initiative. Fine. It's fine if you don't serve. I can give you a posting, but you must be at my disposal at all times to go with me or autonomously to fight the bandits. How's that? I wonder how often. Jiang Ming didn't want to be placed outside his manor every day. How about 3 times a month for you? Lord Wu, once. 3 times is just too busy. I'm a lazy person. Swing value +1. Just once. Wu Du head gritted his teeth. Jiang Ming laughed and said, thanks for the mention of Capital Wu. In his heart, he was actually very dissatisfied. If he were to change a sincere deal, he can directly open his mouth for 20 tons. It seems that in the future, he will have to find a way to get in touch with the people of the royal family. Otherwise he will be eaten to death by the middleman. Chapter 26, I married him. The party continues. It was intense before, but now there is still talk and laughter. Watching the dancing beauty dance, the crowd's minds leapt with joy. Lord Wu, my daughter is now 18 years old. Look, Elder Wang said carefully. Your daughter is 18. What's it to me? Wu Duta said. Wu Du too. You know, my daughter's posture is too good. Must find a good family. Nowadays Su Yuan Fu and her generation of outstanding young people, there are not many, said Elder Wang, who also has knowledge of the situation. Oh, you want her to marry the son of Governor Su Yuan? Capital Wu laughed. This Elder Wang looked embarrassed, not expecting to be told directly. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Pa! Capital Wu suddenly slammed the table and bellowed. Ridiculous, a mere mortal wants to try to make a career out of it? Governor Su Yuan only has one son, but there are many beautiful women. Her? By what right? If it's to warm my bed, I'll still be happy to do so. Lord Wu, me, MS. Wang didn't expect this martial capitalist to be so difficult to deal with. It was simply too overbearing. Although she was rich and powerful, but she was still a mole to such a big shot. Now I don't know what to do. Father, I don't want to marry. I'm not some kind of trading goods. My dream is to fight the sword to the end of the world. I want to become that red ornamental swordsman. Yuling master of that kind of woman like. How can I cope with the strong and cling to the strong when I can fight with the sword, cut down demons, and live a reckless life, instead of studying the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and ethical norms day and night? I don't want it. Wang Xinliang suddenly said excitedly. She said all her inner grievances at once. The look was one of anger, sadness and fear. You, rebellious daughter, I've raised you for so long, and this is how you disgrace your father? Elder Wang snapped and slapped him. Pa! The little face flushed red and, anyway, I don't want it, Wang Xinliang said as she covered her face in aggravation. On one side, Wu Dudu and the magistrate didn't say anything, but silently watched them arguing. Then you will always have to marry someone. Who will you marry in the future? Mr. Wang angrily shouted. Me. Wang Xinliang didn't know what to say. She was just an ordinary woman. Although she had a chivalrous heart, she also knew that eventually she had to return to her family as well. Suddenly, she looked at Jiang Ming. This person gave her the most natural, comfortable feeling. So she stood up and, surprisingly, walked right over to him, saying, I'll marry him, right now. Adverse daughter, are you mad? Well, if you marry him, I won't have a daughter like you. Father, you have to force me to die. Wang Xinliang was on the verge of tears, a mist of water floating in her crescent moon eyes. Come back, don't disgrace yourself, Elder Wang said in a deep voice. With that, he stepped forward to pull his daughter away, but Wang Xinliang grabbed Jiang Ming's arm and wouldn't let go. It wasn't that she didn't want to go home. Rather, she doesn't want to go back to an environment full of interests that want to use her as a tool to be used in a marriage. That home suffocated her. There was no freedom, and for more than a decade she wasn't even remotely happy, never doing what she loved. Let go, Officer Wang shouted. Jiang Ming, let go, Elder Wang. It's your daughter who grabbed me, not me who grabbed her. Jiang Ming opened his mouth. Then you let go too. Ridiculous, a little woman you can't even tear away, blaming me for not letting go? The strength of your daughter's grip on me, it's not much, but she firmly doesn't want to go back. Even if you forcefully take it away, what will go back is just an empty shell. Jiang Ming took a sip of the clear tea, his eyes looking towards the cross-faced Wan Wenwei. The latter's eyes were filled with a look of despising him, but Jiang Ming didn't care. He knew he should be able to take a woman back tonight. Jiang Ming, I'll give you 3 seconds to let go. Officer Wang actually threatened. 1. Jiang Ming shouted directly. At the same time, with a wave of his large hand, he directly wrapped his arms around Wang Xinliang and embraced him in his arms. The sudden scene caused Officer Wang to be shocked, and he instantly became furious. Wang Xinliang, on the other hand, had a special feeling of having her back pressed against a hard chest. Warm, safe feeling came over me. It seemed as if the heart that had been unable to rest for years finally had a backbone. Jiang Ming, you desecrated the woman of Governor Su Yuan's son. You seek death. Elder Wang chided. You people have not even seen. The 8 words have not even been written. The wishful thinking of the Wang family. How can it be that I desecrate that man's woman? Jiang Ming sneered. This Wang clan member is simply unable to recognize himself. Capital Wu. You do the honors. Elder Wang hurriedly knelt down. Lord Wu, such a beauty has taken the initiative to throw herself at me and is deeply in love with me. How could I, Jiang Ming, not care about it? Jiang Ming hugged Wang Xinliang, and the latter's little head was buried in his embrace, not daring to speak, nor needle, which looked like just met, simply tacit understanding. Seems to be many years as a couple. Seeing this, Wu Du too snorted coldly. He wouldn't do anything bad for a woman, and at the same time, knowing Jiang Ming's weakness of liking beautiful women, he nodded. Okay, this woman is for you. Elder Wang's expression changed in shock. His complexion twisted as he said, Elder Wu, it cannot be. How could my Wang family marry a countryside village boy? He's our Su Yuanfu's 1,000 husbandman, and you're calling him a countryside village boy? Wu Du coldly said, already very dissatisfied with this fat man screaming here. But before Elder Wang could finish, he was slapped in the face. Don't know the importance. Let you come in has already given you face. I have endured you for a long time. Get lost. Governor Zhang Hai held up his palm and said indifferently. Officer Wang was blindsided by the slap and glanced fearfully at Zhang Hai before realizing that he was just a businessman. With a glance at the indifferent Wu Du head, he knew that he no longer had any say here and coyly left. Don't move! Jiang Ming shouted at Wang Xinliang, who was about to leave. Wang Xinliang had some resistance in his heart. Although he had a good feeling towards Jiang Ming, it was warm to be wrapped in his arms at this moment, but really wasn't ready to leave the house just like that, and for a moment was a little melancholy, moving to get up. You want to fight with a sword in the sky? How can a mortal of the first rank cut down demons? Come with me, I'll teach you martial arts, Jiang Ming said indifferently. After hearing this, Wang Xinlin clenched her teeth, met Jiang Ming's deep and stale eyes, and leaned into his arms. Hands couldn't help but feel around her abdomen, as she didn't know where to put them. So hard. This was Wang Xinlin's first feeling. A few followers ate and drank, and the party ended normally. I'll leave Zhang County tomorrow, and someone will hand over to you then. At the door of the restaurant, Wu Duda said with a red face, this is drinking and drinking, then I'll trouble you. Wu Du, elder brother Jiang. I'll send Elder Wu back to rest first. Zhang Hai's eyes were filled with gratitude. At least now the hood is preserved. Jiang Ming said goodbye to a few people. For him, it was just a party to play with the powerful. Mounting his steed, Yang Kai waited on the side for a long time and only appeared after seeing Jiang Ming come out. My lord, there's a bunch of people ambushed outside the city gates. It's member Wang's, Yang Kai said. Jiang Ming pulled Wang Xinliang and let her sit in front of him, warm and soft into his arms. The middle door was filled solid. Wang Xinliang also only felt hot behind her back. She felt a little embarrassed and wanted to sit forward a little, but a large hand wrapped around her waist and pressed her closer. Don't move, be careful of falling, Jiang Ming softly said. Let's go. Just some crooked people. I'll give your father an unforgettable lesson so he'll know he's wrong. With a tug on the reins, Jiang Ming rushed out of the city gates with Wang Xinliang. Chapter 27, 9 Sons, Born Swordsman. Outside the city gates, 3 miles away from Zhang County on the official road. This place has been wrapped in dense forest. The trees on both sides are so tall that they block the moonlight. The jungle at night is like the mouth of an abyss that devours everything. Dark, deep, and makes people feel a chill from the inside. The official road. Officer Wang was surrounded by more than a dozen people in different costumes. Lord Wang, that countryside village boy, just selling a little fruit to the court and thinking he's a man of the people. It's ridiculous. Don't worry, we'll definitely cut that kid's head off and then make a squat toilet for you. Ha ha, Officer Wang, we'll help you send your daughter directly to the Su Yuan mansion for you. All be quiet, they're coming. The strength of the one in the lead was not bad enough to sense someone approaching in advance. The rest of them all posed at once, but they all revealed a relaxed and cozy look. In the distance, 2 stallions carrying people came speeding by. At a glance, Mr. Wang saw Jiang Ming, the man who had made a fool of himself and taken away his daughter. Wang Xinliang, come down, Mr. Wang shouted angrily. No good, Mr. Jiang, this is all my family's guards. They're very powerful. I'll go down and communicate with my father. Wang Xinlin said in panic. Don't worry, these people can't help me. Jiang Ming said calmly. Yang Kai, kill everyone except her father. Yes, Yang Kai rushed up without saying a word, the long spear in his hand glowing morosely in the night. Looking for death. Together, chop him up. Knock knock. The sound of weapons exchanging clangs. Within moments, a pile of corpses was already lying on the ground. Yang Kai shot one at a time, and these fleshly first layer, or at most second layer people, were all like chickens being slaughtered in a one-sided manner. An expert of the flesh god 5th layer, Rip, that leading martial artist of the 3rd layer of the flesh god roared in terror. He was about to escape from the dense forest with Mr. Wang, but Yang Kai's gun was faster, instantly penetrating his heart. The only person left in the field at once was Mr. Wang. He was almost scared silly, although Yang Kai didn't wear armor. One person and one rider in this cold moonlight was like a hellish underworld rider. Jiang Ming, what are you going to do? You killed someone. You'll be arrested. Officer Wang shouted in horror. Officer Wang, seeing as you are Wang Xinlin's father, I will spare your life. Get lost. You robbed my daughter and yelled at me to get out. Asterisk. You're still not convinced? Jiang Ming shouted angrily. It feels so damn good to yell at your old man, and it's even better when the opposite side doesn't dare to have a fit. You are simply a bandit. A bully. Mr. Wang's fleshy face was almost squeezed together. Boom! Jiang Ming slapped down a large tree on the side that only 3 people could hold together. This blow directly let a large piece of the middle of the tree, directly Huawei crushed. The tree blocked the waist, rumbling down. The blow startled Officer Wang. The Wang Xinliang in her arms trembled, not expecting this seemingly gentle Jiang Ming's strength to be so terrifying as well. Okay, I know. As if he had aged 10 years, Elder Wang deflated. Years later, you're looking at your daughter and you'll realize how stupid your idea was, Jiang Ming said blandly. Hiya. Jiang Ming gave a tug on the reins and resumed his journey, leaving Mr. Wang standing alone. Name, Wang Xinlin. Loyalty, 85%. When Jiang Ming brought back Wang Xinling, both Zhu Yi and Yun Ji blessedly smiled. Husband has brought a beauty back from this trip out. Yun Shi joked. I was saving her. I didn't want her to fall deeper into the mire. Jiang Ming spoke of the causes and consequences. Wang Xinling was also sizing up Zhu Yi and Yun Ji. Both of them were not inferior to themselves, and Zhu Yi's special kind of temperament was beyond her reach. Yun Ji carried an air of a lady of the house, a lady of a large family at first glance. It's not like you're from a rich merchant's family like yourself. Two such beauties were following Jiang Ming to their death. How excellent was this man, and with such a beauty by his side, he brought himself back. It didn't seem to be because of my own beauty, it did seem to want to help me. Loyalty plus 10%. Loyalty of Wang Xinling, 95%. Xiao Zhu, arrange a room for her. Jiang Ming knew that Wang Xinliang was almost ready, so he let her familiarize herself for a few days before she could pay her respects. When the time came, it would be sufficient to give her the martial arts techniques for her to follow Zhu Yi and Yun Ji to cultivate. After Wu Du left, it's back to business as usual in Chapter County. Ginger Ming's estate is also living smoothly. 5 days later, Jiang Ming makes the first move and spends an unforgettable night with Wang Xinlin on the first day. The big wedding was the next day. Marrying Wang Xinlin, acquiring the 9 sons divine power. Acquired. Sword of Heaven. Acquisition of qualification card. Born swordsman. Perhaps Jiang Ming's physique is strong. Wang Xinliang did not even practice martial arts. And when he got married, his walking legs were a little shaky. This is the 9 Yin true scripture, the 9 Yang divine power, and the Jade Maiden scripture. See which one suits you first. Jiang Ming handed Wang Xinliang 2 secret martial arts books. Wang Xinlin was excited inside, finally taking the first step of his dream. You learn more with Xiao Zhu during this time. Having a master to teach, you'll progress faster. Husband, your strength is so high, why don't you teach Wang Xinliang was puzzled in her heart. This Jiang Ming came back, lying down every day and doing nothing. Even Yunji lay on top of him without moving a muscle. Too lazy. Why is someone so lazy? A Jedi master. Teaching martial arts is too much trouble for me to bother. Swing value plus 1, 10 more to raffle off. Oh, I'll go practice my martial arts properly then. Go on. Jiang Ming slapped her buttocks, and Wang Xinlian's body trembled. You're also too sensitive. Jiang Ming laughed. System, raffle, extracting bronze chest, get super Xiaomi rice cooker. Another one? Indeed, now that there are 100 people, the cooking rate is even less, and a few more will do. He took the time to give the 9 sons divine power to the 3 girls so they could take a look at it. Shui intended to learn the 9 Yangs and 9 Yin together to achieve the harmonization of Yin and Yang. Yunji's Jade Maiden scripture grades weren't even as high as the 9 Yang divine power and the 9 Yin true scripture. But these 2 internal arts really didn't suit her, so she had to continue practicing the Jade Maiden scripture. Qualification card. Natural born swordsman. Can only be given to Yunji, Jui who uses axe and doesn't like sword. Yunji already had some talent for swordsmanship. After secretly injecting Yunji, she was given another leaning sword to make her happy. Jui successfully creates the Van Soldier. Returns 16 times. Get the yellow grade Cheng Yun sword. It's the yellow rank again, but there's no dragon elephant fruit now. Jiang Ming took out the green cloud sword and tried to wield it. Although it wasn't heavy, he couldn't actually utilize the sword's power. Apart from sharpening iron like mud, the properties of the magic treasure were all wasted. Give it to Yunji, her natural swordsman might be able to inspire some more power. When Yunji got the magic treasure, she was no less surprised. Husband, I feel as if this sword is talking to me. Yunji was pleasantly surprised, as she held the Qing Yin sword with a feeling of holding her life. You can use it? I'll try. Yunji closed her eyes, feeling the life-giving breath of the sword in silence. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and her entire body was like an out-of-body sharp blade as she swung her arm. That green cloud sword immediately emitted a green-colored sword aura, and the large tree 10 meters away was cut off at the waist. Hiss! Jiang Ming sucked in a mouthful of cool air, sword chi out of the body. This was at least an ability only available at the 8th level of the flesh body, but Yunji went limp all of a sudden and was held by Kong Ming. In the future, when you fight against the enemy, normally use the leaning sword, and don't use this move as a last resort. Jiang Ming softly said, husband, carry me to rest for a while. Yunji paralyzed in Jiang Ming's arms. Soon, swing value plus 1, pendulum value plus 1, chapter 28 Lu Yang. A few days later, people from Su Yuanfu came to Jiang Ming to collect the fruit crops. Everything was a smooth transaction. It's a good thing government people pay with one hand. No credit or anything like that. A large sum of money was credited, a full $60,000 in silver. At least for a while, you don't have to worry about running out of funds. And with money, estates can be upgraded dramatically. Jiang Ming planned to build some defense towers and even create an arsenal. He also wants to try and bend the rules to see if he can develop some industry out of it. After all, idleness is also idleness. All this drawings by themselves to the young family army to study can also. 10 days later, Yoonji and Jui actually broke through together. Jui is a martial arts prodigy. Yoonji is a natural swordsman, and both of them are making rapid progress. Jiang Ming had also directly entered the late stage of the flesh-body fifth layer realm, and was only one step away from the peak. Wang Xinlin, on the other hand, chose to cultivate the 9 Yang divine power, and she intended to cultivate the 9 Yang divine power and the Taiji sword technique. For Kung Fu, please teach Shui, and for swordsmanship, please teach Yunji. At first, watching Zhu and the others cultivate was as simple as eating and drinking water, but now that I'm moving on my own, I'm realizing that it's difficult. Sister Zhu, you're so powerful, and you know how to build weapons and have a high talent for practicing martial arts, Wang Xinliang said with heartfelt admiration. It's all because husband is great. I don't count for anything. You'll get one even if you work hard. Give husband a few more children. He wants children so much. Zhu laughed. The hammer in her hand didn't break, and she was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her clothes were wet. Well, I will definitely work hard. But husband is indeed so powerful. But the two sisters are even more powerful, Wang Xinlin said meaningfully. Zhuyi's face blushed. Go and practice hard. You can be great in the future too. On Wolfram and Hart, smoke rises up from the smoke, and many lofts of log cabin structures have been built here. They're all banded dens. Inside the most luxurious attic at the very end, a black-robed man said with a gloomy face, no news from the second and third masters yet? Big boss, haven't found any trace of them. It's as if they've evaporated. Can it be that they were taken away one by the immortals? There are more than 100 brothers who just disappeared inexplicably. It's simply ridiculous. Search, surround the 100 miles around Castle Peak Village. No, extend it to 300 miles. Any suspicious points, search for them for me. Yes, big boss. By the way, outside of Castle Peak Village, there's an additional manor, and some of us have recently seen that Su Yuanfu officials still have dealings with them, and they seem to be transporting some kind of fruit crops. An extra manor? Investigate it thoroughly. The big dog waved his hand, signaling them to go down. More than 100 people from the second and third heads all disappeared. If it wasn't a large number of people surrounding them, it would have been an elite army that exterminated them, or a martial artist above the 6th level of the flesh body could have done it. Could it be that the martial capital head did it? Impossible. This man is too insatiable to do such a thing. Suddenly, a brown pigeon flew in from outside. At the sight of this pigeon, the big dog looked solemn and, close all doors and windows and open the mail on the pigeon's feet. Open it. What was inside made him look shocked. Finally using me? I've waited for this moment for too long. Finally remembering me after lurking for over 20 years. However, I'll take revenge for the second and third masters. Su Yuan House. After Wu Du returned to the mansion, then he arranged for scouts to go on all fronts to keep an eye on Jiang Ming's manor and probe all the details. Wu Du had a separate mansion in Su Yuanfu, covering a huge area, and there were dozens of concubines within the mansion. He was practicing his boxing skills in the courtyard when he suddenly stopped. A guard outside the door walked in with a man holding a folding fan. Upon seeing this young man with a folding fan in his hand, Capital Wu revealed a smiling face. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Lu Yang didn't even look at Wu Du too. One pair of eyes looked straight ahead and sat down on the reclining chair in the courtyard, directly resting his legs on the stone table. Also kicked some fruit away from the stone table. I heard that you've gotten a batch of royal standard fruits. Why don't you bring them up? Lu Yang squinted his eyes at Wu Du too, revealing a dissatisfied look. Young Master Lu, hey, I can't do anything about it. That batch of crops and fruits, after I submitted it to the imperial capital, they directly arranged for someone to dock with that fruit farmer. There's no way for me to take more. Pop. Lu Yang slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Don't play with this at my place. Senior Wu, don't I know about those little smarts of yours? Forget it, I'm too lazy to say anything. Has that woman not been found yet? Wu Du lowered his head and said, I heard before that she was lost near Zhang County. Indeed, we didn't find her. We just arrested her maid, but that maid refused to obey on her deathbed, and beat her to death not to say where Miss Yun was going. Rubbish. Aren't you known as our Su Yuanfu's chief of soldiers, the #1 expert? Why can't you catch a weak woman for half a day? What did my father raise you for? Lu Yang picked up an apple and smashed it directly on Wu Du's face. The latter didn't move a muscle, just lowered his head, not daring to make any comment, and no change could be seen in his expression. Where is that maid? Show me. Yes, inside a dungeon with dirty water all over the floor, imprisoning a woman covered in bruises. After Lu Yang arrived, he signaled the guards on the side to go outside and pick up a wooden stick over. Then taking the stick, he peeled the woman's collar back and looked at it. Only the skin was reddened and a hideous scar covered his body. No way. A woman. What's the use of beating you like that? Lu Yang shook his head, revealing a dissatisfied look. The thighs were then picked up with a stick and the dress slipped off. Not that there was much damage here. Lu Yang pointed somewhere and said, "Look, you're all just skin damage." Capital Wu hesitantly said, "But she is at least a maid of the Yun family. If she is defiled, in case people find out, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of? This Su Yuan house, all belong to Lao Zilu family. Whoever comes is useless. Come on people, call all the guards you have here." Capital Wu said helplessly. "Yes, young Master Lu." Not long after, the dungeon arrived with many guards in armor. "Nourish her awake," Lu Yang said. With a tub of cold water poured on her, Ran awoke with a start. Upon seeing Lu Yang, she immediately cursed. "I knew it was you, Lu Yang. If the governor knows that you took a shot at our Yun family's young lady, he will surely chastise you. And in this case, if it becomes a big deal, it won't be easy for your father to end it." "Ha ha, ridiculous, my father will chastise me? Humph, I still don't know how many kilograms your Yun family has in the court." Lu Yang laughed out loud. "Shameless," Ran cursed. "I, Lu Yang, dislike wasting food the most in my life, so I will eat every grain of rice cleanly. Gentlemen, today you are also dipping into the light of Wudu too, so everyone will have a share, but I only have one request, and that is to eat it cleanly and not to waste it." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Those guards were overjoyed. Ha ha. Lu Yang laughed loudly as he walked out of the dungeon, followed closely by Wudu 2 behind him. Inside the dungeon, on the other hand, there were miserable cries. Wudu said after Lu Yang, "Young Master Lu, she won't say anything this way. It's not much use. Humph, that Yunji is dead set on marrying me. I just don't believe that she won't take the initiative to come to me on her knees." Lu Yang crooked his mouth. His eyes were all evil. "Moreover, this isn't the first time." Lu Yang snapped his fingers. "This is the 9th one. Right, I'll see when that Miss Yun breaks down." Chapter 29, Yunji's Life. Voodoo listened in silence. After that, Lu Yang's complexion returned to normal. He straightened his clothes and said, "Let your 18 concubines accompany me today." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Wu Duda beckoned after seeing Lu duke off. A henchman came over. "Lord Wu, send orders to Jiang Ming to go and help keep an eye on this woman. And if there is any news of this woman, have him report back to me quickly." Wu Duda handed out a portrait, on which a woman just like Yunji was drawn. Wu Duda had just taken 2 steps when he saw Lu Yang in his own home and his own concubines fighting together, and even went straight to his hands, peeling off the collar of one of the concubines and wantonly playing with it. "Ha ha," Lu Yang laughed out loud. "Mr. Lu, I'll leave you to your pleasure." Capital Wu left the place with an expressionless face. Then came a slightly quieter place. Started to run his inner heart until the next morning. It was only then that he slowly opened his eyes and made his way to a house in his backyard. Opened the door and, Lu Yang left a long time ago. Voodoo looked at it silently, not speaking, but coming to another bedroom. This is his proper wife's room. Upon opening the door, a woman dressed as an aristocrat was sitting at a table applying makeup and red lips. "What are you doing here?" The woman's voice was cold. "Come and see. He didn't come to you last night?" Wudu asked. "What do you want with me? I was supposed to be rewarded by him." Wudu was silent for half a second and didn't say anything. "You'd better join me today. I'm quite bored alone." The woman opened her mouth. "Got it." Voodoo closed the door and walked towards the front hall. This time a guard outside the door arrived with a secret letter. "My lord, it's a secret letter from the court. Another copy was sent to the governor, and to you." Wudu heads always in different complexions suddenly moved, and hastily took the letter, and when he saw the content on it he got up violently. "It seems all is not peaceful, so it's good that we're asked to recruit. I'm kind of getting some turnaround, I guess." "Come on man," Capital Wu exclaimed. Inform Jiang Ming and give him a recruiting order. It's time for him to recruit some soldiers for a 1,000-man commander." "Yes, my lord." As he watched the man go down, Capital Wu muttered, "Jiang Ming, I hope this move of yours will help me accomplish great things." Jiang Ming's estate. Expansive renovations are underway at the moment. Right here. Here, don't fix it higher. This is a turret, not an archery tower. You're fixing this one too close. You've got it wrong. This stone don't fit like this. I'm going to refurbish this gate into aluminum. How am I going to change the gate with you guys putting this stone like this?" Jiang Ming stood on the watchtower, pointing, and his words made those who were carrying the renovations listen in uncertainty. "Zhu Yi builds a soldier, receive 16 times the return and get the yellow-ranked medium-grade magic weapon. Lu Yun pendant, streaming cloud pendant, a pendant created by a certain forger, an auxiliary magic treasure with no attack or defense function. Its main function is to nourish the divine soul and enhance the quality of the physical body. This flowing cloud pendant is not bad, although it doesn't have any special function. In the long run, it's definitely much better than an offensive magic treasure. Jiang Ming pondered for a while and planned to give this to Zhu Yi. He also thought about how he could improve his body as well if he brought it himself. Even the importance of the point of nourishing the divine soul was something he knew well. But his own strength had always been in a state so much higher than theirs that this boost was nothing. It would be better to cultivate a super assistant first, so that if he or she had any trouble in the future, his or her own wife would be able to step forward. For example, after encountering a strong enemy, one can shout, "Thief, look at Xiao Zhu." When he took this pendant and found Xiao Zhu who had just come out of the forge. For a moment, he was stunned by Xiao Zhu, who was drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair plastered to her forehead, her head lowered, and her eyes slightly downcast. "Mother, don't move," Jiang Ming shouted. "Husband, what's wrong?" Zhu Yi was just thinking about going to find Jiang Ming when the other party came. As if her husband knew that she had built a weapon, Jiang Ming hugged Xiao Zhu from behind, his hot petite body enjoying a moment in his arms. "Take out the pendant and put it on Zhu Yi." The flowing cloud pendant was already shaped like a shooting star, and when Xiao Zhu wore it, it further embodied her unique undead temperament embodied to the fullest. "Husband, this is?" Xiao Zhu felt a faint power from the pendant that was passing into his body. The exertion of building the weapon just now had dissipated quite a bit, especially the somewhat dazed head, which became all clear. "This is the flowing cloud pendant. It's like a shooting star in the sky. It's for you. You can nourish your divine soul and body in the future," Jiang Ming softly said. Xiao Zhu turned around and couldn't help but hug and kiss Jiang Ming. "Husband, you're too good to me." Zhu Yi's loyalty plus 10%. Zhu Yi's loyalty 170%. "But husband, I don't even have any good treasures to give you. Every time you give me a treasure, it makes me feel so precious. Didn't you send me the Jiang Yi sword?" Jiang Ming touched Zhu Yi's head. "That sword is really not worth the same as the one you gave me. Hey, I must build a better weapon to send you." The two of them hugged each other. Zhu Yi only felt that the spot where she was attached to was getting hotter and hotter, and at the moment the sky was gradually getting darker and darker. Zhu Yi shyly said, "Husband, don't go to their place tonight, join me." "Ah, aren't you still pregnant?" "No." Jiang Ming shook his head. "I asked the doctor. At this point in time, it's fine." Zhu Yi buried her head in Jiang Ming's arms. The night was quiet, but some parts of it weren't. Yunji was practicing her sword in the courtyard, dancing her sword with one hand to draw the outline of a yin and yang fish in the void. To the side, Wang Xinlin was watching intently. Her eyes were full of amazement. She had never been able to get the hang of this Taiji sword technique, while Sister Yunji, just one time, she had all blended in. "Sister Xin Lian, this is the first stance of the Taiji sword technique. Do you see it clearly?" Yunji stopped to collect her strength. "I can barely see it clearly. Let me try," Wang Xinlin said weakly. Suddenly, Yunji looked deeper into the courtyard and smiled faintly. "Sister Yunji, is that coming from Sister Xiao Zhu's room? Isn't she pregnant?" Wang Xinlin stretched her ears and heard some strange sounds. "Little children don't ask so many questions. Practice martial arts well. This is the most important task that husband has for us," Yunji whispered. "Ayo." Wang Xinlin spat out her tongue and muttered in a low voice again, "I'm not a child anymore. I'm already a young woman." Time passes slowly. Jiang Ming lived a leisurely life of self-sufficiency within the manor. With the exception of meat and poultry, which you need to buy, you can just grow your own. 10 days later, a knight in the armor of a great Zhou soldier galloped his horse, and at this time, none of the Yang family army wore armor. One by one, they were building houses in civilian clothes, and that great Zhou cavalry couldn't see much. "Is Lord Jiang in?" "I've been sent a 1,000-mile message by Wu Dutu. I have something important to report to Lord Jiang. Just speak with me, and I will tell His Excellency," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "How dare you? This is a personal summons from the martial capital." The man chided. "Must Your Excellency look at it personally?" Yang Kai did not get angry at the other party's rudeness, but calmly inquired. Finally, Jiang Ming himself came out and took the message. Looking at the portrait in his hand for a long time, "Capital Wu is looking for Yunji? It seems that I need to ask Yunji about her life. And secondly, directly authorizing me to recruit soldiers? It seems like something big is happening in Great Zhou as well. Otherwise it would be impossible to let me have military power." But this was good. His own young family army could officially appear outside. Jiang Ming walked back to the house and called out to Yunji, who was practicing her sword in the courtyard. "Yunji, let's come over and talk." Chapter 30, Eat It. "Take a look at this painting. They seem to have been looking for you for a long time," Jiang Ming said calmly. After Yunji received the scroll in Jiang Ming's hand, she instantly understood what was going on when she saw the woman on it who looked exactly like her, and her figure trembled. He couldn't help but try to kneel down, but Jiang Ming held him in his lap. "Kneel for what? Just make things clear. I'll just solve any difficulties. Why are you kneeling without moving?" Jiang Ming slapped Yunji. Yunji sighed as she ate the pain and thought of many things. "Husband, I was hunted down by Governor Lu's son, Lu Yang, who has been spying on my beauty for a long time. And this time I don't know who exposed my whereabouts before I was subjected to this calamity. Husband, it's me who dragged you down. Yoonji was filled with guilt. You're worried about me being targeted by the governor? Jiang Ming chuckled. Well, that's why I've never dared to say my identity. I'm the Yun family's eldest young lady, and now I'm just afraid that I'm being searched madly by my father. But I know that the vicinity of the Su Yuan house is all along Liu Yang's line, and I'll definitely be in crisis if I go back rashly. Yunji sighed. It's fine. These things, I will solve them, and I will also let you go home safely to see your family. And if that Liu Yang still dares to spy on you, let's see if your big sister Zhui doesn't hack him to death. Jiang Ming said viciously. Yunji rolled her eyes. I thought you said you were going to clean him up yourself. Hey, isn't this Xiao Zhu who is very powerful now? Of course I rely on her. I'm not that powerful. Swing value +1. Seeing Jiang Ming smiling and revealing the confidence that everything is with me, Yunji's mindset followed suit and became much more relaxed. Husband, what should I do then? Kong Ming tapped her forehead. You don't have to do anything. Just wait. This Wu-Du head. What do you really think? Jiang Ming had an indescribable feeling about this person. He is one of Liu Yang's dogs, or a loyal dog of the Liu family. A lot of bad things are his help to do. I have a lot of maids around me, have suffered from the Liu family's persecution, as a way to intimidate me, but my father still arranged maids for me. To now, the maids around me, played to death by Liu Yong. There are at least 8 of them. Yunji gritted her teeth after mentioning this person, clearly hating this person to the bone. Jiang Ming touched Yunji's head as a sign of comfort. My lord, that old man has woken up. Yang Kai reported as he stood at the door. The village chief has woken up. Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Inside the house, the village chief looked more than 10 years older than before, and now looked like a 70-something old man with a broken candle, sitting on the bed with frustration in his eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Ming come in, all the sadness in his eyes came out. Jiang Ming, I'm useless. The village chief blamed himself. Village chief, it's not your fault. All the bandits from that Wolfsbane mountain were all killed by me. Jiang Ming still said it, in order to comfort the village head. You killed them all? That's over 100 bandits. The village chief revealed a shocked look. Mayor, come and see. Jiang Ming led the village chief to a mass grave far away from the manor, and Jiang Ming signaled his men to dig up a piece of land. The stench was overwhelming, and a large pile of soon-to-be decomposed bodies was dug up. The corpses have all been pretty much chewed up. This really is. The village chief nonetheless felt fear after seeing those corpses with traces of the Wolfsbane mountain bandits in them. The old man burst into tears, and he had no regrets when his revenge was avenged. Jiang Ming, it's all my fault for not bringing those villagers with me. Otherwise you wouldn't have left the village. If you were inside the village, the villagers would at least be saved. The village chief was incomparably self-blaming and knelt on the ground. Village chief, the villagers treating me badly is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that I won't gamble on human nature. Look at me having a powerful army of 100 people. I'll put it in the village. Don't you think there won't be any reports? Moreover, my power has been growing. I will inevitably leave the village. Jiang Ming's words made the village headman sigh. What he said was indeed true. When there were more people, their tongues were messed up. By the way, my family, did you see that? Jiang Ming subconsciously shook his head. Your family escaped? I indeed didn't see it. I realized the bandits were coming early that day, so I let my family run away first, and now I don't know where to go. The village chief clenched his teeth and knelt down to plead to Jiang Xian nephew. I've never begged anyone in my life. I'm only asking you once, if you're able to, help find my family. Jiang Ming agreed. This was something he could help with, but there was no guarantee that it would be accomplished. At least he would keep an eye on it. Back at the manor, the village chief said he was not used to being at Kong Ming's estate. He still chose to go to the place called Hirakura and join a distant relative. When they left, the village chief played a long game of chess with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, what happened to you? I'll consider it dead. I'll beat it to death and won't tell anyone. Village chief, I believe in you. If you are in trouble in the future, you can come to me at any time, and within my ability, I will choose to go and help you. Jiang Ming said sincerely. For the village chief, he had always treated him as a family member. In the village, if not for him, he would have died long ago. Jiang Ming actually wanted the village chief to stay and take care of him himself in his old age, but the village chief is really not used to being here, and he can't fit in with Jiang Ming's family, and the Yangs are too rigid. After the village chief left, Jiang Ming's manner was developing on a daily basis. After 2 days, Song Sherlang flew a pigeon to Jiang Ming. Brother Jiang, I've recently identified all the beauties within 100 miles, more than 10 villages, 2 counties. You come to see them tonight. It just so happened that by coincidence, this letter was seen by Wang Xinlin, who was drinking tea at the side. Husband, You're so horny, Wang Xinlin said with a beep. You're looking at it wrong. This is Song Shilang catching enemy spies with me. Jiang Ming's expression froze. Humph. It's not like I can't read. Husband, you're already too busy with a few of us. A few more. Will your body be able to handle it? Wang Xinliang spat out her tongue. He. Then I'll just lie still all the time. Jiang Ming laughed evilly. Swing value +1. She had sort of discovered Jiang Ming's characteristics after these few days together. Lazy to the extreme, and resolutely refusing to do anything herself that could be done by her mother. But then again, it's nice that all the good stuff is given to the maiden, and you're left empty-handed. The second is super mysterious, always coming up with weird and wonderful things, like the Xiaomi rice cooker. Then there was husband's strength, except for the last time, when husband shattered a tree with one palm. There's just no other visualization. Husband, who is your little Zhu sister powerful? Of course she's good, can't you see I'm all squished? Swing value +1. Lustful husband, ignore you. I'm going to go practice martial arts. I've already got a layer of flesh. I'm going to try to surpass you. Wang Xinlin jumped and ran away. Jiang Ming rubbed his chin and smiled. Wang Xinliang's talent can only be described as average. Let's give her a boost later on when we have the chance. But first we must build a top-tier strong one. The power can't be dispersed. With the swing value at 10 points again. Draw. Obtained bronze treasure chest. Open it or not. Open up. Obtaining dragon elephant fruit. Jiang Ming was delighted and called Xiaozhu directly. Xiaozhu. Swallow it. Chapter 31 Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum. Song Shilan's compulsion. Soon, the compound was a springtime color. Husband, this fruit is too precious. I'll share half of it with you. Zhu took the dragon elephant fruit in her mouth and then came up. A hot aura rushed into Jiang Ming's body, causing his torso to follow suit. Jiang Ming's toes also instantly tightened. Under Xiaozhu's powerful strength, he was unable to resist at all, and could only be pressed to forcefully molest him. Hey, if you can't resist, just enjoy it. Swing value +1. After a while, the temperature of the two men only gradually slowed down. Xiaozhu, what are you doing? You've only increased your strength by 5,000 pounds. Not even close. Enough. You said that I'm basically not as strong as I am in terms of power within the flesh realm right now. So what am I going to do by becoming that strong? Jiang Ming smiled. There will be someone stronger. Xiaozhu smiled. Husband, I'm going to go cultivate. I need to break through the fourth layer quickly. I feel like my power is too great. My own realm is already struggling to support me. Jubilee swung her fist, and she found it hard to take back her power. Kang Ming also saw the problem and put her down. He now added 5,000 pounds of strength. His strength far exceeded that of his peers, and this power was very manageable for him. However, Xiaozhu's realm was low and his power was too high, so it was inconvenient instead. I'm sure you'll break through soon, Xiaozhu said. I fused the Nine Suns divine power and the Nine True Scripture on my own, and I've found a qualitative change. I'll tell you guys when I've made a breakthrough. Zhu Yi's belly was getting bigger and bigger, but her motivation to practice did not decrease. Jiang Ming looked relieved. His own strength had already also become stronger and stronger under the three women's tireless cultivation. That night, Jiang Ming rode his horse and came with Yang Kai to the highest specification restaurant in Zhang County. Song Shilang and also Governor Zhang Hai are waiting early. Brother Jiang, it's been a long time, and now I see that you're even more powerful than before. Zhang Hai exclaimed in admiration. He didn't know why, but this Jiang Ming gave him a stronger might than Wu Du had. Reason told him it couldn't be, but feelings couldn't be fooled. His heart became even more shocked and puzzled, and he had a mind to try Jiang Ming's strength. Try shaking hands, Mr. Kong? Jiang Ming knew Zhang Jixian's intention, but he let it go. Lord Zhang, your sandbag-sized hands shall not crush me? Forget it. Swing value +1. Brother Jiang, just look at your strength. If you're better than me, you can totally serve in the prefecture. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Don't rush me to serve. I'm really not interested. Swing value +1. Zhang Hai had no choice but to bring Jiang Ming to the point. When Jiang Ming was led into the room, there were already more than a dozen women with very different styles standing inside. All of them were over 6'5" and all of them had fair complexions, sort of well maintained all around. And Song Shilang also deliberately dressed them up. After all, they are some country women. When they came, dressed in gray, this dress down, they are all beauty embryo. No. Jiang Ming clapped his hands and said 3 no's in a row. Brother Jiang, this isn't even satisfactory? Song Shilang hesitated. I mean, it's all good. Jiang Ming nodded. These women were shy and scared, but after seeing Jiang Ming's gentle temperament, they were all unconsciously soothed. Then Brother Jiang is not satisfied? Hey, it still doesn't work. Jiang Ming sighed. Although these women were all very beautiful, each with a decent figure, they were still far from Yunji, Zhu Yi, and Wang Xinlin. this doesn't even work. It seems that elder brother Zhang's vision is no longer among the mundane. Only something of the caliber of Officer Wan's daughter will do. Song Shilang sighed. Elder brother Zhang, then I'm sorry I can't help you. In this 100 miles around, I'm afraid there's nothing else that can compare to the daughter of Officer Wang. Even the flower girl of yellow is inferior. Zhang Hai was apologetic. It's fine. Lord Zhang doesn't need to blame himself. I'm kind of pleasing to the eye, aren't I? Jiang Ming looked regretful, because these women were not up to the system's requirements. But he himself did have his aesthetics pulled up by Zhu Yi, Yun Ji, and their face value. If these women were placed in their previous lives, they would definitely all be at the level of big celebrities. But now, for Jiang Ming, they could only be described as okay. Hearing that Jiang Ming was unwilling to have them, the women all hung their heads one by one. One of them boldly stepped forward and said in an aggrieved voice, "My lord, I am 19 now. If I don't get married, I'll be sent to the hooker. I'm too skinny and weak. No one in the village has ever wanted me. My lord, please." The other women, seeing that they had a head start, cried out boldly. After all, a person who made the magistrate have such respect must be extremely powerful, and this was their only chance to change their fate. What's all the noise about? Be quiet. Song Shilang chided. The scene fell silent. Jiang Ming touched his lower bar. These women totaled 12. It's useless to go back. System, can you show the loyalty of these people? I could find a few to go back and do odd jobs as maids. The hygiene in the house. I've been letting Nyangzi and the others do it. It's all delaying cultivation time. It's possible, but none of these people meet the requirements, so the practice can't be returned. It's okay, it just shows loyalty. Not a moment too soon. These 12 women had rows of numbers displayed right above their heads. If you really want to come with me, then you must be loyal to me. All step forward and kneel down. Jiang Ming said with a straight face. 4 of these women decisively stepped forward and knelt down directly, and the rest knelt down one after another. Jiang Ming looked at the change in loyalty on these people's heads. Only the initial 4 people had reached a staggering 85%. Everyone else is hovering in the 50s and 60s. It's just the 4 of you. Jiang Ming ignored the others' bitter pleas and waved his hand. Everyone else go down. After a few moments, the room emptied. Jiang Ming pointed to the 4 of them and said, "The 4 of you will be called Plum Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum from now on, in rows from left to right. Got it? Got it." Mei Lan Juju was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. "Remember, I'm not asking you to be concubines. You're here with me as maids, but the maids of my Zhang family aren't just to be maids if they want to be. Your Excellency is right." Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Ming standing there, and when he heard the word Zhang family, he pointed out that this person's ambition was not small. After a few people had dinner, Jiang Ming left Zhang County with Mei Lan Juju. When they left, they also gave Zhang Hai and the others some fruits, making them overjoyed. At the city gate, Zhang Hai watched Jiang Ming leave before turning back to Song Shilang behind him and saying, "The imperial court has started expanding its troops, and I've heard that Jiang Ming has also been given the actual power to recruit troops." Song Shilang continued, "Governor, this is happening everywhere in the country, and Jiang Ming must have some power, too. You say it's because of the border?" Zhang Hai queried. "That is inevitable. Great Zhou has stood for 800 years, and has been in constant strife with enemy countries. Nowadays, Great Zhou has too much momentum. What goes around comes around. Maybe something really big is going to happen this time. This time the recruitment of troops, apart from the large number of people, that's the problem of military rations. I can see that the Jiang Ming is bound to be able to provide more high-quality military rations." Song Shilang touched his chin and analyzed. "Oh, you mean he even cheated Wudu last time? Of course. What kind of person is Wudu too? Are we not clear? Jiang Ming is very smart. How can he not see? This person must have hidden clumsiness. Governor, there is a word when the small one should not speak." Boom! At this moment there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, and a fine rain fell in an instant. The magistrate behind the two hurriedly found a paper umbrella for them. "You say it," Zhang Hai said with a straight face. "My lord, this Jiang Ming seems lethargic, but in reality, his ambition is not small. His military rations, I estimate that he can still provide at least 10 tons per month. If this data is submitted by you personally to the court, it will definitely be a great merit. When the time comes, Jiang Ming will be reappointed, and you will be promoted. Crossing over to the Su Yuanfu will be the best." Song Shilang lowered his head and said, the second thing was that he was following the magistrate, and of course he wanted his master to be more powerful. Zhang Hai nodded in some silence. "I understand what you're saying, but there's no way for us to know just how much Jiang Ming can produce. Now that Great Zhou is expanding its troops, if we can provide this channel, it's definitely a blessing in disguise, but we don't know his output, and crossing Su Yuanfu, we'll have to endure a certain amount of retaliation, and the risk is high. Lord Zhang, I'll help you lobby with Jiang Ming on the issue of production. As for Governor Su Yuan's retaliation, it's inevitable, so we can put our treasure on Jiang Ming. Song Shilang gritted his teeth. He continued to agitate the governor, trying to convince him in any way he could. In the end, Song Shilang once again released heavy news. My lord, the eldest princess will be traveling to Jiangcheng in a month's time to view 1,000 miles of river tide. This is an opportunity. Governor Zhang Hai clenched his fist at the words and made the craziest decision of his life in his heart. Got it. Chapter 32, 3,000 li expedited. Secret letter from Great Zhou. Heavy rain poured down. It's a good thing that Jiang Ming came in a carriage. Along the way Mylan, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum were sitting in the car all curiously sizing up Jiang Ming. Upon closer inspection, a few of the girl's loyalties have increased quite a bit more. It's 95 years old, so it's time to teach some martial arts. It can't be all hand-to-hand women. Jiang Ming intended to pass on the Jade Maiden scripture to them, so that they would have at least a certain amount of force. Rumble. The sky flashed with lightning and thunder. Back at the manor, Jiang Ming saw from afar 3 women holding umbrellas, standing in the heavy rain, located in the doorway eagerly waiting, watching Jiang Ming get off the car and then take 4 women, all helplessly smiled. These are the maids you've hired. They'll be the ones to do the cooking, cleaning and such from now on. Thought you brought 4 more concubines. They're not bad. Why don't you take them as women? Yunji laughed. You can't be casual without feelings. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, following me won't treat them badly. Jiang Ming beckoned. All of you, get inside. It's raining too much. His voice was unusually clear even over the rumbling thunder and the rain. Zhui carefully wiped the rain off his shoulders. After a few moments, Jiang Ming had just returned to the house shortly. Yang Kai had something to report outside the door. My lord, we've captured 2 scouts from Wolfsbane Mountain, and on top of that, there's another one from the Imperial Court. Oh, take me to see. Jiang Ming's expression was stunned, and encountered this matter in the pouring rain. It seems there's no peace in this manor of his own. Deep within Jiang Ming's manor, there was a dungeon for holding people, which he had built later. My lord, thanks to your telescope, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to detect the whereabouts of these 3. Yang Kai exclaimed. That's nothing. If it wasn't for the lack of technological level, I would have wanted to create thermal imaging sensors, and within a 10-mile radius, not a single rat would have been able to come in. Jiang Ming waved his hand. Yang Kai couldn't understand what his lord was saying, so he could only nod his head in agreement. Upon coming to the dungeon, 3 naked, beaten and disfigured men tied to stakes. My lord, no one has yet to suffer from our Yang family's forced confessions. All 3 of them confessed. Yang Kai bowed. Jiang Ming walked towards that court scout and patted against the other's head to wake him up. Sent by Wudu? Jiang Ming, I'm only in charge of checking on your condition and have no ill intentions. Aren't you afraid of Martial Capital's condemnation if you treat me like this? Pop. Yang Kai cracked a whip. Ah, the man screamed, daring to speak to the Lord in such a manner. Tell us all your purpose. Yes, don't fight. I'll say, it's Wudu who asked me to come to find out how much your production really is. And secondly, to feel out your planting methods. Those are my purposes. I don't know anything else. Pretty much what I thought. Jiang Ming touched the man's head and said, bury it and make it clean. Then came the 2 Wolfsbane bandits, who were still awake but the look had been one of horror and, seeing Jiang Ming coming over, in a panic, it came right out of his mouth. My lord, we are arranged by the Wolf-Tooth Mountain's Grandmaster to come here to look for the deaths of the Grandmaster and the Second Master. The Grandmaster already knows about your place, and he still has a big job to do nowadays, so I guess that when he's done, he'll attack your place. We still have more than 300 men at Wolfsbane, more than 100 horses, and even some dynamite. Not bad. Have a packaged meal before sending them off. Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Yes, my lord. After learning that Wolfsbane was going to deal with him, Jiang Ming came outside the house and opened the map of Su Yuanfu. Looking at Wolfsbane Mountain, 80 miles away from him, the terrain was treacherous. It was also not good to attack, but this tumor was already a life and death enemy with himself, and it was definitely not possible not to kill it. Yang Kai, what good advice do you have? I want to destroy Wolfsbane Mountain, but I don't want to die alone. So what do you say to solve it? Yang Kai said without hesitation. My lord, let's wait, show the enemy with weakness. Sooner or later they will fight over. As long as whichever big leader comes out and we kill him, we will naturally destroy Wolf-Tooth Mountain. If we take the initiative to attack, there will definitely be damage. Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Increase the manor's defenses and fix the watchtower higher. 50 miles from the pipeline outside of Wolverhampton, there is a big battle going on at the moment. More than 300 men surrounded one man. This person was riding a steed, with the Great Zhou Imperial flag hanging from his waist and a yellow cloak. His horse was also extremely distinctive, with reddish fur flooding his feet and a red mane on his back, and his eyes glowing red. Every hoof that went down could kick a horse bandit to death. You guys are bold. I am 3,000 li expedited. You guys also dare to loot. Looking for death. The officer and soldier on that horse roared angrily and robed. Rise the formation. Kill. The bandit in the lead shouted. His eyes were cold and murderous. Although he was masked, but if he was familiar with it, he would definitely be able to recognize him as the Wolf Tooth Mountain's grand boss. 50 of these bandits showed unusual qualities and lined up neatly. The Long Dragon Formation? You're from Lineland, assholes, the officer roared, realizing that it was the enemy's identity. He no longer dwelled on the letter behind his back being clasped in his arms with a death grip, kicking the horse's belly beneath him violently. Roar! This blood-red BMW unexpectedly let out a beast-like roar. Don't let this blood-red horse get away, Big Dango chided. For a while the place was in flames, and the bandits' men were dying like rain. However, that Great Joe's officials and soldiers and this blood-colored BMW were both exhausted as well. It wasn't until late afternoon that the 3,000-mile expedited special soldier was finally worn out. As for the horse bandits, they had gone from more than 300 people to half of them remaining, and the corpses on the ground were being washed away by the heavy rain. Retreat! The big boss couldn't clean up the battlefield in time and retreated in a hurry. After coming back to Wolfsbane Mountain, looking at the letter in his hand, his eyes were full of excitement. I've finally done it. When I'm done avenging my second and third brothers, I'll go back to my country to bring glory back. This time, I can definitely honor my ancestors. More than 20 years finally I can go home. Big Dog hasn't recovered from his injuries, but at this time, someone old report, Big Boss, Wu Xing, Li Yuan, all disappeared. They went to explore the manor when they disappeared. Now a day no news, is estimated to be dead. The big dog got up violently. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with that manor. My brothers might have died there. It's not too late. After exterminating that manor, we'll leave Great Joe quickly. The big dog got up and came to the door. He gathered everyone. At the moment though the rain was pouring down and the brothers were exhausted. But he still said in a cheerful manner, brothers, let's go. Go and avenge our second and third lords. His words, except for the 50 of them who were all fine with it. The rest could not understand them. What's with the fight? No breaks? But no one dared to ask, so they had to drag their tired bodies and follow the big boss out of Wolfsbane Mountain. At the moment the night was falling and the rain was pouring down. Their movements were effectively covered under the rainy night. Located just outside the village of Castle Peak is the Kongming estate. It just reached the hour of midnight. One of the young generals on the watchtower held a telescope and instantly saw the horse bandits galloping in the night. Blow the whistle immediately. Less than half a minute. All the Yangs are ready to go. Jiang Ming Yang Kai all appeared on the watchtower. It looks like the bandits from Wolfsbane Mountain are here, Jiang Ming muttered. As the rain poured down, Jiang Ming's manor was covered in a veil of mystery in the night. Xiao Zhu was casting weapons. She wanted to make a set of battle armor for her husband. Yunji was practicing Taiji swordsmanship inside the house, and her loyalty had reached 120%. Wang Xinlin was meditating and practicing the 9-yang divine power. The 4 maids, Plum Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, were still warming up tea for the hostesses. At the entrance of the manor, there was an aura of solemnity, contrasting with the calm harmony within the courtyard. My lord, 50 of the incoming people are well trained and are not ordinary horse bandits. I'll lead 30 people enough to exterminate them, Yang Kai said confidently. No, Jiang Ming nodded. Chapter 33, 3000 Li Express Letter. Hot potato. My lord, these horse bandits, I observe that they are all very tired. Apparently they have just experienced a great battle and now they are rushing to attack us. I have a hunch that something big is happening to them. Yang Kai observed carefully. What do you mean? I'm guessing that their main camp is in deficit right now, so I'll arrange for 10 people to go to their main camp to steal their home, Yang Kai proposed. Yes, Jiang Ming nodded. These matters on the battlefield could just be left to Yang Kai. The horse bandits outside the manor are unusually fierce. Seeing the tall walls of the city ahead of them in the night was rather more menacing. Big Leader raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Ram the gates!" Boom! These horse bandits are all very fierce, and there are even some powerful people who directly step on the horse's back and leap more than 10 meters high, to directly cross the gate. But just at this moment, Yang Kai rushed out with the Yang family army, which was neatly organized. It rolled down the hill as if it were a meat grinder. Because it was so fast, many horse bandits reacted. The big dog sparred with Yang Kai and Yang Kai's body retreated, but more than a dozen more soldiers surrounded him. Flesh body 5th layer, professional army. My second and third brothers were really killed by you, the big boss shouted angrily. Kill. Set up a formation. The big dog retreated back into the formation. He knew that this manner was tricky after he fought once, but there is no possibility of backing out now. Break the formation. Yang Clan Gun Rise formation. Yang Kai similarly shouted. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, took out his Zhang Yi sword and led the rest of the soldiers to kill those horse bandits without professional training. For a while, the number of horse bandits were all rapidly decreasing. Heavy rain and thunderstorms. The rain quickly washed away the blood, and the bodies mixed with dirt fell down the hillside and off the cliff. The shouts were all covered by the thunder in the sky. The whole hill became a human meat grinder. No good. Can't beat it. This mountain has a big secret. The big dog couldn't help Yang Kai for a moment. When he saw Jiang Ming, who was killing people like a butcher's dog in the distance, the intention to retreat sprang up in his heart. There are more important things to do than die here. After sparring with Yang Kai, he flew back and leapt onto the back of another piece of horse, and with a tug on the reins, he was about to escape. But Jiang Ming and Yang Kai could not let him have his way. The two were about to make a move to stop them when an arrow shot out from the manor. This arrow was so fast that it even had a cracking sound in the rain. The sudden murderous intent caused the Grandmaster to jerk back and, before the arrow even arrived, he already felt like his chest was going to be pierced through. What a master this is! He was in a state of panic and subconsciously raised his sword to fend it off. Clang! This arrow directly struck his long sword in half, and then an arrow pierced through his chest. Even the huge destructive force directly churned all of his internal organs. I wear but silk treasure armor. Knives and spears are invulnerable. Flesh 8 layers at once unbreakable. In the end, who is it the big pawn to the ground before? Struggling to look inside the manor, on the watchtower stood a woman with long, flowing hair and a slender figure. What a beautiful young woman. This was the last thought in the big dog's mind. Ah, Big Boss is dead. I surrender. Some of the horse bandits immediately fell back on the battlefield as soon as they saw that their boss was dead. But Jiang Ming just indifferently said, kill them all. Surrender and kill them too. Yes. Yang Kai waved his hand. At once the lopsided slaughter on the hill began. Inside the great hall of the manor, Jiang Ming held a secret letter engraved with the word Zhou in his hand, his expression extremely grave. Yunji's expression changed drastically when she saw this object. He said, husband, this is a classified document of the Great Zhou. It's all super-secret documents about state affairs and the rise and fall of dynasties, and they are all expedited and transmitted at a speed of 3,000 miles per day by an expert of the flesh-body 5th layer realm riding a blood-red horse. Even if this big boss doesn't mess with us, I'm only afraid that we'll still get into big trouble and he's obviously an enemy spy. Jiang Ming said as he held the secret letter. Well, husband, if the court of the Great Zhou knew that the secret letter disappeared near Wolf's Tooth Mountain, I'm afraid that all the mountains within 300 miles of Wolf's Tooth Mountain would have to be cleaned up, and all the people in charge of the villages and towns would have to be suspended from their duties and investigated. And as for the people, they would have to be interrogated and questioned one by one. And for independent estates like ours, we're only afraid that we'll be captured outright and beheaded regardless of whether we're guilty or not. Yunji was worried. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, clenched her fists. Husband, no matter who it is, if they dare to bully us, I'll beat them to death. Even if it's the emperor, I'll hammer him to death. After Zhu Yi's power became stronger, her acting style also became rough, mainly matching her delicate face and slender arms. The contrast was great. Things also have a turnaround. It will take at least 5 days for the court to know that the secret letter has been robbed, and it will take about half a month until the order comes down and starts to be implemented. I'll ask Yang Kai to find a way to send this secret letter to the Great Zhou Imperial City. Jiang Ming slapped the table. Now this is the only way feasible. Handing over to other people he is not assured. Only Yang began his own Die Hard. The work is reliable. Husband, there's no time to lose. We must set off immediately. But our mounts, they just won't do. The only one selling blood-red horses today is Su Yuanfu. Yunji told Jiang Ming about the location where he bought the blood-red horse. Jiang Ming did not delay. He did not dare to open the secret letter in his hand. Otherwise, even if he sends it over, he will be crushed by Great Zhou. Today's self is not good enough to fight against the state. So of course he has to find a way to get out of it. Gave Yang Kai 10,000 taels of silver. Yang Kai, blood-red horses are 3,000 taels a horse. By 3, ride them to death. Make sure to reach the Imperial City as soon as possible. Followed by, Jiang Ming handed Yang Kai 5 peaches, which were fruits carefully cultivated with the little green bottle, and these 5 had a much better flavor and effect than the others. Although it is not so much to prolong life, it is true that after eating it, you will be full of energy and can get rid of diseases. When you go to the Imperial City, use this to find a way to get into the palace, and make sure you meet the Emperor. This time, you're at great risk. Mission second, life first. Jiang Ming patted Yang Kai's shoulder and urged, come back alive. Lord, I will definitely complete the mission. Yang Kai knelt down on one knee, and the hedge soiled his pants leg. With a hoarse whinny, Yang Kai departed in the night. The heavy rain had also stopped, and the manor looked especially cold at night. Jiang Ming walked back to the manor, his expression still calm, but the heart was actually more grave than anyone else's. Everyone, if Yang Kai is unable to complete his mission, he may have to follow me to the end of the world. Jiang Ming softly said, "Husband, we'll go wherever you go." Shu Yi expressed her indifference and Yunji also hummed and nodded, and Wang Xinliang followed with no comment. "Catch up on your cultivation and improve your strength." Jiang Ming began to urge the three women to work hard. For his part, he remains lazy. Swing value +1. On the surface, it looked as if he didn't take this crisis seriously at all. Just as the great event of the 3,000-mile expedited cutoff occurred in the Great Zhou, far away in Su Yuanfu, Wudu 2 received a flying pigeon transmission. He opened it carefully and was delighted by its contents. "Ha ha, it worked, next is my side." After saying that he walked out, and after he walked out of the Wu mansion, he rode his horse, and the pedestrians on the road all treated him with respect. All the way to the governor's door. Capital Wu begs to see Mr. Lu. All old acquaintances. The guards at the door let him in. When Wu Du head came in, he realized that Lu Yan was holding a hairpin in his hand. Lu Yang glanced at Wu Du too and said, "I say, Mr. Wu, the person got lost right in your chapter county, and you say that you haven't been able to find the person?" With a poof, Lu Yang suddenly raised his hand and inserted this hairpin into Wu Du 2's shoulder, and blood spurted out. Wu Du did not dare to have a seizure, arched his hand and said in fear, "Mr. Lu, the next official does not understand what has not been done well, but also please point out, this hairpin is Yunji's hairpin. Do you know that it was collected from a pawnshop in Jiangxian County? And you've only just returned from Jiangxian County. What explanation are you doing?" "Rubbish," Lu Yang shouted lowly. There was a slap directly to the face of Wu Du head. Chapter 34, Zhou Qingying, Lu Yang's hands. "My subordinate will immediately lead people to Zhang County to search. If I don't find anyone, my subordinate will bring my head to meet you." Capital Wu said with his head lowered. "Ha, you go to bring people to search? Let you find someone, either the wind or the rain. It's been a month, haven't seen a single hair. Find a two-legged woman only, not let you find a heavenly fairy. Waste." Lu Yang was furious and slapped Wu Du 2's face a few more times, then shook off his hand as if he was tired of hitting. "Never mind, I'll go along with you, show you what it means to find someone and learn." "Yes, Lord Lu." Wu Du 2's hand had not been lowered. This was how he was a good dog, so good that he let Lu Yang leave everything to him. Su Yuan's house. Inside the Yin family's grand hall, a middle-aged man with half-white hair sat in a chair at a loss. Below, a middle-aged man, also of advanced age, dressed in a martial arts uniform, reported on the situation. "Family master, the last news of our young lady disappeared near Zhang County, and the recent Qingshan village was destroyed by a group of horse bandits, those from the Wolf Tooth Mountain. But recently there was also news that boy, Lu Yang, found our young lady's hairpin, which was said to be obtained from a pawn store in Zhang County." Speaking of which, the martial artist hesitated a bit. The Yin family had gestured for him to continue. "Master, all things considered now, the young lady is likely to be in a bad way. The biggest possibility is that she has been kidnapped by the bandits, and then her finances were pawned by the bandits. It is indeed not optimistic today." Snap! Yun Shan slammed the table and got up violently, anger in his eyes. "The bandits of Wolf Tooth Mountain, and Lu Yang, if my daughter dies, even if I don't want to give up my life, I'll make these two dogs pay." The Takishi below was silent. "Old Hu, trouble you on a run, bring more people, and turn all the neighborhood of Zhang County upside down." "Yes, master." Old Hu let out a dark sigh. He was actually no longer optimistic. Yunji was not strong. As long as she fell into the hands of those mountain villagers, none of them had a good ending. The winds of Great Zhou were already changing, and a gale was blowing towards the imperial city. Jiang Ming's manner, on the other hand, remained calm. 2 days later, Yunji crossed into the third level of the flesh realm, and after Zhu Yi ate the dragon elephant fruit, her cultivation progressed even faster. Her strength had directly entered the fourth level of the flesh realm. Jiang Ming had also risen to the sixth level of the flesh realm, the breath realm. With a surge in the dantian within his body, a cyclone of qi slowly took shape in the dantian, and there was an extra layer of mist in this cyclone. These mists were difficult for Jiang Ming to mobilize at first, but after a day of relentless effort, Jiang Ming finally figured out how to use these gases, and he found out that it's called inner strength. When he ran his internal energy, the strength of his body, and his own agility and speed would be improved. Sixth level of the flesh realm, at least more than twice as strong as the fifth level of the flesh realm. It's a huge span. No wonder the sense of oppression I got from Wu Du 2 was very strong. That horse bandit's big boss was also at the sixth level of the flesh realm, and was equally strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaozhu's power was so great that he directly killed him in seconds, I'm afraid that I would still have to be entangled for a long time. Jiang Ming was in a good mood and more confident after his breakthrough. Suddenly, a prompt came from the system. Yunji's Taiji sword technique is a great success. 12 times returned. acquired the Yellow Order sword technique, Taishuan's 6 swords. Chudi practiced the Heartbreaker palm, 16 times the amount of the middle grade yellow palm technique. The 3 flaming palms, 2 martial arts techniques are added. Jiang Ming was suddenly off his rocker. He took out the Jiangyi sword. All the moves of the 6 swords of Taishan were instantly clear in his mind, and he slightly raised his hand and the bare start of the hand was as if he had studied this sword technique countless times. Jiang Ming came outside the courtyard and swung out his sword. A sword aura pierced through the void, and the internal energy in his body poured out. It even caused his chi and blood to flip up with it, and that one sword blade penetrated through a thick tree 5 meters away. I can't just use the sword technique of the lower grade of the yellow rank. The chi in my body is too little. It's difficult to exert it at all. But as long as I don't talk about leaking my breath, relying on this sword technique, not to mention the 6th level of the physical body, even if it's the 7th level, I'd be able to chop it up at will. As for the yellow rank intermediate palm technique triple flame palm, when a palm was slapped out, the palm was like a flame, and it would even emit a searingly hot temperature that would directly scorch the opponent, which was extremely powerful. This was no longer in the realm of martial arts. It was comparable to metaphysics. Jiang Ming tried his strength, was satisfied. Finally, I have some self-preservation. In the Su Yuanfu's territory, at least no one can pin me down at will, unless the other party piles me up with thousands of troops and horses. Jiang Ming organized the 2 techniques and handed them over to the 3 of them, Yunji, Zhu Yi, and Wang Xinliang. Jiang Ming said bitterly, Yunji, this sword technique is an extended version of Taiji. You need to practice it well. Yunji flipped through it for a while, and she found that the standard of this sword technique was already far beyond Taiji, and even the last sword indicated that it could cut through the air with a single stroke, and could even shatter a boulder the size of a house from a distance of 100 meters. This power was already far beyond the limits of mortals. Husband, the Taiji sword technique, all of them are already far beyond our Su Yuanfu's martial arts. This Taishan 6 swords, I'm afraid it's only immortal Taoism. It's too precious. Yunji was touched in her heart. Yunji loyalty plus 10. Yunji's loyalty 130%. Wang Xinlian's loyalty plus 10. Wang Xinlian's loyalty 110%. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, was curiously surveying the 3 flaming palms in her hand, although she really wanted an axe technique. These 3 flaming palms were not bad. Added to her own massive power, the tower was confident that even steel plates could be shattered. There are a total of 2 new subjects. Xin Lian. If you don't know how to teach the 2 sisters, learn more. I know, husband. Wang Xinliang stretched her head around Zhu Yi and Yunji. Yunji put away the secret book and smiled mysteriously. Husband, I seem to have it too. Really? Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Finally something. The road to success is long. Of course, I can still be cheap. I'll just have to trouble Sister Heartshower from now on. On one side, Wang Xinliang burrowed into Jiang Ming's chest. Then in these few months, husband will be mine alone. Thinking about it, maybe next month, practice your martial arts. Jiang Ming hooked Wang Xilian's nose, just as a few people were laughing. More than a dozen Yang family soldiers came over with more than 30 ragged women, and a few others carried a few large boxes, which were heavy with gold and silver treasures. The women all looked numb, even horrified, as if they were hopeless about the future. Jiang Ming, who got the news, walked out with his wife. My lord, Wolftooth Mountain's headquarters has been destroyed by us. All their gold and silver treasures are here, and these 30 or so women were all looted by Wolftooth Mountain bandits. We didn't know what to do with them, so we brought them here. A few young family soldiers looked at each other, mainly thinking that their lord liked women and went along with it. There are also a few freshly captured yellow girls in there, so let's see if there's any that the lord likes. Jiang Ming sighed darkly and patted the soldier who had spoken, saying, have a heart, but it's a pity I'm not General Yuan. Then, looking to these women who were all still relatively young, 90% of these doctors looked numb, their eyes flickering and not daring to look at each other. These are the ones whose innocence has been tarnished, and in this day and age, when innocence is gone, even if they go back, their parents won't recognize them, and will even scold and drive them out of the house. But this place, Jiang Ming, doesn't need too many idle people. More is rather troublesome. There were 3 other women with clear eyes, but with their heads bowed and shivering, obviously frightened. Of these 3 women, the appearance of one of them caught Jiang Ming's eye, although this woman was wearing broken cloth clothes, but the stubbornness in her eyes was obvious, and there was a little beauty mole on her brow that was brightly colored, giving this woman some extra flirtatiousness, but her breath was shriveled, as if she had suffered internal injuries. And looking at the temples, and the subconscious reaction, this woman should have practiced martial arts. This face and temperament made Jiang Ming's mind flash back to a person. Zhou Jiruo, too much like. What's your name? Jiang Ming asked as he stepped forward. Zhou Qingying, The woman glanced at Jiang Ming and lowered her head, her eyes darting around, not knowing if she was panicking or thinking about how to get away. Special body type detected. 3 Yin chakra body. And the target of this physique pointed to Zhou Qingying. Chapter 35, The Sky is Mine. Will you stay with me? Jiang Ming smiled. He was gentle, stabilizing the surprise in his heart. It made Zhou Qingying, who had never felt warmth before, go into a bit of a trance for a while. But suddenly he thought of the master's teachings. Men are all vermin. They are all heartless and flowery. It's better to die believing in men. After thinking about the words, Zhou Qingying shook her head decisively. No, I want to leave. Can you let me go? AI. It's a pity. I just think that you resemble a deceased person of mine and want to keep you. Now that there's a war outside and it's not safe for you to be a weak woman. Jiang Ming wore a gentle smile, making people bathe in the spring breeze, giving them a feeling of trustworthiness. Me. Zhou Qingying's complexion darkened, revealing a slightly difficult look, as if she was considering, deliberating. A lot of thoughts flashing through my head. Zhou Qingying gritted her teeth and said, I can stay, but can you send me back? Yes. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Then he got up and said to the others, everyone else, collect 100 taels of silver and leave. The words dazzled all the women. Didn't you say it's chaotic and unsafe out there? Why are you kicking us out now? Zhou Qingying also looked at Jiang Ming with a stunned face. What the master said was indeed right. Men are deceitful ghosts. Zhou Qingying, loyalty -10%. Kang Ming was considering whether to keep this woman or not anymore. This nympho was negative to his first time. System, is this woman's cultivation going to negatively affect me? It's not that. It's just that this woman has a very bad impression of you. That's all. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Gentlemen, it's not that I won't take you in. It's because my place is already small in scope and has few rooms, and I've already raised a lot of people here, and I won't be able to raise you for the rest of your lives when you come in. Besides, you're all just in your teens. The oldest is just in his early 20s. You're also in your prime. You shouldn't be wasting your time within my manor. There are plenty of good men out there that won't mind your past, so I'm giving you silver to let you go out and pursue happiness. Jiang Ming's words made the women listen and feel justified, so he continued, Gentlemen, you two choose. If you are willing to stay, you will be a maid for life. If you want to leave, take 100 taels of silver and go, and it will be enough for you to live for the rest of your lives. Zhang County is not far away. I am more familiar with the magistrate there, and I will definitely help you to settle down in your homes. With the promise behind them, the young girls felt better about taking away 100 taels. After all, the man had guaranteed that someone in the county would take them in. A large portion of them chose to leave, and they all knelt down to kowtow to Jiang Ming. But there are a few who think it's good to stay. But when Jiang Ming opened the loyalty option, only 2 people qualified, so they took the names Little Hum, Little Ha, and the other ones that weren't loyal enough to let them go to Chapter County. It just so happens that it will also solve the singles problem for the old bachelors of Chapter County. Zhou Qingying's loyalty increased by 60%, Zhou Qingying's loyalty 50%. Kang Ming realized that this woman was emotionally unstable. When the women are settled, Zhou Qingying went back to the house and washed up. After redressing into a good dress and walking out, her appearance did not lose to Yunji, Zhu in the slightest, but the temperament is still not as tantalizing as Xiao Zhu looks. Left you behind because you don't look like a southerner's. How did you get here? Kang Ming gestured for her to sit down. Zhou Qingying hesitated for a while, only sitting on half of her butt. The waist was straight, and the curvature of the arched buttocks was shown with extreme grace. My lord, just call me Jiang Ming. Da, Lord Jiang. I do come from the northern shifting flower palace. My master is the vice palace master Yuqin, and I was stranded here because I was nosy, fell into a trap, and was sold here. Sold here? Husband, the moving flower palace is in the extreme north of the Great Zhou, more than 1,000 miles away from the imperial city, but it is 10,000 miles away from us here in the south. If this woman is really someone from the moving flower palace, she must have an ulterior motive for mistakenly entering this place. It's not that simple, Zhu reminded from the side. Alright, if you want to stay here, follow this sister. Jiang Ming signaled Zhou Qingying to follow Zhu. Aha! When Zhou Qingying went down, Zhu said, Husband, this person obviously wasn't captured here. She's hiding something, and it's impossible for a woman as good looking as her to still be innocent inside a bandit's den. Kang Ming, I can also see that this woman will not be hostile to us now. The current Zhou Qingying's loyalty had already reached 60%, and was already considered to have a good feeling towards her. It was only the initially negative loyalty that made him a little puzzled. This woman is not very stable. Husband must have fallen for this woman's body. Yunji teased from the side. You're right, Jiang Ming said. Swing value +1. This woman's face, so seductive, and with such a curvy ass, it's no wonder that husband doesn't like it. Yunji continued to add fuel to the fire. Zhu Yi, who was on the side, covered her mouth and laughed. Jiang Ming didn't explain. This woman's physique was special and there was no suitable technique for her to cultivate right now. But it's also a side note that the world possesses more power than martial arts, and that physique says it all. When this woman's loyalty is 100%, her cultivation speed might even be faster than Zhu Yi's. Jiang Ming's manner seemed peaceful, but those in the know knew a storm was coming. Jiang Ming was waiting for news from Yang Kai. He had also now spent a great deal of money on many supplies, and a large number of horses, even 4 blood-red horses. This horse was purchased by a sorcerer who had found his way to the southern border, and most people called it an exotic beast. Chapter County. Shrouded by a cloud of gloom at the moment, the magistrate fell to his knees in fear and cowed out unceasingly to the young man in front of him. Mr. Liu has come to visit. I'd been remiss in welcoming you. Liu Yang kicked him away. Alright, get out of the way. Lowly trash, get out of the way. Liu Yang came down to the pawnshop where Yunji was before under the leadership of Wu Dutu. Behind them were more than a dozen guards with strong breaths, and their eyes were fierce. Along the way, but wherever there are people in front of the road blocking the way, they directly kicked away. There are even people who are physically weak, and this kick is enough to kill them. For a time, the people of Zhang County were terrified, not daring to make a sound at all, even closing their doors tightly, deeply afraid of bumping into this lord. After Liu Yang entered the pawnshop, a few of his men directly dragged the boss out. Beat up first, then ask questions, Liu Yang said indifferently. At once the place began to emit a miserable wailing sound. Song Shilang and the magistrate outside the door, looking at the scene, do not dare to make a sound. It is before the spirited Wu Dudu, at this moment, are calm, as if a good dog stood on the side. The owner of the pawnshop was in pain, half dead before he knew what was going on. When she finally learned that it was a question about a hairpin, she confessed all truthfully. Oh my lord, those 2 women are about this tall, wearing clothes so wide that you can't tell if they're fat or thin, and their faces are covered, so I really don't know anything else. Liu Yang knew that this person wasn't lying, but he still said, kill. Upon walking out of the pawn store, all that was left inside was a dead body, and 2 children who rushed over to the shop crying in pain. Liu Yang looked at the sky and muttered, the sky is all mine. Is there anyone I can't find? Wu Du too. Subordinate is here. Martial Capital stepped forward. All the women in Jiangzhou County are gathered at the city gates for me, and anyone who dares to block them will be killed directly. Yes, my lord. Martial Capital immediately began to give orders. Behind him, Zheng Hai was already as pale as paper. After this time, no matter what the result is, he will not be able to keep this hat. If anything happened, it would only be him, not Liu Yang, who would take the blame. Chapter 36, Crisis After Crisis. Ah! A scream broke the quiet of the night. At the entrance to the city of Jiangxian, blood flowed in a river. I only saw the bodies of many people lying on the ground, men as well as women, children and old people. I say, you unruly people, this young master is only checking these women, in order not to be fooled. Let them take off their clothes. So reluctant? I haven't touched your women. I don't know why you're struggling. Even if I'm done playing, it would be an honor for you mole crickets to be replaced by me. Liu Yang rubbed his hands together, the sword in his hand still dripping blood. He cocked his head and walked over to one of his men in black armor. The henchman went straight to his knees, bracing his hands on the ground. Liu Yang sat on his back. Throw the sword aside. Okay, since no one is even messing around anymore, let them walk past me one by one. After Liu Yang greeted him, a henchman with thousands of women passed by Liu Yang in turn. Liu Yang looked very carefully. These women were all completely naked. Occasionally, when he saw a woman with good posture, he would go up and play with her. There were even henchmen who were on good terms with him who took the initiative to come forward to indicate whether Liu Yang could play for him last time when they saw their favorite women. But Liu Yang is emotionally unstable. Directly stabbed that soldier to death with a sword. What's the point of playing? I'm here to conduct official business, and your behavior like this is bullying men and women. How will the people look at us? This time, the other active henchmen didn't dare to say anything and stood still, looking at the naked woman, all castrated their saliva. Liu Yang does work very hard. He continued to work hard without stopping until the hour of midnight. Thousands of women, and it only took him 3 hours, and he was surprisingly close to checking them out. Strange, how come none of them are? Liu Yang muttered. Lord Wu, I just heard that Castle Peak Village was wiped out by the bandits from Wolf Tooth Mountain. That Yunji wouldn't have been captured by the bandits, would she? Liu Yang's expression clouded over. My subordinate feels that it can't be 100% certain. Make sure Nima, don't give this young master a quick trip to Wolf Tooth Mountain. If Yunji gets played out, I'll make you a eunuch. Yes, your excellency. Without saying a word, Wu Duta brought 50 men to gallop. Liu Yang, on the other hand, waved his hand and prepared to go back and rest. Just at this time, the distant wine clerk's complexion was tangled. This is the first time he's seen Mr. Lu. It was also the same Mr. Lu he had longed for and hoped his daughter would marry. But now I see that this Mr. Lu is too brutal. The mind was torn. AI. My daughter has already followed Jiang Ming. She's someone else's woman. It's not good for me to say anything. This Lu Gongzi is brutal by nature. In case he sees my daughter's beauty, he'll only toy with her. And I don't see how I can get any benefits. Officer Wang is not stupid. After all, he is the richest man in a city. Especially after seeing that Wu Du head is like a dog. He didn't believe he was any better. The mind then ceased to dwell on it. But not for long. And Wu Du came back. How did you come back so quickly? Wolftooth Mountain is 100 miles away from here. Are you able to fly? Lu Yang was puzzled. My lord, just now a county scout came to report that all the people from Wolfsbane Mountain are gone. It seems to have been exterminated. Wu Du himself was at peace in his heart. He was well aware of Wolfram and Hart's configuration. Moreover, he also knew that Wolftooth Mountain had intercepted an expedited secret letter from Great Zhou, and now Wolftooth Mountain's people were only afraid that they had already fled Great Zhou. He reported quickly nowadays, just hoping that Lu Yang would go back earlier and not delay here. Lu Yang turned back violently, revealing a surprised look for the first time. Impossible. The bandits of Wolftooth Mountain. I remember that the big boss had the 6th level of flesh. Our Su Yuan house couldn't take it down many times. Who can destroy him? Could it be that they encountered an expert? Looked to go far away, and incurred a strong person. Martial Capital said with an arching hand. Lu Yang's expression became uncertain. This time, Yunji's clue was broken again. He was resigned. There was a moment of silence in place. In bringing me all the villages, women and children, and women of all the major folk sects within a radius of 300 miles, and whoever dares to resist will die. My lord, 50 miles to the east of Wolfsbane Mountain, there is a Fireblade sect. This sect is not to be messed with. Wu Du arched his hand and said, Fireblade sect? I heard that their sect master, the 8th layer of flesh, the fiery blade technique has been practiced to the extreme, and can cleave rivers with his blade. Ha, in how powerful is just a sect? You personally go over there, and say that it is the order of Lord Chen. Airing him 100 guts wouldn't dare to make a move. Yes, my lord. Martial Capital had no choice but to take the order, and so a big search began to take place. 2 hours later, Jiang Ming's manor attracted 3 uninvited guests. They were dressed as the very soldiers under Su Yuanfu's command. The two were also slightly shocked upon seeing the manor here, but then it became arrogant. Yelling, those inside roll out. Young Master Lu of Su Yuan House is on business. A guard stood on the watchtower and calmly replied, wait a moment, you two, I'll go inform my master. Inside the manor hall, Yunji, Zhu Yi, Wang Xinliang, are all here. Zhou Qingying is now assigned to do miscellaneous affairs. Her loyalty has not yet reached 100, so she won't be exposed to the core. Jiang Ming's few people listened to the guard's report. Yunji first revealed a look of panic. Husband, that Lu Yang is moving so fast. If she knows that I'm here, I'm afraid that we'll all be in trouble. It's really one thing after another. I really don't want to move the stronghold that was so hard to build. Jiang Ming sighed. All he wanted was to develop peacefully on the swing, but the truth was always less than what he wanted. Swing value +1. Husband, I'll go to the Su Yuan mansion and kill all those people. Xiao Zhu said as she held a huge axe. She's 5 feet 7 inches, 100 pounds with a thin waist and a big ass. But the axe's head was bigger than her waist, and it seemed incongruous. And as she placed the purple star axe on the ground in the room let out a loud rumbling sound. Even the entire house shook with it, showing how heavy the axe was. It was the extremely emotionally stable people who were horrified and shocked by her. And Wang Xinlin, who had seen Xiao Zhu's strength for the first time, was completely numb. She tried to lift the Zichan axe and couldn't move it at all. Sister, you really are too awesome, Wang Xinlin exclaimed. Jiang Ming shook his hand. Now that we are in Great Zhou, killing the governor is provoking the imperial power. Direct killing won't work, there has to be a reason to kill. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain it well when the time comes. AI. Jiang Ming didn't say that it was still a matter of his own strength, because he couldn't figure out the top power of Dezhou, so he was very careful. You can't kill people without a brain, and even if you do, you have to put a reason for Lu Jifu to commit treason and collaborate with the enemy. Husband, the leader of Wolfsbane Mountain is a Linlan man. We can utilize it. Yun Shi pondered. I have the same intention, but right now there is no evidence that can be framed for Governor Lu. Husband, I think Wu Dutu is very suspicious. Yun Shi said uncertainly. Oh, tell me about it? Jiang Ming opened his eyes. Wu Du head of his performance in the Lu family. Too unstable. I once inquired about something. His sister. It seems to be by Lu Jifu abused to death, and he not only did not take revenge, but is the choice to give Lu Yang as a dog. But before this, he once disappeared for a period of time, came back to become a master. and I once had to see him once out of the box. Is the number one master of the old Hu in my Cloud family. I've seen him fight once, with my Yun family's number one expert, Lao Hu. I saw to a trace of black chi wrapped around his legs, a characteristic of the Linlang people's internal martial arts. Chapter 37, my great axe has been hungry for a long time. You mean Wu Du head might be an enemy? Jiang Ming got up and walked back and forth in the hall. It's just highly probable. There are many of these black inner strength folk, Yunji said quietly. If he really is an enemy spy, then the fruits I sold to the court were either poisoned by him or not delivered. Jiang Ming suddenly realized something very serious. Husband, the possibility of poisoning is very small. The palace is very strict. This is a very stupid thing for him to do. Our fruits and crops are very formal. It's most likely that he'll sell them to the Linlan country, Shui said as she walked up carrying an axe. Jiang Ming was silent for a moment. The mind was made up. How long before our artillery is made? A young general thought for a while and said, My lord, there are 5 cannons in total. They will be finished tomorrow, and 100 cannonballs. All of them are ready. It seems that there is no need to reason with Su Yuanfu. 100 cannonballs, together with the strength of Xiao Zhu and I, is enough for one man. Now the worry is the experts on the side of the imperial city. Decidedly walked out. The 2 soldiers outside the door were arrogant, even kicked the door impatiently. The gate had just opened when a tirade of abuse came from the 2 men. You guys are looking for death, making us wait so long, don't you want to live? But before the 2 could finish their words, they were lifted in by a large, strong hand. Beat it up first. I don't want to hear someone screaming, Jiang Ming said silently. 2 of Lu Yang's men were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Isn't this the young master's usual habit? How come this man is the same? Before he could say something threatening, a stick landed on both of them. As a scream passed through the 2 were finally convinced until they met the tough guy. Big brother, don't fight. We know we're wrong. We're wrong. Jiang Ming squatted down and looked at the 2 bruised and swollen men and asked, Where is Lu Yang now and why did he arrange for you to come here? The 2 know everything. After hearing this, Jiang Ming also understood the cause and effect. It was Yunji that hairpins that caused the trouble. If you guys don't go back, Lu Yang will bring his men over to destroy my manor, right? Yes, my lord. Why don't you let us go? We're still dead if we go back without finishing our business. We can only run away now and see if we can leave Su Yuanfu. Please do us a favor, my lord. I also want to spare your lives. After all, killing is wrong. Jiang Ming sighed. Yes, my lord. It is wrong to kill people. You will definitely have many children and grandchildren in the future, and live with the heavens. So, I won't bother killing. You guys, you do it. Swing value +1. Before the 2 could react, their heads were on the ground. My lord, the artillery is still unfinished now. Shall we? A young family general inquired. The blood red horse, we are also ready. If something is not right, we will leave immediately. As for the threat of the Su Yuan house, don't worry about it. Jiang Ming stood on the watchtower, silently looking into the distance, quietly waiting for Lu Yon to bring people over. He wanted to see just how powerful this prince of Su Yuanfu was. The sky was incredibly dark at this point. Perhaps this prince is asleep, didn't show up all night. Xiao Zhu and the girls also felt the rhythm of the storm. That's why the cultivation has become more diligent. Draw a prize, Jiang Ming silently said as he looked at the data of exactly 10 points of swing value. Successful extraction of bronze chest. Receive a Master Zhou experience card. Master Qiao experience card. 1 hour. After using it, the whole sky will sound his exclusive BGM. Under this BGM, Master Qiao is invincible. Even if the other party is 10 times more powerful than you, the enemy can't defeat you. Master Qiao's strength. 10 layers of the flesh realm. The realm of the divine transformation. If you use the last palm of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the divine dragon swinging tail, you can obtain the strength that surpasses the flesh realm, and enter the next realm, the divine transformation realm. Hiss, this thing is invincible. Kong Ming thought of the man who was like the wind, no matter how powerful the enemy was, but no one could defeat him with the BGM of the Zhous. While the system is a bit funny, this is certainly timely. 10 times more powerful than the 10th layer of the flesh body. What kind of existence was that? He didn't know, but he at least had the power to defend himself now. It waited until the following day. Sunrise. There's a group coming in the distance. At the head of the group was Wu Du, and behind him was a luxurious carriage. The one who must be sitting inside is that second-generation ancestor Lu Yang. When Wu Du first came to the entrance of this manor, his sixth sense gave him a feeling that this place would surely die if he came strongly. It seems that I still underestimated this Jiang Ming. His secret is indeed tremendous. Capital Wu led the large troop and came to 100 meters from the entrance of the manor, drumming loudly, Jiang Ming, I know it's you in there, come out. The 2 people that our Su Yuan house arranged to come here yesterday have disappeared. Give an explanation. His voice was mid-range and quickly spread throughout the entire manor, even echoing in the sky. Jiang Ming walked up the watchtower, while Xiao Zhu stood below, as well as Yin Ji and hundreds of young family generals all standing by in a tight line of defense. Xiao Zhu was holding a large axe, and her delicate body looked formidable at the moment. Many people kept an unconscious distance from her. Because Fang Zhu changed his position and accidentally tapped a soldier with his axe. The soldier was slapped straight away. The scene startled everyone. Sister Zhu, don't overkill too much in a while. Save some for me. I've already practiced my Taiji sword technique to the 5th level, Yunji said carefully. The green cloud sword in her hand was also very strong. In fact, it was not comparable to the purple star axe, and the difference between the two was power. Don't worry, I definitely won't grab anyone's head. Let's see how husband negotiates. If I make a move, I'll never be soft. My big axe has been starving for a long time, Xiao Zhu said with a beak. Wearing a plain dress, her hair was draped like this without much decoration, if it wasn't for the big axe in her hand that was so out of place. Otherwise this cute and sexy beak would have absolutely charmed thousands of men. Jiang Ming stood on the watchtower without speaking, signaling the guards to send word. My master said that he didn't see anyone yesterday, and that you're looking in the wrong place. The guard shouted. Jiang Ming, you are a supplier to our court. I didn't want to tear my face off with you, but I can't apologize for you being like this. Wu Dutu was a little reluctant to move his hands. His intuition had always been spot on. It's a soldier's instinct. My master said that it can't be helped. He does know nothing. The guard continued. Just when Wu Du Head was about to say something, Lu Yang impatiently stepped out of the car. First slapped a slap to the head of the Wu Du. What are you grating? See this young master, but not open the door can be killed. This was Jiang Ming's manner. Now can already give me destroyed. Come to the people young master Lu. I feel that this place is dangerous, Wu Du said in a hurry. He trusted his intuition and still had to warn in order to stay alive. You're afraid? Lu Yang sneered as he looked up at the watchtower, and Jiang Ming's indifferent eyes met his. He wasn't stupid, and he knew some of Voodoo's skills and didn't mess around. He saw no fear in Jiang Ming's eyes. You're the first person who didn't open the door after seeing this young master, and then you don't come down and dare to look at me condescendingly, Lu Yang said with a crooked mouth. It can't be helped. It's inconvenient to go down the stairs with a weak leg. Jiang Ming spoke up. Swing value +1. Oh, my people have disappeared in your place. If you don't give an explanation, my Su Yuanfu's tens of thousands of troops can dig this mountain up tomorrow. Do you believe that? Lu Yang unabashedly threatened. Jiang Ming laughed. I believe it, but I really don't have any way to explain it. If you really want to mess around, I can only let my mother do justice for me. Swing value +1. Nyangzi? Lu Yang was a bit confused. It wasn't just him, it was Wu Du too and the others who were all baffled by what they heard. Chapter 38, Invincible Little Chu. Lu Yang's expression clouded over. This Jiang Ming's attitude was too natural, and he knew that the other party was not afraid of him. There must be absolutely terrifying battle forces within this dark estate. Jiang Ming's side was also considering whether or not to kill them all so as not to let the tiger return to the mountain. But the time is not yet ripe. Jiang Ming then said, Capital Wu, it seems to me that your people have gone to Wolf Tooth Mountain. An unfortunate thing I'll tell you. A few days ago my mother and I came across a field of corpses in the jungle. People from Wolf Tooth Mountain, almost 100 miles away from us. It looks as if they have been killed by some foreign beasts. After hearing this, Wu Dutu's eyes did move a bit, but he didn't reply right away, and if Jiang Ming hadn't been staring at him dead on, he really couldn't have observed it. The bandits of Wolf's Tooth Mountain have committed many evils, and now that they have been killed by the foreign beasts, they deserve to be killed. And you, Jiang Ming, are now defying the court. Know the consequences. Wu Dutu pointed at Jiang Ming and said, I'm not disobeying, I just don't have a way to open the door, and I'm too lazy to do it, so if you have to come in, open it yourselves. Swing value +1. Ha ha, good, 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 good. Jiang Ming, you're a sex I like. How about this? I heard you're a centurion. You come over and follow me. I'll make you the deputy capital, in charge of 10,000 troops. How about it? Lu Yang suddenly laughed out loud and acted friendly. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry indeed. I'm not fit to be an official with weak legs. I'm only fit to be a salted fish. Swing value +1. This statement was made. Lu Yang's face was completely gloomy. He kind of knew that this Jiang Ming was determined to go against him. He backed up and returned to the wagon, just contemplating whether to attack or not. In the distance an officer on a blood-red horse came hurrying. Young Master Lu, the governor has come to report an urgent matter, ordering you to return quickly. Lu Yang took a look at the emergency informant at home and snorted coldly. Jiang Ming, the next time you come over will be the anniversary of your death. And when Jiang Ming saw the official soldier on the blood-red horse coming over, he guessed that the imperial court might know that the three 000 expedited had been hijacked. Presumably the court had the local governor take action. Su Yuanfu had tens of thousands of troops with many elites and even combat equipment. Sweeping across, no one can stop it. But now, Jiang Ming directly waved his hand and shouted, "Take them all down. Nyang Zi, do it." "Not good. Quickly go." Wu Dutu immediately felt that it was not good and shouted in a hurry. Boom! The gate of the manor suddenly opened wide. More than 100 cavalry like a monstrous river clear out. The sound was so great that all the people around Luoyang were so shocked that they forgot about the formation for a while. But that's not the most amazing. Only a low voice boomed from the manor, as if it were a cannonball. Next, straight away a blur of a figure leapt high into the air. This person had a slender figure, holding a huge purple axe, and this leap was enough to leap 100 feet into the air. Both blocked the hot sun that had just risen. In Lu Yang's eyes, only to see a man with a thin body coming from the sky, as if he were a god of war. But as the person drew closer, it was surprising to find out that it was a stunningly beautiful young woman with a slim figure and a moving temperament. It was even a bit more moving than even Yunji. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was holding a horrifyingly large axe in her hand, emitting a deep chill, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to walk. Quickly, protect the young master. Wu Du was horrified in his heart. This woman gave her the feeling that although her realm was not high, this might was even more intimidating than the terrifying powerhouses he had once seen at the 10th level of the physical body. As Xiao Zhu descended, an infinite terror rose in his heart, and the light of death surrounded him. Boom! Xiao Zhu chopped down with an axe and landed in the center of Lu Yang's 100 or so people. Wu Du tried his best to resist, but with a super wave, a layer of ripples spread out with Xiao Zhu's circumference. The people fell over and Lu Yang's seat was blown to pieces. Those who were close to Xiao Zhu were all directly shaken by this strike, shattering all their internal organs and killing them on the spot. Wu Dutu and Lu Yang were still strong, but they were still shaken out. Lu Yang died on the spot. It wasn't just the people on the opposite side of the room who were stunned by this scene. It was all the people on Jiang Ming's side who were preparing to make a move soon who were dumbstruck and stopped their hands. I feel that it doesn't seem to be a problem for Xiao Zhu to fight 10,000 elite soldiers by himself. Wu Du was the only one there who was still conscious, and he was lying on the ground, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The chest cavity was shredded, covered in blood. Forcing his head up, he looked at the delicate woman standing in the center of the body, battle axe in hand, yelling low, "What kind of monster is this?" After saying that, he fainted. "Leave Lu Yang's body, Wu Du in custody, and bury everyone else," Jiang Ming commanded and then summoned people back to discuss how to deal with the latter. Great Zhou Imperial City. The city covers an area of 10 million acres and is prosperous. The walls of the city are tall and lofty. At the very center of the city was the imperial power that countless Great Zhou subjects believed in. It was also known as the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, covering an area 1/5 the size of the entire imperial city. A city within a city, so to speak. The majestic palace has countless halls of gold and blue splendor strewn about. Located in the very center was a magnificent palace with red walls and golden tiles that was 100 feet high. This is the Great Zhou, the Qiankuan Hall where all the top courtiers come to worship the Great Zhou Emperor. The atmosphere in the temple at the moment was extremely grave. Fully 300 courtiers dared not breathe a word. In front of these courtiers, there were two old men dressed in different colors standing at the forefront, and both of them looked like they were in high positions and held some power of speech. On this side were the two imperial masters Pang, who were in power in the Great Zhou, and Prime Minister Yuan. Both were heavyweights in the Great Zhou. But nowadays, Pang Taisher has a hard look on his face, because his subordinate, Chen Shangshu, is responsible for the jurisdiction of Su Yuanfu. Something big has happened. The 3,000 mile rush was robbed, which was a shocking event. Even Shangshu Chen will be implicated. Sitting above the huge palace, above the dragon chair, the emperor of the Great Zhou, his face was obscured by the tasseled crown. It was impossible to tell if he looked angry or happy, but with the oppressive aura at the moment, it was clear that the monarch was in a bad mood. Only to hear his thick voice spoke, "Chen Shangshu, Su Yuanfu's Lu Qing is your hand to promote up." And now the 3,000 miles of expedited transportation from the southern border was robbed. If the inevitable big event happens in the southern border, I cannot spare your 9 clans. That stood in the courtiers. Chen Shangshu was so scared that he directly knelt down. "Your Majesty, under the knowledge of people is not good. I accept the punishment." I immediately ordered to let the Su Yuanfu Lu Qing, a thorough investigation of all the towns and villages in the vicinity of the Wolf's Tooth Mountain within 500 miles. If there is any abnormality, all the grisly. Pang Taisher perhaps felt that this man had not spoken comprehensively enough. Then he said, "Your Majesty, I am also responsible for this matter, but I think that the looting may be the enemy country so-called. Now or to arrange for manpower to the border to intercept is the most important thing. And secondly, Send people to the southern border to obtain important information. The battlefield is often rapidly changing. Now to make up for the mistakes is the most important thing. Taisher Pang, then you go and do it. If you can't do it well, I can only continue to hand over the presidency of Qiling Temple to Prime Minister Yuan next year, said the Emperor of the Great Zhou in a calm tone. Pang Taisher's complexion visibly changed when he heard about the presiding officer of Qiling Temple, but he still said stiffly, I will definitely live up to my expectations, right here and now. A eunuch outside the door reported, Your Majesty, outside the palace, there is a martial artist who says he has come to make offerings with fruit crops that are even better than our royal ones. Chapter 39, First Appearance in the Court. The tense atmosphere in the palace was immediately eased by this announcement. Someone said, Ridiculous, there are all kinds of people in this world, and they dare to say that they are better than our royal food? Lord Wang, you can't say that. How about taking a look? Prime Minister Yuan said. Pang Taisher said, Is it still necessary to report this kind of thing to the emperor? He was disgruntled because he was responsible for 80% of the fruit crops within the Gongyin Palace, of which there was a lot of oil and water. On one side, Prime Minister Yuan said, It's better to bring it up and take a look at it. One more look won't delay it for long. The eunuch at the door looked nervous and handed over a fruit in his hand, bowing and saying, Mainly the luster of this fruit is too beautiful. I couldn't decide, so I brought it to take a look. The emperor sitting at the first place also saw from a long distance that on the fruit plate in the eunuch's hand, there was a peach. The peach was bright red, as if it were a jewel translucent, like nothing he had ever seen before. Feeling curious, he signaled the eunuch to bring up the fruit plate. The great Zhou emperor directly ate the peach in front of the crowd without saying a word. Even the heavyweights in the courtroom didn't react. What if this is poisonous? Humph. Your Majesty has heavenly cultivation. How could you be afraid of these tactics? Prime Minister Yuan snorted coldly. All of them looked at the emperor on the dragon chair with unblinking eyes. All that could be heard was that he ate all of a peach, leaving only the bare seed behind. The emperor of Great Zhou was not yet finished and said aloud, Bring up the person who contributed the fruit. Yes. As soon as the lower Pang Taisher heard this, his face changed slightly, and he could only hope that the other party's production wasn't very large. Otherwise, one's business will suffer. At the same time, he was already calculating who was so bold as to directly dare to come to the palace to directly face the saint. It even worked. Soon, a eunuch led Yang Kai to step into the hall. Although Yang Kai's fifth layer of flesh cultivation was nothing here, but his elite soldier's temperament, at first glance, is a long time in the battlefield, not a vulgar person, have let people cannot help but side-eye. My humble servant Yang Kai, greetings to your holiness. Yang Kai knew the rules and knelt down to salute. Get up, the emperor of Great Zhou inquired. Tell me, how many fruits of this caliber do you have? I'll take them all, your holiness. Today, the grasshopper has come to explain something more important besides the matter of selling fruits, Yang Kai said in an unassuming manner. Oh, you say? The Great Zhou emperor nodded. Although this person's cultivation was not high, his heart was good, and he could still be so calm on his first face to the saint. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Yang Kai slowly said, Your Majesty, the bandits from Wolf Tooth Mountain robbed the 3,000 expedited. My master just happened to be in the vicinity, so he sent someone to intercept it, and after a fight, my master managed to intercept this secret document, so he arranged for the grasshopper to come to the imperial capital to meet with your Majesty. Yang Kai said and directly took out the secret letter that was hidden in his chest. The courtroom instantly exploded. Even the Great Zhou emperor rose violently and, What? You guys actually got it? Raising his hand, the secret letter in Yang Kai's hand unexpectedly flew into his hand through the air. This isn't the kind of power the flesh realm should have. The emperors here have very high cultivation levels themselves. Yang Kai was startled in his heart. Daring, take this man down. Taisher Pang let out a furious shout. Countless experts in two fish suits rushed in, and these people were clearly at the 6th level of the flesh body. Instantly brought Yang Kai under control. Your Majesty, this person definitely has a problem. I'm still clear about the Wolf Tooth Mountain area. They're very difficult to deal with. Even Su Yuanfu was not good at annihilating them. For this person to say that his master can annihilate them, I don't believe it for a million years. Taisher Pang said in a cold voice. Is it okay that he's the one who robbed it? He couldn't wait to kill this man. Now, not only did he meddle in his fruit business, but now he has also grabbed the expedited secret letter. Isn't this saying that he, Pang Taisher, is not as good as a commoner? Slow down. The Great Zhou emperor slowly took 2 steps. The secret letter in his hand he had already torn open and read. Now it is determined that the inside is indeed the Southland message. I can still tell who's good and who's pregnant. The Great Zhou emperor waved his hand, signaling to release Yang Kai. The Great Zhou emperor slowly said, Coming from Su Yuanfu, nearly 10,000 miles, how did you get here? Yang Kai said, The grasshopper came on a blood-red horse. It shows that you have good stamina yourself. Get up and speak. The great Zhou Emperor turned around and walked towards the dragon chair. Prime Minister Yuan complimented. This little brother is really extraordinary, Your Majesty. What we were struggling with just now, we didn't think that it would be dealt with so quickly. Truly God blesses my great Zhou. I think that all the masters behind this person should be rewarded with an official title and a title. Pang Taisher on the side snorted coldly and didn't speak. He knew that this time he was considered to have lost in the hands of an inexplicable person. Prime Minister Yuan's people all chimed in together, praising Yang Kai. The Emperor of Great Zhou said, "What is your master's name and where is he from?" Yang Kai arched his hand and said, "My master, who is also a grasshopper, is named Zhang Ming, and is from the Green Mountain village in Jian County." Just a villager? The great Zhou Emperor was a bit surprised. This villager was a bit unusual. The ability to grow such fruits and the ability to fight bandits to help loot secret messages. How much fruit can you yield? Big Zhou continued to ask. Yang Kai said in a loud voice, 1 month, 4 tons. When this statement came out, it once again caused the courtroom to shake. 4 tons a month, which was already a large production. Is it really possible for villagers to grow it? Pang Taisher's face also changed. Who the hell is this Zhang Ming? With so many skills, he can't be an ordinary villager. This person might be some kind of hermit again, only coming out now. It was the Emperor of Great Zhou whose face flashed with joy. So he said, I think that Zhang Ming has made a great achievement. Suyuan Jifu jurisdiction is unfavorable. It is better to let the capable person to serve as the governor. This Zhang Ming can go forward to take up the position of Suyuan Jifu. Your Majesty, think twice. The governor has to govern an entire prefecture. He, Zhang Ming, is just a commoner. Although he can plant and lead fights, he may not necessarily be able to manage people's livelihoods. Pang Taisher said in a hurry. Su Yuanfu was very important. He doesn't want to lose this position. And Lu Qing is still a handful of his own to bring up. How can years of hard work be undone? Humph. Then what should we do? You say? Do you know how important the content of this secret letter is? Do you know what is written on it? The great Zhou Emperor's voice lowered. It means he did get angry. Pang Taisher's head shrunk, but he still said stiffly, Your Majesty. But the two things are not related. Your Majesty, I have a proposal. This Zhang Ming is a talent. Let him do governor instead of talent. Why not call to the court to observe some? In the plan side of the Yuan Prime Minister opened his mouth to say, I think it's also feasible. So let's summon Zhang Ming to face the saint. Your Majesty, there's one more thing. Some time ago, we released a big siege of the Wolf's Tooth Mountain area. If that Zhang Ming is in the vicinity, he's likely to be implicated. Prime Minister Yuan prompted. Well, pass on the order to end the siege against the Wolfsbane Mountain bandits and hurry to get people back. Seeing that the matter was completed, Yang Kai planned to leave. The great Zhou Emperor asked 2 more random questions before letting him go. Yang Kai exited the hall, and this time with him back, there were also 2 Imperial City experts in dark armor. Chapter 40, The Storm is Coming. The entrance to the city of Suyuanfu, the governor Lu Qing, who looked somewhat similar to Lu Yang, rode on the back of a horse in an official robe. Behind them are tens of thousands of soldiers. His complexion was ugly, because this time, whether he accomplished his mission or not, this governor was probably not going to be able to become a governor, even to be copied and imprisoned. He was also annoyed how he stumbled into this on his own turf. Has Lu Yang not returned yet? Lu Qing asked a man in green clothes beside him. Reporting back to your excellency. There's no news yet, the next subordinate said in fear. Humph, this brat, all he knows is women all day long. I see that sooner or later he'll die on a woman's belly. And he's still not coming back after such a big incident. After saying that, Lu Qing turned the direction of his horse. A general came forward to report. Wolf's Tooth Mountain is said to have been exterminated. These horse bandits have already passed 5 days from the time of the crime. At present, the Imperial City has already notified the border passes that all directions are under martial law, and no one is able to leave the Great Zhou. And in 5 days' time those horse bandits are bound to be unable to leave the Great Zhou yet. Lu Qing nodded and split the team into 3 parts, separating them to go after those horse bandits. And he himself, with 3,000 men, proceeded to the county of chapters, intending to make a cleanup from one to the other. There was no shortage of experts in this group of 3,000, with all kinds of raider weapons. Lu Qing was confident that even an expert at the 10th level of the flesh body would be exhausted by himself. Chapter County. Inside the county courthouse, a murderous scream rang out. All that was heard was a click, and the voice went silent. It was Song Shilang who was killed. Zhang Hai, who was on the side, also knelt on the ground with a pale face. In the seat that was supposed to be his, sat the governor of Su Yuanfu, Lu Qing. Wolf's Tooth Mountain originally belongs to your Zhang County jurisdiction. Now it's good that our Great Zhou's 3,000 miles of expeditions are being plundered in your territory. Zhang Hai, what crime should you be guilty of? Lu Qing said indifferently. Then Zhang Hai knew that today was the backstabbing, and it was useless to say anything. He could only kneel down and murmur, "Your Excellency, I am willing to be punished for my great responsibility." Lu Qing saw that Zhang Hai knew what was good and bad. His expression eased a lot. "Count on you to know what's good for you. My son Lu Yang came to your Zhang County some time ago. Where is he?" Zhang Hai was shocked when he heard this, and in his heart, he said, "Then Lu Yang hasn't gone home yet? Didn't he go to Kong Ming?" He had thought that something should have happened to Jiang Ming, but now things didn't seem right. But he didn't dare to lie and honestly answered. He went to find Jiang Ming. Who is Jiang Ming? Lu Qing froze at his words. The villagers of Castle Peak Village have now built a manor outside and live alone by themselves. Oh, a villager? Lu Qing got up, waved his hand and said, "Go, take me to see this Jiang Ming." Is it my witch son was confused by him with some women? Yes, my lord. Zhang Hai sighed in his heart. Lao Jiang, it's not that I won't help you. There's no way out of this. If you feel something in your heart you should seek your own happiness. Rumble. Outside Zhen County, there stood more than 3,000 men and horses, neatly organized and aggressive. As Lu Qing mounted his horse, the men set off in great numbers. The sun was high in the sky at the moment, and when these large armies moved out, they raised high dust and caused the earth to tremble during the stampede of the horses. Hesitation moves too much. It quickly caught Jiang Ming's attention. On the watchtower, Jiang Ming leapt up with a single leap. "Husband, this is Lu Qing himself bringing people here. All of them are Su Yuanfu's elites. More than 1,000 of them are at the first layer of flesh cultivation. There are also hundreds of experts at the second layer of flesh, and the rest vary from the third to the fifth layer of the flesh realm. And the two generals by that Lu Qing side are at the sixth layer of the flesh realm." Yunji introduced herself, worried but with great confidence in her side as well. Instead of wearing a nice dress today, she naturally wore a layer of armor and was valiant. Xiaozhu stood by with his axe, secretly estimating whether he could take on all of them by himself. "Husband, there are too many of these people, and they also have crossbows and arrows, with many long-range means. I can't deal with them alone. What are you thinking? How could I let you kill the enemy alone? Aren't there still the Yang family army and Yunji and the others?" Jiang Ming said with a glare. Jiang Ming waved his hand. "Set up all the artillery." Yes, this world is all about developing martial arts. There's no such thing as artillery. So there are fireworks but they're not used for military purposes. Jiang Ming muttered. 5 thick cannons were set up. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the bottom of the hill, a position where if anyone dared to charge, they would definitely be hit on all fronts. 5 guns just covered all the path of the charge. "Husband, does this thing really work? How can you kill the enemy with just a pipe?" Shui asked curiously, and she couldn't help but go up and touch it. "Xiaozhu, be gentle, don't pinch it." Jiang Ming was worried about Xiaozhu's huge strength. "After a while, you guys will realize how powerful this thing is." Jiang Ming hemmed and hawed. However, he estimated that this thing would be useless against a forceful one like Xiaozhu, who had become very fast after his strength had grown. A jump of 100 feet. No amount of artillery is good enough for an expert at this level. Boom boom boom. The army had come close. Zhang Hai was set up in the center of the army. Lu Qing was also heavily armed, holding his long sword at his waist. The general on his left rode up and chided. "The people in the manor still don't open the door to quickly welcome Lord Governor Su Yuanfu." Jiang Ming didn't say anything and gestured for Zhu Yi to go up and strike up a conversation. Zhu Yi carried an axe and wore a long white dress, standing on the watchtower with a moving posture and a domineering aura emerging, only to hear her nice voice chortling, "My husband is not feeling well today and will not see any guests, so please go back." "What? How dare you guys? Can't you see that there are so many of us? This is the governor," that general shouted angrily. Another general also arched his hand and said, "No need for nonsense, my lord, just do it." Lu Qing, on the other hand, sized up Zhu Yi and realized that this woman was really tempting, and had some crooked thoughts in his heart. Ha laughed. "I didn't expect to see a beauty like you in this place. I came today mainly because I heard that my son arrived at your place some time ago. His name is Lu Yang. Please also let him come out to see me." Zhu Yi looked back at Jiang Ming who was lying on the chair. "Husband, I'll directly help you take his head." Jiang Ming signaled her to take it easy, got up and walked forward, wrapped his right arm around Zhu Yi, and looked down at the more than 3,000 people below, with Zhang Hai in the crowd in an extremely sorry state. "Brother Zhang, what's going on? Being bullied?" Zhang Hai's expression stiffened at his words, and he didn't even dare to reply, as if to say, "Mind your own business, and blame me for being bullied." "Humph, you're Jiang Ming? Where is my son?" Lu Qing chided. "Your son? Your son has been beheaded by me for collaborating with the enemy in treason. I will enlighten his majesty in a matter of days." Jiang Ming said and arched his hand towards the northeast. "You killed my son?" Lu Qing was instantly filled with murderous intent. His hands couldn't help but exert themselves, and the horse underneath him let out a pained cry. Your son is a traitor to his country. Don't you understand? If it were you, wouldn't you kill it just the same? Unless, Lord Lu, you are also a traitor? Jiang Ming teased. Zhang Hai no longer dared to look at it and lowered his head, secretly saying that blood was going to flow in a while. A bunch of nonsense. Jiang Ming, you, a grasshopper, dared to kill a court official, and you also spouted crazy words to falsely accuse my son. Kill! Lu Qing shouted. He didn't move, and the men around him roared and began to attack, and there was a thundering of war drums. Mother, kill! Jiang Ming simply shouted softly. Boom, 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 boom. 5 cannons roared and exploded together, and there was an explosion of people and horses. Chapter 41, Xiaozhu is fierce. My lord, they have magic weapons. For a while, they, who had been in a neat formation, were bombarded and all panicked. Charge! There aren't many of them. Those above the 4th level of fleshly body give me a charge and exterminate these 5 magic weapons. Lu Qing roared. Raise the war drums. Whoever dares to retreat, I will exterminate his 9 clans. Lu Qing roared, looking maniacal. He cared very much about his son. Boom boom boom. The terrain here was too favorable for Kong Ming. The 5 artillery pieces were almost bulletproof, and the 3,000 or so soldiers were concentrated on the hillside road leading up to the estate. At this point it's all a mindless rush forward against the artillery. For a time, broken arms were flying around. Tragic. All of them died and were heavily injured. Zhang Hai, is this what you call an ordinary manner? Lu Qing turned around and shouted angrily, lifting Zhang Hai and throwing him to the ground. I don't know. I only know that Jiang Ming and a few of his ladies live here. I don't know anything else. Rubbish. An ordinary manner. Possessing bombardment type of magic weapon. All these can be convicted according to rebellion if they are not agreed upon by the Great Zhou law. Zhang Hai, this is also the responsibility of you. Zhang Xian, you'll just wait to be put to death by the 9 clans. Me. Zhang Hai's complexion was bleak, and for a moment, he seemed to have no strength left, looking at the countless soldiers who had to die one after another. After this battle, no matter what the outcome was, it was expected that he would be lost. General Su, lead your men to rush over and extinguish those 5 cannons. Quick! Lu Qing ordered to the general on his left. Yes, only to see this person with more than a dozen experts at the 4th level of flesh body, dismounting from his horse and weaving through the crowd, dodging the attacks of the artillery. Soon it was below the walls of the manor. Humph, without the artillery, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lu Qing coldly snorted. In his eyes, the 11 dryads rushed up to the sky, flying along the walls, but the next second, a large axe slashed across the city wall, and 11 people were cut off in unison. Xiaozhu appeared on top of the city wall, his large eyes without a single fluctuation, holding his axe with one hand still in the chopping position. See this scene. Lu Qing sucked in a breath of cool air. My lord, this woman is not normal, another general said in alarm. Lu Qing hadn't had time to say anything. Xiaozhu had already leaped down from the city wall. This jump was enough to leap over a distance of 100 feet, pointing straight at Lu Qing. Quickly, protect the governor. Lu Qing's own strength wasn't bad, 5th layer of flesh, but at the moment, he only felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. All the soldiers around him were a virtual nullity. My lord, run! Another general desperately defended his lord. Lu Qing started running a long time ago. They've already lost 500 or 600 men before the other side even came out. Especially the woman with the axe made him feel fearful, more so than someone at the 10th level of the flesh body. What's the point of fighting? Use the bow and stop her. Lu Qing shouted in panic. Xiaozhu landed on the ground and directly hacked more than 10 people to death with an axe, and shocked dozens of others to death. She alone was like a dragon crossing a river, weaving through thousands of troops to catch the fleeing Lu Qing. Kill! At the back, Yunji also rushed out with his men, the Yang clan generals underneath him raging. Lu Qing's army was already demoralized, and under the bombardment of artillery, and Xiaozhu's terrifying great axe, they had already died or been injured by over 1,000. A time of frantic flight. As the numbers were simply too great, these soldiers were loyal and protective of their masters. Lu Qing escaped despite damaging more than 500 men, but Zhu Yi alone is still in pursuit. She was clad in 3 levels of armor, so she was invulnerable to swords and spears, and those bows and crossbows shot at her as if they were unheard of. Just below the mountain, on the plains official road, more than 1,000 people were hastily fleeing. Behind them, a woman dressed in white and covered in blood held a large axe and killed them. This would only make the jaws of whoever saw it drop. My lord, this woman is too evil. She's invulnerable to swords and spears. Her strength is boundless. Our siege wagons were all shattered by her axe. The generals around him were already scared out of their wits. Lu Qing blindfolded to hurry. He now suspected that he returned to the Su Yuan house or the same. No one can block the woman behind him. So good looking. Why is she a tigress? Lu Qing cursed, but the horse beneath him was dying to be ridden. Stop her for me, quick, Lu Qing shouted. Those soldiers are scared of being killed by Xiao Zhu, but still, he had to go hard in order to protect his master. This chase lasted for 2 hours, and it was only after the sun had set that Zhu Yi returned slowly. The entrance to the manor was a mess. The Yangs are all cleaning up the bodies. Those maidservants within the manor, as well as Zhou Qingying and the others, were also shocked by this battle. After all, the people who saw the attack on the manor could all be Great Zhou's army, but the master still gave it back to kill. Upon seeing Zhu Yi return with an axe and a silent face, Zhou Qingying subconsciously swallowed her saliva. When I first saw this woman, I thought she was so beautiful and gave off a bleak feeling. It was thought that this woman was soft by nature and needed Jiang Ming to protect her. But now it seems like this is Zhu Yi protecting Jiang Ming. Zhu Yi walked over to Jiang Ming and put down the Zichen axe. It landed with a dull thud. Husband, I didn't catch Lu Cheng. Zhu Yi was a bit dissatisfied and blamed herself. Jiang Ming caressed Zhu Yi's hair and said, "It's fine." Xiao Zhu beamed. I had almost killed my way through, but who knew that another large group of army came, more than 3,000 people, and I was tired. So I came back, and they chased me, and I killed more than 100 of them, and when they saw that they couldn't hurt me, they gave up chasing me. Xiao Zhu wiped out nearly 1,500 enemy troops this time. Her great strength, and the tertiary armor on her body were vital, otherwise it would be impossible for her fleshly body to remain unharmed. Alright, I'll keep you company tonight, Jiang Ming comforted. Rarely does it not swing for the fences. Yunji, Wang Xinlin also exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Zhu for a while. Jiang Ming asked those maidservants to make a big meal to celebrate today. With over 100 people to feed, they were naturally short-handed, and the Yangs would all come over to help. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Zhu feels incapable and is still practicing martial arts. Wang Xinliang looked at Zhu Yi with glowing eyes. She felt that Zhu Yifan was too handsome, and she was also dreaming when she could have such a spill one day. Yunji rubbed Jiang Ming's shoulders. Su Yuanfu has a total of more than 10,000 troops. We can't even kill them all with our gunpowder explosions. We don't have enough manpower after all. I'm just afraid. Jiang Ming looked at the gradually darkening sky and muttered. I know all that, but I'm waiting for Yang Kai to come back. I'm sure he can do it. After all, this place is our first home. I don't want to give up just like that and bring you guys to live a life of upheaval. Only by getting a firm foothold here can we stabilize ourselves. In this chaotic world. Well, I'll go wherever you go. Aren't you worried about your father? Kong Ming took her hand. How can I not be worried? I can only wait until this storm passes and I go back to him. Su Yuan House. This capital city is now heavily guarded. Lu Qing stood inside his mansion with a face of fear, pacing back and forth. Have the people from the Fireblade sect not come yet? My lord, it's coming, it's coming. Lu Qing wiped his sweat, and now his heart trembled at the thought of that beautiful young woman. Damn, when did this Jiang Ming come out, possessing this kind of strength? Quick, first expedite the transmission of a letter to report to the Imperial City. If we still can't take them down, we can only let the Imperial Court send someone over. Chapter 42. Do you dare to fight with my mother? 3 days later, Su Yuanfu assembled tens of thousands of troops, ready to go. This flurry of activity immediately attracted attention from many quarters. Other prefectures and even some Jianghu sects had arranged for people to come and watch. After all, Su Yuanfu was still in the hinterland, and now suddenly gathering tens of thousands of troops to attack a place was really rare. Someone stood in the distance high in the mountains talking about it. Among them were Jianghu swordsmen, some martial arts masters, all of whom were talking about it. Tens of thousands of Great Zhou elite soldiers. Really imposing. Is this seat to kill? Only afraid to kill a day cannot finish. Vice Sect Master. With your strength you are certainly not afraid of an army of tens of thousands. It's just the army of Su Yuanfu. The highest is only the 6th layer of the physical body. They have not yet broken through the shackles of the human body. It's nothing. If it's the royal guards of Great Zhou, 1,000 of them I would have trouble resisting. Speaking was a woman wearing a veil, clad in a coat of animal skins. He couldn't tell if he was in good shape or bad, but his voice was soft. Her name was Yen Ruyu. She was the vice sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect, known as the #1 beauty under the immortals, the absolute pinnacle of the world. That is, the sect master didn't even know what she looked like. Beside her stood a rosy-cheeked middle-aged man with a respectful attitude toward her. My lord, that Great Zhou's imperial guards, there are only 1,000 people in total. The worst in them are experts at the 10th level of the physical body. There are also 10 generals and a commander. With this lineup, if they were to charge our Heaven and Earth sect they would all cause great damage. It makes sense that your lordship isn't an opponent. Yen Ruyu snorted coldly. Reasonable? Third elder, you're only old and confused. Great Zhou's national fortune is too strong. So strong that it's almost comparable to some immortal sects. Now that it has too much momentum and is under siege by other kingdoms, it's bound to be reversed, and we, Tiandi sect, We'll surely be able to fish in the muck to see if we can detach ourselves from the secular sects and become a new immortal sect. Lord Deputy Sect Master, I heard that this time, Lu Qing of the Su Yuan Governorate was going to attack a civilian, and some time ago, they suffered a big loss at the hands of that civilian. Oh, Yen Ruyu revealed an unexpected look. There's such a thing? He was immediately interested. Go over and take a look. Lord Sect Master, aren't we going to visit the King of Liang? Will there be any repercussions for this delay? The third elder hesitated. What impact can it have? Just passing by to see the drama. Let's go, Yen Ruyu said. Her figure became illusory, bringing the third elder beside her, shrinking the ground at a speed of hundreds of meters a step, and disappeared in the sky in a short while. That person in the party. Looking at his costume, he seems to be from the Heaven and Earth sect? I didn't expect such a large sect to come. Let's go and see what the person that Governor Su Yuan went to fight is capable of. Some of the martial arts masters, all bold, followed the army from afar ready to watch the show. Jiang Ming's estate. A scout returned to report. My lord, Su Yuanfu has gathered tens of thousands of troops. Among them there is also the Fireblade sect master who has also come over with 300 sect members to support him. Yunshi got up at his words and said, Husband, the Fireblade sect master is at the 8th level of flesh. It can be said that he is the #1 expert in the Su Yuan province, and the #1 gate within the Su Yuan province. The vice sect master is at the 7th level of flesh, and the strength of the other sect members varies. It will be very troublesome for these people to come charging up. Jiang Ming stroked his chin as he was slowly thinking about how to respond to this. Could it really be that you need to use the Jovian experience card? But this card, nowadays, seems to be more appropriate for Xiaozhu to use, because Xiaozhu's power is already strong, and with Xiao Feng's internal cultivation and realm, as well as the 18th palm of the dragon falling dragon, I'm afraid that one person will be able to sweep away thousands of troops, even if he can't kill them all. But it can definitely kill off enemies. It's a last resort. It's a life-saving card after all. How much gunpowder is left? Jiang Ming inquired, reporting back to the Lord. There are still 63 rounds left. Jiang Ming was silent for a moment and came to the watchtower. The watchtower was much taller than the city walls and had a much better view, and one could even see the Su Yuan mansion in the distance. At this very moment, they also saw a long dragon advancing towards them. Due to the dozens of kilometers separating them, Jiang Ming couldn't see it even with binoculars. Jiang Ming sighed, if it wasn't for the lack of technology, or else get a 16x realm. How can you see it all? Jiang Ming looked at the terrain and shouted, Men, pour down all the wine you bought earlier. Yes, oh yeah, and the oil, pour it all down too. For a while, the Yangs began to get busy. The terrain of this mountain of theirs was already steep, and there was only one way to get there. At the moment these oils, the wine poured down, flowed naturally down the rocks. Little Zhu, it might be hard for you this time. Jiang Ming touched Zhu Yi's head. Husband, what's so hard about it? This axe of mine is getting smoother and smoother to use, and my strength grows even faster during fights. Zhu Yi tilted her head with a big smile, looking relaxed and at ease. Wang Xinliang and Zhou Qingying were also standing on the city wall. Zhou Qingying looked at the arriving army in the distance and was obviously a little nervous, but seeing Jiang Ming's still calm demeanor, her heart couldn't help but settle down. This man, who hasn't put up a fight until now, his ladies are all very powerful. Today I want to see what he is capable of, Zhou Qingying secretly said in her heart. Boom boom boom. Lu Qing's army had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Tens of thousands of troops have formed 10 squares. This time, Lu Qing did not immediately gong up the mountain. After all, we had a big loss last time. Fire sect master, please go up and shout. If they surrender, this governor can still let him die with honor. Lu Cheng ordered. Fire sect master rode a steed that was black in color. Lord Lu, your orders are honored, said he. Drove his black horse up the hill alone. He was the strongest personally, but he was still extra careful, coming to a distance of 800 meters from the manor, shouting aloud, the thief ahead. Jiang Ming, I am the master of the Fireblade sect, coming here by the order of Lord Lu. If you open the door to surrender and come out of your own accord, you can still make your death a bit more honorable, and your family members will be dealt with as we see fit. Jiang Ming stood on the watchtower and responded, Fire sect master, give you a clear path. Leave now, you can still save your life, otherwise in a while, the big axe is not long-eyed. My mother chopped you, then I will not blame me for not reminding you. Jiang Ming, I know that your family's maiden is powerful, but you're a man, letting a woman protect you. Wouldn't that make the world laugh? Those who don't know still think that you're one of those men that Lin Lan has passed over, ruled by a group of maiden sects. Fire sect master laughed out loud. The greatsword at his waist shook with it. Fire sect master, my mother is powerful. Of course I'm relying on my mother. I'm not going to fight you. You're at the 8th layer of flesh. You're the #1 expert of the Su Yuan province. My mother is the #1 expert of my Jiang family. I'd better let my mother fight you. Swing value +1, Jiang Ming said, pushed Zhu Yi out. At this time Zhu Yi did not have that big axe, wearing a white dress, the back of the head coiled hair on both sides of the face slightly fluttering. Eyes were large, especially the sleeper serpent matching her side face, eyes slightly drooping, and her slim frame was heartbreaking to look at. But it was this seemingly weak woman who killed Governor Lu a few days ago. Is this the tigress from the other day? Is it so beautiful, looking so pathetic, not like a female Rakshasa? It was the fire sect master who wondered if it was this person. Jiang Ming, what kind of skill is it for you to let a woman stand in front of you? Come down and fight with me. If I lose, my Fireblade sect won't get involved in this. Fire sect master, I'm too lazy to fight you. Swing value +1. Zhu Yi stepped forward. The wind suddenly got stronger and blew her hair up. She raised her hand and ruffled her hair. Fire sect master, my husband is indeed not good at fighting. I'll come and fight with you to put it on. I'm also pregnant nowadays, but I'm still not bullying you. I'll do it within 3 strokes, and if you manage to survive, we, the Jiang clan, will surrender. When the fire sect master heard this, he snorted coldly. What a big mouth. What if I can't catch it? If you can't catch it, then you can only die. Zhu Yi's temperament changed. The dominance and softness suddenly appeared. Her foot hooked. The big axe on the ground was kicked up by her, and she leaped down from the city gate with the big axe. The white clothes floated as if a fairy was in the dust, but the great axe in the fairy's hand was the truth. Chapter 43, A Magnificent Heart. Junior, what's your hurry? I haven't agreed to meet the battle. The fire sect master looked startled. He didn't believe that this woman was really that powerful though. After all, the previous rumors were so outrageous that, but at this moment, that Xiaozhu's forward-looking aura was truly somewhat appalling. And now that a woman had come to fight against him, if he ran away, he wouldn't have to mix in the Jianghu in the future. Since you seek death, I won't blame the sect master for bullying a weak woman. The fire sect master let out a roar. Drawing the saber at his waist, he stomped the black steed at his feet. A wave of internal energy erupted from his body, and the long knife in his hand became crimson, which was his Fireblade sect's internal heart technique. Sect master, arrest this. This is too good looking. The fire sect master came up and used the highest heart technique of the flaming blade. It looks like the fire sect master is going to have one more concubine. Listening to the heckling of the group from the Fireblade sect, Lu Qing could no longer bear to see the end behind him. Fire sect master, I told you before coming here to run straight away when you encounter this woman, and if you still meet the battle, then don't blame me for pitting you. Lu Qing had just finished speaking when a loud roar came from the front. The collision between the two created a huge plume of smoke, or rather, Xiaozhu's power was too strong. One axe came down, and the entire ground trembled and dust flew up. Everyone stared, curious to see how it turns out. A few moments passed, the ground was covered in blood and flesh, and the fire sect master and the horse beneath him were both split in half. But there are still signs of life. Seeing this scene, those who faced Xiaozhu for the first time sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, what a tough woman. This woman's stomach is a bit arched, indicating that she's still pregnant. This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a tough woman. The head of Su Yuanfu's #1 Jianghu sect is gone just like that. To be lost by an axe by a woman who was 6 months pregnant. This is too much of a screw-up. Born with divine power. Yan Ruyu looked at Xiaozhu with burning eyes from afar, her mind leaping up. But then he frowned slightly when he saw that the other party was carrying a big belly. This girl's bones are amazing. Obviously good material for practicing martial arts. And she was born with godly strength. This life is destined to be extraordinary. In this kind of place it's really wrong for her. When this matter is over, I'll take her to the Heaven and Earth sect. Your Excellency is right. Such a woman is indeed dusty here. The third elder was all smiles. Boom boom boom. The tens of thousands of troops behind Lu Qing had already moved. The moment Zhu Yi decapitated the fire sect master, he knew that this battle had to be fought. Lu Qing commanded all the squares. This time he became smart. There's no making a mindless rush forward. Instead, the elite were allowed to open up the frontier and pave the way ahead. There were also 3 artillery-like weapons pushed up. These cannons, however, were not fired from gunpowder shells, but were catalyzed by a strange stone. The launch distance is also very long. Boom boom. As the 3 cannons fired in unison, the light that looked like fireworks shot straight at the Jiangming manor. Yunji. Jiang Ming gave a low shout. Yunji understood, and she swung her green cloud sword. Each of the 3 sword chi struck the void and collided with those 3 rays of light. Boom! Beautiful fireworks blossomed in the void. Sword chi, and a sword Dao expert. Lu Qing's complexion changed. Sword chi coming out of the body. To be able to do this before one has passed into the divine, non-sword Dao geniuses simply can't do it. In this small manner, there are even 2 other wizards. Yan Ruyu was in a state of dissimulation. Immediately after that, Zhu Yi took out 3 lances and shot them out from the manor, breaking each of the 3 cannons. The terrifying power was visualized by the crowd for the first time. This made Lu Qing completely unable to sit still. Directly activating the army began to prepare for a strong attack. All at once the major squares began to attack strongly in an orderly fashion. They advanced strong shields that could withstand artillery. The 10 squares advanced in unison with great vigor. This time Lu Qing came prepared. The only thing that was an accident was the fire sect master. From the high mountains in the distance, tens of thousands of troops attacked the manor at the top of that mountain in unison. But there were more masters, climbing up the steep stone walls that flanked the high mountain. It was as if a swarm of ants were devouring a boulder. Although that woman is powerful, she always has limited physical strength. So many people attacking up there will be exhausted. Rumble! An explosion rang out. The 5 cannons vibrated in unison. At one point the mountains were under fire. Lord! They're climbing up the cliff. Jiang Ming looked around. A dense army was climbing upwards, and there were some experts who were as fit as a fiddle. Pour the oil and light the fire. Jiang Ming ordered. Boom! At once a great fire was burning around this mountain. Huge flames also burned at that distance of 1 kilometer in front of the manor. But after all, Lu Qing and the others were numerous, and soon thousands of people brought in sand and soil to extinguish the flames. Although Lu Qing's army had suffered numerous deaths and injuries from Jiang Ming's initial heavy bombardment, but for an army of tens of thousands, it's just a drop in the bucket. Kill! They've run out of tactics. Jiang Ming, today I'll make you pay in blood to avenge my son's death. Lu Qing shouted. He hid in the back, afraid of being beheaded by Xiao Zhu, with several experts around him guarding him. Husband! Xiao Zhu shouted softly as she signaled that she was ready to fight. Jiang Ming observed the situation for a while, calculating that Yang Kai would be coming back soon if things went well, but he couldn't bet on it. It looks like the 100 or so of your own people won't be able to withstand it. Jiang Ming looked around at the growing number of enemies and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. The only thing that can determine the winner is to look at the Xiao Zhu plus Xiao Feng card. 100 men from the Yang family army, half of whom were to guard those who climbed up the mountainside around the manor, and half of them fending off frontal assaults. None of it was enough at all, and while it could be a 1-2 punch for a brief time, even if the other side had 10 lives for 1 life over here, Jiang Ming couldn't resist for long. Although Xiao Zhu himself was not afraid of the opposing army, the others on his side were not. Husband, I'll go kill the enemy. Yunxi asked for instructions. She didn't eat the dragon elephant fruit. Although she was only at the 3rd layer of her physical body, she still had sharp sword skills could shine in the battlefield. Well, saving your life is the main thing. Jiang Ming nodded. Wang Xinlin's heart was pounding as he held a long sword, but was blaming himself for not being strong enough to take the field himself. Zhou Qingying was getting a little anxious as she watched the enemy army getting closer and closer. Sir Jiang, we won't be able to leave if we don't retreat. Kong Ming smiled and gave her a look that, then took out the Jovian card. Although I don't know how the avatar realm above the 10th layer of the physical body is, but Xiao Zhu used the subcard. It is absolutely invincible, and it is absolutely no problem to fight against 10,000 with 1. Xiao Zhu, go ahead and kill Lu Qing. Jiang Ming touched Xiao Zhu's head. The Jovian card disappeared into her mind in one smooth motion. Boom! A power that far exceeded Xiao Zhu's immediately surged and exploded within her. A total of rushing aura appeared on Xiao Zhu's body. The internal power surges, rushing straight to the heavens, and the vast energy shakes the world. No one in the room was moved by this. Impossible. Internal force transforming into a god. This is the god transformation realm that is about to break through the shackles of the physical body. The 10th layer of the physical body. How is this possible? She is an expert of the 10th layer of the physical body. Lu Qing was horrified, subconsciously retreating hundreds of meters to allow more people to protect her. It was the Jianghu passers-by who watched the battle from a long distance away that were eager to rush a little closer to watch the battle. This woman doesn't look very old, but she actually has a flesh body of the 10th layer? How did she do it? Yen Ruyu couldn't help but take a few steps forward, and these few steps her feet stepped on the void and stayed in the void for a few moments, looking extremely natural, but then it quickly eased to the ground. This girl must enter my heaven and earth sect. Husband, I'm so strong. Xiao Zhu understood in her heart that her strength was given by her husband, and her gaze glanced at Jiang Ming with intense affection. Zhu Yi's loyalty plus 10%. Zhu Yi's loyalty is 180%. She had many more martial arts in her mind that she didn't know. Dragon falling 18 palms, dragon grasping hands, dragon escape, striking dog stick technique, Tai Zhu long fist, devil subduing palm, and Pai Yun double palm. Each of them is in the realm of the highest level of integration. Time is limited. Go now. Jiang Ming nodded. He actually saw a grandiose aura in Xiao Zhu at the moment. Roar! Xiao Zhu leapt up, and a dragon's roar shook the sky, only to see a golden dragon tumbling out above the manor's walls. At the same time, an uplifting music resounded between heaven and earth. Chapter 44, Tackling the Dragon. Killing Lu Qing. Where's that noise coming from? What is this tune? It sounds so intense. I feel like I'm getting warmed up. That sound seems to be coming from inside that manor. Is this their battle song? Why does it sound so uplifting? Regardless of whether it was the people who were fighting, or those who were watching from afar, they were all inexplicably shocked by the BGM that suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. All but Jiang Ming were unsure. When Xiao Zhu heard this tune, he had a feeling of invincibility in his heart, as if at this moment, he wouldn't lose even if he was up against an army of millions. Roar! A golden dragon circled around Xiao Zhu and rushed into Lu Qing's army. A square formation of thousands of men was soon broken up. Xiao Zhu didn't tangle with these people. She leaped high and, with the sound of a dragon's roar, he stepped on the enemy's head and leaped 100 feet. All of these soldiers also raised their spears to stab Xiao Zhu, and there were countless archers densely covering her. Roar! Xiao Zhu slapped his one hand. The first stance of the dragon falling 18 palms. Flying dragon in the sky. Countless arrows rained down by her palm, and hundreds of people around her were forced down by her palm, shaking the army back and forth. Dozens of people at the front, all spitting blood and dying on the spot. When it really is an invincible posture, there is no one who can defeat it. What kind of palm technique is this? It's so domineering, it just always feels a bit strange to appear on a woman. With this tune paired with this palm technique, I see a momentum of invincibility. Yen Ruyu's figure moved slightly. She even had thoughts of crossing paths with that little Chu, seeing an unrivaled aura in the woman whose face was no match for hers. Xiao Zhu's speed was extremely fast, killing all the way. No one could stop him. Instantly rushed down the mountain, wiped out 2,000 enemy troops along the way, killed to the end of some soldiers and generals are subconsciously afraid to retreat. Stop her, don't let her come over, Lu Qing shouted in terror. He looked at Xiao Zhu who was getting closer and closer with his great axe, and only felt that even the thousands of soldiers surrounding him were not safe in the slightest. Lu Qing, take your life. Xiao Zhu let out a low chortle. 10 experts of the 6th flesh body realm attacked together to block them, and there was even someone who threw out a poison that exploded in the void to emit poisonous gas. Xiao Zhu was not afraid in the slightest, stepping on the golden dragon and slapping out with both palms. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the dominating palm force shattered everything, and that poisonous gas was blown away. The 10 experts all spat out blood and flew out in unison. Boom! With 3 consecutive palms, Xiao Zhu rushed out of the encirclement and stepped on top of the 10,000 troops, as if he was walking on the ground as he hurriedly closed in on Lu Qing. Stop her! As long as anyone can kill her, I'll adopt him as my righteous son and inherit the position of Governor Su Yuan in the future. Lu Qing escaped directly with hundreds of his personal guards. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. The people who were originally afraid of Xiao Zhu also rushed over as if they were desperate. She's human even if she's strong. Exhaust her with blood and flesh. Get on your bows and hit them with your horses. Seek death. Xiao Zhu saw the countless enemy troops around him rushing over without fear of death. Stick the big axe straight into the ground. Hands in a bizarre stance. Roar! All of a sudden, 3 golden dragons surrounded her. Boom! The last stance of the dragon falling 18 palms. Divine dragon swinging. As this palm gushed out, Xiao Zhu's realm directly exceeded the 10th layer of the flesh body and entered the avatar realm. A strange feeling surfaced in her. The internal force in her body became more active and powerful, and the golden dragon struck in her palm seemed to come to life. But there was no time now to realize the wonders that this level of realm brought. Next moment, the golden dragon rushes the crowd. The area of 100 feet in circumference was a roar, and for a while, the roar was continuous, and the entire battlefield raised a cloud of dust. Thousands of people were knocked back by this palm, their lives and deaths unknown. Next moment, Xiao Zhu rushed out of the dusty battlefield, looking at Lu Qing who had already run away. She bellowed, Lu Qing, you won't be able to escape. Taking advantage of her increased strength, the great axe in her hand was thrown out with all her might. The distance of 3 full miles was as if it didn't exist. Xiao Zhu's power was too terrifying at the moment, and the great axe arrived in an instant. Boom! Stick it in front of Lu Qing's body. The vibrations that were sent up toppled hundreds of people. Lu Qing was shaken and fell down from his horse, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood as the shock was so great that it made his qi and blood churn. Stop her, quick! No one can save you. Those who are me, die. Xiao Zhu's white clothes were not stained with a trace of blood, and her aura was outstanding, but it was marred by a domineering aura. But it's such a contrast that one can't help but rise with an infinite desire to conquer. Boom boom boom. The last 100 feet of the distance the crowd became dense, and all around blocking Xiao Zhu's advance. Jiang Ming stood on the watchtower and saw the scene, and he had to say that the people of this era were very loyal. Xiao Zhu alone stormed the enemy army and drew more than 90% of the firepower. This side was instantly much easier. Hundreds of men, together with Yunji, and him also occasionally striking out, easily fended off the enemy's attack. Suddenly, Jiang Ming turned his head and saw 3 flying blood-red horses running in the distance. The one who fell behind was Yang Kai. The first 2 were both dressed in gold-striped armor. Yang Kai is back. Those 2 should be the Royal Great Zhou's personal guards. It looks like Yang Kai has succeeded. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai and the 2 royal guards traveling together were still talking and laughing along the way. With his superior military qualities, he negotiated well with the 2 men on the road. It also brought a lot of relationships closer. But at the moment, seeing the front as if 2 armies were fighting in a frenzy. Especially see a woman dragons and tigers, one person killed 10,000 army heart. All 3 of them were so shocked that they forgot to hurry for a while. Yang Kai was shocked how did sister-in-law become so powerful. And the other 2 flesh-body 10th layer experts who came together from the imperial city, called Qi Yu respectively. No good. That woman wants to kill the governor. Qi suddenly reacted. How dare you? Qi Yu shouted angrily. Lu Qing has not been deposed now after all. And even if Jiang Ming is meritorious, he can't kill a court official. Not to mention that Xiao Zhu wants to kill Lu Qing. Unbridled. You dare to kill a court official. Qi Yu chided as she drummed up her strong internal force. The voice was like a great bell that spread throughout the battlefield, but Xiao Zhu spotted the arriving trio early on. She was only 50 feet away from Lu Qing at the moment. Lu Qing was not only the husband's enemy, but also Yunji's enemy. How can I give up when I can cut down my horse right now? Even if husband is here, he will surely kill. Xiao Zhu's complexion stared as his palms formed claws. Tackle. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The people around that Lu Qing were immediately shaken away by an overbearing divine force. A massive suction force acted on him. Jiang Ming, the personal guards of the Great Zhou Palace are here, and you still dare to kill? Lu Qing yelled. How dare you? Stop! Qi Yu shouted. He shot an arrow across the room, but Xiao Zhu had already caught Lu Qing at the moment. This arrow was slapped away by Xiao Zhu, who gave him a cold look. It shook the latter's heart and soul. Avatar Realm Expert, Qi Yu exclaimed. With a dragon's roar resounding through the heavens and earth, the Lu Qing in Xiao Zhu's hands was directly torn apart by her strong divine power. One time, the heavens and the earth were silent. The sound of war drums, the shouts and killings, all disappeared, except for the surging BGM still echoing between heaven and earth. The army, which still had more than 6,000 men left, all stopped moving their hands in unison. Jiang Ming also came to Xiao Zhu's side at some point and shook the other party's delicate hand. Chapter 45, The Dust Settles. Traitor Lu Qing, Qi Yu, Qi Ri and the 2 of them walked through the crowd and came in front of Xiao Zhu and the 2 of them. How dare you? This is a court official. Even though he has made a big mistake, it's not something you can dispose of. And we've already arrived enough to stop the fight. And you're still going to kill people. Qi Yu dismounted and chided. Xiao Zhu just looked at him silently, without a trace of emotion, with bright moving eyes and a delicate face. Instead, he stared at the royal guard a bit. Both of you, this Governor Lu is a traitor. We have known about this for a long time, so it's considered to be ridding Great Zhou of harm. How can it be considered killing an imperial official? Jiang Ming stepped forward and blocked in front of Xiao Zhu to prevent things from worsening. After all, he was aware that imperial power in feudal society was unreasonable. He's a traitor? Qi Yu and Qi Ri looked at each other, both seeing the surprise in their eyes. If he is really a traitor, your matter is fine, but you must give certain evidence. We are arranged by Prime Minister Yuan. We won't make things too difficult for you, but the fact that you struck down a court official will surely be spread to the palace. Qi Yu eased up. Having said that, they didn't want to make a move. This Xiao Zhu's battle power was too intimidating. If they really fought, they themselves would be cannon fodder. Qi Ri said. We rushed on the way here 2 days ago. We have already heard that a woman holding a big axe near Castle Peak Village, in the pursuit of Su Yuanfu governor and his party of thousands of troops, not to mention you here. This matter has been heard by many martial arts people. The news have been flying all over the place. If it is spread to the imperial city, must have a bad influence. Seeing that the 2 were not intentionally making things difficult for people, Jiang Ming's tone also eased up. Both of you come up and say it. There are many people around here who are also watching the battle, and this place is not a place to talk. Yes. Qi Yu took out a golden token with the word Zhou written on it. All generals listen to the order. I am the royal guards, carrying the military order of Su Yuanfu, and now Su Yuanfu is dead. He would have neglected his duty good into a big mistake, and now suspected of being a traitor. And I think that in the case that you do not know about it, you will not be held responsible for it. Now all the generals are returning to Su Yuanfu, and the fallen generals are still given pensions according to the standard of those who died in battle. There were also some small generals, centurions, and 1,000 chiefs who all thumped inwardly after hearing that Jifu Lu was a traitor to the country. But after hearing the sentence of the 2 royal guards, they were all relieved. After all, it was already humane for those who died in battle to still be compensated at the same rate as those who died for their country. Thank you, Lord. The generals kowtowed. So much for a grandiose war that ended in a grandiose way. The remaining thousands returned to the city with tired bodies. That's the end of it? It seems that there's a new turn of events over in the imperial city. The owner of this manor may have other abilities. It looks like Governor Su Yuan died in vain. Vice Sect Master, where are we going? The third elder hesitated. Yen Ruyu muttered. We'll go over there after those two palace guards leave. I don't want to have any involvement with the great Zhou royal family. Some of the martial artists watching the battle were reluctant to leave for a long time. They all had a mind to pay a visit to this Jiang Ming as well as his wife. Inside the large hall of the Jiang family manor, Jiang Ming stood in the center, and the two royal guards clad in gold-striped armor had already drunk 3 cups of clear tea. Mr. Jiang, the taste of this tea is the finest I've ever seen. I was fortunate enough to drink royal tea once, but it wasn't this clear and sweet. Qiyu smacked her lips. 3 cups of tea had already eased Jiang Ming's relationship with them quite a bit, and he had even called them brothers. Xiao Zhu went back to the backyard to practice and rest on his own. The ones who entertained them were a few maidservants from Myland, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum. If you guys like it, I can give you some, Jiang Ming said generously. Ha ha, that's a good feeling. But, Mr. Jiang, is that Lu Qing really a spy? Qiyu said with a straight face. Indeed yes. His henchman Wu Du too is here with me. This person cultivates the internal energy of the Linlan country, and the big boss of Wolf Tooth Mountain is a Linlan person. They plundered the 3000 Li Expedited also received the news in order to succeed smoothly. This Wu Du Tu and Lu Qing are one of the informants. Jiang Ming said quietly. Oh, can we meet this Wu Du Tu? If Lu Qing's men are from Linlan, plus the fact that the expedited secret letter was dropped in his territory, it's already enough to prove that he's the spy. Qiyu nodded. He said and took a nibble of the peach on the table. Yes, inside the dungeon, Kong Ming came in with the two of them walking and talking. Elder brother Jiang, why is that lady of yours so terrifying? Her strength seems to be at the mana realm and the divine power mystic realm already. Oh, mana realm? Dare I ask you too what comes after the flesh-body realm? Jiang Ming said with a straight face. The system after the flesh-body mystic realm had always been unclear, and he had finally met someone who understood. Elder brother Jiang, you don't even know the realm after the 10th layer of flesh? Qiyu said dumbfounded. It seems that Jiang old brother's wife is gifted. Can go to this step is truly heaven-defying. After the physical body realm, it is the secret realm of the avatar, a total of divided into the realm of mana, real chi realm, Yuan Gang realm, Yin and Yang realm, the celestial human realm, return to the realm, Jindan realm. This is a 7 realm. Each realm is divided into the front and middle and back stages. After the Jindan realm, there are still 3 can be against the sky and change the fate of the realm. It is not I can relate to it, Chi Ri said patiently. Mana realm, True Chi realm, Big Dipper realm, Yin Yang realm, Celestial realm, returning to 1 realm, and Jindan realm. Jiang Ming recited these 7 realms. Qiyu nodded her head yes. Mana realm is mainly to use your own internal energy, can be used to use some Dao magic aptitude, commonly known as mana, while the real Qi realm is to convert all your internal energy into the heaven and earth spiritual Qi. Yuan Gang realm is to transform the spiritual Qi into Gang Qi, and the Qi in your body is even more pure and rigid. As for the Yin and Yang realm, it is necessary to explore a trace of the power of life and death, in order to comprehend, and life expectancy increased greatly, beyond the shackles of the human body's life expectancy. And finally the celestial realm is able to sense the laws of the heavens and the earth, beyond the boundaries of the heavens and the earth. To this realm, it is said to be able to step on the emptiness of the air, soaring the heavens. As for the return to unity and the Jindan, I'm not familiar with it. Jiang Ming was also greatly surprised when he heard this. This world was very different from what he used to think of as immortal cultivation, but the overall power development results are pretty much the same. I see. That means that Xiaozhu's power before was probably in the mana realm, but her physical power is so strong that it might be a match for a true Qi realm expert. The 3 of them came to Wu Du Head's cell. At this moment, Wu Du Head was already covered in wounds and lay motionless on the ground. Capital Wu. Lu Qing is dead, and your revenge is considered to be avenged by me. So tell me any secrets you have, and before you die, I can help you fulfill your unfulfilled heart's desire. Jiang Ming squatted down and said, Chapter 46, King Liang's Rebellion, Grand Prince Li Haotian. Wu Du had opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Ming, as well as the 2 personal guards in royal armor behind him. Seems to realize something. You can kill Lu Qing? Jiang Ming threw out Lu Qing's matching sword. The body has been torn apart. The head is broken. So I can only take this to show you. I know all about your past, and now that your revenge has been avenged, it can be considered as a way to untie the knot in your heart. Wu Du had crawled over and grabbed his matching sword, muttering something under his breath and looking agitated. Holding the saber up and looking it over for half a day, he suddenly began to laugh. Knowing that he was laughing himself hoarse at the end, he gradually subsided. Jiang Ming, how do you know about me? Wu Duta said hoarsely. Yunji is my mother. Jiang Ming muttered. I see. I grew up and my sister depend on each other, but my sister in 16 years old, was seen by Lu Qing. I was only 8 years old. I hid in the back of the bed cupboard to see clearly. Wu Du too seemed to be reminiscing about his former past, and more than that, he seemed to be telling of his inner stifling and grudges. Back then, I happened to meet a high person from the Linlan country. He took me away. This person is my benefactor. Who is it I won't say. What happened back there? I only want to say it to you alone. Can you let them go down? Jiang Ming glanced at Qiyu. Qi Ri, gentlemen, I'll tell you the truth in a moment. The Qiyu duo looked at each other, nodded, and quietly retreated. After seeing that Jiang Ming was the only one, Capital Wu continued. I know you want to frame Lu Qing, but let me tell you, he is indeed not a traitor, much less a traitor. And if you want me to cooperate with you, you must promise me one thing. You say, as long as it's not something excessive, I can agree to it, and it doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. After all, people are dead, and it's still not up to me to say what you say. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Capital Wu looked stunned and smiled bitterly. Jiang Ming, do you think I really want to be a traitor? I don't want to. I am flowing with the bloodline of the great Zhou, although I have had a hard time, but the words of loyalty and righteousness are engraved in my heart. But that Lu Qing is too inhuman. I want to take revenge, and I can only resort to the power of the Linlan people. It's just a pity that Lu Qing didn't die by my hand. I still have a daughter in Linlan. Her name is Wu Forgetfulness. She retains half of our great Zhou people's blood. Her mother is a woman from Linlan country, an ordinary woman called Fifth Jingzhu. If you can, help me take care of them. I still recognize your ability. Jiang Ming revealed an odd look. You're asking me to take care of your wife and daughter? Don't you have any more acquaintances? Nope. I'm a traitor. Who dares to help? I hope you can bring my daughter back to Great Zhou, teach her martial arts, so that she can protect herself. I can see that you are a high-ranking person. If you can promise me, I'll tell you why the bandits in Wolf's Tooth Mountain suddenly looted the 3,000 miles of expedited and the great shocking changes in Great Zhou nowadays. Jiang Ming's heart snapped at his words. It was false that he wasn't interested in that secret letter. You tell me. I promise, but I can't promise if I'll find them. You swear to heaven that if you violate this oath, heaven will strike you down. Swearing or whatever. Jiang Ming didn't care and directly finished his oath calmly. It was only after Wu Du Head's expression eased that he began to speak quietly. The Great Zhou's momentum is too strong. In his neighborhood Linlan, the Southern Barbarian clan, and the Northern Wild clan are all fighting to resist. This time, they have unified their front. But these are not the most important. Even if all three of their forces were to deal with Great Zhou together, Great Zhou wouldn't be afraid of them. But I don't know where the news has come from that. There was a transcendent immortal clan that had secretly supported Linlan, so it gave them great confidence and even shook up the interior of the Great Zhou. This time the 3,000 miles of expedited transmission from the southern border is actually the mutiny of the Liang King in the southern part of the Great Zhou, and I'm afraid that this matter is only known to those bigwigs in the imperial capital, while the rest of the nation is being kept in the dark and in the dark. King Liang has rebelled? Jiang Ming didn't recognize King Liang, but he had heard that the south seemed to be King Liang's fiefdom. This person was the younger brother of the Great Zhou Emperor, and it was indeed a super big deal for such a big person to defect. The southernmost part of the state is Qingyuan Prefecture, and the state capital, Qingyuan-fu, is only 100 miles away from Suyuan-fu. If Qingyuan Prefecture was overrun, the one who would be implicated would be Suyuan Prefecture. Then King Liang has rebelled. Who's holding down the fort over there now? There's over 100 counties in Qingyuan-zhou that aren't vegetarians. Qingyuan province has stronger defenses than Suyuan province, which has several generals in Qingyuan state, and if King Liang defects, it's impossible for everyone to follow suit. Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Head Wu nodded. Clever. Qingyuan Prefecture has a total of 1 million troops, 100 times more than Suyuan Prefecture. Besides Qingyuan Prefecture city, Qingyuan Prefecture also has a large city that guards the southern border, the border city of Qingzhou. This city is now guarded by Great Zhou Grand Imperial Prince Li Haotian himself. Jiang Ming listened carefully. He didn't recognize any of these people. Wu Du too knew this, and had obviously been exposed to higher-level secrets. Capital Wu continued. The Grand Prince went to the southern border, originally to assist King Liang in pacifying the southern barbarians, but King Liang suddenly rebelled. He gathered a large army to cooperate with the southern barbarians inside and outside, and now traps Qingzhou city to death. Luckily, the Grand Prince had the insight to discover this secret and is guarding it to the death. But now the Qingyuan mansion, which is close to our Suyuan Prefecture, has been completely controlled by King Liang. Jiang Ming asked, Why doesn't King Liang directly attack our Su Yuanfu, which doesn't have much troops, so wouldn't it be a handful and couldn't tell the yellow dragon? Wu Duta snorted coldly. Ridiculous. What's the point if he comes to attack Su Yuanfu? What's the point of attacking Su Yuanfu? He still has to attack Jiangzhou in order to attack the yellow dragon straight away, and Jiangzhou is separated by the Tian River. It has a natural geographic advantage, and this Tianjia alone is not something that he can spend his time in. Jiang Ming also listened attentively, and roughly understood the entire situation of Great Zhou as well. Great Zhou currently had a total of 36 states, and the imperial city was located in the center of Great Zhou, 3 states away from the north. It was also separated from the southern border by Jiangzhou, Suyuanzhu, and Qingyuanzhu. The imperial city was also built in the center to better control the country. I've said all I have to say. The war on the southern border is more of a threat today than the savage tribes in the north, and I've sold all the fruit you sold me to Linlan. Jiang Ming nodded and took out the Jiangyi sword. Your daughter and your wife, I will help you take good care of them when I meet them. Draw your own pledge. Jiang Ming took out a piece of paper to confess his guilt. Without even looking at it, Wu Du had directly pressed it, and then closed his eyes. As the sword cut through the void, Wu Duda fell into a splash of blood. By the time Jiang Ming walked out, the 2 old royal guards had already eaten their peaches. You 2 have waited long. How did it go? Jiang Ming took out the confession of guilt. I'll trouble you to take this item back. I'm not very clear about the affairs of the court, so I'm counting on you 2. Good point, and we came over this time. We also came over by decree to specifically buy your fruits. 5 tons a month in the future. No problem. Qiyu accepted the confession. No problem. Yang Kai has already prepared half a ton of fruits and vegetables for the 2 of you in the front. The Qiyu duo was pleasantly surprised and looked at Jiang Ming with more and more fondness. After sending the duo away that night, Jiang Ming could finally breathe a sigh of relief. And the next day, a royal party came to collect the fruit and was billed in gold. 3,000 taels of gold came into his account at once, allowing Jiang Ming to not have to worry about his economy at all. This gold, Jiang Ming intended to use to build defense facilities around the manor, such as the sides of this mountain to create many traps to prevent climbing. It would be a good idea to build an avenue between the foot of the mountain and the estate, with defenses on either side if you can. Was enjoying a relaxing day. The Jiang family village then attracted many uninvited guests outside its gates. The master of the Flying Fish Gang, Wang Bailey, has come to visit the master of this place. My name is Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhao Dashan, to pay a visit or two. Meteor Sect. Sect Master Nai Void Kuan has come to pay a visit. Facing the visits of these Jianghu heroes, Jiang Ming only felt trouble to the extreme. He wasn't interested in working with these people on a brotherly basis. It was all about ineffective socializing. At a glance, they were all from the flesh realm, and there was really not much interest in hitching a ride, until a slender, graceful woman came. Vice Master of the Heaven and Earth Sect, Yan Ruyu, has come to visit Master Zhang Zhuang. This sound directly affected the slightest airflow in the space, causing those waiting martial arts masters to feel incredibly oppressed. The voice clearly reached Jiang Ming's ears, even causing his qi and blood to vibrate. Kong Ming got up. Superb. As he threw the gate open, Yan Ruyu stepped into the manor. Does this lord of the manor only like beautiful women? Yan Ruyu is known as the first beauty of the mortal world, so I'm sure there's still a pie in the sky. What are you thinking about? The Vice Sect Master of the Heaven and Earth Sect. Is it something we can touch? But I've heard that this lord of the manor is surrounded by stunning women. Just how much can be compared to the woman with the big axe before? Yang Kai stood on the city wall and signaled, all of you heroes and heroines, the owner of the manor is really busy with his business, and there are secrets within the manor that are inconvenient to show to the public, so it's up to me, Yang Kai, to entertain you. Chapter 47, Tai I Jing. One thing leads to another. Jiang Ming carefully surveyed the woman with the white silk scarf. Even if it covered her face, it made people linger. Just the silhouette figure was already ravishing. Master Jiang Zhuang. First time meeting, introduce yourself. Yan Ruyu, Vice Sect Master of the Heaven and Earth Sect. My name is Jiang Ming. Both of you please take a seat. I don't know what is the purpose of visiting this place. Jiang Ming signaled the 2 Milan girls to serve tea to receive them. Lord Jiang Zhuang, I came here for your wife. My wife? Yes, it's that woman who rushed towards the 10,000 troops to decapitate the enemy army descending from them. Yan Ruyu saw that the tea on the table was clear and sweet. Can't help but take a sip and marvel at it too. What is your excellency's reason for seeing my lady? Jiang Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. This woman's cultivation is profound, too much stronger than herself. If she really fights herself, all the people in this manor together are not enough to look at. But it was good that the other side was not hostile. I want to take her as a disciple and bring her to the Heaven and Earth Sect. With her qualifications in this place, it's truly condescending. Yan Ruyu confidently said. Miss Yan, she won't go with you, and I won't agree to my maiden leaving me. Jiang Ming said without hesitation. Oh, Are you sure she doesn't want to? As long as I let her meet me, I'm sure I can change your evil duo's minds. Yen Ruyu was confident, believing that her display of power beyond the mundane would definitely be able to impress the duo. Not a moment too soon, Ju was asked to come out. Yen Ruyu was even more satisfied after taking a closer look. Are you willing to come with me? As long as you want to, I can make you youthful forever, with a lifespan that transcends the mundane and reaches realms unimaginable to ordinary people. Yen Ruyu opened the door and said, I appreciate Senior's kindness. I just want to be with my husband. Jui refused without hesitation. Do you know how old I am? The most important thing for a woman is youthful appearance. Could you not refuse? Yen Ruyu said, placing her hand on her silk scarf. Drew shook his head. Yen Ruyu let out a light laugh, then raised her hand and a curtain of golden light surrounded her and Xiaozhu. Outsiders couldn't see what was going on inside. After about 10 seconds, the golden curtain of light disappeared. Yen Ruyu and Xiaozhu revealed themselves. Yen Ruyu's hand slipped down from the silk scarf. Just now she showed Xiaozhu her appearance. Xiaozhu's eyes had such a hint of amazement. Senior really is a beautiful country, and my junior is ashamed to be inferior. I'm 100 years old this year and still look so beautiful. Aren't you envious? Yen Ruyu laughed softly. Xiaozhu was indeed surprised to hear that, and couldn't help a burst of praise. However, Xiaozhu still shook her head envious. But I only want to be with my husband. Yen Ruyu was dumbfounded. It seemed the first time I had seen a woman who didn't care about looks or age. Do you know that the Empress of Great Zhou once all begged me to give her the method of restoring her face? Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Xiaozhu still shook her head. I think my husband is more powerful. Him, an ordinary cultivator at the 6th level of flesh? I admit, he does have some talent, but there are more powerful things in this world. Xiaozhu, you have the qualification to see the wider world. Yen Ruyu said bitterly. Elder, at least, my husband and I have a bond that is not something that mortals can relate to. Xiaozhu muttered with a beak. Yen Ruyu looked shocked. There is still true love in this world? How no? In the beginning, I gave up the bleeding Zhang Fei to want Jui as well. Jiang Ming said. Yen Ruyu didn't understand what Jiang Ming was saying at all, but she could also hear that the two were very affectionate. My husband is awesome. I won't leave her anyway. After Xiaozhu's strength increased, her personality also became confident and cheerful. It's not as low and condescending as it used to be, but love doesn't last. It doesn't mean anything. Are you really sure you don't want to come with me? If you waste this opportunity, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Yen Ruyu was, after all, a great person who had seen the world. It was a novelty, but didn't bother too much. For sure, even if my husband betrays me, I won't leave him. Xiaozhu tugged on Jiang Ming's sleeve. Jiang Ming detected the other party's meaning in Xiaozhu's eyes, but he didn't talk nonsense. Instead he respectfully said, Senior, it seems that there is a destiny without a destiny. There are some things that are not sweet even if you force them right. It's a pity. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to come to the Heaven and Earth sect to find me. Yen Ruyu was quite regretful. She didn't linger and directly left with the third elder. After seeing them completely far away, Xiaozhu laughed evilly. Husband, that woman is really beautiful. More beautiful than me. If you can take her down, it will only be the pinnacle on earth. Jiang Ming was speechless and scraped Xiaozhu's nose. What are you thinking about? This woman. Don't look gentle and mild, but the fury is very heavy. If that sentence wasn't right, I'm afraid that we are just a field of corpses. Moreover, what kind of a woman helps her husband to find a woman? It's not because I see that she's really good looking that I want to keep her around with me myself. Xiaozhu spat out her tongue. Jiang Ming looked at Xiaozhu in surprise. My mother will not still have lesbian this tendency. Xiaozhu, you have a problem with your orientation. I'm going to correct you properly tonight. Jiang Ming said with a straight face. The night was bright again that night. In a few days' time, although Xiaozhu's Jiaofeng experience card was over, all those feats were still fresh in his mind, especially the dragon falling 18 palms, and the dragon tackling kung fu, which are two magical arts. It's a shame that Xiaofeng practiced the Yi Jin Jing. These she could not copy over. It took Junior a week. The dragon falling 18 palms have been realized in a small way, and the dragon escape technique has also been realized in a small way. At the same time, utilizing the leftover power of the Xiaofeng card, he managed to break through to the flesh body 5th layer realm, and our Ginger Ming got 18 times as much back. After Xiaozhu's experience of breaking through the 5th layer of the 4th Dao was added to his body, he directly broke through the 7th layer of the flesh body, and even reached the 8th layer of the flesh body realm. At the same time, he had also learned the dragon falling 18 palms, as well as the dragon escape technique, and had directly achieved great success. Roar! Jiang Ming struck out a palm of Hyper Dragon, directly shattering the active trees as a terrifying force swept over 100 feet. It's really heaven-defying. Dragon falling 18 palms. I'm now at the 8th layer of the physical body. When Xiaozhu breaks through the 7th layer of the physical body, I don't know if I'll be able to break through the physical body to enter the avatar realm. Good thing there's still Yunji. Wang Xinliang. Jiang Ming also found out that he had better find more women with high talent until he had more qualification cards. After all, a person with poor qualifications. The cultivation speed is also slow. A good qualification of 1,000 miles a day. As if the current Xiao Zhu can be worth 100 Wang Xinlin. Suddenly a prompt came from the system in his head. Shudi's realization of Yi Jin Jing. 18 times the return of the lower grade technique. Tai Yi Jing. Chapter 48, The Seal of the Qing Shan Waiter. Lower Xian class? Kong Ming breathed heavily, slamming the gongfu out. Not a book, but a jade slip. This, could it be that you have to use your mind to check it out? Jiang Ming pressed the jade slip against his head. Sure enough, an arcane scripture that he could not understand at all appeared in his mind. It's so complicated. It's making me dizzy to look at it. Go and show it to Xiao Zhu. Jiang Ming called for Xiao Zhu. One incense stick later, Xiao Zhu put down the jade slip, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Jiang Ming, this is much stronger than the Yi Jin Jing I just comprehended. Xiao Zhu was pleasantly surprised. How do you feel when you practice? Somewhat difficult, but understandable. I had thought that I would be able to integrate any martial arts under the sun when I look at them. It seems that my qualification talent is still not enough. Xiao Zhu sighed, realizing his own inadequacy for the first time. Jiang Ming nodded. It seems that the martial arts qualification card just allows Xiao Zhu to cultivate all the techniques below the yellow rank at his fingertips, but it's a bit difficult to cultivate these Xian, Huang, ranked techniques that can be used to pass to the gods, and the Xian ranked techniques are even higher than the yellow ranked ones. We'll just have to see if we can draw better qualification cards in the future. The manner began to proceed as usual. Kong Ming is surprisingly lazy every day, and his swing value increases from time to time, but outside, a storm is brewing. The imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Inside the palace, above the courtroom, there was a lot of noise. Jiang Ming has the audacity to have his own wife hunt down and kill an imperial official. 9 clans must be put to death. There can be no rest in this matter. This kind of thing can't be forgiven, even if that Lu Qing has been dismissed. But the news of the dismissal is still on the way. He was still the governor at that time. This matter can't be forgotten. Yes, it must be dealt with according to the law. The imperial power of my Great Zhou cannot be provoked. The people on Pontifex's side are very aggressive. Prime Minister Yuan's side defended Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming intercepted 3,000 miles of expedited significant credit. From the latest intelligence details can be seen, it is Jiang Ming was forced to defend before chasing Lu Qing. I think it can be forgiven. I also agree that Jiang Ming has extenuating circumstances. If such a meritorious official were to be demoted, wouldn't it chill the hearts of many people? The Emperor of the Great Zhou hadn't spoken and looked at the crowd in silence. Pang Taishar's words were sharp and seemed to have found a point to completely nip Jiang Ming in the bud. Although Jiang Ming has merits, but the crime is also very heavy. I think, there is reward in punishment, can be rewarded, but he hunted down and killed the court officials this matter must focus on dealing with. After all, a person, if there is no reverence for the imperial power of the heart, he then has the great ability of the sky instead of a huge threat. Pang Taishar stood in the center, kneeling on both knees, and said forcefully, Your Majesty, I believe that no matter how strong the people of Great Zhou, or the generals, are, if they do not have a sense of reverence, they are all a threat, or else the imperial power of Great Zhou will be gone. No one dared to refute this statement, because the majesty of the imperial power cannot be provoked, and if anyone refutes it, they are working against the imperial power. Prime Minister Yuan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. The Emperor of Great Zhou was silent for some time, as if he was waiting for something. Right here and now, someone from outside the temple came to report. Report, Brother Qiyu has returned with important information to report. Pass. Qiyu, Qiri and the two of them came to the temple importantly, and the two of them knelt on the ground. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two of us returned from Suyuanzhou, and after coming into contact with Jiang Ming, we realized that this man is loyal to his country and has already beheaded the treasonous Lu Qing. Boom! These words immediately caused the courtroom to shake. What? Are the two of you talking nonsense? Could it be that you've been bribed by Jiang Ming? Taishar Pang shouted angrily. The terrifying cultivation level shook the scalp of the Qiyu duo. Pangman, Your Majesty, this is Jiang Ming's evidence that Lu Qing's henchman, Wu Du too, is Lu Qing's contact with the Lin Lan people. Please look, Qiyu said and took out the sheet of incriminating documents that Wu Du had drawn. Pang Taishar was eager to see it, but the incriminating book had already been handed up. After the Emperor of the Great Zhou passed his eyes, he slowly said, The evidence is overwhelming. What do you have to say? Eunuch Pang. The Emperor of Great Zhou threw the book of charges at Taishar Pang. Pang Taishar's expression clouded over after he passed over it. Above he saw many holes, but there was no way for him to verify these holes. And now that Jiang Ming has great talent, today's Great Zhou is just short of talent. Together with King Liang's defection, Great Zhou can't afford to be in turmoil. Nowadays, he can only think of ways to get rid of his relationship with Lu Qing. He was well aware of Lu Qing's bottom line, and at this moment, he could only admit defeat. Your Majesty, this Lu Qing might have been bribed. It's just that today's evidence doesn't all point to him being a traitor. But in this kind of matter, one would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Taisher Pang slowly said, now that the matter is clear, there is no need for words, pass it on. The Emperor of the Great Zhou rose and said aloud, Jiang Ming has been successful in intercepting the 3000 Li expedited, letting my Great Zhou know about the change of the Liang King in the southern border, and obtaining important information so that we can react to defend against this huge change. Secondly, he beheaded a traitorous thief like Lu Qing, and was specially appointed Marquis of Qingshan. Your Majesty, this is a marquis? Pang Taisher is confused. We haven't even seen him yet. Didn't we say we'd meet and decide before? This is too hasty. Eunuch Pang. Special moment, special action. Su Yuanfu is the closest to Qing Yuan Prefecture, and His Majesty is also trying to get Jiang Ming to do his part. His wife killed Lu Qing in the midst of 10,000 troops, and possesses the cultivation of the Avatar realm. This kind of strength is rare even in the borders, and Jiang Ming is also proficient in the art of war. This kind of talent, of course, should be treated well. Prime Minister Yuan said with a smile, secretly said that it is fortunate that he sent someone over. Otherwise, if you let Pang Taisher arrange for someone to go over, I am afraid that the news brought back is a different kind of talk. The Great Zhou Emperor said, there is no need to discuss this matter any further. Now that the southern border has General Meng going to support it, it should be able to alleviate the fighting in the southern border. But in the north, the frontal battle with Lin Lan, is there a suitable person to arrange for it? Your Majesty, I think that General Wang Pang Taisher began to recommend Prime Minister Yuan's men. Prime Minister Yuan also began to recommend Pang's people. For a while the courtroom began to talk again, and outside, for the matter of Jiang Ming being made a marquis, as well as Xiao Zhu Wanjuan's beheading of Lu Qing from it, it had completely spread throughout the Great Zhou. Inside a certain inn in the imperial capital, someone was holding a portrait of a woman holding a large axe with a golden dragon surrounding her. Look you all, this is the ruthless undead. It is said that she has a charming face, but she is fierce in her methods. An axe is a piece of corpse. A palm strike can push millions of people, and she possesses a natural divine power. But it is such a fierce woman who loves Marquis Jiang, the Marquis of Qingshan, who has just been enthroned nowadays. I say, old brother, what you say is so mysterious. I am listening to the feeling too false, which there is what young woman holding a big axe to kill people. This sounds strange. Hey, that's because you've never seen it. I can't wait to hug Xiaozhu's portrait to sleep every day now. In the corner of the inn, there were two plainly dressed women sitting, and despite their covered faces, one could tell that these two belonged to the top in terms of appearance. One of them asked, Su Yuanfu? I remember that senior sister Zhou went over there, right? The vice palace master told us to come out and look for her, so why don't we go here first? Chapter 49, is the marquis entitled to the first dish? Su Yuanzhou, an additional mountain next to Zhang County. The name is Castle Peak. There is a manor on the Green Mountain called Jiang Zhuang. Within the Jiang family estate lived the Green Mountain waiter. It has been half a month since the Emperor of Great Zhou personally appointed the Marquis of Qingshan. On that day it was the newly appointed Governor Su Yuan who personally brought a large group of people to congratulate him. There was also Zhang Hai, the magistrate of Zhang County, who was standing in the crowd full of sighs. I didn't expect to be crowned a marquis in just a few months. It really feels like decades have passed. Yes, this kid at first I did look away from the eyes. The old man's life is to hope that his daughter can marry an official. I did not expect to really climb to marquis. Mr. Wang was happy in his heart. Looking at Jiang Ming from afar, the smile could no longer be guarded by. That mentality of wanting to be in the program remains intact. Mr. Wang, congratulations. Your daughter has married a good husband. What an envy. Elder Wang, can you have your daughter introduced to me? So that it's okay for the Qingshan waiter to take my daughter as a concubine. I've heard that this marquis doesn't treat anyone very badly. Officer Wang listened to his former rivals around him, and even some local officials who had once looked down on him, complimenting him. He looked arrogant. A lot of people came to Kang's house that day. People from all walks of martial arts came to visit, and even the new sect master of the Fireblade sect came over to apologize. As for some small sects, they are even more numerous. There was even a proposal for a match on the spot, and they even wanted to see how strong the Green Mountain waiter was, but it was rejected by Jiang Ming. But it was Yun Ji who went up to show a few hands. A handful of swordsmanship brushes dazzled the eyes of many swordsmen watching, sighing at the fact that Qing Shanho's wife was a born swordsman with an extremely strong talent for the sword path. Yunji's father, Yun Shan, came. When he learned that Yunji had married someone, he was so angry that he almost lifted the table. Upon arriving at the Jiangming Manor and learning that it was the Green Mountain waiting, the dinner, again, he took the initiative to let Jiangming take the first bite. This day, Ginger is pretty tame, but Yunji's father, Yun Shan, and Wang Xinliang's father, Mr. Wang, were there. The family sat at a huge round table. Marquis Jiangyu first. Elder Wang had a smile on his face, and the tone of his address was respectful. Lao Deng. Oh no, old husband, don't be so polite. Let's eat together. Let's eat together. Jiang Ming waved his hand. At the end of the meal, the two old men went their separate ways home. Mr. Wang said that he could help with anything regarding money. Yun Shan did the same. If there's a shortage of money or people, I can help. Jiang Ming almost forgot that both of these old men also had some assets, and immediately told them about the plans for his manor. Now this Green Mountain. I want to make a big development. The fields on the mountain are not quite enough, because I have other roles later on, but at the foot of the Green Mountain, there is a large flatland, but it is 800 meters from the top of the mountain, which is still difficult for those who are not strong enough to get up and down. So, I want to build a step along this 800-meter high mountain that you can go up and down freely. This. Officer Wang stood on the edge of the mountain and glanced at the bottom of the mountain, the top of which had been covered by a layer of clouds and mist, making it impossible to see. This project is only difficult, but with a clench of their teeth, Mr. Wang and Yun Shan agreed. Good, we'll take this job. Yun Shan and Mr. Wang agreed at once. Then I'll trouble you too. After this important step was taken by someone, Jiang Ming also relaxed a lot. There were more than 50 women in the house at the same time. These were sent in by various people. Jiang Ming originally did not want, because at a glance down nothing qualification powerful. There are 3 over the top in terms of looks. Since there was little emotion, Jiang Ming hadn't confiscated it yet, but the loyalty of all these women was directly at 99%. 3 of them are still recognized by the system and can have rebates. Jiang Ming gave to a few people the secret martial arts books and let them cultivate individually. Come to the backyard. Looking at 300 acres of fields, these fields still need to be moved under the mountain. They take up too much space. Moreover, in the future, when they have the strength, they can still build the mountain. And the main thing under the mountain is also to build some buildings, to build a small city size, so that the maidservants and maidservants can go and live there. Jiang Ming felt that his plan was feasible, and his family would definitely have to expand in the future. It's only been here less than 6 months and it's already this size. If it's 10, 30 years from now, this is definitely not enough space. Kong Ming is already thinking about the long term. That night, in the courtyard of the manor house, Jui was lying in Jiang Ming's arms, and Yunji was dancing her sword in front of her. Wang Xinliang has an example to follow. Zhou Qingying was also listening to Jiang Ming's story. Husband, so did this Etienne sword end up being taken back by Ma and the others? Jui was puzzled. At the moment, Jiang Ming was telling the story of the sword of Etienne, which was actually Etienne Dragon Slayer. Jiang Ming laughed. Then this matter will have to wait for Zhang Wuji after he grows up. Zhang Sanfeng collected that old nun sword. Naturally no one can take it. In the world at that time, Zhang Sanfeng was the strongest in the world. How strong is it? Zhou Qingying asked curiously. Anyway, it's very strong. The realm is very high. I can't really judge. Jiang Ming really couldn't be sure what realm Zhang Sanfeng was in. With their world as a comparison, it was genuinely hard to decide. Husband, how high is that? Yunji inquired as she then danced with her sword. It's probably as high as 5 or 6 stories. Jiang Ming took a sip of tea, continuing with the story of leaning on the dragon. When it came to Zhang Wuji's parents being killed, several people gritted their teeth. When Zhang Wuji was in his childhood, he also fought all the times he was bullied by his fellow disciples. Towards the end, it was told that Zhang Wuji had finally obtained a miraculous fate and cultivated the 9 Suns' divine power and the Qian Kuan de Luomian. Several women were curious about how exactly Qian Kuan de Luo shift was cultivated, but Jiang Ming didn't know and could only give a rough idea. This martial art I've gone beyond the realm of unusual martial arts. It's very metaphysical now, and I'm in the middle of thinking hard about it. Husband, did that Zhang Wuji end up with Spider and Zhou Zhirua? Please listen to my continued explanation. Jiang Ming cleared his throat. The story of leaning on the dragon is a long one, but it's told very quickly, over the course of a single night. It goes right to the end of the segment where Zhou Zhirua cultivates the 9 white bone claws from the 9 true scripture and kills Song Qingshu. AI. This Zhang Wuji is also less than half as good as husband. Obviously these several women are interested in him. Why don't you take them all? Hurting one after another. What a negative man. Yunshi spat. Jiang Ming touched his nose. How could he explain this? People wrote it by Elder Jean, and he didn't know it himself. Zhou Qingying's loyalty increased by 11%. Zhou Qingying's loyalty 71%. What's going on? How is it that after telling a story about Etienne Dragon Slayer, this woman is suddenly so fond of herself? Jiang Ming's face was filled with questions, looking to Zhou Qingying who was on the side. Those eyes of hers were filled with complexity and doubt. Well, that's enough stories for today. I'm off to rest. Husband, I'll go too. Wang Xilin jumped up and down. Evening. Jiang Ming had just returned from the backyard after watering the orchard. Zhou Qingying took the initiative to walk over. Mr. Jiang, I want to hear the end of Zhou Jiruo. Chapter 50, Extreme Emotional Instability. Although Jiang Ming was surprised, he patiently finished explaining to him. This woman can be said to love and hate Zhang Wuji. It can be said that she is a very sad lack of love of the woman. And in the end of the monk is also considered good. Zhou Qingying stared dead at Jiang Ming and asked, if you were Zhang Wuji, what would you do? At that time, you and Zhou Jiruo got married. If a woman took you away, would you go? Me. Jiang Ming stroked his chin and said, if I do, I will definitely go to my righteous father, the Golden Lion King. Zhou Qingying's loyalty drops by 60%. Jiang Ming was completely baffled. This woman's emotions were too unstable, but he continued, even if I leave, I'll take Zhou Jiruo with me or I'll apologize to her, or I'll finish the wedding before I leave, and I'll have someone keep Zhao Min under control. Zhou Qingying's loyalty increased by 88%. Loyalty of Zhou Qingying 99%. Hiss, that's full? Did this woman bring herself into being Angela Zhou? Jiang Ming then realized that the woman in front of him was kinda similar to Zhou Jiruo. A little red beauty mark on her brow. The eyes can be gentle and watery or fierce and venomous. Dressed in a long pink and white dress with gently beautiful features, she was truly a rare beauty. At the moment this beauty looked as if there were stars in her eyes. Looking at him fondly, Jiang Ming, I've been spending time with you these past few days. Originally I only had a good feeling about you. Even when I saw Sister Xiao Zhu killing in front of her while you watched from behind, I was scoffing at you. But in the end, Zhu told me a lot, and everything she has is from you. I didn't get it at first, but now I seem to have some understanding. You brought the Nine Yin and the Nine Yang scriptures with you. Your past is amazing. I'm all wondering if you're really from this world. And I, for one, feel at home with you like I never have before. Jiang Ming gradually understood why this woman brought in her own Zhou Jiruo, but Jiang Ming still inquired, the days of the shifting flower palace. Very unhappy is it? Zhou Qingying sat over, into the arms of Kong Ming, murmured, my master picked me up as a child, and I don't know who my parents are. In the shifting flower palace, every day is early on me fraud. Fellow sisters don't have any fellowship at all for the sake of the so-called interests. I came to Wolf Tooth Mountain. In fact, in order to find a lost immortals technique, our moving flower palace and the great Zhou and even martial arts sects is considered to be then the heaven and earth sect will not be too bad big sects, but compared to those legendary immortal sects, they're still ants. For example, our shifting flower palace's upper sect, the Acacia sect, is a behemoth. This kind of immortal sector not often appear in the world. Very mysterious. Have seen the people in their clan. Only our palace master or vice palace master has seen it, right? And I came to this side of Wolfsbane Mountain to search for the loss of a secret immortal book from the Harmony sect. In fact, I didn't capture it. Zhou Qingying also sort of admitted her purpose, and at this moment, opened her heart and said a lot of things about her heart. It's a miracle to have survived this long without support. When Jiang Ming had intended to take her in, it had touched her. All the time they spent together on the estate, it was like family. It made her feel warmer than she had ever felt before. Then are you willing to stay here all the time? Jiang Ming spoke. I also want to, but it's hard to disobey the master's orders. I've been out for so long. The master definitely wants me to go back. Hey, my master is the vice palace master of the shifting flower palace. She's very strict. And Zhou Qingying was worried. And what? And she doesn't allow our shifting flower palace's women to get married, much less have an affair with another man, or else's will surely die. Zhou Qingying worried. Against the heavens, there's still this kind of division? Jiang Ming angrily rebuked. Zhou Qingying looked dejected, as if she saw her own end, the same as Zhou Jiruo. I guess. What is your master's cultivation level? Jiang Ming inquired. My master is at the 3rd level of the Avatar Mystic Realm, the Yuan Gang Realm. Oh, that's okay. Kong Ming breathed a sigh of relief and, I guess it won't be long before I have the strength to do this myself. And Xiao Zhu is studying the Tai I Ching. This Xian rank technique was difficult to cultivate though, but the progress is obvious. Moreover, Yunji had begun to cultivate, and although it was obscure, there was a noticeable improvement with every progress. The value for money is great. It's fine. We'll get married tonight, and when your master finds out, she won't have the power to stop us if she wants to. Will it work? Zhou Qingying hesitated, her heart incomparably turbulent at this moment. To have such a man marry her despite life and death sweetened her heart to the core. Zhou Qingying's loyalty increased by 1000%. Zhou Qingying's loyalty reduced by 1000%. Jiang Ming was completely confused. This woman's emotions are really unstable, but it's really scary to see this loyalty spike so much at once. This is an increase of 100 times the return of harm. If she breaks through and cultivates with such a high degree of loyalty, then her own cultivation is not flying up, but it was only for a moment, and it didn't seem to last long. Looking at Zhou Qingying did not say anything, but just looked at him dumbfounded look. Jiang Ming caressed her face and asked what. Zhou Zhirua said before her master's death that she could not have contact with Zhang Wuji, but in the end, she still went to marry him without hesitation. Are you afraid? No, I didn't. I'm stronger than Zhou Zhirua, but if you fail me in the future, I will definitely retaliate harder than Zhou Zhirua, Zhou Qingying said with a serious expression. Boom! As this sentence was exited, there was also a thunderous flash in the sky. Meanwhile in the system, an extremely frightening statistic appeared. Zhou Qingying's loyalty 999%. Zhou Qingying's loyalty plus 999%. Hiss, this woman is too extreme. That night, the duo of Zhou Qingying and Jiang Ming organized a wedding. In the interim, Jiang Ming watched as Zhou Qingying's loyalty kept increasing like crazy. Zhou Qingying's loyalty plus 1%. Qingying Chao's loyalty is 100%. The host has succeeded in marrying his wife. Receive a reward. Qingying Chao's loyalty 600%. Getting a reward increases. Getting a qualification card. Spirit God Body. Acquired Yellow Order Intermediate Avatar. 1 Yang Finger. Acquired medium grade spirit stones. 10 pieces. But after the worship is over, he wanted Zhou Qingying to hurry up and cultivate the Tai I Ching. Loyalty degrees are down again. It made Jiang Ming's excitement go away, but when it came to the part of entering the cave, Zhou Qingying's loyalty immediately soared. Zhou Qingying's loyalty plus 1000%. Mother, can this will be cultivated? Cultivate? Zhou Qingying, whose face was crimson red, was confused. Where was she ever asked to cultivate it this time? Looking at Jiang Ming in front of her, she couldn't help but bury her head. Right, cultivate the Tai I Ching. Jiang Ming nodded solemnly. I can't, I need to meditate. How am I supposed to meditate when you're holding me down? When Jiang Ming got up, Zhou Qingying's loyalty 1000%. Jiang Ming wanted to curse. Slow down, I still want to make out. Zhou Qingying blushed scarlet and nodded, so it went back and forth for a few attempts. Jiang Ming concluded, I must find a dual cultivation technique. The next day, at the foot of the Green Mountain, there came a large group of people, all of them freshly dressed, wearing armor, full of power. At a glance, it is the elite of the Great Zhou. At the head of the white-horned horse sat a young and arrogant man. My lord, this is the residence of the Qingshan waiter. Originally the emperor wanted him to enter the palace, but due to the war in the north, it was delayed. Someone beside him reported, well, I've heard that the fruits he grows are very tasty. Let's go to support the Grand Prince is not in a hurry. Let's go to see this legendary green-faced and fanged Green Mountain waiter. His wife is also rumored to be a downhill tigress. I'm curious about that. Chapter 51, The Past. Kong Ming woke up. There's 20 points of swing value. Draw. He had been useless during this time of accumulation at home. Looking at the ceiling, looked at Zhou Qingying. Duan Zhengchun experience card 1 in the lucky draw. Duan Zhengchun experience card. Duration, 12 hours. Jianghu reputation is very good. As long as you say that the child is your. Even if not, everyone will believe that it is your. With this card, charisma value increased by 100 times. No, you cannot pick up women. Only you do not want to pick up women. Lucky draw. No grade spirit vein obtained. With the first card, Jiang Ming understood at first glance that the card was perfect for him. When the time came, if there was a high quality one, he could use it himself, so he wouldn't have to deal with the immense hassle of dealing with Zhou Qingying. Yunji, Wang Xinlin, he has spent some effort. Don't look at the ease of being together. The truth is that the details of the women who impress are all based on their strong strength and financial resources. As for classless spirit veins, after half a day of research and the hints given by the system, Jiang Ming finally understood what was going on. Spirit veins, apart from the classless ones, have a first, second, and up to a ninth class above them. The higher the level, the stronger the concentration of spiritual energy. Even the higher spirit veins had consciousness, producing aura that could be materialized to create a heavenly paradise. And this classless spirit vein, only a meager amount of spiritual energy can be generated, but it's better than nothing. Jiang Ming came to the bottom of the manor early in the morning in his pajamas without washing his face or brushing his mouth. Feet buckled to the cliff face and slippers of their own making. Spirit veins are usually more appropriate underneath where one lives, so let's set it underneath the manor. It just happens to cover the mountain as well. Spiritual vein infusion is just thrown out with the system. Luckily it's a classless one. If it was a first order spirit vein, I'm just afraid I wouldn't even be able to maneuver it. Jiang Ming threw out spirit veins from the system, good as sliding jelly. It was also the size of 5 meters long, with little luster, as if it were a puddle of stagnant water, but fused together. It's sticky. As the spirit veins poured into the lower part of the manor, this green mountain is much clearer airwise. There was a little more spirituality in heaven and earth, but the average person couldn't detect the subtle difference. It's not much of a boost, but it's no problem for an average person to live in this environment for 10 more years. After Jiang Ming did everything, he found Zhu Yi. This woman didn't forge anymore because her belly was getting bigger and bigger. Forging is so physically demanding, and it's a lot of movement. Nowadays, he meditated and practiced the Tai I Ching, or the 9 true scripture and the 9 yang divine power every day, and from time to time, he practiced the dragon tackling power and the 18 palms of the descending dragon. Husband, you're here. Zhu Yi was delighted to see Jiang Ming. Husband, I realized that the Tai I Ching can fuse the 9 yin and 9 yang into it for better results. Oh, my maiden is indeed a genius. This is all a novel routine for you to comprehend. Secretly, this Zhu Yi is afraid that her own enlightenment is not bad. Jiang Ming said and implanted the spirit god bodies card into Zhu Yi's mind. Today's Zhu Yi has the highest loyalty. It's already 180%. Spirit god body is an innate kind of transcendent qualification body, can pass God, pass immortal, can perceive the normal people cannot heaven and earth aura, cultivation, the surrounding aura as waves, sinews and veins than the normal people 10 times more powerful. With this body, to cultivate, can be the world into a respectable. This kind of invincible and heaven-defying physique was simply no different from those metaphysical cultivation physiques that Jiang Ming had seen. It's certainly best to give it to Zhu Yi, who has the most consistent and highest level of return. With this physique, it is estimated that the cultivation can be 1,000 miles a day, and at that time, let Zhu Yi in to teach its other people to cultivate, so that they can take off together. As the spirit god bodies card was injected into it, Zhu Yi's eyes lit up as she immediately felt a change in her. The world in her eyes was completely different, and there were still many living and active elements in heaven and earth that were actively being absorbed by her. These elements stayed in her own tendons or actively entered her dantian, while still nourishing her physical body. Surprised, husband, did you do something again? I suddenly feel that there are many active energies in this heaven and earth. My world has changed a lot. Feel good about your current state, and you'll go back to cultivating the Tai I Ching. By the way, here are 10 spirit stones. You'll utilize these spirit stones. Jiang Ming took out 10 goose egg-sized spirit stones. Crystal clear, not mortal at first glance. The luster was more translucent than a pearl, but low-key and introverted. This is the legendary spirit stone? Zhu Yi exclaimed. You know about spirit stones? Jiang Ming said unexpectedly. Well, when I hadn't left home before, I heard about it. It is said that this kind of spirit stone is a thing of the immortals. We mortals don't have the chance to see it at all. If we get a piece of it, we will be able to live a lifetime without worries, but most mortals who get it will instead suffer from the disaster of extinction. Mother, I don't know anything about your former family, so tell me. Although Zhu Yi was reluctant to recall that painful past, she still made an effort to speak. Husband, half of my bloodline is actually from Lin Lan. Zhu Yi looked at Jiang Ming with a pair of panicked eyes. This was her biggest secret. If she told it, she would definitely not survive the next day in the Great Zhou. Don't worry, I'm not a pedantic person. You're my maiden, even if you're a demon. I don't mind. Jiang Ming touched Zhu Yi's head, knowing the worry in her heart. Aha! Zhu Yi's mind relaxed as she sniffed, and the love in her eyes grew stronger as she looked at Jiang Ming. Zhu Yi's loyalty increased by 20%. Zhu Yi's loyalty 200%. Loyalty increased to 200% to get a silver chest. Zhu Yi continued. My father was the northern cold yin king of the Great Zhou. He guarded the northern wilderness. He fought with the Lin Lan people. The northern wilderness tribes many times. He was powerful, and he was also the Great Zhou's sea defender. And on one of his crusades against the Lin Lan people, he took my mother captive. My mother was a woman of the Lin Lan nobility, born beautiful, and that is how I was born. My childhood days, apart from being dependent on my mother, I suffered insults and ridicule. In the house of the king of Yin, the royal consort had the highest status. The concubines, the subordinates, and the guards were all of a higher status than my mother's, just because my mother was from Lin Lan, a captive, so lived a life worse than death. After many years, my mother took the opportunity to take me to escape, but unfortunately, on the way, my mother died, and after that, I was stranded in the village of Castle Peak. Zhu Yi left many of the harrowing details untold, but in an age when men were having trouble surviving in the wilds, for a mother and daughter to have traveled so far, they must have suffered pain beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mother, your pain will be returned for you, Jiang Ming said silently. Just when the atmosphere between the two was high, a report came through the door. My lord, There is a man outside the door who claims to be the son of General Mengwei of the Great Zhou. Meng Yi, who has come to visit. Man Yi, husband, I've heard of General Mengwei before. He's the person in charge of the most military power in Great Zhou. He's accomplished great feats in battle, and he's also friendly with Prime Minister Yuan, but he's directly loyal to the emperor, and there's not much bad word of mouth about his son. Meng Yi. Zhu Yi pondered. Chapter 52, The Situation in the Southern Border. Marquis of Green Mountain. Mr. Meng didn't disturb you by coming here uninvited. Meng Yi was invited in. The dragon walks like a tiger. He is clad in battle armor, with the aura of Gingoism. At first glance, he is a person who has been in the battlefield for a long time. Jiang Ming was waiting in the hall early. Only a few maidservants were in charge of serving tea and pouring water. His wives were practicing martial arts in the backyard. General Meng, I've heard your name before. Jiang Ming revealed a false smile. Marquis Jiang, I, Meng Yi, don't like those crowning false relationships inside the court. I like to make genuine friends, Meng Yi said, signaling the people following behind him to take out a few bottles of wine from their luggage and place them on the table. This is my gift to you, and the monkey wine brewed by my Meng family. Take it and try it. Thank you very much. General Meng is a generous man. Jiang Ming smiled and signaled the servant girl to take the wine jar. Ha! I remember that the Marquis has a lady can hold a big axe 10,000 troops to take someone's head. Today I have the honor to see a side of it. This kind of heroes and heroes, do not know a little, really a pity Meng Yi looked at also in his early 20s. However, his behavior and demeanor was the same as some middle-aged men, but there was a strong arrogance in his eyes. This kind of arrogance was not arrogance, but confidence in his own strength. But speaking and acting these, did not belittle Jiang Ming. General Meng, it's really inconvenient for my mother to show her face. Jiang Ming apologized. Oh, that's a pity. I had hoped to have the Marquis maiden accompany me to the front line to help me. It seems to be a bit of a pity. Meng Yi shook his head and sighed. Jiang Ming then asked the maidservants to make a few meals, all fried with their own vegetables. Man Yi ate it to his heart's content. Jiang Ming also took the opportunity to learn something about the front line. General Meng, what exactly is the situation in the southern border nowadays? I heard that the situation in Great Zhou is not optimistic right now. Marquis Jiang, just call me Ginger. You're all younger than me. It's not appropriate for me to call you old Jiang. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you elder brother Jiang. Meng Yi didn't even swallow the rice in his mouth as he spoke. Talking and chucking, two mouths in one. The war in the southern border. I only know roughly. Now the big prince is trapped in Qingzhou City. The king of Liang has already left for the southern border. He is afraid of the big Zhou arranged experts to intercept him. Run faster than anyone. Is that a few loyal generals under his command? But also stayed outside the city of Qingzhou to besiege the big prince. Now the situation can't be said to be bad, but it can't be said to be good either. The food in Qingzhou City can still be eaten for 3 months, so there's no rush. Jiang Ming was puzzled. Since Great Zhou has so many experts, why don't they just arrange for someone to come over and finish killing the rebels? It's nothing for an expert of the Avatar realm to casually annihilate an ordinary army. You're overthinking this. You have experts. So does the enemy, and experts of the Avatar realm are rare. Dying one is an incalculable loss. As long as one hasn't become a cultivator of the celestial realm, they could all be in the gutter. Meng Yi took a sip of wine and pursed his lips. In short, too many restrictions. Very few great cultivators of the Avatar realm go to participate in this kind of localized battles, unless it is a critical war. And the limited number of experts in Great Zhou, now on all sides, ready to go, will not make a move unless it is necessary. So, Brother Meng wants my help, Jiang Ming said. Hey, it's also a matter of necessity. Marquis Jiang has more than enough power here. It would be great if he could contribute. Meng Yi secretly regretted that Zhu Yi's deeds seemed like a fierce general in his eyes. If he could go to war, he would definitely be an existence that could defeat 10,000 with one, and might easily change the battle situation in the southern border. 1 hour later, with a full stomach, Meng Yi bids farewell to Jiang Ming. Elder brother Jiang, if it weren't for the emergency situation of the battle ahead, I'd really want to have a good match with you. I can feel that you're an expert. Elder brother Meng is joking. I still know how many kilograms I have myself. I rely on my mother to protect this manor. I'm nothing on my own. Jiang Ming was humble and incomparable. Meng Yi's strength, Jiang Ming estimated it to be at the peak of the 10th layer of the flesh body, or half a step into the mana realm. It's also your strength that you can conquer a strong woman like that, isn't it? Meng Yi was quite open-minded. As far as he was concerned, it was a skill for a man to be good at either of the two battlefields. Walking, Meng Yi said in a serious tone, Jiang old brother, the Great Zhou seems to be peaceful, but now the south and the north of the war are very urgent. Once that place there is a negligence will cause great turmoil. You as a citizen of the Great Zhou, even if it is not for the country, but also look at this huge estate behind you, which are all of your clansmen. The time to take action is still to take action. The southern barbarians of the southern border. If they attack, no matter who they are, the men will be taken as slaves or killed, and the women will only be taken as puppets for procreation or playthings for venting. Jiang Ming nodded in silence. The final send-off was at the foot of the mountain. Protecting the family? Jiang Ming watched Meng Yi leave with an army of 100,000 men. This army gave him a sense of oppression that wasn't half a star. If Xiaozhu had rushed in with the Qiao phone card of the time, even if he could kill a large swath of generals, he would surely end up besieged and dead. Things can be done but not done. No matter if Great Zhou can withstand this disaster, I have to leave myself a way out. The sense of urgency in Jiang Ming's heart expedited a little. Back at the manor, within a month, all had a happy pulse. This made Jiang Ming overjoyed. Meanwhile, Yunji has broken through to the 5th level of the flesh body. Wang Xinliang came to the 2nd level of the flesh body, and this progress was already fast for him. Zhou Qingying, who was originally at the 3rd level of the flesh body, had broken through to the 4th level of the flesh body in the past month. As for Zhu Yi, as a spirit god body, she was a rare existence in the entire world. After absorbing the 10 medium-grade spirit stones, her realm had heated right up to the 7th level of the flesh body, but the spirit stones were gone. Otherwise, she had the confidence to enter the avatar realm. She was now truly feeling that cultivation was like eating and drinking water. This month, Jiang Ming also received a report on the battle in the southern border. General Meng Yi with 100,000 generals to support the eldest prince, initially killed the southern border army retreating, eliminating the rebels. But the king of Liang and the eldest prince's side there is a hidden deep assassin. At the critical moment, to give with the great prince a blow, the great prince of the avatar realm of the 2nd layer, the real Qi realm of the cultivation, suffered a serious injury. Meng Yi invited the world of medical fairy Zhou divine doctor to come to save the cure. The message ends here. Husband, this southern border seems to be unstable. If we don't mobilize experts above the avatar realm it's simply hard to defend it. Zhu Yi was worried. Jiang Ming clasped one hand in vain. The meager spiritual energy between heaven and earth coalesced in his hands, then formed a small vortex of spiritual energy. Jiang Ming stretched out a finger and pointed it forward. Boom! The boulder 100 meters away was directly shattered. This was the sign of the mana realm. Mid-mana realm. It's really as terrifying as it is. This Yi-Yang finger has reached the perfection realm in my hands, and a random strike can pierce through any martial artist below the mana realm. Jiang Ming wasn't complacent because the vice palace masters of the shifting flower palace were all at the Yuan Gang realm. Husband, you're so much stronger than me again. Zhu Yi's eyes were filled with delight, happy that her man had gotten stronger. My lord, there are 2 women at the bottom of the mountain who claim to be from the shifting flower palace coming to look for their senior sister. A notification came from outside the door. Chapter 53, Dark Moon, High Wind, Killing Night. So soon? Jiang Ming called Zhou Qingying over. Hearing that the people from the shifting flower palace were looking for them, Zhou Qingying couldn't help but tense up. Husband, it should be my senior sisters who have inquired about my movements and have come to inquire about the tracing of the secret books of the Acacia sect. So why don't I pretend to be a maidservant here? Say that I'm investigating here, and send them back. Luckily it wasn't the vice palace master who came. Otherwise with which fierce woman that would wait for the briefing below, but directly rushed up. According to your description and mine, the rules of your shifting flower palace are extremely strict. What would they do if they saw that you were not a virgin when they returned? When I go back, my master will naturally come with anger. And at that time Zhou Qingying did not finish her words, but the result of the latter can be thought of by anyone who wants to think about it. It will inevitably be the extermination of the Zhang family village. You don't need to step in for this matter, just call out to them and tell them that their senior sister isn't here. If they dare to barge in then I won't be blamed for being impolite. Jiang Ming's attitude was strong. He counted the time. Nowadays Zhu Yi was breaking through very quickly, and he himself was also in the mana realm. So when that so-called deputy palace master came over, it wasn't as if he didn't have a fighting chance. I'll listen to you all. Zhou Qingying grabbed Jiang Ming's hand. Clearly her master had planted a deep seed in her heart, otherwise it wouldn't be so stressful. Jiang Ming was nice and comforting. You can cultivate at ease first. There's no need to worry about the matter of the flower-shifting palace. Zhou Qingying bit her lip, as if she had something hard to say, but still said, Husband, the secret book that the Acacia sect lost, should we go and look for it? That's a real immortal secret book. You have a clue? Jiang Ming said in surprise. He had absolutely no concept of what kind of power the Acacia sect was. However, the lost secret books of such a transcendent power should be stronger than the Tai I Ching. It would be great if he could obtain this secret book in a safe manner, provided that he wouldn't incur retaliation from the Acacia sect. When I was at Wolf Tooth Mountain before, I heard their big boss say something that meant there was an immortal who was seriously injured and strayed here. But that immortal's whereabouts were so bizarre that ordinary people couldn't know about it at all, and it's said to be still heading all the way south. This secret book was stolen by someone from within the Acacia sect? Jiang Ming picked up the peanut shells on the table, peeled them, and fed them into Zhou Qingying's mouth. A little lip scent on his fingers. Zhou Qingying's small face reddened as she softly said, "I guess so, but that person's identity is unknown, and I don't know the specifics. There are many versions circulating in the rivers and lakes. Some people say that it's a thief stealing from a thief, and some people say that disciples within the Acacia sect affected and so on and so forth. There are all of them. Let's put this matter aside for a while. Take a look if you have the chance, and there's no need to force it if you don't have the chance. We don't lack these. Just writing on the actual opening of the silver chest. Open the silver chest. Congratulations on getting the Emperor's experience card. Empyrean experience card. Duration, 1 hour. Realm, Avatar Realm 5th layer. Peak of the Celestial Realm. After reaching the 4th layer of the Avatar, we'll have 1,000 to 2,000 years of life, to explore the yin and yang, life and death. Empyrean is an old monster who devoured the blood of the phoenix, learns the world's martial arts, creates his own sacred mind skill, old and wise, strong strength, hiss, what a time to come. Peak Celestial Realm. I'm not afraid of the people from the Shifting Flower Palace coming over this time. Silver treasure chests all require 100 points of pendulum value to redeem, a notch above bronze treasure chests. It seems that the silver treasure chest extracts items related to the Avatar realm, but my speed of gaining points is too slow. After the host's realm is elevated to the Avatar realm, the index of the pendulum value acquisition will also be enhanced. That's a relief. Jiang Ming put away the Emperor's experience card, thinking about that day if someone messed with him. After he used it, he would condense a huge ice sculpture mask in the sky, and that would be powerful enough to be appalling. Moreover, the celestial realm could fly in the air, and within this hour, as long as they didn't encounter some heaven-defying characters, they were basically invincible. At the bottom of the Green Mountain, the two Shifting Flower Palace women looked disgruntled and their mouths were full of complaints. What a Jiang family estate. What a big deal. We all dare to stop. In the past, wherever we went, we were guests of honor, but he's so good that he dares to stop us? The melon-faced woman on the right side asked. If the senior sister is in there, will you just take her back? The woman on the left side had a big temper and kept on chattering. What else? How long has she been out? Dashing around alone outside, not knowing that she's fooling around with that wild man. Of course she should be arrested back. The words just fell. A Yankee general came down. In a gentle tone, he said, both of you. Just now I asked the head of the family. There are no people from the Shifting Flower Palace here, so please go and take a look at other places. No? The snarky woman screamed. With a mischievous sound, she actually drew her sword directly and pointed at the guard. Unless you let us in to take a look, I can conclude that you guys are just cheating. You have to know that you're all men in here, and the banker is said to be a sex fiend, and my senior sister is a flamboyant woman. I don't believe that your Zhuang master won't be moved. If my senior sister is defiled, you'll be waiting for the wrath of our Shifting Flower Palace. Boom boom. The commotion here was soon known by the other Yang family generals, who all crowded over in a moment. Dozens of lances pointed at them, their aura instantly overshadowing the two women. This kind of killing aura that had been in the battlefield for a long time made the two women who walked into Jianghu feel bad at once. The snarky woman also squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm just showing you if my sword shines. Don't get me wrong. Go, go, go. Yang Kai walked up and smiled. If the two of you are here as guests, we at the Jiang family village will naturally welcome you and invite you to drink tea. But if you're here to cause trouble, we won't be polite either. Being a guest is not necessary. Excuse me. The two women left as if they were flying. After they left, Jiang Ming stood at the top of the mountain and watched them disappear into the dense forest. Then with a tap of his foot, he leapt down the side of the green hill, into the night. Today's sky is devoid of a bright moon, obscured by dark clouds. It is the dark and windy night of murder. There was still a distance of 50 miles from Su Yuanfu. On two stallions rode two women in horse-face dresses. It was the two Shifting Flower Palace disciples who had been driven away. It's really far. Half an hour more and we'll be there. The melon-seated woman's complexion was full of fatigue, mainly because she was tired from being on the road for the past few days. But coming back, the chief of the Jiang family who came out just now is quite handsome. AI. It's a pity that the rules of the door are strict and no contact with men is allowed. So is my youth really going to be wasted like this? What are you thinking? Touching a man. We're all going to die. The palace master's rules we have to keep in mind. Just as the two of them were talking, a dark shadow in front of them blocked their way. The dark figure was facing them, wearing a black veil. Only his voice was heard in the middle of the air. The two girls, it seems that they are also suffocating. Since they want a man so much, why do they still want to bring not far out within the Shifting Flower Palace? Who are you? Elder sister. Go, Don't bother with him, this person is odd. The two women were still careful not to make a direct move, and decisively turned the reins with the intention of getting out of the way. But the man in black clearly had no intention of letting them go. That black-clothed man's figure flashed, extremely fast, not even waiting for the two women to have any reaction, only to feel a gust of wind blowing by their side. The man in black had already disappeared, and the two women were about to say something before realizing that their words were no longer coming out, and their consciousness was beginning to blur. It wasn't until 4 or 5 breaths had passed that the two beautiful heads rolled under the bumps of the frightened horses. The body collapsed with it, and after an hour or so, a large pack of wolves rushed out of the dense forest, excitedly taking the meal. Chapter 54, Jiang Ming's Grand Wish. Jiang Ming personally took action and killed the two women from the Shifting Flower Palace with a quick sword. The upper clan of the Shifting Flower Palace is the Acacia sect after all. I don't want to be exposed to them. The only way to give myself more time to develop is to cut off all clues. Jiang Ming's feet lightly tapped the ground, walking on the branches of a tree one moment, and on the slender grass the next. He was extremely fast and light as a swallow, with a thin layer of gas surrounding the soles of his feet. The mana realm, coupled with the Ling Bo Wei steps, made his speed as if he was instantaneous. Suddenly, a sound came from his head. The 6 swords of Taishan. Yunji, 12 times the return of the Yellow Order sword technique. Ling Yun sword technique. Ling Yun sword technique. A total of 3 layers. After the completion of the 3 sword can be formed into a miniature sword formation to trap and kill the enemy. Killing Ling Li. Speed is extremely fast. Yellow rank extreme? If it's Xiao Zhu, I guess it's Xian rank. This multiplier is still quite important. It seems like I need to take time to spend more time with Yunji as well. Jiang Ming wasn't very satisfied. The Xian rank was too much stronger than the yellow rank. Nowadays, there was only one Xian rank Gongfu at home, but not a single Xian rank martial art. Secondly, to find a way to utilize Zhou Qingying's tripling vein body, we must find the right technique. Zhou Qingying's progress in cultivating the Tai I Ching was very slow, and this kind of physique was cultivated in conjunction with a special technique in order to activate the advantages of the physique. The 3 Yin chakra body was not the same type as Zhu Yi's spirit god body. The spirit god body purely and simply belongs to the body type that mindlessly enhances the cultivation speed and one's own strength. The disadvantage is that it is much less subtle, but if you look at it over a long period of time, the tripling vein body is definitely stronger than the spirit god body. It's just that initially it's hard for this physique to be effective. It was a quiet day at the manor. In 10 days, Jiang Ming's 2 old husbands came over to report the good news. Since Jiang Ming's status was so high, they didn't know how to address him for a while. Calling him Marquis would be too rusty, and calling him son-in-law would make him feel unqualified. The two of you don't need to be formal. Just call me Little Jiang. Jiang Ming stood at the top of the mountain, looking at the scenery behind the green mountains, nearly 300 feet high. A ladder with a 60-degree slope had been constructed. The steps were 10 feet wide, all paved with fine lapis lazuli, unusually neat, and ancient trees were deliberately planted on both sides. At the foot of the mountain, a gate was also erected. It had 3 big words written on it, Jiangjia Zhuang. Nowadays, Castle Peak has been built up quite a bit. That's no good, we'd better address Auntie. The corners of Mr. Wang's mouth broke into a smile. Yun Shan nodded as well. He was an unknown number of notches higher than Officer Wang. From time to time, he could still inquire about the imperial city, knowing full well that Jiang Ming's influence was more than that. Auntie, there's more flat land at the foot of this mountain, and based on your current position, you can build another 3,000 acres of buildings. So let's see what your plans are. Yun Shan inquired. Come on, let's go down and take a look. Jiang Ming stepped onto the steps going down the mountain. From here you can see Zhang County in the distance, as well as the great mountains that are far away in the sky, and the green mountains that have been extinguished. Other towns, villages and hamlets are obscured by intricate high mountains. Both of you, do you know where you can exchange spirit stones? Jiang Ming inquired. Spirit stones? Mr. Wang had never even heard of it. Yun Shan instead looked stunned and seemed to have heard about it. I also only once traveled to the imperial capital and heard someone say by chance that spirit stones are only available to the royal family and some of the princes and nobles, and that in order to exchange them for spirit stones, one must use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Jiang Ming understood as soon as he heard it, but this method was obviously difficult to operate. No one vouched for himself, no one had connections, no one had spirit stones of their own. You can't run to the emperor and say you want spirit stones. The spirit stones rewarded by the system weren't enough either, and what Xiao Zhu consumed alone was astronomical. It seems like we need to find a way to earn spirit stones. This thing is estimated to be the hard currency for cultivation in the future. Come to the bottom of the hill. Jiang Ming made a rough plan. 1,000 acres of this land of which I intend to use to grow fruits and vegetables, crops, and the other 2,000 acres of land I want to build a small city with 6 verticals and 12 horizontal lines, and this city will later be the place where the maidservants and guards of my Jiang family, including the family's collateral lineage, will live. Jiang Ming's words enlightened Yun Shan, who was the first family of the Su Yuan province, the Yun family. Naturally, he knew how ambitious Jiang Ming was. Auntie, I'm afraid that these 3,000 acres of land are not enough for your ambitions to develop to the scale you mentioned. I'm afraid that it would only take the size of a Su Yuan mansion. Jiang Ming laughed. No, Hong Wang, can't even fit in Su Yuan Fu. These words shook the hearts of the two men. However, the construction of this mountain, but also need the 2 fathers-in-law to help. My requirements are not high. The preliminary construction in accordance with the standards of the Su Yuan house to build just fine. This, the Yun Shan duo both revealed a look of difficulty. At this scale, I'm afraid that the combined family assets of the 2 of them won't be enough. Don't worry, I'll take care of the funding. I'll provide more fruits to the royal family of Great Zhou, and when the time comes, I'll settle your bills in gold. That's good. Auntie is so magnificent. The 3 of them then discussed some of the details of building the city. For example, how big is the maximum of the building to be built, as well as the martial arts arena, and the practice room. Wait a minute. Jiang Ming also wanted all these underlings in his hands to develop their own business as well, like the handmaidens under him. Some people from outside the family name can also make their homes here when they marry, or later on, when their own children grow up. Those who marry with the family. It is also possible to make your home here, so this city is also going to develop a full-fledged trade. Of course, these are going to take a lot of time to maneuver. Today's Jiangming de Zhou have not yet gone out. Think of these as really too early, but it's always right to plan and prepare in advance. The discussion continued until the evening, when Yun Shan and Mr. Wang left. When he left, Mr. Wang wanted to move everything in his house to live here. When considering that Elder Wang was also considered Wang Xinlin's father, let him build himself a courtyard outside the manor house on the hill. When Cloudy Mountain learned of this, he also expressed his desire to move his family up the mountain. Kong Ming agreed. It's just that the duo are going to build outside the manor. That estate, after all, could only be occupied by him and his wife. There are too many secrets in there, and not for outsiders to know. A week later, a large number of men and horses began to come over at the foot of the Green Mountains with wagons, carrying huge stones and timber to start building the city. At the same time, someone relocated some of the fruit and vegetable crops that had been planted on the mountain. The land resources on the mountain were limited, and Jiang Ming planned to plant better ones in the future. Early morning, Jiang Ming handed over that card of the Emperor's sword to Zhu Yi. Directly raising his hand, he implanted the card into Zhu Yi's mind. Do you feel it? Is there a card in your consciousness? Zhu Yi closed her eyes tightly and revealed a surprised look. There really is a card. If you are in danger, just yell out my name 10 times with your mind, and this card will give you a huge increase in strength. Just like the last time you killed Lu Qing in the midst of 10,000 troops. Jiang Ming petted Zhu Yi's hair. Even though her belly had grown quite a bit in the past few days, she was still so durable that she wanted to resist kissing her twice every time we met. Husband, that heavenly treasure pavilion in Jiangzhou City, whether or not you can really buy spirit stones, I'm not sure. I also heard my mother say that King Yan often goes over there to buy treasures that aren't available in the mundane world. You must be careful. Don't worry. I know in my heart, I'm just going to explore the wind. It's quite boring to be at home all the time, and I have nothing to do when you're all pregnant. Jiang Ming spread his hands out, revealing a helpless look. Oh, so husband is out looking for fun. Zhu Yi revealed a look of dawning realization, her mouth hanging open. What do you think? I'm just talking casually. I mainly want to see the channels of spirit stones. I'll naturally come back if things are not possible. At most half a month. It won't be delayed for long. Jiang Ming mounted the blood-red horse. Chapter 55 Phoenix Flower. Fury Blade. It's a fine June rain in the river house. There's a small family beauty of the south of the river. The sky was dark and drizzly, and the rain was like a young girl's soft razor touching her skin. It took Jiang Ming a day and a half to arrive at the Jiang mansion, dismounted and came to a stall. Jiang Fu's first beef noodle? Jiang Ming looked at the steaming stall with a big appetite. This restaurant is called the First Beef Noodle. It smells pretty good. Go taste it. After Jiang Ming sat down, the owner of the stall enthusiastically approached him. What would you like to eat, sir? Seeing as it's your first time here, how about a specialty? Jiangfu beef noodle? The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a very dark face, and looked to be the hard-working type. Beef noodles then. Yes, add more coriander. Jiang Ming signaled. Okay. Jiang Ming looked around. At this moment when the evening hour was about to pass the stage, there were already not many people at the stalls. Most people have finished their busy lives and gone home, and it's the stallholders who are about to close up. Sir, the noodles are ready. Please enjoy. Jiang Ming's fingers twitched, and with a sucking sound, the noodles slid into his stomach. the flavor of this noodle to a sense of home. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Ming downed a bowl and felt that it was not enough. Boss, another bowl. Eating is on the rise. Next to her came a young girl who had fallen on hard times. Big brother, can you treat me to a bowl of noodles? I only need a bowl. And if I can sleep with you. The young girl looked at the noodles on Jiang Ming's table with longing in her eyes. Licking the corners of his mouth, his stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Kong Ming looked up at the young girl. The fabric of her dress looked to be of some value, but it was already a bit soiled. The only thing clean was her hair, and her face looked dry without rouge or powder, obviously malnourished, with a collarbone so sunken you could keep goldfish. Boss, another bowl of noodles. Jiang Ming didn't care. A bowl of noodles was just a bowl of noodles. It was just a simple matter of looking at the poor people. The young girl ate quickly, wolfing down the. After a bowl is finished, pour a large bowl full of tea and drink it in one gulp. Seemingly not enough, he stretched out 2 fingers and said, Big brother, can I have another bowl? I'll sleep with you for 2 nights. Jiang Ming smiled. Boss, another bowl. The boss glanced at Jiang Ming and the young girl, shook his head and didn't say anything, just honestly served the noodles well. Russell. Jiang Ming was also almost done eating and was going to go do his business, so he didn't bother with her too much. In this day and age, there are many such people, with both parents dead, or women who have little power and are abandoned by their parents. Just like when she just came over, Xiao Zhu is also physically weak. In the era of chaos where one needs to survive by physical strength, this kind of beauty is a vase. For the bottom people, it is instead a burden and extinction. If Jiang Ming doesn't want Xiao Zhu, then Xiao Zhu might as well beg on the side of the road for a bowl of noodles. In his heart, he also couldn't help but sigh that it was fortunate that he had saved Xiao Zhu. He could tell that the woman was beautiful, and even the system had come up with multipliers that she could return. It was just that he had been unkempt due to not having washed for a long time, and his face was covered with poise. There is a saying that a beauty is worth 10,000 taels of gold in a prosperous world, but not as much as a bucket of rice in a chaotic world. And although the current Great Zhou is ostensibly at peace with the people, there are still many people who can't afford to eat and are displaced from their homes. Seeing Jiang Ming leave, the young girl got up and followed. Big brother, I promised you, you can sleep with me. The young girl looked a bit numb, as if she was already used to these things. Jiang Ming didn't turn around and said in a low voice, No need, just treating you to a bowl of noodles. This is nothing to me. You can leave now. Gongzi, I'm fine and I'm not sick. Don't worry. The young girl looked stunned, seemingly surprised that for the first time a male was unwilling to sleep with her. Do you dislike me? It's true that I'm not clean anymore, but I'm so hungry I can't stand it. I'm sorry. The young girl seemed to understand what was going on, and lowered her head, her eyes filled with loss. It was also the first time she had met such a nice person, and those people in the past had invited her to eat noodles more than once. She was even sometimes subjected to unlimited abuse from her, and at one point had become numb to it all. It's not that I mind all this, it's just that I can't do this kind of thing if 2 people don't have feelings for each other and it's simply for lust. The young girl wanted to say something else, but realizing that Jiang Ming had already turned around and left. At some point on the floor, there was more silver. The young girl immediately picked it up. These silver is estimated to be 40 or 50 taels. She just need to not spend it recklessly. Be careful, don't get robbed. These silver can let her live an ordinary life. My lord, the young girl summoned up the courage to catch up. Gongzi, can you tell me your name? I'm ashamed of these silver. If you don't want to sleep with me, I'll stay by your side and work as a cow or a horse. The young girl knelt in front of Jiang Ming. My name? Call me Ming Jiang. Jiang Ming looked at the sky. The stars were bright, and this was Jiangzhou, randomly taken. As for you, you don't have to follow me either. Why? But I took so many favors from you. The young girl's face was full of doubt, and her eyes revealed panic. There's no reason for it. Just think of it as the world owing you. Jiang Ming helped her up, and in the next second he abruptly disappeared into the street. The young girl looked at the departing Jiang Ming with a stunned expression, and in her hand, there was an extra copy of the Nine-In Sutra, as well as a chili dagger. I didn't expect to have an additional woman with 100% loyalty just like that. It's just a pity. Jiang Ming stood at the end of the street secretly shaking his head. Let's see what happens. Let's see how far she can go on her own. If she can climb out, I don't mind helping her out again. The sword in that young girl's hand was rewarded by the system, and Jiang Ming felt that this item was also quite suitable for her, so he gave it to her directly. Feng, that young girl's loyalty directly reached 100. Name, Phoenix Flower. Loyalty, 100%. Strength, mortal. Getting 100% loyalty for the first time without being married and getting a bonus. Reward, Fury Blade. Fury Blade, no grade. A blade full of abominations. Is a forging master in the world, and its world of suffering, the abominations of the emotions to create a dagger. Non-indifference. numbness to themselves, no feeling for the outside world of the use of the person, or will be affected by the weapon of the heart and mind and finally go into the devil. Rewarded, a top-grade martial arts skill of the Xian class. The 8 Extreme Avalanche. Reward, qualification card. Alchemy Genius. Jiang Ming stood at a distance and watched as Phoenix Flower lowered her head and touched the dagger in her hand, seemingly with great joy, hugging and hiding the Nining Jinjing in his arms again. His eyes carefully glanced around for a while, and the smaller figure slipped into the alley. Jiang Ming turned around and walked in towards the Tianbao Pavilion, the largest trading pavilion in the Jiang Mansion. Compared to the cold streets of the previous stalls, the flow of people in this place has obviously changed a lot. The lights were on and the passers-by looked excited. Many people are talking about one thing: the eldest princess is arriving tomorrow. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auction this time around is said to have super treasures, and I've heard that there are suspected immortal treasures up for auction. Our Jiangfu's wonders are just that once a year. The Rapunzel is also curious to come over to view some. Legend has it that the Rapunzel is the first beauty of our great Zhou, but it is really too strong. So far no that man dares to marry her. Marry her? We mere mortals don't think about it. Even the princes and nobles are not qualified, and I even heard that someone from the upper immortal sect, the Acacia sect, liked her, and it still didn't work out. Chapter 56, The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. There's a sea of people at the entrance to the Tianbao Pavilion. All the rooms in the nearby inns and taverns were already booked. Even if there are any left, they are sky high. Due to the large number of people, policing has become more chaotic, but those who dared to make trouble were also directly crippled by the city's guards. Jiang Ming walked all the way, listening to all sides, and learned a lot of recent information about the Jiang Mansion. The Rapunzel will be here tomorrow, and the Jiangfu governor has already begun to make a big fuss and set up a luxurious banquet. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is hosting a high-class auction, and many nobles are taking advantage of this opportunity in hopes of climbing up. The generals at the border are all dying to protect their families and their country, living and dying, while here it's peaceful. In any era, it is always like this. If the country is not strong, the country is a war, and any peace at any time is also exchanged by those generals at the border with their blood, and by no means is this era supposed to be so peaceful. I thought of General Man Yi, with whom I had said goodbye some time ago. When he left, he was still worried about certain treacherous ministers above the court for their own interests, disregarding the safety and security of the front line, but also to make a demon in the court. Although he didn't name him, Jiang Ming had already guessed which one it was. Master Pang. Jiang Ming wasn't here to see any Rapunzel, just for the spirit stones. When he walked into the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a cleanly dressed young girl lord came up to him. This gentleman, I'm number 008. Just call me Little Peach. May I ask if this is your first time at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Jiang Ming nodded, and as far as his eyes could see, the first floor hall didn't have much of a counter, only 2 thick pillars, and a tall hall that looked magnificent. There are 6 portals on either side, and 2 steps leading to the second floor. Peach didn't belittle Jiang Ming because it was his first time. Instead, he began his introduction with a smile on his face. This gentleman, Tianbao Pavilion in the whole of the Great Zhou is only one, including the Imperial City, has not been constructed, mainly because Jiangzhou has a special geographic location only here to open the Tianbao Pavilion. Our Tianbao Pavilion, the main sale of weapons, techniques, martial arts, herbs, as well as many of the Great Zhou have not seen the strange and bizarre things. Jiang Ming didn't move after hearing this, and said lightly, "Are there any Yellow Order, or Xian Order techniques or weapons?" The young girl looked stunned at her words. Jiang Ming clearly saw a hint of surprise in her eyes. "My lord, it seems that you are not an ordinary person anymore. You all know the Gongfu that has entered the grade. Please follow me." The young girl led Jiang Ming through the crowd and stepped onto the steps that led to the second floor. "My lord, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion we're building here currently only has yellow-ranked magic treasures or techniques. There's no Xian rank at the moment. If you need Xian-ranked magic treasures, you can head to Tianfeng City outside of Great Zhou, which is considered to be the official store of our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, where Xian-ranked type treasures are numerous. If you don't want to run, we can communicate with the store over there and send them over. It's just that Gongzi will have to spend some more." After stepping onto the second floor, it became instantly quiet. The second floor was much more spacious than the first, but only 3 groups of people lingered here as a result of their eyes. Jiang Ming sensed a hint of spiritual energy flowing from all of these people. This was a sign of entering the Avatar realm, and it seemed that the strength of those who could make it to the second floor were not bad. Retracting his gaze, he came up and these people were sizing him up as well. Most of the ones on the first floor were mundane items sold to the flesh realm. Seeing Jiang Ming's gaze sweeping over the other 3 groups for a few moments, Xiao Tao whispered, "Sir, we usually receive our guests mostly on the first floor, unless you take the initiative to say that you are offering a treasure of the pinnacle class, or you yourself have a high status in the Jiangsu as well as you show your strength of the Avatar realm, then we'll take you up to the second floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, Peach's previous professionalism on the first floor was gone. If there is a start to touch Jiang Ming with their sensitive parts, eyes flirtatious with charming, 3 steps a turn back, will be their own beautiful back desperately in the eyes of Jiang Ming show. As little Peach explained, Jiang Ming also roughly knew the situation of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It was a chamber of commerce that was not limited to the Great Zhou, spreading over a wider world, unknown in scope, unknown in number, unknown in strength, and mysterious, but it has always operated on the points of honesty, making money, and business. With a general understanding of the situation, he was relieved to inquire, "I'd like to find out if you have spirit stones to exchange here." Little Peach reacted quickly and immediately replied, "Yes, but we don't exchange gold and silver, we only exchange into the grade of treasures, gongfu, or heavenly materials and treasures. These yellow-ranked gongfu, how do you price it?" Jiang Ming didn't have any handful of magical treasures in his hand, only the merit laws returned by the system. These feats would be obsolete to him with the passage of time, and they wouldn't give away his secrets. At the same time, it is not another sex gongfu, there is no origin, and there is no danger. Selling gongfu is currently the most appropriate. Little Peach replied, "We acquire yellow rank gongfu in 4 levels. The lower yellow rank we acquire at 10 lower grade spirit stones, the middle yellow rank at around 50 lower grade spirit stones, and the upper yellow rank at around 100 lower grade spirit stones. As for the extreme yellow rank technique, it's at 200 lower grade spirit stones." Jiang Ming remembered that the system had previously rewarded him with 10 medium grade spirit stones, and that 100 lower grade spirit stones could only be exchanged for 1 medium grade spirit stone. The price, for him, was not very satisfactory. So he asked, "What if it's a Xian rank technique? How much do you charge for it?" "Gongzi, do you really have a Xian rank technique?" Xiao Tao's complexion was startled, and her voice was unconsciously raised a few points. Luckily, they had their own separate space to talk and didn't draw attention to themselves, and Peach immediately covered her mouth before realizing her outburst. Jiang Ming's gaze narrowed slightly, realizing that Xian rank techniques already belonged to the stuff of legends for the people here. "My lord, I'll have to let the steward come and talk to you about this matter. I can't make the decision." Jiang Ming walked into a private room along with Peach. Inside, there was tea, reclining chairs, everything, even a huge seat. Xiao Tao blushed and gestured, "Your Excellency, I've already told Steward Wang about you. He'll be coming over in a while. If there's anything you want to do or like, Xiao Tao can be at your service." Jiang Ming was a person from the past. Of course he knew what this meant and waved his hand. "No need." "Good, then I won't bother your Excellency." Little Peach retreated with some regret. There were only a handful of people in the Great Zhou who could take out Xian rank techniques, either the superstars of the Great Zhou, or the sons of the lineage of foreign powers, or the disciples of some immortal realm sects. Anyway, whoever she was, she would be flying high for herself if she had that kind of relationship. Russell. Inside Jiang Ming's private room walks a big-bellied, greasy man, full of smiles and looking enthusiastic. "This gentleman, what's your name?" "My name is Wang Yuan. You can call me Steward Wang." "Akane, you want to offer a Xian rank lower grade technique? Do you know that this thing is extremely rare in Great Zhou? You have to think about it. Oh, but you can rest assured, my Heavenly Treasure Pavilion absolutely will not disclose a bit of information about you. This is our rules. You can rest assured that we will not do things that kill people and goods. Not to mention you a Xian rank merit law, is to take out the ground rank merit law, can be traded smoothly." Wang Yuan patted his big belly with confidence and his words were sure, which also made Jiang Ming believe a few points. However, Jiang Ming still smiled slightly. "Shopkeeper Wang, the Xian rank merit law is not on me. I still have to spend time to fetch it. I'll give it to you guys when I come over next time. What do you think? As for this yellow rank gongfu, it has been brought." Chapter 57, Prince Duan's Troublesome Card. After Jiang Ming walked out of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilions, he already had 355 more lower-grade spirit stones in his hand. Out of his own prudence, he did not reveal his true wealth. Even if the other party said a lot of things, it was still good to be careful. "My yellow rank technique is considered good in its class, and the price is given quite a bit higher." At the same time, that Steward Wang also gave him news about tomorrow's auction. The legendary marrow cleansing pill will appear in the auction. It is said that if you eat one, you will be able to cleanse your essence and marrow, improve your physique, and have a chance to break through the Avatar realm. And even if you are already in the Avatar realm, you can get a huge benefit and get rid of the impurities in your body. Jiang Ming walked down the street, passing through the crowds of people, his mind pondering the information that Steward Wang had revealed to him just now. "I don't need this thing. The dual cultivation technique, on the contrary, is something I desperately need at the moment." After all, every time he was in the same room with Zhou Qingying, the other party's loyalty could skyrocket. and if he could cultivate at this moment, it was hard to imagine how fast the refinement would be. In addition to the marrow cleansing pill, there's also a Xian rank technique, which isn't really necessary for me. After all, I can utilize the system's characteristic, which is the way of stepping on the left foot and ascending on the right, to always have a stronger technique. Jiang Ming intends to find an opportunity. The hands of the Xian class Gong Fa find a reason to sell. As we walked, the crowds gradually became less and less, and the lively, bustling downtown was no more. The surrounding area was dark and most of the civilians were already asleep. Suddenly, murder, murder! A terrified roar came from the darkness. In the alley, someone ran out in terror. A panicked middle-aged man. He was covered in blood, especially gurgling blood from his lower body. After Jiang Ming saw this, he directly slapped his palm horizontally, and that person directly fell to the ground in response to the sound of his voice, unable to die. In the darkness, a young girl stepped out. It was Phoenix Flower. Gongzi. Phoenix Flower's heart was overjoyed, but thinking of how she looked now, she hurriedly put away the dagger in her hand and wiped the blood from her face. In the future, to kill people, be decisive. Do not strike without 100% certainty of a fatal blow. Jiang Ming saw the cause and effect at a glance. This man looked like someone who bullied Phoenix Flower from time to time, and today he thought he could come over to vent his anger casually as usual. Who knew that the little lamb in his eyes had become a hellish villain? I'm sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Phoenix Flower then realized that what the other party cared about wasn't that she was unattractive or dirty, but that she cared about her strength and her means of doing things. Take these, cultivate well. And if you manage to stay alive, kill all the people you hate, and come back to me after your strength reaches the Avatar realm. Jiang Ming said and threw her 50 spirit stones before disappearing into the night. Gongzi, I will be able to. Phoenix Flower twisted her head and disappeared into the darkness. The spirit stone in her hand made her feel incredibly warm and, although she was an ordinary person, often this kind of people from the hell of the muddy abyss, the kind of potential that was not limited to physical qualifications, was often the most terrifying. Zhou Jinjing could not understand the first time, the second time, the third time, the desire to become stronger in her mind, so that she instead became more and more calm. Really do not understand to go directly to find someone to experiment, no matter how immoral, how cruel ways, were used by her to improve themselves. Night color spread throughout the Jiangfu. No one knew that a murder had occurred here, and even if someone did, seeing that the deceased was an ordinary person and that the wound was a case that could only be made by an Avatar realm expert, no one would investigate any further. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming directly used the Duan Jingchun experience card, which had an average force value. This thing would be of little use except for picking up girls, and its strength is only at the 7th level of the flesh body. It didn't work for him at all. This moment was just the right time to use it to cover up the fact that he had gone to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to sell his 2 Xian rank techniques. As he walked out of the inn, has become Duan Jingchun, that suave appearance, that aristocratic temperament at a glance to know that this person comes from an extraordinary source. Moreover, Jiang Ming himself was an expert in the mana realm, and his aura all over his body showed that this person's status was extraordinary. When he appeared at the entrance of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Xiao Tao, who had received him yesterday, came forward with incomparable enthusiasm. This lord, I am 008 Peach, may I serve you? Jiang Ming nodded and opened the door. I have 2 treasures that need to be auctioned, and I just happened to be passing by this place, and I heard that there will be many powerful people coming today, so let's put them up for sale today. My lord, what would you like to auction? I can. You, call out your steward to come out. You're not qualified enough. Jiang Ming's tone was harsh. Duan Zhengchun was originally a prince. At this moment, his harsh eyes looked at Xiao Tao's heart trembled. Little Peach was startled. It seems that this is a regular customer. I'm sorry, my lord. It's my offense. I'll take you to see our steward right away. Upon arriving at the private room, it was the same fat steward Wang from yesterday, but the attitude was also worlds apart. After all, Duan Jingchuan's look and temperament is not comparable to Jiang Ming's. This brother, may I ask what kind of treasure you want to auction? Steward Wang's face was full of smiles and his words were incomparably polite. These 2 books. Jiang Ming directly threw out the Xian rank upper grade martial skill level 8 avalanche, and the Xian rank lower grade technique Tai I Jing. When Boss Wang finished flipping through the pages, he immediately got up, revealing a look of surprise. What is your honor's name? You can call me Prince Duan. Jiang Ming stroked his beard and said blandly, Prince Duan? Both of these can be used as our grand finale auction item, especially this level 8 avalanche. It's only a ceiling level martial art in Great Zhou. I predict it can be auctioned for a price of 300 medium grade spirit stones. Steward Wang thought about it in his head for half a day, but he couldn't recall which other king of Great Zhou in the Avatar realm was surnamed Duan. Could it be from another country? But it is no longer important. This person must have a noble identity, out of such a generous, obviously extraordinary status. Good, you guys look after this matter. Jiang Ming was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect it to be so valuable. With these spirit stones, Xiao Shu could enter the avatar realm very quickly. Your own strength can soar. Prince Duan, for our auction, we will take 5% of the selling price fee. This is something I want to talk to you about in advance. No problem, I can understand all that. Steward Wang laughed and gave to a red number plate. Prince Duan, this is our VIP number plate for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. You can go to our VIP lounge and wait first. Our auction will start in 7 more hours, and we will notify you through the number plate at that time as well. After Kong Ming left, shopkeeper Wang did not associate Prince Duan with yesterday's Jiang Ming in the slightest. A large river runs through the entire city in the middle of Jiangfu. At this moment there is a sea of people standing on both sides of the great river, but the most striking thing about it is that there is a 6-story loft on the river's edge. At the top of the loft was the most expensive private room in all of Jiangzhou, and today, as this great river is about to undergo a wave spectacle, there is already a great man staying in this box. The people on the shore were also talking about the big man in this box. Brother, what kind of person is on that private room? I just saw the governor of Jiangfu walk out of it with a respectful face. He can't even go in. Of course it's the eldest princess. I just saw that all her carriages are pulled by 2 golden lions. That thing looks like a demon. So scary. Chapter 58, Reversing Yin and Yang. The person who answered backs looked to the right. Only a man with an extraordinary temperament was visible. It's Kong Ming who used Duan Jingchuan's experience card. This card lasts a long time due to its weakness. Jiang Ming changed his location and chose a place with a fairly good view. This wondrous sight, listening to others say godly, he was slightly interested in observing it. Top of the riverside loft, the Rapunzel was seated on the phoenix chair in a red dress. The 2 maidservants behind her were already of national color, but compared to her, they were obviously weaker. Whether it was their temperament, their facial features, they were not on the same level. If Jiang Ming were here, he would also lament that only Xiao Shu, who had taken the route of the undead, could compete with it. Behind the eldest princess also stood a suave man, holding a folding fan in his hand, with cold eyebrows and phoenix eyes, and was born to be handsome as well. When he looked at the eldest princess, there was a deep sense of adoration hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Pang Cheng, I remember that Su Yuan mansion is quite close to here. That former Su Yuan governor Lu Qing is your distant relative? The eldest princess opened her mouth, her timbre gentle, but revealing a sense of majesty. Your Highness, I don't know which curmudgeon spread this matter. How could that Lu Qing be related to our Pang family? Pang Cheng looked indifferent and said with a smile, oh, that's interesting. I've heard that the recently established Qing Shan waiter is in the Su Yuan mansion. I should have known to call someone over to let him come and meet the palace. This person is of some interest to me, but I'm more interested in that big axe-wielding nymphette of his. Mentioning the Marquis of Castle Peak, Pang Cheng obviously paused for a moment and said, Your Highness, a Jianghu person is just a person who is now rumored to be divine, so perhaps you'll be disappointed when you see him. After all, the Pang family supplies the royal family with fruit crops and all that. It's a lot of income. Now that they were being scooped up by that new Qing Shan waiter, a small portion of them had gone over, and the entire Pang family was very unhappy, if it wasn't for the fact that the other party had just taken office and was still on the emperor's watch. Otherwise, according to the Pang family's character, they would have already struck. Disappointed? Pang Cheng, you came out from the Acacia sect to track down the lost secret book. What's the result now? Pang Cheng sighed, no results. That person is an inner disciple and has been in the sect for longer than me. It's hard as hell for me to track him down. I'm mainly relying on senior brother Lan Tian to hunt him down. Then instead of going after the traitors of your clan, you took the time to run to me? It's not that I've admired the princess for a long time. I want to come to see you today, and it's not the first time I've seen the princess. It's also considered to be an old acquaintance, just as a reminder of old times. Smooth talker, you didn't learn anything else in the Acacia sect, but you learned a lot from this smooth talk. Rapunzel got up and walked up to because the spectacle of the river beach was about to begin. The Rapunzel's gaze was blandly fixed on the waves that were gradually rising. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the 10,000 mile wide river shook violently, and from the distance, a super large wave up to 1,000 feet high came from afar, as if it was a big mountain. The raging aura shook the sky and earth with an incomparably terrifying pressure. At the same time, the big wave was azure blue, and there were more than 10 rainbows riding on it, as if it was leading to a special existence. Pang Cheng also came forward and said softly, Princess, the wave spectacle of this Jiangfu is said to have lasted for 1,000 years. Before the establishment of the Great Zhou, I was within the Acacia sect, but I have heard of some of the wild history of this place. I don't know if the princess would like to listen to me explain a little bit. You say, thousands of years ago, It is said that in the kingdom before the great Zhou, Daliang, the emperor of Daliang fell in love with a demonic person in the river. But this emperor of Daliang had a flirtatious nature, and had countless concubines, and there was no woman in the world who wasn't bewitched by him, and that demon who survives in the river, surprisingly, also has an extraordinary status, and the strength of her community is also very powerful. When that demon became pregnant, the emperor of Great Liang insisted that she not be allowed to give birth. After all, if this kind of thing is spread out, it would be a scandal for Great Liang. So this demoness finally learned that this emperor of Daliang was just playing with her. Liking her was real, but not too much, so she killed the child in her womb in grief and anger, and she herself transformed into a resentful spirit and merged into this great river, after which a terrifyingly huge wave erupted to flood the river state. But Daliang made a countermeasure by constructing a spell formation in the water to prevent this monstrous wave from affecting the shore. And so then, every year, huge waves occurred here, but these huge waves could not descend on the shore. Pang Cheng looked solemn and withdrew his emotions and said, "Your Highness, it is said that Great Liang also caused a great reduction in its fortunes because of this matter, and subsequently gave birth to our great Zhou." Nice story, it makes sense. The eldest princess did not reprimand Emperor Daliang for playing with her people's feelings. She's just staring silently at the huge wave ahead of her that, all the while eyes occasionally wandered through the crowd. That Jiang Ming dressed as Duan Jingchun was really winking. That aristocratic temperament that ordinary people simply couldn't match. And handsome looks, too, winking. The Rapunzel saw him at a glance, paused for 2 breaths and averted her gaze. Jiang Ming was on the shore, looking at the huge waves that were higher than the Green Mountains, and was inwardly overwhelmed. I don't know if human power can explode with this kind of heavenly power. The spectacle lasted for half an hour before disappearing. After looking satisfied, Jiang Ming left with the crowd. A random inn was found until evening. The auction has only just begun. Jiang Ming had a VIP number plate and directly cut in line to enter the venue. Shortly after walking in, a gasp erupted behind him. Kong Ming couldn't help but look back and one could only see countless people gathered around the street as 2 golden lions arrived pulling a luxurious golden carriage. The curtains of the door were drawn back by a servant girl of national color and a delicate jade hand stretched out from inside the carriage, and the maidservant extended her arm to greet the eldest princess as she got out of the car. It's really a country that's pouring out. Jiang Ming couldn't help but praise it. Although they were 100 meters apart, it was incomparably clear for Jiang Ming to see. The crowd even erupted into deafening cheers, but no one dared to say obscenities and commit indecent acts. But where it was found to be deadly, Jiang Ming was at least as beautiful as his petite wife at home, and wouldn't be mesmerized by the Rapunzel's poses. And after a few glances, he was led into his exclusive private room by Xiao Tao. Peach brought the person to the table, served him tea and poured him water, and when he left, his face flushed and he boldly said, "Lord Duan, if you have any need, you can call Peach at any time. Peach is still a virgin. You go down." Jiang Ming waved his hand indifferently. Xiao Tao looked gloomy and retreated. After less than an incense stick of time, the auction venue was already overcrowded. The hall below the auction can hold 10,000 people, and there are thousands of VIP rooms up there. And 10 supreme private rooms. Jiang Ming surveyed his surroundings. The VIP rooms are all filled up. A layer of mana realm in the avatar realm, am only good enough to sit in the VIP rooms? So could it be that the elder princess is doing the supreme room? Jiang Ming noticed that only 3 of the VIP rooms were occupied. Right here and now, a prompt came from his brain. Phoenix flower breaks through the first layer of flesh. Since the current Jiang Ming was already in the avatar realm, a tenfold increase in the physical body layer wouldn't be painful for him, and there would only be a tiny improvement. Yunji breaks through the 5th level of flesh. Zhui has successfully fused the 9 Yin and 9 Yang sutras and comprehended the yellow rank middle grade technique Yin Yang Sutra. Return 20 times and get the lower grade technique Reverse Yin and Yang. Reversing the chaos of Yin and Yang. Incomplete technique. Still need to continue to make up for it. Currently can only cultivate to the Yin and Yang realm. Chapter 59. Jiang Ming suddenly received a system message that shook him. That girl broke through the first layer of flesh so quickly? How did she do it? Jiang Ming remembered that Zhui had broken through so quickly or used the martial arts wizard's card. This girl was no wizard. Could it be the spirit stones? But not so fast. There must be some other reason. The biggest surprise was still the earth rank technique. Reverse chaotic Yin and Yang. Jiang Ming took out the detailed explanation of reverse chaos Yin and Yang and looked at it. Reversing the chaos of Yin and Yang, the current work is not complete, but also belongs to the legend of the rare. This work collection of heaven and earth's extreme Yin and Yang, absorbing heaven and earth's extreme power, to the positive evil, change Yin into Yang, Yang into Yin, reversal of the Big Dipper. The cultivation of the completion of the 2 realms of the Yin and Yang can be across the boundaries of heaven and earth are not bound. After reading this introduction, Jiang Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Good lord, after learning this thing, won't I be able to become a sun monkey to go to hell and tear up the book of life and death? As for whether or not there was a hell, Jiang Ming didn't know, but this technique was clearly far beyond the realm of martial arts. Go back and let Zhu cultivate properly. He will only be able to develop her spirit god body completely when he cultivates this technique. Jiang Ming was already somewhat looking forward to the thrill of going home and having Xiao Zhu fly off the handle, then lying down and upgrading himself. Swing value plus 10. Gentlemen, today is a special day, and a day to celebrate at the same time. The auction host came on stage. It was certainly Steward Wang. He was all smiles, his eyes lingering on Jiang Ming's private room for a second longer. Even the Rapunzel's side didn't look much. The grand finale of this time was originally a Xian rank lower grade technique, but just a few days ago, a mysterious figure came and took out a Xian rank upper grade martial art. So this time, all of you who can come are blessed. Steward Wang's words fell. The entire room erupted in an uproar, and surprised voices were heard from many of the VIP rooms. Rapunzel even got up and walked over to the glass cover. Amazed. Xian rank upper grade. This is not even more than 10 parts in our great Zhou. I didn't expect to see this today. Pang Qing's eyes flickered with the intention of obtaining this Xian rank upper grade martial skill. Your Highness, this item will be up for grabs for a while, so I won't be blamed for making a move in a while. Is this palace the kind of person who uses her power to suppress others? Normal competition. If you can snatch food from the hands of this palace, that's also your skill, the Rapunzel said indifferently. To be able to say this is also to have absolute confidence in one's own financial strength. With the crowd's brief surprise over, Steward Wang began to announce the start of the auction. The first treasure, a mundane weapon with no entry grade, drew people in the hall to scramble for it. Jiang Ming looked bored, then waiting for a follow-up treasure. Until the 18th item is auctioned off, Steward Wang announced, from now on, it's all about entering the grade of the auction items. Everyone get ready. Seeing this, Jiang Ming stroked his chin and muttered, in the past, when I saw those travelers, in this kind of auction, could they always pick up leaks? How come when it comes to me, there's not a single good thing? The anticipation in Jiang Ming's heart grew smaller and smaller, to the end. Hey, let it go. It doesn't matter. Swing value plus 10. Ginger Ming. He's really swinging for the fences on this one. However, just at this moment, a black, tattered book came out on the stage. The strange shape immediately caught Jiang Ming's attention. Gentlemen, this is a gungfu that can be seen as an out of grade, but I don't know what grade. Visually the highest stage is the middle grade of the yellow order. It's still incomplete. The starting bidding price is 50 lower grade spirit stones. The book was as black as if it had been through a fire, with only a handful of 5 pages that were incomplete at first glance. Steward Wang, you're not kidding. This can be sold for 50? Next item. No one wants this. I'd hate to scratch my ass with this thing as toilet paper. Don't delay. Take out the Xian rank technique. My butt hurts from sitting, but there are always people who like to hunt. Wait, I'll offer 50 spirit stones. The voice came from the VIP room. Steward Wang saw who it was with a glance and smiled slightly, then decisively started hammering. 50 spirit stones, a click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks. Congratulations to this one for obtaining this secret book. In no time at all, a black and unkempt book was delivered to Jiang Ming. It's stuff like this that looks like crap that can be good. Jiang Ming held it and looked left and right for half a day, but still didn't find anything special. It seems like it's indeed a waste. This gongfu speaking isn't that marvelous. Jiang Ming was speechless. It really was an incomplete yellow ranked gongfu. 50 spirit stones just wasted? It was different from Jiang Ming's depression. The auction was already noisy at this time, because the Xian class feats are on. It was a technique called the Greenwood mixing technique. In the end, it had been auctioned off to 80 mid-grade spirit stones. This price was all beyond Jiang Ming's expectations. It seems the auction is indeed much higher than the market price. Steward Wan continued in a loud voice. The next book, the Xian rank lower grade technique Tai I Jing. Starting price, 10 medium grade spirit stones. 30 medium grade spirit stones. Immediately, someone else made a bid. 50. Until the end, it was bought by a certain mysterious person in the supreme private room for 85 medium grade spirit stones. Alright, now for the final finale. The Xian rank upper grade martial skill, 8 extreme avalanche, with a starting price of 100 middle grade spirit stones. Someone from the VIP room immediately bid, 250 medium grade spirit stones. The man obviously wanted to just hammer away and scare the whole room, but his idea fell flat. Someone in the supreme private room immediately shouted the price. 300. Xian rank upper grade martial arts. Not to mention that there aren't many in Great Zhou. Even in the harmonious sect it's very precious. You want to buy it with more than 200 middle grade spirit stones? Delusional. A male voice came out from the supreme private room, but his price was pressed through in less than 2 seconds. 350. 600. Finally, A voice with a majestic female voice pressed the room. The Rapunzel stood in front of the glass cover with a mighty cold expression. The price was beyond the scope of this kung fu, but if she lost it, it would be a great loss to the royal family. Your Highness is incredibly wealthy. I admire you. Pang Ching shook his head helplessly. The most he could pay was over 400 spirit stones. That price was jacked up by 2 other people from the Supreme Suite. Humph, if I guessed correctly, the other person. I'm afraid he's only one of the Yin King's people, not going to manage the border. Running to the Central Plains to participate in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auction, the eldest princess whispered. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised to see the price. 608 medium-grade spirit stones. Ah, Harry! Jiang Ming let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This time he went back completely loaded. Xiao Zhu and the girls wouldn't be short of spirit stones for a long time. It seems that selling feats to make money in the future is the fastest. The Xin rank is already the ceiling in Great Zhou. My Earth rank feats. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the even more expansive Tianfeng city. I heard from Steward Wang that that's the only city where high-ranked martial artists travel to and from. It's not comparable to Great Zhou. It's just that the road is too far away. After the auction, Little Peach came over with 646 medium-grade spirit stones. Lord Duan, your spirit stones. Jiang Ming looked at Xiaotao, who had purposely lifted her neckline, and secretly said that she was really a girl who worked hard. Take it. Hard work. Jiang Ming took out a lower-grade spirit stone and gave it to the other party. Many thanks, my lord. Peach was elated. Lower-grade spirit stones were already the ceiling for ordinary people. Middle-grade spirit stones would only harm her. Jiang Ming walked out of the private room, and as he was leaving the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he happened to meet the eldest princess who walked out together. Beside him was a handsome-looking man in a white robe, but when this handsome man saw Jiang Ming, he was slightly stunned, as if he was thinking that there were still men in this world who were comparable to himself in terms of looks and temperament, even in terms of mature charisma. The other party was a head and shoulders above himself. Chapter 60, Extreme Pulling. Going home. Jiang Ming Duan Zhengchun experience card is not finished yet. Now this image does make one feel extraordinary, coupled with the fact that he was not weak. It was hard not to attract the attention of others. The eldest princess smiled faintly. Your Excellency looks very unfamiliar. You don't seem to be from my Great Zhou. Jiang Ming didn't expect the eldest princess and himself to take the initiative to greet each other, so he had to respond. I am Dolly Prince Duan Zhengchun. Dolly? This is the first time this palace has heard of it. What kind of place is it? The Rapunzel thought about it for half a day but didn't think of Dolly any place. But the world outside of the Great Week was so vast that she knew it was normal for her to be unclear. It's just a small projectile country. It's not worth mentioning. It's not as big as a state in Great Zhou. Jiang Ming said humbly. Your Dolly's prince has some strength. A small country can have a divine profound realm expert. Pang Ching couldn't help but say. I don't know if it was a taunt or unintentional. Since you are a friend from another country, why don't you have a cup of tea by that river before you leave? The Rapunzel's words were greatly generous. It made it hard for Jiang Ming to refuse for a while, but the Rapunzel kept looking at him with a smile and seemed to be in no hurry, just standing at the entrance of the VIP passage waiting for him to answer. Jiang Ming knows that this is because of the 4 sides of the Great Zhou, subconsciously thought that the strength of the Dolly good intention to befriend, in time can also help the Great Zhou to ease the war, which took the initiative to invite. Jiang Ming couldn't refuse. Then I'll disturb the princess. Princess, it's not quite right. This person we don't even know. Isn't it a bit abrupt to invite him so hastily? Pang Ching dissuaded. You're teaching me things? The Rapunzel said indifferently, not even glancing at Pang Ching, her gaze looking straight ahead, not even looking at the other party as much as her eyes. Pang Ching's heart shook after being disliked, and seeing the Rapunzel's cold stance, he remembered the woman's ruthlessness and gritted his teeth. I'm just offering an opinion. Prince Duan, please. The eldest princess smiled faintly and gestured for Jiang Ming to get on the car together. Jiang Ming was bitter in his heart. From this scene it was clear that this woman would not stop until she achieved her goal. Jiang Ming got into the Rapunzel's carriage in full view of everyone. Who is this man? Why was he able to get into the princess's carriage? I'm not sure. It looks like he has an extraordinary demeanor. He should be some big shot. Steward Wang stood on the upper floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion stroking his beard as he watched Jiang Ming follow the elder princess away and laughed. This woman is still as discerning as ever. This Prince Duan is able to take out a Xian rank upper grade martial skill. His origins are definitely extraordinary. If we let the forces behind him help Great Zhou, this time the de Zhou's crisis will surely be alleviated by quite a bit. But this woman's ways are only not much softer. The top of the attic at the edge of the great river at the river house. The golden light illuminated the entire attic in a golden color. Under the night, this attic was like a golden pagoda, illuminating the dim and raging river. Inside a banquet hall illuminated by golden lights, the Rapunzel sat at the first place. Pang Ching sat on the right side, and Jiang Ming sat on the left. Mostly it was Rapunzel chatting about something or other. Prince Duan, it turns out that you are also new to Great Zhou. Our Great Zhou has a large land area. Each region has many specialties. This Jiangzhou is just one of them. You may as well go to my imperial city to take a look, where many of Great Zhou's folk characteristics are concentrated. Thank you for the generous invitation, princess. It's just that I'm going back tomorrow. After all, I've agreed with the ladies at home that I have to go back within 2 months. Otherwise they'll be worried, and now I've already delayed a lot of time. Jiang Ming apologized. Oh, Prince Duan has already taken a wife? I'm over 30, and it makes sense to take a wife. Pang Qing couldn't help but interject at this moment. I see you have more than one woman. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. You guessed well. Pang Qing laughed upon hearing this, looking at Jiang Ming with contempt, and his previous hostility disappeared into thin air. Coldly snorted. Humph, princess, I see this person is a philandering carrot. All this age is also mana realm. Obviously nothing specialties. That bullet small country also has nothing to pull together the necessary. This young warrior, you guessed correctly. I, Duan, indeed don't have any specialties. Swing value +1. A look of disappointment flashed across the Rapunzel's face as she sniffed. However, he still said with a straight face, it seems that Prince Duan is a flirt. Is a man not a man in vain? Is he? Jiang Ming raised his cup and took a sip of wine. The princess did not want to pull the messy. Squarely said, Prince Duan is sprightly. You dolly in the end where? Can you tell a little more? Located on a continent with a map plate shaped like a rooster. In the lower left corner of this continent, far away from Great Zhou, it requires more than a month's ride at the speed of a blood-red horse. It's far away. The princess was surprised and said, is that toward the north of Great Zhou or? Jiang Ming returned without hesitation. The east. East? Your excellency really has a big life. Crossing my Great Zhou, riding a blood-red horse would only take 5 days. You've been heading east for a month. Not to mention what's over there. I'm just afraid you'd have been eaten by demonic beasts a long time ago. Pang Qing was a bit unconvinced, but Duan came from over there. The Rapunzel interrupted the argument between the two and then asked about the many matters in Dali. The disappointment in his eyes intensified when he learned that it was indeed very small over there, even almost the same size as the Jiangfu. There is also much less intent to pull the wool over the eyes. When she was leaving, the eldest princess threw out a solicitation. Prince Duan, your Dali land is small and has few resources. You are definitely gifted if you can make it this far. Why don't you join me in Dezhou? I will report to the emperor to grant you a different surname. What do you think? You can bring your family over, but the requirement, of course, is to marry a descendant of our imperial family. Thank you for your kind words, but Duan Mao can't make a decision right now. Let me go back and think about it for a while before making a decision. How? Good. I, Shangguan Waner, will wait for your good news. After Jiang Ming said goodbye to the Rapunzel, he didn't leave the city right away. Instead, he found an inn and waited for his Duan Jinchuan's experience card time to wear off to meet Phoenix Flower. A day gone. The weakness in Phoenix Flower's eyes was much less and more determined. You've done well. This book of the one young finger cultivated well. If you can cultivate it to great completion, it's enough to make you transcendent. Gongzi, many thanks. Phoenix Flower knelt down, and she didn't know how to repay the Gongzi. The stronger you are is the best reward for me. Just live and make yourself strong. Don't let the world go down on you. Make you go down on the world. Jiang Ming's words were deeply imprinted in Phoenix Flower's heart. Subtime. Jiang Ming found a carriage and leisurely left the Jiang mansion, and the other side, still on the attic that was exclusive to the eldest princess, Pang Chang was no longer there either, and she was the only one sitting alone on a futon, pinching a seal with one hand, a special air current changing in her thousands of ways. Outside the door ran a secret agent, reported, Your Highness, has inquired to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion that the Xian-class upper-grade Gungfa, indeed is only just appeared, recently also on that Duan Zhengchun most suspicious. As the voice faded, so did the figure outside the door. The princess slowly collected her work and opened her eyes. Duan Zhengchun, 10,000 miles to the east of Great Zhou was a barren land, not to mention the people, even the experts of the Avatar realm can't survive, and further to the east you can see a vast sea. Are you Dolly in the sea? To be able to take out a Xian rank upper grade technique, I must figure out your identity. You can't walk out of this Jiangzhou. An hour after Jiang Ming's carriage left the Jiang residence, it was surrounded by more than 30 men in black. The one at the head of the group exuded an aura of the Avatar realm that, on the official road, Jiang Ming's carriage looked a little lonely. Prince Duan, you'd better come down. Lying is not a good behavior. That leading Avatar realm cultivator teased. Jiang Ming stepped out of the carriage and looked at the crowd with a puzzled expression. Who are you looking for? His strength was also hidden by the system, and at the moment, he looked like an ordinary rich boy. How come it's you? Isn't this Prince Duan's carriage? The man in the lead exclaimed. You've got the wrong guy. Then who are you? The man in charge revealed a fierce light, looking like he was about to make a move. I am the Marquis of Qingshan given by the Emperor. This is the territory of the Great Zhou. The princess is still in the Jiang mansion. What do you want to do? Jiang Ming could tell at a glance that these people were sent by the princess. This Marquis of Green Mountain? The man in the lead looked at the token that Jiang Ming took out. His expression changed for a while before he gave Jiang Ming an arch of his hand and apologized. I'm sorry, Marquis. Let's go. Keep chasing. Jiang Ming saw them leave and continued to drive the carriage forward. This princess isn't a good person. Not only did she buy my Xian rank upper grade technique, she also wants to covet the rest of my family's assets. If I make a move now, I'm only afraid that woman will come over by herself. But if he didn't do it himself, even if the princess came over to confirm something and saw himself, he wouldn't think that he was Duan Zhengchun because the two of them were far apart no matter how you looked at them. Snap. The eldest princess learned that the person with the loss of a slap on the table, looking at the body in front of his subordinate who has never missed, coldly said, "What did you say? People even more lost. That is the Marquis of Green Mountain? 1,000 times true. The difference between the two is too great. My subordinate won't be mistaken. That's odd. He could have drilled a hole in the ground and run away." Rapunzel increased the number of men who began to search the city carefully. At this moment, he somewhat regretted letting him go just now. 3 days later, Jiang Ming returned to Jiangjiazhuan without incident. As soon as the door was opened, there were several fragrant breezes coming through. "You're finally back." Zhu Yi hugged him excitedly. Take it easy. All pregnant, don't hurt the fetus. Jiang Ming sighed. This is the feeling of home. Right, there are always people looking forward to your return feeling. Really good. Chapter 61 Great Enhancement. Great Harvest. Going home to Kongming. The same day, he and his family ate and drank a lot. He came back without alerting anyone. Not even Yun Shan and Wang Wanwan were aware of it. After the wine and dinner, Jiang Ming and the 4 girls laughed and played around in the courtyard. "Husband, you can't open your eyes or you'll be breaking the rules," Xiao Zhu shouted as she stood in the distance. Ginger Ming, blindfolded, clawed around with both hands. Others scrambled for cover in the courtyard. Hearing Xiao Zhu's voice, Jiang Ming took a skidding step and instantly held her in his arms. "You're breaking the rules. You said you couldn't use your stance," Zhu Yi muttered. Jiang Ming hemmed and hawed, removing the black cloth. "I didn't use my stance. My shoes were just too slippery." "Humph, you're cheating." Yunji was also quite unconvinced. Zhou Qingying watched from afar and hid her mouth as she laughed softly. Wang Xinlin, on the other hand, was thinking about why Jiang Ming's speed was so fast just now, sliding out more than 10 meters away without even seeing it himself. "Well, game over. I've got some business to talk to you guys about." Jiang Ming gathered the 4 people over, while he himself was lying on all fours on the eunuch's chair. First, he took out the book that had been prepared long ago from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Zhu. Zhang said, "This gong method is very suitable for you. Others can observe it for a while. If it's not suitable, do not forcefully cultivate it, or else you will perish if it's heavy, or go off the deep end if it's light." After receiving it, Zhu Yi casually glanced at it and inexplicably felt that this gongfu was very suitable for her, although she had long been used to Jiang Ming giving benefits. Still, the heart was unspeakably moved. In addition, this is 600 medium-grade spirit stones. As the family's funds, if you need them, you can take them at any time. Don't worry about not having enough. Cultivation is a matter of consuming money. No need to save them for me. Jiang Ming took out a large handful of spirit stones that shone with spirit light. It caused a few of the women to gasp, especially Xiao Zhu. She knew very well how precious it was, and didn't think that her husband could get so many of them. Subconsciously, he asked, "Husband, is there any danger?" "It's okay, it's all minor. Don't worry too much." Jiang Ming smiled. The glib answer was more than enough to make a few people associate it with many things. "Husband, it's not like I don't know how precious this spirit stone is. Such a big handful, not to mention the governor. Even I haven't seen so many of them in King Yan's mansion. To be able to get so many of them, the process must be very convoluted, isn't it?" Zhu Yi held Jiang Ming's hand and squatted down, pressing the palm of her hand against her face. Feeling the warmth in her hand, it seemed that her heart could only be slightly at ease. "Fool, you're still worried that something will happen to your man. You forgot that I'm never one to fight for my life. I've always gotten by." Jiang Ming touched Zhu Yi's head. Swing value +10. Several people from Yunji also leaned over, and none of them spoke for a while. Zhu Yi's loyalty +10%. Yunji loyalty +10%. King Xinlin's loyalty +10%. Zhou Qingying's loyalty +10%. Everyone's rebate points, they've increased a little bit. Getting a few women whose loyalty has increased. Jiang Ming was slightly touched in his heart. Giving them spirit stones didn't increase their loyalty. Instead they saw that it was their hardships, and dangers, and being in a state of worry that increased their loyalty. Maybe that's what it takes to care about you as a person. not about what you are on the outside. But Kong Ming was not a sentimental person, and thoughts would only be kept in his heart. He then took out the 8 extreme collapse, as well as another mysterious tattered technique that he had purchased at the auction. I don't know what's the origin of this black book. You guys, Zhuyi's cultivation was the highest. She looked through it and shook her head. I can't see any doorway either. It's just an ordinary gongfu. The Yunji sword Dao genius couldn't see it either. Zhou Qingying took the books and flipped through them for a moment before. Just as she was about to give Wang Xinliang a check, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly a black tornado appeared around Zhou Qingying's body, spinning around her. Boom! Jiang Ming Zhuyi made a decisive strike, but both of their powerful forces were rebounded back. Zhuyi retreated over 30 steps backward, and Jiang Ming retreated 10 steps backward. Husband, will something happen to Qingying her? Yunji hurriedly supported Zhuyi. Jiang Ming received a system prompt in his mind at the moment. Zhou Qingying learns Zhouyin Xian Tian Divine Power and activates the 3 Yin Chakra body. The host returns 11 times, obtaining the first 3 layers of the Tai Yin Divine Emperor Scripture. Grade, Heavenly Class. The grade will rise if you gather all the techniques. Zhou Qingying, her cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the physical body. The host receives 11 times the return, and his cultivation breaks through to the peak of the true Qi realm. The sudden surprise caught Jiang Ming off guard. After all this chance is not for me, it's for Zhou Qingying. No need. Zhou Qingying has an extra chance. She'll be fine in a while. Jiang Ming signaled that the crowd didn't need to worry. It was only this multiplier that made Jiang Ming unsatisfied. Had he known this, he would have let Zhou Qingying go and get this black book during tonight's yin and yang exchange. When the time comes to return 1,000 directly, wouldn't that be directly invincible? It was only after an incense stick of time that the black tornado around Zhou Qingying disappeared. When she opened her eyes again, her aura had changed drastically, and her pupils, which had been somewhat brownish yellow, had now become incomparably deep black, and the coldness in his body got even worse. Perhaps having just activated her physique, she wasn't sure what was going on yet, her breath outwardly directed at her. It's also difficult to retrieve this particular yin qi. It causes the temperature in the courtyard to drop dramatically. Other than Zhuyi, several others felt a piercing chill. Sister Qingying, you've become so cold. Yunji couldn't help but rub her arms. Zhou Qingying closed her eyes and collected her coldness after a while. At the same time, he knew what he had gotten, and jumped with great joy to Jiang Ming's body, seeming to hang on like a monkey. Husband, I've obtained a particularly powerful technique, and I feel like there's a strange power in my body that I can only use a trace of. I don't know how to explain it. I know all about it. Jiang Ming explained the 9 Yin Xian Heavenly Divine Skill, and her 3 Yin Pulse body. Only then did Zhou Qingying realize that her potential had turned out to be so great. This Tai Yin Divine Emperor Scripture, it's very suitable for you. Take it and cultivate it properly. Both techniques are very precious techniques. If outsiders knew about them, I'm afraid that all of Great Zhou would be destroyed. Jiang Ming solemnly said. His own wife is all over 100% loyalty, naturally nothing will happen to her. This scripture, I feel like it's all coming to life. It's so magical. This is definitely an immortal law without a doubt. Zhuyi felt her mind turning over even after reading a cover, and as she read the content, she was afraid that her soul would suffer. And Zhou Qingying was a triple Yin chakra body, which just fit, and her realm also exceeded Zhuyi, if not for Zhuyi's stomach getting bigger. All caught up, a few of the beauties were chattering away, discussing, husband, I've helped manage the family's finances before, so I'll take care of the family's finances in the future. Wang Xinliang couldn't help but say. She was frustrated to see that several of her sisters had become very powerful and she was nothing. Don't worry, you'll be great by then as well, but the family does lack a chief financial officer, so you'll be the one to take over. Jiang Ming touched Wang Xiliang's small head as a sign of comfort. Chapter 62, Sword Heart Psychic. Tonight was a big lift for all of the Kong family. It's kind of doing a little bit of subbing. Since all 4 were pregnant, Kong Ming was lazily busy that night. It was to stand in the courtyard and direct the artisans to change the layout of the manor, as well as getting ready to build a couple more lofts. Although it is very late, but cannot resist Jiang Ming added money. These workers who had fallen asleep are playing chicken blood like, excited do not want to sleep. Feats and techniques, these will require a separate attic to be built. The family has a lot of feats and techniques nowadays. Jiang Ming took them out one by one and checked them out. Taiji Sword Technique, Heart Destroying Palm, Flowing Cloud Steps, Ling Wave Micro Steps, Taishan 6 Swords, Lower Grade of Yellow Order, 3 Flaming Palms, Middle Grade of Yellow, Lingyun Sword Technique, Extreme Grade of Yellow Order, 8 Extreme Collapses, Upper Grade of Xian Order. Family Techniques, 9 Yin Sutra, Jade Maiden Sutra, 9 Sun Sacred Skill, Tai Yi Sutra, Lower Grade of the Xian Order, 1 Yang Finger, Middle Grade of the Yellow Order, Reversing Chaos of Yin and Yang, Incomplete. lower grade of the Earth Order, the first 3 layers of the Taiyin Divine Emperor Sutra, extremely high grade of the Heavenly Order, 9 Yin and Xian Tian Sacred Skill, middle grade of the Heavenly Order, Qi among them 2 books of the Celestial Order, 2 books of the Metaphysical Order, 4 books of the Yellow Order Private, and a number of mortal products. It's been quite a bit of work. Jiang Ming still didn't know that just with his local ranked Gongfu, he could create an immortal sect that was much more powerful than Great Zhou's. As for heaven-ranked techniques, or even the very best ones, the forces that could be created were already unimaginable. After the Merit Law Pavilion is built, first put the Xian rank Yellow rank Merit Laws in there. The Earth rank and Heaven rank are too precious. When the time comes the family has a better means of defense before making plans. Jiang Ming was very careful. These 2 things, he put on his own body to be the most at ease, not afraid of what might happen. Maybe one day an old monster inexplicably steals home, then he has no place to cry. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming looked at the construction of the city down the hill. Yun Shan also came over to greet Jiang Ming in the morning when he learned that he had returned. Auntie, this city currently needs about 3 more years to be completed. There's no rush. This is already fast. After all, it's a city, not a few buildings. Jiang Ming nodded. This speed is already fast. Without good construction equipment, 3 years is already fast to build a small city out of thin air with manpower alone. The good thing is that Jiang Ming gives the wages in place, every day's food and drink, but also from their own orchards to give the fruit good rice, keeping all these workers well fed and earning money. How many workers are there so far? About 8,000. Yun Shan said after thinking for a moment. Only 8,000? In doubling it, when the next time the royal people come over to buy fruits, crops, I'll just raise the supply production. This, Auntie, the food supply for the royal family has always been the Pang family's business. If we increase our production, we're stealing business from them. Yun Shan couldn't help but remind. Father-in-law, you're an old man. Do you think that for the Pang family, the result of me eating 1 piece of his meat, and eating 2 pieces of his meat, is the same? Yun Shan was momentarily speechless. He was too afraid of Pang Taisher. That is why he did not dare to offend. Jiang Ming took 2 steps and looked at the dense crowd under the mountain that was busy, and continued, since it's all the same, why don't you allow yourself to eat more meat and build up your strength while you're still safe? Auntie, the old man has indeed become pedantic. His ambition has been worn away. He doesn't dare to fight or fight. Yun Shan lamented, without even noticing it myself. In some ways they were more like upper and lower class. Moreover, Jiang Ming had some backbone now that he was getting stronger on his own. 5 days later, the news of Jiang Ming's return alarmed Zhang Hai and even Governor Su Yuanxin. They all came over to visit individually, especially when the new governor watched Zhang Hai come over with a group of beautiful women. He was anxious, slapping his thighs before realizing that this marquis likes beautiful women. But all these beauties of Zhang Hai's didn't pass the test and were all cleared back. Marquis, for the time being, we have all these beauties in this Shang County plus the 3 nearby counties, and there's really nothing better. Jiang Ming raised his cup to show his gratitude. Magistrate Zhang has a good heart. I don't take in everything these days, without qualifications, or with a low cultivation level, taking it in, instead of delaying it. After experiencing Zhou Qingying's heaven-defying physique, he demanded even more quality. Rapunzel's appearance unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Marquis Jiang, my Su Yuan mansion is full of beautiful women, so when I go back and pick a few, I'll give you a good screening next time. Governor Su Yuan raised his cup and laughed. Then I'll trouble the governor. I can't claim to be a lord. The marquis has flattered me. After drinking and eating, Yang Kai sent a few people away. In the days to come, Jiang Ming became idle again. With the aid of the spirit stones, the cultivation levels of several people had also been greatly enhanced. But over 600 medium-grade spirit stones were still not enough for Zhu Yi and Zhou Qingying to consume. Both of them are getting 1 medium-grade spirit stone a day. And Yunji, a lower-grade spirit stone, is only going to cost more than half a month. Wang Xilin realm low even slower. Jiang Ming calculated that if he waited for Zhou Qingying and Zhu Yi to break through the avatar realm, it's only $4 or $5 a day. It's still necessary to earn spirit stones. Selling feats alone isn't a long-term solution. Jiang Ming felt the importance of money again. Back on the 6th day, the pendulum is worth 100 points. Draw the silver treasure chest. Each swing after reaching the avatar realm is an increase of 10 points. There was a misspelling in the previous 2 chapters. It's been corrected. Bronze treasure chests are all about getting mundane things, and silver has started to match the avatar realm. Congratulations on winning the silver chest. Do you want to open it? Open. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification card, Sword Heart Passage. Sword Heart through the Spirit. Is the innate Sword Dao top qualification? Has a Sword Dao heart. Holding the sword can achieve the realm of human sword unity. Observing the mundane martial arts can be self-comprehension of the grade of the sword. The enlightenment is extraordinary. There is a certain chance to achieve the name of the Sword Saint. Good stuff. just in time for Yunji to use. Jiang Ming secretly regretted that there was still nothing suitable for Wang Xinliang. This girl was probably anxious. After Jiang Ming injected Yunji with the qualification card, many of the sword techniques from before were instantly upgraded with her intention. Husband, I feel like those sword techniques are so simple, Yunji said in surprise. Just now, Jiang Ming had only touched her on the head, and she felt like the entire world had changed. The sword in her hand was like an arm, and she was even confident that she could swing her sword even if she was holding a stick. Jiang Ming followed suit in anticipation. Then why don't you hurry up and improve your sword skills? Not a moment too soon. Swords flew by in the courtyard. Yunji has realized the 6 swords of Taishan, and has reached perfection. The host returns 14 times and acquires the golden sword technique. A minor achievement. Golden light sword technique. Grade. Lower Xian stage. Using Qi to cloud the sword, transforming into countless powerful golden sword spreading across the sky, killing and destroying powerfully. Yunji comprehends the cloud sword technique. Perfection. Host returns 14 times, acquires giant sword art. Minor achievement. Giant sword art. Middle grade of the Xian rank. Condenses the whole body's Qi to gather an immense sword blade. Powerful. Extremely wide range, so that there is no place to hide. Yunji, let me teach you 2 sword techniques. You memorize them first. When your realm goes up, then try to learn them. Jiang Ming took out an ordinary mortal grade sword technique and walked over. For a while, the courtyard was filled with wild winds and raging auras, causing the others to gather around. When they saw Jiang Ming holding up his longsword and condensing a 3 feet long sword blade in the void, they all couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Husband, could it be that he's an immortal? This kind of sword skill, how can it be found on Earth? Zhou Qingying couldn't even help but feel emotional. Wang Xinliang's gaze was filled with longing, hoping that he would be able to do the same one day. After the sword technique was performed, Jiang Ming looked at Yunji. Have you memorized everything? Yunji retracted her marvelous gaze. Well, it's just that my current realm isn't enough to be able to perform it, and if I'm in the avatar realm, I can only cultivate it. She thought that her sword talent was already impressive, but she didn't realize that it was still her husband who was stronger. Time just wobbles by. Jiang Ming lies elevated, every day either watering flowers, planting vegetables, or playing with his wife. This day, the news from the southern border had come again, sent to him by Meng Yi. Brother Jiang, this time I carried 100,000 troops and beat a few traitors under the Liang King's men who fled in a hurry. I brought the army into the city and brought many supplies to the Grand Prince, but unfortunately, the Grand Prince was injured so badly that he was not able to retreat from Qingzhou City for the time being. It is good that there are still 2 generals of the Avatar realm over here who have not defected. Brother Jiang, my father Menghua also praised you, said you saved at least 10 million people of the Great Zhou. That seal expedited by you to get your hands on is a great achievement in the great achievements. If not, someone in the court blocked, said you may be, already face the saints. Damn, that old fox, King Liang, cut off the water source in our city. I made a wrong decision. I shouldn't have let the soldiers into the city, and now I'm surrounded, but I'm not afraid of them. I led the soldiers directly to kill, and beheaded the Red Fire General. That's one of King Liang's men who's a tough general, and can be fleshed out to the 10th level, and we're so morale boosted. It's not good. My great prince's condition has worsened. Damn it, there's a traitor on my side too. He attacked the great prince. Chapter 63, it's here in the Qinkuan Palace. Jiang Ming put down the message in his hand. It seems that the situation at this southern border is not good, and now that it can reach me here, it means that it won't be long before it can also reach the Great Zhou Imperial City. So let's see how the Imperial City side responds. I've heard before that the Grand Prince is a valiant warrior, with exceptional talent, and was even sent to a certain immortal sect for training some years ago, so I guess it shouldn't be weak. But I didn't expect this kind of character to be backstabbed. A sense of urgency couldn't help but appear in Jiang Ming's heart. It was the urgency of getting stronger quickly on your own. Rising to the edge of the green hill, he looked down at the artisans who were busy building the city. Hey, I really don't want to leave here and run away with my whole family until I have to. Jiang Ming didn't want to live a life of upheaval. Nowadays he only needed to think about earning spirit stones. If he escaped, he would have to find a place to put down roots and familiarize himself with the outside forces. Although his own cultivation level is good nowadays, if he is allowed to guarantee that he will not encounter any danger in the outside world, Jiang Ming still doesn't dare to guarantee 100% that nothing will go wrong. This Meng Yi can be seen as someone who naturally likes to fight. I didn't realize that there were spies planted around him as well. Jiang Ming thought about the fact that the generals around Meng Yi were the Meng family army that he had led for many years, which also showed that the enemy country had cut deep in Great Zhou. It seems that Great Zhou is already corrupt within itself, which is not a good sign. Jiang Ming's desire for strength grew more and more urgent. It would be great if the dual cultivation technique could be obtained. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. By the way, the Acacia sect. This sect has heard Qing speak. The main focus is the Yin and Yang intercourse sect, which has a variety of magical powers to pick Yin to make up for Yang, or picking Yang to make up for Yin. That takes the Acacia sect's secret hurry to escape. If I can be bumped into, Jiang Ming knows that this kind of luck is only comparable to winning the lottery, and even if you really get it, it's still a hot potato. 5 days later, Shi Yu and Shi Ri arrived to purchase the Kong family's fruit crops. Jiang Ming came out to greet him personally. The two of you have traveled a long way and worked hard. It's not bitter. It's not bitter. How dare I say it's bitter when I'm working for the royal family? Shi Yu said with a bitter face. Shi Ri was also tired of his crotch hurting. The speed of this blood-red horse was too fast. Upside down. It was a strong person like him of the 10th layer of flesh body, who kept riding without dismounting, also strangled his crotch pain. Jiang Ming opened the door and said, "Both of you, recently I learned that Great Zhou is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and although it is internally stable and prosperous, the war situation at the border is urgent, so I have also increased my production, and I intend to supply 10 tons every month, so both of you take a look and see if there is any problem." 10 tons? Shi Ri jolted up from the flimsy stool. Even the pain in my crotch is gone. Yes, 10 tons, and I'm expanding my own production, and I can provide more if it's used subsequently. I believe that after eating my rice and my vegetables, the generals at the border will have more energy to fight, Jiang Ming said righteously. Shi Yu and Shi Ri looked at each other. Both men could see the shock in the other's eyes. "Marquis Jiang, could you show us the real goods?" "No problem." Jiang Ming led the two to the back garden. Here 10 tons of crop fruits have filled 5 carts. Shi Yu grabbed a peach on a random car and nibbled on it. The cool, sweet flavor entered his stomach and even swept away his exhaustion, a feeling that refreshed him. "It's really all true. I thank you in advance on behalf of my countless generals in the Great Perimeter Pass, because your fruit, now recognized as the best fruit in the Great Perimeter. If the soldiers bring 1 or 2 in their pockets, they may even be able to save their lives at critical moments." Shi Ri also couldn't help but eat several of them, and every time he came over, he was just eating and drinking, even if he didn't have any meat. "It would be great if we could pay for some spirit stones in addition to gold." Jiang Ming voiced his inner thoughts. "Marquis Jiang, you still know about spirit stones. The royal adults, they must have a lot of spirit stones, but this kind of fruit definitely can't be exchanged, unless it's a panacea that can improve strength, or heavenly treasures. If this peach of yours can be taken to the next level, only then will it have a chance to be exchanged," Shi Yu said as she ate. "I understand that one. I was just asking." After Jiang Ming finalized the deal, he planned to take them around for a while, but the two were in a hurry and couldn't tarry too long, so they ate a few fruits and made to leave. Shi Yu stood at the foot of the mountain and greeted, "Marquis Jiang, now that the war situation is urgent, we won't delay. We also only brought 5 tons of gold for crops. When we go back to report, we will have the rest of the gold sent to us. If you really have spiritual fruits and medicines, we will also report it to the Prime Minister, and we guarantee that we won't let you suffer." "Thank you both then." Jiang Ming took the gold he received and gave it to Yun Shan and the others to deal with, exchanging it for silver to pay their salaries, while at the same time going to purchase a large number of materials for building the city. It was empty in no time. The gold was now a big rock to Jiang Ming. Useless. What he wanted was still spirit stones. "If I can really plant spirit fruits, the danger is definitely more than revenge. I'm only afraid that the royal family is not here to trade anymore, but to directly incorporate this marquis of mine. I'm only afraid that I'll have to bring my family to live in the imperial city." Jiang Ming knew this, but the family always had to grow. One can't be afraid and not take that step. The big deal is that you've improved your strength, so you can chop up whoever dares to come, or let Xiao Zhu go and chop up whoever. Swing value +10, Great Zhou Palace, Qiankuan Temple. Boom! A furious aura erupted from the Great Zhou Emperor. The Zhengdian in his hand was shattered to pieces. "Asshole, Chu Chu Liang King, also made my southern border anxious. The great Prince Haotian is a disciple who came back from the most sacred Dao Palace to train? That's a disciple of the most sacred Dao Palace, to be victimized like this by a barbaric tribe, plus the king of Liang, says something. What does it mean?" The emperor of the great continent was indeed enraged. His voice was filled with intimidation and rage, and his strong spiritual pressure made the air quite sticky. The crowd of courtiers were scared pale. Even Taisher Pang and Prime Minister Yuan did not dare to utter a single breath. 3 days? I want to thoroughly investigate all the spies, from the inside to the outside, including my harem. I want to see who else, above this court, is not clean. I know that some of you are more corrupt than King Liang." The emperor of the Great Zhou slowly stepped down from the dragon chair, and walked down, step by step, from above the high platform. Every step was like ringing a big bell in the hearts of the ministers. The invisible pressure caused many people's hearts to tighten faster. His eyes swept over each of the officers present, only to hear the tone of voice said forcefully, "The great prince is the Yin-Yang realm, has surveyed life and death, has 1,000 years of life expectancy, cultivates the supreme sacred Tao Palace supreme techniques, Liang Wang Chu Chu Yuan Gang realm cultivation, under the subordinates of those beginner to the avatar realm of the generals, by what right to injure him?" The Emperor of Great Zhou stood next to a man wearing an official hat and military armor and said quietly, "On what basis?" "On the basis of his trust in certain people. He ate something he shouldn't have, used a ploy he shouldn't have, and was caught in a trap inside and outside." At first, the general in front of the Emperor of the Great Zhou had been unable to stop his legs from trembling a bit. However, the Great Zhou Emperor still continued, "I thought that the heart of Great Zhou was outside, and now, I kind of understand that they are in the Imperial City, and even right here in the Qiankuan Palace." Boom! The general in front of the Emperor of the Great Zhou was overwhelmed by an unrivaled aura and knelt down on both knees. Only a click was heard, and the legs snapped right off, wearing tiny cracks in the floor tiles paved with solid stone. Chapter 64, Great Zhou Shakes. General Shun, your child and my son have played together since they were young. Has the Grand Prince ever treated him poorly? Has he ever teased him? Has he ever treated him wrongly in any way? Emperor, your majesty, my humble servant doesn't know anything. General Shin was a stout man who looked to be in his 40s. He was also an expert of the Avatar realm True Chi realm. But, at the moment, he was being suppressed by the Imperial might to the point that he couldn't even spit out his words. Obviously he already knew that the Great Zhou Emperor had guessed everything. And the reason for all of this, it must be the Meng Yi who just went over there and found out something. That's why his own son was exposed. I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation. Come on, bring him down. All 9 clans of the Shin family will be arrested and brought to justice. The Emperor of the Great Zhou walked back to his dragon chair, his domineering gaze looking at Imperial Master Pang. Imperial Master Pang, you go and thoroughly investigate the Shin family. Prime Minister Yuan, you are responsible for supervising. In addition, the Emperor of Great Zhou paused and shouted, pass it on, King Yin. The courtiers' complexions changed violently at the words. This person seemed to have a special status that struck fear into the hearts of those present. Not a moment too soon. In walked a wrinkled old man dressed in black robes walking in with a dragon's stride. Uncle Yin, the Great Zhou Emperor rose and said, Your Majesty. King Yin arched his hand, his gaze flat. From today onwards, King Yin is responsible for thoroughly investigating the entire imperial city and beyond, including my harem and my heirs, and if any colluding spies or traitors are found, they can be killed before being reported. Yes, this secret order from the Great Zhou Emperor caused many people present to look nervous, but luckily it's a spy check, not a corruption check, otherwise none of these people have clean hands. Eunuch Pang, your child, Pang Cheng, has recently returned from the Acacia sect? The Great Zhou Emperor continued to ask. Yes, Your Majesty. He went to see the eldest princess some time ago. Taisher Pang's tone today was incomparably flat, not even showing the slightest emotion. Let him go to the southern border. It's time for your Pang family to contribute. Pang Taisher said with a straight face after hearing this. This is what the humble minister should do. But the next sentence of the Great Zhou Emperor made him completely tense up. Tell you what, in the future, your Pang family's fruit crops will be purchased by the princess, as a second-rate product, now that I have a better channel. Pang Taisher froze when he heard the words, although the Pang family does not rely entirely on fruits, but the loss of this market makes him a little hard to bear. Your Majesty, now that the border generals are in an urgent battle, they are in great need of nutritional supplementation. Now that our Pang family is not providing it, who else can provide such a large amount? Elder Master Pang actually went down and casually investigated to find out, but still inquired out above the courtroom. It's the Marquis of Qingshan. I got a report from him stating that he can provide unlimited quantities if I need it. The generals of my Great Zhou who are fighting at the border, a total of 10 million, consume a full 6,000 tons of food every day. And your Pang family only provides tens of tons of high-quality products, which is simply insignificant. But Your Majesty, that kind of fruit can't be produced at all. Pang Taisher was still a bit unconvinced. He had already consulted some immortal sects in order to grow that kind of fruit, and then used special means to succeed. All go down. I have something to talk to King Yin about. The Great Zhou Emperor didn't bother to explain, waving his hand. Today after this conference has passed, the Great Week drew a great storm. Countless officials, courtiers, have experienced a naked cleansing. King Yin's means of elimination were defensible, never coming right to the door and then interrogating them one by one. Instead, it was a surprise with an incredibly insidious tactic. This spot check lasted a whole month. More than 30 important officials were identified as having problems, all of whom had received gifts from Lin Lan, or the southern border, and the northern wild clan. They were all rare heavenly materials used to enhance strength. Of these 30-odd people, there were also 8 martial generals among them. 2. At the Avatar realm, there was one civil official in particular, a great official whose rank was close to that of Prime Minister Yuan, Zhang Shangshu. This person was burst out to collect many spirit stones from the Linlan kingdom, as well as Yellow Order spirit pills and spirit fruits. Unfortunately, there were 2 descendants of this person's family who were overly gifted and were sent to external sects to cultivate, otherwise it would be hard to escape death. And the harem likewise had many concubines who were inhumanly punished because of their family's collusion with the enemy. After this random inspection that made the hearts of many officials tremble, the interior of the Great Zhou finally settled down quite a bit. Because of the linkage, the families of these officials who colluded with the enemy were directly killed at the border. A month later, the battle at the border was also much smoother. These subtle changes are obvious to the discerning eye. It seems that there was an inside job in all the previous battles, a time of great morale, and the Rapunzel who was still in the Jiangfu. Hold your forehead and sit by the river. That Duan guy hasn't been found yet? Indeed not yet. The entire Jiangfu has been spot-checked. There is not a single trace of this person. Rapunzel thought of her subordinates going to intercept the encounter with the Marquis of Castle Peak. Although the 2 people are completely different. That Xing Shan Ho bottom of the origin. I have checked. Is it Zhang Hu bottom? His wife may be eating what heavenly material. It is impossible to come up with Xian rank Gongfu. Forget it. It's just a small person from a small country. Why should I be so obsessed? The Rapunzel waved her hand and got up to look at the vast and boundless river. Go back. Now that Great Zhou is in trouble both internally and externally, it's time for me to do something about it. Su Yuan House. Inside the governor's office, Pang Qing looked at the recent returns coming down from the imperial city. The expression was dissatisfied because one of the Pang family's businesses had been cut off by a minor figure, the Marquis of Castle Peak, and according to the information, this person is likely to accomplish a supply of more than 100 tons a day. You should know that that kind of fruit, even though it wasn't a spirit fruit, was troublesome to cultivate. The transaction was selling gold again, and as long as it wasn't spirit stones, even if it was more, Pang Qing didn't care. But the Pang family also belongs to the family line, and has a large number of clansmen to support, and the demand for gold is also great. Pang Qing went to the southern border with the intention of investigating this matter. He was not an arrogant and domineering second-generation ancestor like Lu Yang, knowing to start small and not hit the hay. Your name is Zhou Dahai? Pang Qing gazed down below, at Governor Su Yuan in his official uniform. Mr. Pang, yes, I am the new governor. Zhou Dahai, Pang Qing asked, the previous Wudu head, who was a Linlan spy and thus recruited Lu Qing as a traitor as well. Is the case information from that time still available? Sir, it's here. I'll bring it to you. Zhou Dahai sent a pile of yellow paper not long after. Pang Qing read it and laughed lightly. This kind of poorly written text can also be counted as a traitor? Forget it. I just looked at your fiscal records. It's very high this period of time. This Qingshan waiter is waving his money around because of what's going on. Back to your excellency. It is rumored that that Marquis is going to build a small town to house those of his in-laws. It's true that he, the Marquis of Castle Peak, has a fiefdom, and it's normal to build these, but according to this information, Pang Qing sneered in his heart, that Xing Shan Ho, if there were no high-profile people behind him, he wouldn't believe it, but there was another great possibility. That is, he had gotten a copy of the heaven-defying treasure, and only now could he develop so rapidly. If it was the second, then this green mountain must make a trip itself. Chapter 65, Life-Nurturing Solution. Goo! A rooster's crow tore through the dreariness of heaven and earth. Jiang Ming held a large handful of corn mixed with milky white liquid in his hand and went to feed the chickens himself. These milky liquids glowed with a silvery white light and looked extraordinary. This was an item that Jiang Ming had gotten from a raffle after his swing value reached 100 in the morning. Spirit cultivation liquid, urinal-shaped, 1 foot high, can produce a certain amount of emulsion every day. These liquids are given to livestock to drink, which can enhance the function of these livestock, and turn the mortal livestock into demonic beasts with a certain ability. The cultivation cost and time will be determined according to the potential of these creatures. After Jiang Ming obtained this item, he quickly understood the function of this item, which was nothing more than the ability to bar those unintelligent creatures, and become powerful, and the cut loyalty was 100%. Not bad for something from a silver treasure chest. This is much stronger than that what little green bottle. The little green bottle is a product of the bronze treasure chest and cultivates fruit crops that can only reach up to the yellow order. So for the current Jiang Ming, it was no longer of much use and could only feed those soldiers of the flesh realm. Legend has it that all chickens have a phoenix bloodline. I wonder if there are any among these chickens. Jiang Ming watched over 100 chickens frantically grabbing the corn in the basin, and in less than a moment, the corn laced with lotion was gobbled up. Those chickens looked amazing with their bodies glowing white even after eating them. There were even some chickens that were unusually active, scurrying in place and flapping their wings around. It's really amazing. These chickens are all much more powerful after eating the lotion. Each one of them screams much louder, and some of them can even jump more than 10 meters high. Jiang Ming noticed that there was an old black hen that had changed the most. That one chicken jumped up more than 10 meters high and flew in the air for quite a while. It's even got the momentum to become the king of chickens. It is attacking all the other chickens that are kind of towing the line. Husband, why are all these chickens bubbling with light? It's amazing. Zhu Yi floated over from a distance. Jiang Ming heatedly smiled. Because of this, Jiang Ming lifted the life cultivation solution at his feet. It is? After Jiang Ming explained, Zhu Yi felt a million times more amazing, and she was already not surprised by her husband who often took out strange things. Then we humans are living beings too. We can drink no. This. Jiang Ming didn't think it would work, did he? But he didn't dare to try it for fear of what would happen if he drank it. I'll try? Zhu Yi mentioned about to take a sip. Hey, no, you're crazy. Jiang Ming immediately stopped it. Wait a few days, if we catch some troublemakers, we can experiment. So why rush the matter? Husband, now that we have these few, aren't you bored at night? Zhu Yi said with a reddened face. Boring what? There are plenty of fun things to do. Look at the life cultivation liquid in my hand. It's enough for me to play for a long time. I plan to transport a batch of turtles over tomorrow. I don't know if the current turtles have Shin turtle bloodline. And by the way, I'm transporting some snakes. I don't know if they have dragon bloodline. If one of them mutates, then it can be the guardian divine beast of my Jiang family. Swing value plus 10. Jiang Ming was smug and looking forward to that day. This way you can go out and do whatever you want later on without any worries. Although Zhu Yi was strong, it was not good to make a move when she was pregnant. When you go out on your own, you're still worried that something bad is going to happen to your family. Husband is not short of fun. Then I'll go cultivate. I feel like I'm about to break through. That's great. Cheer up. As long as you step into the avatar realm, it's a different world. Jiang Ming was happy to hear that he was going to break through. After all, there was nothing more pleasing than an increase in strength. Now Zhu Yi's belly is also 4 months old, and there are still more than 6 months to go before the birth. With children, the Kong family is considered to have 3 generations. Husband, have you thought of what to call this child of ours? Zhu Yi said softly. Jiang Ming touched the sword at his waist and laughed. How about calling it Jiang Yi? This name, whether it's a boy or a girl, I think it's applicable. Husband, you also said that many people might appear in the family in the future, such as those who have grandchildren or even great-grandchildren in the future. So don't you arrange a generation? Zhu Yi was from a large family after all. It is more thoughtful about these considerations. Jiang Mingtian had never thought about this. I'm not good at these. You guys can discuss it yourselves. Swing value plus 10. Xiaoshu followed along here and played with the chicken for a while before leaving to cultivate. And Jiang Ming also proposed to kill one at night to see how different chickens that had eaten the life culture fluid were. Report, my lord. A man claiming to be Pang Qing has come to visit outside the door. Jiang Ming put down the life-nurturing liquid in his hand and put it inside his house. He then left the great hall and followed the guards to the foot of the mountain. Pang Chang? Pang Taishi's son. I've seen him last time in the Jiang mansion. What is this person doing here? Jiang Ming arrived at the front door with a calm demeanor, wary of this uninvited guest. The women of the family have been informed not to come out. A gate was also constructed at the foot of Green Mountain, and a soldier stood at each of the watchtowers at the gate. These two were both young family generals, and under this period of cultivation, they had also elevated to the second level of the physical body realm. It was Yang Kai who had also entered the 6th flesh layer. Pang Qing stood outside the door with a bemused face, quietly waiting for Jiang Ming to come out. A calm face. No emotions could be seen. There was no one behind him, only a white one-horned horse that carried him. Not for a moment. The gate opens. Jiang Ming laughed. So it's Mr. Pang, you're really an honored guest for coming to my little temple. Where? Marquis is polite. I was ordered to go to the southern border for support and happened to pass by this place. And I also brought the name of my division to thoroughly investigate the theft of the Acacia Sex Gong methods. Pang Cheng had a friendly attitude and couldn't pick any faults. But here's what made Jiang Ming even more secretly wary. Previously, when he was in the Jiangfu, he played Duan Zhengchun, a man with sharp and targeted words, not like a kind person, and he was also the son of Pang Taisher. The humble abode is somewhat humble. I hope Mr. Pang will not be offended. Jiang Ming led Pang Qing into the manor as he walked all the way up the mountain. Both of them were talking about the war on the southern border, and Pang Qing seemed so interested that he didn't even look at the environment of the Zheng family. Until you come to the top of the mountain. It was only then that Pang Cheng looked around. Standing at the top of the mountain, you can just about still see a new city rising up at the foot of the mountain's back. At the edge of the new city, Pang Qing noticed that an orchard the size of 1,000 acres was already fully ripe, worthy of being a marquis. To be able to grow so many specialty fruits on such a scale, my Pang family is completely incomparable. Pang Cheng exclaimed, not knowing what he meant. Mr. Pang, you're flattering me, that's all I'm good at. I can't rise to the top. How can I compare to the Pang family? Pang Cheng turned around and said, oh, is it? A few days ago, I heard that the Marquis had just returned from the Jiangfu. Really godly, went to the Jiangfu and didn't take a look at the princess. It's really rare to see someone who can be as calm as you are. Jiang Ming humbly said, what kind of character is the eldest princess? That's what a small person like me can see. I'm just self-aware. I'll have a cup of tea here before I leave. May I have the honor? Pang Cheng let out a light smile and looked at Jiang Ming gently. Chapter 66. Inside the reception hall, Pang Cheng drank tea, tasted the fruit, and talked casually. Marquis Jiang has extraordinary skills. Kang Ming had been getting complimented and had been responding with a smile on his face. But inside, he was already thinking about one thing, and that was whether or not to keep this man. This Pang Cheng must have guessed that I have a secret treasure. An expert of the Avatar realm like him must be able to tell that the new batch of fruit trees at the bottom of the mountain, which were newly planted, could develop and mature in just half a month. There must be a ghost. But this person came to my place. Many people know about it. If something happens to him, Elder Master Pang will deal with me, and the Acacia sect will also deal with me. It doesn't make sense. Jiang Ming decided to maneuver around for a while before the other party tore his face off. Marquis, I've heard that your lady can take the head of an enemy from 10,000 troops with a great axe. Can I meet this hero? Pang Cheng inquired. This, mother is pregnant now. It's really inconvenient to meet the guests. Pang Cheng revealed a look of regret. That would be a real pity. It seems we can only wait until later. A tea was finished. Pang Cheng decisively got up to take his leave. The two walked all the way to the door with smiles on their faces. Pang Cheng even added, Brother Jiang, it's a real regret in this life to see you today. It's just a pity that we didn't drink today, or else we would definitely drink and get drunk. I, too, am rather sorry to have met you. Brother Pang, Brother Jiang. The two of them arched their hands at each other, as if they were already brothers with a good relationship. Even Jiang Ming recited a poem to express his feelings of parting. Jiangfu contains water 10,000 feet deep, not as deep as Brother Pang's brotherly love. Pang Cheng was slightly stunned to hear this. This guy really recognized himself as a brother? But still, the trick was done. Brother Jiang, when I return from the southern border to quell the chaos, let's have a good drink. Yes, Jiang Ming bellowed. Pang Cheng then rode off on his white unicorn horse. My lord is so literate. The young general at the side couldn't help but praise. Copied. What kind of literary talent is that? Jiang Ming bristled and went back to continue teasing the chickens. This Pang Cheng's sixth sense is spot on. Sensing danger, otherwise he would have just broken through the blockade of my home and gone to check out my secrets. If I had the cultivation of the celestial realm, I would definitely leave this person behind. Jiang Ming's face gradually turned cold as well. This Pang Cheng was too dangerous, like a beautiful viper. On the ancient road, a white horse was so fast that ordinary people could only see a static shadow of a. Even an unaware black bear was directly smashed to pieces. Pang Cheng rode on his horse, and his complexion became a bit grim. Thinking about the situation just now, he couldn't understand how he clearly had a higher cultivation level than the other party. Why is there always a feeling of something wrong inside? He's hiding his strength. This Qing Shan Ho, perhaps more than just the flesh realm, his maiden according to the available information, is the first layer of the Avatar realm and the Mana realm. He shouldn't be very bad as the head of the house. This person also has a divine artifact that can make fruit trees develop rapidly. It must be a heaven-defying treasure. If I can get this, I'm cultivating those spiritual medicines and fruits of mine? Thinking about this, Pang Cheng's breathing became rapid. This is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Pang Cheng immediately collected his excitement. This matter, he will not tell his parents. Pang Taisher. Not even his own division would say that this kind of treasure was enough to cause a father and son to turn against each other and a brother to fight to the death. That manner? I'm not sure. I must find a way to seduce you. 10 days later, Zhu Yi breaks through the 8th level of the flesh. Shu Yi comprehends the 8th level of collapse. Zhou Qingying breaks through the 10th level of the physical body. The host has realized the perfection of the 8th level collapse. There was also a large wave of energy that entered Jiang Ming's limbs and bones. The true qi in his body began to become more textured and even the surface of his body began to produce some astral energy on its own. Boom! A wave of qi dispersed with the breakthrough within Jiang Ming's body. A roar came from his separate room. Luckily, the room was still sturdy and undamaged. Early Big Dipper realm. The need after this avatar realm is indeed too much more than the fleshly realm. It's not even on the same level. Zhou Qingying's energy from the 9th to the 10th fleshly layer doubled 11 times. Together with Xiaozhu's 21 times energy, it's only broken through one layer. Thinking about the realms to come, each breakthrough required more resources and energy. Jiang Ming estimated that the days when he would have to break through every day like before might become less and less. I can't be in a hurry. How many days have I been here? Just less than half a year. Already this cultivation is perverted. It was at this time that another message came. Phoenix flower breaks through the second level of flesh. This little guy is good. A bit of fun. Wang Xinlin breaks through the third layer of flesh. It's all good. It's okay. The breakthrough from the first to the second flesh layer was just too little energy. Even if it was doubled tenfold, it didn't feel like it to Jiang Ming. Kang Ming was about to go see what happened to his chicken. The message from the border is back. Meng Yi, brother Jiang, Pang Cheng is coming over to support me. This guy I dislike. The whole person is feminine. A kind of sissy feeling. And this person is very hypocritical. I hate him. The Emperor of Great Zhou already knows about the internal traitors. And I have killed several people on my side. The Great Prince's injuries have improved somewhat, but he is still unable to participate in the battle. But that Pang Cheng did contribute and help to alleviate a lot of crises. Only that this person doesn't listen to the orders, and prefers to act alone. Two armies fighting which cannot listen to the command, although he is powerful. But this is a complete waste of his strength. The face of tens of thousands of troops. The other side also has a way to deal with the avatar realm of the experts. If you make a mistake, is the same war dead. Damn. I told you this Pang Cheng is a fool. He was almost surrounded himself. Now he's seriously injured. Lying down. Can't fight. I'm going to report this matter to the emperor. This man is a complete trash. Seeing such, Jiang Ming subconsciously felt that this Pang Cheng had problems. This person's mind would not do such a cutie pie thing. There must be a purpose to get hurt. With this purpose, Jiang Ming could easily associate himself with it. Now that the war is raging in the outside world, experts are needed in every place. And those people in the avatar realm that the emperor killed were all traitors before he killed them. But this way, there are even fewer experts in the Great Zhou, and there's no way to mobilize them. The only one who can be mobilized from the southern border's border is me. I'm shown to be a flesh realm powerhouse in the outside. So according to reason, I won't be sent there. But it's possible that arrangements could be made for me and a certain expert mobilized from within the imperial city to go forward and support them together. Jiang Ming laughed coldly. A good move of Yang, planning that as long as I'm gone, my home can be harassed at will, and I can be taken at will when I'm out there? After guessing the other side's intentions, Jiang Ming only felt that Pang Cheng was overthinking it. If he was really in the flesh realm, then he might really be taken. But he was a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse. Letting yourself go over there can only be described as leading a tiger down a hill. Chapter 67, Two Buddies Again. Great Zhou Qinkuan Palace. The southern border has lost another battle at the border. The northern wild tribes are fighting fiercely, and Lin Lan is watching intently. Compared to the northern wild and Lin Lan, the pressure on the southern border is already very small. The Great Zhou Emperor said as he gazed at the ministers with a sideways glance. Many of the ministers below have also offered their opinions. Since the last time the Great Zhou Emperor killed a lot of people, this time everyone was genuinely trying to figure out what to do instead of raising opinions for personal gain. Your Majesty, Lin Lan and Bei Yi are the greatest threat. The barbarians in the southern borderland have always been out of control. This time it's nothing more than the birth of a new barbarian king that makes them so arrogant. I think that the southern borderland's move this time around is also because they see that we, the Great Zhou, are too distracted to dare to send out troops. After all this talk, isn't it all nonsense? Prime Minister Yuan said without mercy. The man blushed and retreated. Pang Taisher stepped forward. The person disliked by the party was his, only to hear him say, Your Majesty, I believe that everything starts with the smallest. First settle the southern barbarians, then the northern wild tribe, and finally deal with the Lin Lan kingdom. Only then will my Great Zhou be able to rest on its laurels. The Great Zhou Emperor didn't say anything, quietly listening to the others. This kind of decision is likely to affect the subsequent orientation of the Great Zhou, and if the decision fails, the consequences are serious. So be cautious in being cautious. Elder Minister Pang, your thoughts are a bit too rash. To go and settle the southern barbarians, at least a strong person above the Yin-Yang realm should be arranged, just to settle the southern frontier border. It will take more than one Yuan Gang realm strong person to be added to the team. Prime Minister Yuan stood straight, his eyes lowered, and he did not see any emotions, only to hear him pause. Continued, you want to solve the south border, that the north wild, Lin Lan country, these aspects, we have to draw away from the manpower, in case they find an opportunity to lead to our huge losses. How can that be undone? Taisher Pang snorted coldly. We have quite a few experts in the court as well. It's quite a few. One-sided fights. Hooking up is great, but there are a few that can lead soldiers into battle. Are they as delayed as that Pang Cheng? Prime Minister Yuan's last sentence silenced eunuch Pang, which had already slapped him in the face in front of all the ministers. He didn't have a fit though. The two were already incompatible. Pang Taisher after a few moments, only then said, the southern border area, Only in the arrangement of 2 Yuan gang realm strong can be resolved in the past to solve the crisis. Extermination of the rebels. Suppressing the prestige of the southern border. Do not ask to exterminate the barbarians. Deterrence is enough. What cannot be done? I remember that Prime Minister Yuan once received a righteous son. Now the cultivation is not bad. Can be arranged to go over. Of course it's fine for me to arrange for people to go there, but there are some things that can't be solved by adding people. The enemy isn't that stupid. Prime Minister Yuan coldly said. Alright, you two, each arrange for one person to go over there. 90 days from now. I don't want to hear about any trivial matters at the southern frontier border gate. The great Zhou Emperor waved his hand. Your Majesty, I thought that the Qingshan candidate is very close to Qing Yuan Zhou. He has the best military supplies. This matter, it's time for him to make a contribution. Recently I heard that he took the gold given to him by the imperial court to build his own Qingshan city. After enjoying so many benefits from the great Zhou, it's time for him to make a contribution as well. The one who spoke was not Taisher Pang. Rather, it was a middle-aged man in official robes in the 5th row behind him. A man named Wang Li, an official of the Department of Finance, who also had a lot of power. That's true, let Qing Shan Ho help out. The great Zhou Emperor had almost forgotten about this person recently. I promised to meet this strange man, but now I'm not in the mood again because of state affairs. In the end, a person in the flesh or at the beginning of the Avatar realm is just an ordinary person in the eyes of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Or rather, it is just property under the imperial power. A day later, Pang Taisher sat in his mansion, looking at various recent information and muttered, Originally, I wanted to use this matter to weaken Prime Minister Yuan's power, but I didn't realize that I was also moved to arrange for someone to go there. It's a bit uneconomical. Elder Master, let's ask Old Fan to go over this time. He's never suffered a loss before. Behind him, a red-skirted demonic woman opened her mouth. This woman had flaming red lips and was charming to the extreme. Fan Yangon? Rather, I forgot about him. I'm just not sure now whether Prime Minister Yuan has a strong person above the celestial realm in his hands or not. He sighed Elder Master Pang. The sultry woman twisted like a snake into Taisher Pang's lap, then her arm hooked around the other's neck, and her winking eyes locked up. It doesn't matter if you have or you don't have. Taisher Master, your grandiose wish is more than just Chancellor Yuan. 10 days later, a messenger clad in golden armor came from the Zheng family in Qingshan to give Jiang Ming his appointment. Jiang Ming was calm after accepting the appointment. Husband, inside the imperial city, I heard that eunuch Pang and Prime Minister Yuan are incompatible with each other, and I only heard it from my mother and me occasionally. Now that they have arranged for one person to go on the expedition, and they have brought you along with them, I am afraid that you will be affected by it, Xu Yi worriedly said. Jiang Ming pondered. No harm done. It's just the art of the emperor. This bit of skill of mine isn't enough to get into the eyes of Taisher Pang. Maybe it's because of his son's plan that he's taking a shot at me. His ultimate goal is always Chancellor Yuan. For the matter of the courtroom, he was not sure what had happened. The kind of place where words could not even be said too bluntly. It was difficult for outsiders to guess the result just by guessing. Husband, do we really have to go? If we really go to the southern border, there will be a lot of variables. Zhu Yi was a bit annoyed. If she wasn't pregnant, she would have gone along. Jiang Ming took out the imperial decree in his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. I'm going to what? Doesn't this holy decree say? Let me provide military food and help the Great Zhou army defeat the enemy. Isn't this just asking you to go and fight? Wouldn't you be violating the holy decree if you don't go? Yun Shi muttered. Her stomach had also arched a bit, but from behind, she still had a slim waist. There are many ways to help them defeat the enemy. I can cheer from the rear, which is also considered to be helping. Provide military food. They just come over and pick it up for themselves. Wouldn't I not be violating the imperial order by doing so? Jiang Ming got up with the life cultivation liquid and said, Alright, I'm going to feed the chickens, so you all play your own games. On the third day, 2 men with amazing auras came to Jiang Ming's residence to demand a large amount of fruits, food, and so on. A man named Zhua Hang, a person of Prime Minister Yuan, had small but sharp eyes, as if they were like a dagger, able to see through people. The other one was from Pang Taisher's side, named Fan Yangan, and was more conspicuous because his chest hair was so exaggerated that his clothes couldn't even cover it. Ha ha, the two of you have traveled a long way. Mr. Jiang has been waiting for a long time. Please quickly enter. I have long prepared a full banquet for the two of you. Jiang Ming came face to face, enthusiastic as fire, seemingly hospitable and warm. It took the two generals, who had traveled a long way to get used to it. A moment. Marquis Jiang, you're welcome. We're just here to collect the appropriate supplies and go to the border with you on the way, Fan Yangan said in a deep voice, expressing his unwillingness to go in. Hey, come are here. This meal are ready. Can be the royal level of tribute. Oh, sure you don't want to eat? Jiang Ming smiled. Both of them, Fan Yangon, were a bit impressed when they heard about it. Then we'll be gracious enough to stay just a little while. Chapter 68, New Ideas and Plans. Half an hour later, Fan Yangon and Zuahan were already drunk. Two brothers, take your time. I've already packed the food needed for the army for you. The rows of wagons down the green hill were already loaded. Fan Yangon was drunk. Brother Jiang, what's that wine of yours from? It's so delicious. Get me some more in the future. This stuff is exclusively brewed by me. If you want it, keep coming next time. Let's have this wine. It's just that the more you drink, the more you have. Jiang Ming patted Fan Yangon's shoulder with incomparable enthusiasm. Brother Jiang, let's go together. Let's hurry to the border. Don't delay. Fan Yangon still didn't forget about the mission, but at the moment, he was already dizzy. That wine was brewed by Jiang Ming with life cultivation liquid, and it was so effective that it made the two Yuan Gang realm powerhouses drink it to the point of blurring their consciousness. Brother Fan, you go first. I'll see what happens and come over. This bit of strength of mine is nothing, and the Emperor is only asking me to assist. I can't really do it on the front, so I won't waste your time. Fan Yangon thought there was some truth in it, plus this was drunk and didn't want to talk much, so he just rode away. Good, then I'll wait for old brother at the front line. Fan Yangon was also giddy and just agreed. With a reddened face, he rode on a blood-colored horned horse and said goodbye to Jiang Ming. Older brother, take care. Jiang Ming's smiling face instantly tightened when he saw the two of them leave. The maidservant of the house was cleaning up the mess after the meal. Yunji walked out from the courtyard and inquired, "Husband, what should we do if they come back? Then again I'll just go to the border again. I'm dragging my feet now because I want to keep the court situation under observation for a bit longer. I'm not sure about the purpose of that Zuahang being the prime minister's man, but I know all about Fan Yangon's purpose. Husband, you can even tell." Yunji said dumbfounded as she walked up and rubbed Jiang Ming's shoulders. Jiang Ming sneered, "That Fan Yangon's purpose is too obvious. Come here. First, find a chance to exterminate me and help Pang Qing to find out my secret. Second, make the border gate become even more chaotic. Put the blame on the Grand Prince and Zuahang, Mang Yi, and by that time, Taiji Pang will have all the rights to manage the southern border." Yunji's small mouth slightly opened. Her eyes filled with surprise. When did husband become so smart? He can tell so much about just one meal. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Yeah, my brain has indeed become much more flexible. Could it be the chicken that ate that life-nurturing liquid? Jiang Ming had also recently realized that his mind was becoming clearer, and the perception has become more and more sensitive. Even closing his eyes, he can perceive things around him. The only explanation would be those chickens that ate the life-giving liquid. Husband, we ate those chickens as well, and indeed when we cultivate, we also feel much more permeable. Yunji said thoughtfully. She couldn't help but want to go to the backyard right now and find a kingpin to take out and stew for dinner. Just at this moment, Zhu Yi, who was holding a large skewer of mutton in her hand, came out from one side with the corners of her mouth smeared with oil. The aroma suddenly spread throughout the courtyard. Little Zhu, you're eating alone again. Jiang Ming came to Zhu Yi's side in a flash. Who says I'm eating alone? I'm not bringing it to you? I roasted this myself. How's that? I took the level of forging weapons and used it to roast meat, and I think it's still good, Zhu Yi said smugly. Saying that, she bit off a large meat skewer and pouted as she approached Jiang Ming. Husband, try one. Yunji couldn't stand to watch the two show their love and was not shy about joining in. After a while, a handful of lamb skewers were split. Husband, after that sheep ate your cultivation liquid, the meat all became so flavorful, and after I ate some of it, I realized that my organs have become much healthier and sturdier. Zhu Yi was especially fond of eating lamb lately. She even ate half a head every day. Perhaps because she was already eating the dragon elephant fruit, which was why her meals were so large. Jiang Ming brought the two girls to the captive area in the back of the mountain. Could it be that the meat of all these livestock functions differently? Nowadays, in addition to chickens, there are dogs, sheep, pigs, turtles, cows, snakes and tigers in this place. Yun Nu, husband, I think it might be true. After you ate the chicken, your head is much more flexible. Sister Zhu Yi's organs are much better after she ate the mutton. And I like to eat turtles, and I've recently felt that my skin and bones have become hardened. It's not obvious but there are changes nonetheless. It seems that every creature has a different effect. This isn't the effect of the life cultivation fluid. Jiang Ming stroked his chin and had a good idea in his head as he looked at the livestock. Those Yang family generals, they are very slow to raise their realm, but they can use this meat to raise their strength. And in the future, you don't have to do anything. All of you are allowed to come. It's always good to have more experts in the family. Just as the three were exchanging, one of the chickens in that chicken coop suddenly flapped its wings and chased all the other chickens away, as if declaring its territory. This one chicken was noticeably larger and its feathers had all become glowing red, shiny. One eye actually had some intelligence in it. It flapped its wings and flew, even provoking the tiger in the other room. Coo coo coo. The chicken let out a chirp and flapped its wings in a ferocious grab at the tiger. Not to be outdone, the tiger growled and slapped a paw into the air. Roar! For a while the chicken and the tiger fought. The chicken, which could have been bitten to death in a single bite, had now become extremely powerful and even incredibly sensitive. A few paws down and the tiger is injured. It looked like one more claw and the tiger's eyes were going to be blinded. Jiang Ming stepped in, lifting his hand and grabbing the chicken through the air with a bolt of true qi. Surprisingly, it has the strength of the third layer of flesh. No wonder it dares to challenge a tiger. Jiang Ming was surprised as he scrutinized the chicken. The feathers were red and bright, and its eyes looked at Jiang Ming with a color of curiosity, and it was absolutely loyal due to having eaten the life cultivation fluid. Husband, this chicken seems to read you. It's not enlightened, is it? Jui reached out to pick at the chicken's wings, much to the chagrin of this red chicken. From now on, you'll be called Little Red, and we'll find you a place alone, so don't make trouble here. Ginger Ming isolated this one chicken, but the other animals, he would have to cultivate. At least this one chicken was already having an effect. Evening, killed sheep, cows, and pigs to reward everyone. At the same time, Jiang Ming tells Yun Shan and Mr. Wang to go outside and extradite more animals over. Jiang Ming intends to add a huge farm at the bottom of the mountain. From there, we sift through the animals that evolved successfully, and slaughter and eat those that didn't. In the evening, the night is tantalizing. Occasionally I hear cicadas in the distance. Jui sat in front of a barbecue grill. Now that her stomach is big, it's not good to pump iron, and her cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so she passes the time by barbecuing in her spare time, sprinkling Jiang Ming's concoction of spicy sauce noodles, salt, message, and other condiments in his hand. He said, "Husband, do we have any plans for the next step?" Jiang Ming was holding the pâté dipped in the sauce in his hand, and said as he ate it in his mouth, "Solve all the aftermaths on this side. The southern border is a hidden danger to the Great Zhou, and a hidden danger to me as well." Jiang Ming sighed. There are many people who don't want the Grand Prince to return to the palace. Some people want the southern border to remain in chaos, but they also don't want the southern border to really be overrun. Xiao Zhu, if I guessed correctly, the southern border will lead to a great defeat in the near future. Husband, how did you guess? Yun Ji, Zhu Yi and several other women curiously came over. I talked a lot with Fan Yangan and the others today, and got a lot of information about the palace that I didn't know. And even though this information can be inquired about as long as one goes to the imperial city and spends the time, it's like opening up a clear path for me now. Jiang Ming sat on the ground with a tree branch, drew a diagram to the ladies, explained, today's Great Zhou has 3 princes. The eldest prince, Li Haotian, the third prince Li Qingxing. As for there is also a 7th prince. Not to mention, not much impact, Pang Taisher has the financial power. Prime Minister Yuan sits on the Imperial City Forbidden Army, part of the rights and interests, as well as law enforcement power. A total of 3 large circles appear in the figure, one of which gives rise to 2 smaller circles. These 2 circles are in turn entangled with each of the other 2 great circles. Suffice it to say, today's Great Zhou, everyone has a different goal, are in different ways, want to be in this divine dynasty, share a big cup of plow, and I, do is in this vortex. Steady, I Fong also want to understand. How about taking advantage of the Pang Taisher, the 3 princes, Yuan Prime Minister's fight? This southern border was solidified by me. At that time, I'm also good to solidify as a fine soup. Chapter 69, Jindan Cave, Blood Spirit Vine, South Border Border, Xinzhou City. Outside of the city, there was a war and clamor to kill. Many large, bare-chested men riding wolf-shaped savage beasts raised their spears and hurled them at the defending troops on the city walls. Kill! Large swords rained down from the sky, covering the southern barbarians' army. Retreat! A low roar came out from the back of the southern barbarian army, while the group of southern barbarian soldiers began to whisper. Large swathes of black aura formed above each person's head, forming a defense against the rain of swords that shot down. But the power in that rain of swords was uneven, and there were also penetrations through the black gas and straight through the chests of the southern barbarian soldiers. This was just a harassment, not a siege, and the southern barbarians' flexibility of movement brought many troubles to Qingzhou City. After a battle, the soldiers on the city walls were also secretly relieved, but every face showed exhaustion. Just then, a voice rang out from within the city. The fruits of the husband of Castle Peak have arrived. Everyone has one. Come and get it. This sound made the eyes of many soldiers filled with fatigue light up. Here comes my motivation. The fruits of the Green Mountain husbandry. A day without eating them, no strength, finally come to life. Moni is presiding over the distribution of fruit. Beside them were Fan Yangan and Zhuahang. The 2 of you have traveled a long way to work hard. Meng Yi said politely, Zhuahang said that there was no need to be so polite, General Meng. We are not very good at arranging troops in formations. We will only single-handedly kill and fight, so if there's anything we can use, it's up to you to command. Fan Yangan said. General Meng, that Qingshan waiter gave a lot of fruits this time, but the Imperial Order asked him to come to support. But this person keyed his eyes and didn't come over. Isn't he too arrogant? Although Fan Yangan's tone is dissatisfied, but there is not much resentment. After all, it is his own drunkenness, and he left in a confused manner at that time. Now he's definitely dead set on not admitting it's his problem. Mengyi said, I've heard about this matter. The Imperial Order is difficult to disobey. He wouldn't dare to violate it. And the Emperor keyword, isn't it looking for death? Just what's the use of him coming over? A person in the flesh realm can't change the situation. Van Yangan, who had a thick build, the type of a blubbering muscle, took down a peach in the car and chomped on it. Although he can't change the situation by coming over, but standing in the position of the Marquis, it's unreasonable not to do something? And this is what Master Pang meant. Fan Yangan hemmed and hawed. What does Master Pang mean? Mengyi stopped saying anything. Although their Meng family was on good terms with Prime Minister Yuan, however, he was also unwilling to become a victim of the fight between Prime Minister Yuan and Taiji Pang, unless his own interests were involved. Zhuahang on the side didn't make any comments, and they all seemed to be in harmony. This peach is so refreshing. I'm finally alive. A soldier was refreshed after taking a big bite. If only this Qingshan Ho could provide it all the time. But unfortunately there are too many border battles in the whole of Great Zhou. He can't provide it all by himself. AI, if I could eat one every day, those southern barbarian cubs I could kill through them. As Mengyi listened to the soldiers, he also had some thoughts about seeing if he could get Jiang Ming to arrive with more fruits. Evening. Fan Yangan approached Pang Cheng. Sir Pang, that Marquis of Castle Peak was smart enough not to come over. Why didn't you come over? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Pang Cheng was lying on the bed, seemingly recuperating from his injuries, and he could tell at a glance that this Fan Yangan had been confused by the other parties sugarcoating at Jiang Ming's place. It was my mistake. I'll immediately go and invite him over. Fan Yangan immediately knelt down and pleaded. No need. It's too late. Pang Cheng sighed. Why, my lord? Because Qingzhou City won't last the night. Prepare to retreat. Fan Yangan's face was filled with an unbelievable look. It was just like a dream. The city of Qingzhou has not been lost since the founding of the country. So how could it be said to be lost tonight? You don't need to know the reason. Qingzhou City does need to be let go for a while. Great Prince, you're a ruthless man. Pang Cheng spoke in a heavy tone. Fan Yangan didn't dare to ask anything else. Obviously this lord knew something great and unimaginable. If I wasn't a disciple of the Acacia sect, I might as well become food for this feast. In half an hour, take me to withdraw. Don't delay any time. Yes, Your Excellency. Fan Yangan's face tightened, and his heart couldn't help but tense up. That night, Qingzhou City suddenly erupted with a huge, terrifying tremor. 10 miles away from the outside of Qingzhou City, a dense army rushed in, and these were the southern barbarians. They sneak up on you in the night, and in horrifying numbers. The black chi above their heads formed a huge demon god roaring, high above the sky. A blade with a greenish light stretched for 100 feet and slashed down from the sky. The entire Qingzhou City was suddenly in turmoil. The city gates, including the attics on the walls, and even the floor tiles 100 meters back, were all directly cleaved apart by this blade. A gully hundreds of feet long was embedded in the ground, like a long spear stabbing through Qingzhou City. The sudden drastic change caused panic among the soldiers in Qingzhou City. Mengyi immediately made preparations to retreat. Retreat! The southern barbarian celestial realm powerhouses are here. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. Above the void, a man clad in a black robe carrying a sword loomed in the clouds. His eyes glowed with a green light from time to time, and with him intimidating the void. That slash completely shattered the morale of the soldiers of Great Zhou. That slash directly perished thousands of people, and when it came down, it was full of shattered corpses. The crowd is in chaos. Countless southern barbarian hordes are storming the city. While retreating, Mengyi asked, "Where is the Grand Prince?" Reporting back to the general, "The Grand Prince has disappeared." "What? Go, all hurry." Mengyi didn't ride his horse, but turned 100 feet in a flash with fast footsteps. Boom! Several figures attacked from the other side to surround him. "General, run away!" Mengyi's men fought to the death. Countless soldiers built a path to life for him with their human flesh. Mengyi was already in the mana realm, but it doesn't change anything. It was too late to be sad, and to know that it would be foolish to fight for your life at this moment in the heat of the moment. Assholes, barbarians, King Liang, you will definitely be liquidated. Mengyi roared with unwillingness. However, in this battle, only a few thousand people escaped, and the southern barbarians seemed to be fully prepared. This battle was completely directed at the weakness of the Great Zhou army. Even the formations in Qingzhou City were easily broken, and half of the Qingzhou City's guard posts had disappeared. There was no warning of the enemy's arrival. There are spies, and spies. Meng Yi pounded the ground angrily, as he galloped his horse, followed by only a few dozen people around him. He fled for over 200 miles, a turnaround. Seeing the most shocking image of this life, that Qingzhou City seemed to be sinking, as if there was something underground that seemed to be about to rush out. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light rose up to the sky, illuminating the heavens, and that golden light was so blinding that even the entire Qing Yuan state saw it. Even Jiang Ming, who was far away from Su Yuanfu, was surprised and came to the roof. From here, a bit of golden light could be seen shining from thousands of miles away in the distance. What is that? I can see it from such a distance. Jiang Ming estimated the distance. Surprisingly, it's in the direction of Qingzhou City. It was Yunji, Zhu Yi, who were all shocked. We should be at the limit at this distance. Should we go over and take a look? Zhu Yi inquired. Don't act rashly. I always have a bad premonition. It won't be Qingzhou City breaking down. If Qingzhou City breaks down, Qingyuan Mansion is the last line of defense. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Right here and now, Zhou Qingying breaks through the Avatar realm, returns 11 times. There was a tremor within Jiang Ming's body, and his cultivation level immediately rose. From the early stage of the Big Dipper realm, it directly soared to the perfection of the Big Dipper realm, a hair's breadth short of the Yin-Yang realm. If Xiaozhu breaks through, I'll be able to Yin and Yang realm. Jiang Ming hurriedly urged the crowd. Don't look. Hurry up and cultivate. There's still half of all the medium-grade spirit stones in the house. In the sky above the city of Qingzhou, a golden light blossomed. There was also an immortal figure in that golden light, wrapped in a cloud of golden light, his eyes closed. It looks kind. However, the next second, the entire Qingzhou city began to shake again, and countless blood-colored vines suddenly rushed out from that underground, strangling everyone in the city without any distinction between enemy and self. The southern barbarians, the great Zhou people were screaming for cover. Even the people who had died before, shedding blood streams that looked like rivers, were greedily absorbed by those vines. When that southern barbarian celestial race powerhouse who had brought his men to attack and saw that golden light, he was first surprised and then ecstatic, laughing out loud. It's true, although I don't know who leaked the news. I didn't expect there to be a Jindan powerhouse's cave under the city. But when he saw those blood-red vines, his face changed violently again. Blood spirit vine. There's even this evil spirit here. Chapter 72 Faces of the Great Prince. Flame-dividing wave-devouring ruler. But he calmed right down. There is no vine king among these blood spirit vines. Thought. The greed in his eyes became even more intense. After all, the bottom was a Jindan powerhouse's cave, and if one could obtain this treasure, he himself would have a chance to peek into the secrets of the Golden Dan in the future. Those blood vines suddenly attacked him without warning. The barbarian celestial realm powerhouse, Hu Koan sneered. If the blood spirit vine king was here, I would have directly escaped without saying a word. But just some ordinary blood spirit tendrils want to stop me? Boom! This man is about to split through countless bloody vines and rush into the ground. From the outside world, the 100-foot-long green blade on smashed into the city. With a terrific bang, a great commotion then erupted from below. The celestial realm powerhouses were as terrifying as they were. Every strike could cause Qingzhou City to shake. But after a few moments, the movement is gone. One incense stick later, a green figure rushed up into the sky, only to hear him roar in shock and anger. Li Haotian, how dare you do such a heavenly fury? You're crazy. Humph. The wrath of the heavens? This world is inherently weak and strong. If you didn't covet the treasures of the strong, would you have fallen for the trick? Under the night, a man clad in red robes was wrapped in countless blood spirit vines. Evil, demonic, were not enough to describe it. Those countless blood vines rose up into the sky, forcing that barbarian powerhouse back again. You are the Prince of Great Zhou. You slaughtered more than 1 million people, and used the blood sacrifice method in a vain attempt to break through the Jindan power forbidding system. Among these casualties there are also your own compatriots. After tonight, you will surely be spurned by the people of the world, and even Great Zhou will not be able to protect you. Hu Koan yelled. He had a bloody hole in his chest, which had reduced his strength greatly, and it was dangerous to face the Grand Prince's methods at this time, if he didn't have other people to support him. I'm afraid I'll be in trouble today. As long as you're dead, I'll make up what to say afterward. Li Haotian carried a blood-colored longsword in his hand and swung it. Countless seas of blood coalesced in the void, and a dense evil power filled the void. What kind of devilish skill is this? Aren't you practicing the vast and pure chi technique? Millions of living beings, killing your own compatriots. You're the devil, Hu Koan said in horror. He had fought against the Grand Prince a few times, and every time the other party's attacks were decent and fierce. And there was also dragon chi accompanying them, a proper image of the Son of Heaven. But at this moment, it had completely changed, and it was hard for anyone to imagine that the Grand Prince, who was righteous in the eyes of the crowd, was actually this kind of demonic person. Now that everyone in the city was dead, Chinjo City was covered in blood spirit vines. No one but Hukuin knew about this scene. Hukuin, you a turtle cowering in the tiny southern border is your biggest failure. You do not go to see the wider world. Never know how cruel this world is. The district of 1,000,000 living beings is nothing. If you can become stronger, even if the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of people, what is the harm? The voice of the Grand Imperial Prince filled the sea of blood. Hukuin was drowned by the sea of blood in an unwilling roar. It was a night when the sky was blood-red with the moon. Some people tried to go to Chinjo City to check it out, but they were all swallowed up by the blood spirit vines that burrowed out of the ground. Until the next morning, the blood vines disappeared. The golden glow in the sky was also gone. The bones on the ground, the corpses, were surprisingly all gone. Nothing left but a ruin. It's like a dilapidated 1,000-year-old city. When Meng Yi brought the remnants of his army and stepped into the city again, he was completely baffled. Check the great formation of Chinjo City. Yes, General, the formation base is still there. We need to ask the formation master to repair it. General, the city wall has been destroyed by 30%, and basically all the buildings in the city have been damaged, so it needs to be rebuilt. Has the Grand Prince not been found yet? Meng Yi asked again. No, I haven't seen it since yesterday, and the maidservants and guards who took care of the Grand Prince have all disappeared. There was a clattering sound in the distance. There's someone else. It's Pang Cheng, Fan Yangan, and Zhua Heng. These guys fled quickly last night too. Pang Cheng's face was pale, sitting on his horse, like a sickly child, coughing twice, covering his mouth. He said, last night, I seem to see that the barbarian celestial realm powerhouse didn't seem to go out. He should be dead. Meng Yi was startled in his heart and asked loudly, is this true? If the other side really loses a celestial realm powerhouse, the destruction of our city is nothing. True or not, we won't know if we check it out later. Pang Cheng laughed. This matter is bound to shake the world. We must report to the court immediately and send people over to rebuild Chinjo City. Otherwise another attack by the southern barbarians is straight to Qinjiwanfu. Meng Yi worriedly said, I say General Meng, don't be too naive. Pang Cheng couldn't help but laugh in shame. Meng Yi was just about to say something. From the clouds flew a golden eagle, pulling a golden carriage behind it. The character Zhou was engraved on the carriage. Seeing this car, Meng Yi, Zhua Heng, and Fan Yangan directly dismounted. The soldiers behind him all dropped to one knee. See you, Grand Prince. Pang Cheng's face changed, his brows slightly furrowed, but he still dismounted and greeted him. Grand Imperial Prince Li Haotian stepped out of the carriage. There were also two beautiful maidservants by his side. Li Haotian signaled everyone to get up. Yesterday was my fault. I wanted to lure a bit, but I didn't expect to sacrifice so many people, and in the end, I had to fight to the death to kill Hukuin. Ah! Everyone except Pang Cheng froze. When Meng Yi thought of those brothers he'd been born to die for, he wanted to question them loudly, but he still asked in a small, respectful voice, Your Highness, is it necessary to sacrifice so many people? Li Haotian sighed. It can't be helped. If I didn't, how could southern barbarians fall for it? And how could they kill a celestial on the other side? They just utilized some demonic creatures. It's just that with 1,000 calculations, I didn't expect that so many people would die. I'm also suffering from a great deal of heavy injuries now. I have to go back to the palace to rest. Your Highness, shouted Meng Yi. He didn't know what to say. There was bitterness in his heart. Pang Cheng, on the other hand, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Li Haotian, while others didn't understand. He knew that the other party wasn't trying to kill a celestial. Last night he also saw the golden light flashing in the air. Could he really have gotten the treasure of a Jindan stage powerhouse? Damn it, such a chance. Why can't I meet it? Pang Cheng only hated that he wasn't strong enough right now. Otherwise he would have wanted to grab it. And he didn't believe that this great prince was really seriously injured. Gentlemen, this Chinjo city will trouble you. I will return to the palace to recuperate from my wounds and come back to assist you. The matter of this place, I have already reported to father. In a matter of days someone will bring a large number of men and horses and come over to build the city. Nico, the golden eagle let out a piercing chirp and carried the carriage straight into the sky, leaving a pile of mess for Meng Yi and the others. Pang Cheng smiled slightly and said, I have a proposal. Let the people from Su Yuan's house first, as well as Qin Shanho come over to help with the reconstruction. He's eaten so much imperial food. It's time for him to contribute. Meng Yi nodded. This will have to do. This city must be built quickly. The fact that the Grand Prince had set up a scheme to lose millions of lives and kill the southern barbarian celestials had immediately spread throughout the Great Zhou. There are even other neighboring countries. When Jiang Ming learned about this, it was already on the third day. Executing a celestial, the Great Prince is also in the celestial realm. It is said that he is still injured and unable to fight, and he still counted a celestial in such a situation? Jiang Ming always felt that there was something fishy going on. Report, my lord. Meng Yi and many other generals have sent a message, hoping that you can help rebuild Castle Peak. Jiang Ming muttered, what's to come has finally come. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Glancing at his 130 swing value, Kong Ming decided to use them all. Draw 1 silver chest and 3 bronze chests. Open the silver chest and get a skill card. Skill card, Flame-Splitting Wave Devouring Ruler. A certain realm's Earth-ranked divine ability, unleashed by an undeveloped expert. Subcard can only be utilized once. Can heavily injure Jindan realm experts? Can kill any realm below Jindan realm? Open the bronze treasure chest and get the qualification card. Bushido Wizards. Open the bronze treasure chest and get the martial art Wind God Kick. Open the bronze treasure chest and get the Dragon Elephant Fruit. Chapter 71 Convergence of Parties. The Dragon Elephant Fruit was of course for Xiao Zhu. It was only this cloth formation, as well as the alchemy card that hadn't been used before, that made Jiang Ming difficult. Alchemy qualification. An array qualification? Yinji has been specializing in the sword Dao nowadays. Zhou Qingying has a tripling vein body. Zhu Yi also needs to focus on cultivation, and he already has a forge. So in the future, we'll just specialize in upgrading his refining. Jiang Ming had made a decision in his heart, and this alchemy, and the aspect of setting up formations, were given to Wang Xinliang. When the time came, he would find a way to get him some to enhance his cultivation and divine soul aspects. When Wang Xilin was found, the other party was in his room looking at the ledger, burying his head in calculating the family's finances. Spirit stones, gold. She's very meticulous. Husband, you're here, Wang Xinliang said in surprise. After all, Jiang Ming rarely came to her work area. In fact, she was eager to show Jiang Ming her financial management skills and prove herself useful as well. Close your eyes, Jiang Ming said softly. Wang Xinliang obeyed and did as she was told, tensing up inside, expecting what Jiang Ming would give, but when he opened his eyes he only saw Kong Ming's smiling face and nothing else. Husband, what am I? I've allowed your 2 hidden talents to be developed. It's just that there's no systematic way to learn them at the moment, so you'll be able to utilize them once you've found the appropriate books. Jiang Ming scratched Wang Xinliang's nose. Ah, husband, what talent do I have? Wang Xinliang did feel her head clearing up a lot. But without exposure to alchemy and formations, she didn't know what talent she had. Alchemy and formation. Playful heart limp's eyes widened. Wasn't this a legendary immortal's tactic, and he himself knew how to do it? Looking at Wang Xinliang's surprised and disbelieving look, Jiang Ming didn't explain much, but softly said, don't worry, you'll understand afterward. Now cultivate well and improve your realm. Well, husband, I'll try my best. Wang Xinliang leaned into Jiang Ming's arms like a cat. It's peaceful here in Kong Ming. But what happened in Qingzhou City spread like a storm throughout the world. That golden light at night aroused much suspicion. Many of the Jianghu sects had already traveled to the Qingyuan mansion, especially the sects coming from the north. It all goes through the Suwan house. These sects were both strong and weak, but the 2 most famous sects in the neighborhood or range of Great Zhou, both the Heaven and Earth sect and the Shifting Flower Palace had people coming. In a certain tavern in Su Yuanfu, many people were talking about the big event in Qingzhou City some time ago. I heard that this time it was the Grand Prince who wanted to plan to kill the southern barbarian celestial powerhouses. I just didn't expect so many of my compatriots to die. But it's also the fault of the Grand Prince, so you can't just cover it up with a word of carelessness. Humph, do you guys know how terrifying a celestial realm powerhouse is? Killing a celestial, what's the harm in dying even more? That Heaven and Earth sect master, I've heard that he's also in this realm. Only a black-clothed man in the corner said, who is your excellency? Know so well about the Heaven and Earth sect? At the other table, there was an old man sitting, as well as a masked woman, and it was the old man who opened his mouth. I, a disciple of the Meteor sect, M.O. Ro, he, so it's a little Yakuza. How is a character like you worthy of discussing the Heaven and Earth sect? Even if your sect master, Yu Ling came, he wouldn't dare to discuss the Heaven and Earth sect master. That old man sneered. The latter felt insulted, but after years of walking in the Jianghu, he was exceptionally careful, so he just took a sip of mulled wine and didn't have a seizure before snorting coldly, only to hear the others continue to murmur. This time, I also heard that a lot of people went over there, because the golden light that night was so dazzling that many people couldn't see clearly what was going on there, and countless versions were spread out. Some said it was a treasure coming out of the world, while others said it was a great power descending. There are also people who say that a Jindan powerhouse made a move. But do we have Jindan powerhouses in Great Zhou? There isn't, is there? The one who spoke was a man with a rather astonishing aura. This person was very demonic looking, holding a folding fan in his hand. with a head of green silk draped over the back of his head, and the most fascinating thing was the pair of Danfeng eyes, which couldn't help but mesmerize people. Your Excellency is quite knowledgeable. Dare I ask what is your name? That old man inquired over again. Just read a few more years of books. It's nothing. In my shifting flower palace Morlingyun, the man's folding fan opened. Quite dashing. So it's the shifting flower palace's young palace master. No wonder he knows so much. The old man was surprised. It was the other Jianghu heroes who revealed a dumbfounded look upon hearing this. I heard that the palace master of the shifting flower palace had adopted a child with an outstanding talent in his early years. I didn't expect that he was so old and his strength looked so strong. It looks like this is his first time out in the world. But what's surprising is that this young palace master is a man. I thought it was a woman. Mo Lingyun smiled. The two of you are much more important than I am. Especially this senior. I don't dare to neglect one or two. His eyes went to the hooded woman sitting in the center. Yen Ruyu, who was seated in her position, lifted her teacup and took a sip, and said softly, if you know, say less. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Mo Lingyun's face changed at the words and he immediately arched his hand to apologize. Senior, I'm sorry. Saying so he immediately rolled over and left. After bringing the congregation to react to the, only then did he realize that an old man sitting at the table and the woman in white had both disappeared as well. These three are all experts. Who is that woman that makes even Mo Lingyun so afraid? It looks like this Qing Yuan state is going to be lively again. Vice Sect Master. The palace masters of the shifting flower palace are all your defeated men as I recall. On the official road, the old man driving the carriage said to the car, yes there is how. It's just that I don't understand why their young palace master is dressed as a man. Yen Ruyu spoke up. She's a female? Vice Sect Master. I didn't even see it. I used some charm on him and she didn't respond. If she's not a female, I see. The old man suddenly realized. Yen Ruyu suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth. Right, this time when we go to Qingyuan Prefecture, we have to pass by Zhang County, right? Let's go. Let's go and see Jiang Ming, his little lady. I still miss her. Do you think there's any kind of that? So that the spiritual energy of our green mountain becomes dense, so that your progress in practicing martial arts also becomes a bit faster? Jiang Ming inquired. In front of them stood Zhu Yi and Shou Qingying. Zhu Yi shook her head to indicate that she was unclear. I know nothing about practicing martial arts. I don't even know how King Yen usually cultivates. Zhou Qingying pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered something. Touching her chin, she said, our palace master spent a lot of money on a trip to Tianfeng City to invite a mysterious person back 5 years ago. And after that person messed around with the palace master's place of cultivation, I felt that the aura of the palace had become much more dense. I've heard that the aura in the palace master's cultivation room is more than 10 times thicker. Could that person be some kind of formation master or have set up some means to make the spiritual power of heaven and earth converge? Jiang Ming felt the need to ponder over it. After all, there were no other things to enhance cultivation on this green mountain other than spirit stones. And although Zhu Yi and Zhou Qingying were progressing okay, he felt that it was still not enough. Just then there was an announcement at the door. My lord, the vice sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect has come to pay a visit. Chapter 72 Yen Ruyu's popular knowledge. The one wearing a veil came to Jiang Ming's mind. It's the woman that Chu Yi praised. Here comes trouble. Not a moment too soon. Yen Ruyu and the two of them were let in. Jiang Ming let Zhu Yi and also Zhou Qingying go down to cultivate, while he himself personally received the Yen Ruyu duo. Master Jiang Zhuang, you've really changed a lot here. I just came in and felt a few extraordinary places. Yen Ruyu walked in and looked around. Every now and then her gaze looked to the northeast. That was where Zhou Qingying practiced, and on top of that, she also caught a glimpse of the location of Xiaozhu's cultivation chamber. This was followed by a look at the location where the livestock was kept. Jiang Ming couldn't help but sigh. The yin-yang realm had already transcended the mundane, and just by virtue of his senses, he was able to discover that these few places were not ordinary. Looks like we'll have to find a way to cover up Xiaozhu's and their scent in the future. After such a long time has passed, of course I have remodeled the manor. It's only right that there are some changes here. Jiang Ming smiled skinlessly, then ordered the maidservants to serve some good wine. All of these wines were spiked with life cultivator by Jiang Ming. Actually, Kong Minga has a personal agenda with this one. After all, the stuff is just deadly loyal to you after you give the animal more of it. He also wanted to see if he would, and likewise if he would evolve. At least the 2 Yuan Gang realm powerhouses sent by the court last time had little effect. This time, he was also bold enough to give Yen Ruyu a try. As the aromatic wine is poured into the glass, a rich and fragrant aroma spreads through the house. Yen Ruyu, who originally didn't drink much, was also slightly impressed. Master Jiang Zhuang, this wine smells so good. The old man behind Yen Ruyu, on the other hand, swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva, and even deliberately made a commotion. Vice Palace Master. This wine, said the old man eagerly. You drink it. You can't change the stinky problem for decades, Yen Ruyu said with disgust. Ha ha, many thanks to the Vice Palace Master. The old man laughed. Seeing this, Jiang Ming immediately ordered people to bring over a few more altars. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but savor several bites as well. After drinking it, a hint of redness appeared if anything on her face under the veil, but it immediately subsided again. Vice Palace Master Yen, if you guys like it, I can give you 10 more jars. I can still afford to give away this wine, Jiang Ming said generously. How embarrassing this is, but Master Jiang Zhuang has a heart. I won't owe you anything, tell me what you need. I'll see what I can do to help you. Yen Ruyu stared at Jiang Ming with a pair of big eyes without the slightest emotion. Jiang Ming just happened to have a question about spirit gathering, so he immediately asked, Vice Princess, there's nothing that can be done to make the spirit aura dense. Yen Ruyu said, there are many ways to make the aura thicker. You can find a cavernous blessed land. There are spiritual veins underneath such places, but these blessed lands are basically occupied by immortal sects, so let's not think about it, and the spiritual veins usually can't be taken away. It's a creation of heaven and earth. We can't interfere. The second thing is, to utilize formations. There are spirit formations naturally formed by heaven and earth, or go and invite some formation masters to let them set up a spirit gathering spell formation. Then you can ingest the surrounding spirit chi and absorb it in a constant stream. But formation masters are very expensive. Our Tiandi sect has also just invited a second order formation master to let him set up a second order spirit gathering spell formation, and it has already consumed a lot of our possessions, and even we have to be polite. Speaking of the formation master, Yen Ruyu's tone clearly revealed a color of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that that formation master had made her very unhappy to go and angry that she was still upset now. So that's how it is. I just don't know what level this formation master, second order formation, is equivalent to. Jiang Ming asked with a false sense of humor. A second order spirit gathering formation is enough to make your spiritual energy here more than 20 times thicker. Would you say it's precious? If it's a second order killing formation, it's enough to cause a yin-yang realm powerhouse to be seriously injured or even live or die. And if it's a third order one, it can even cause a celestial realm expert to have no way of coming back. Yen Ruyu continued, but array masters, too scarce. Not to mention the third order, is the second order, can nose high into the sky. The first order array master in the palace of the Great Zhou, are the Great Zhou Emperor as an ancestor to raise. When she said this, Yen Ruyu picked up a peach on the table, and she didn't know how she ate it, but she didn't let Jiang Ming see a bit of her posture. Yen Ruyu sat sideways on her end, making only half of her buttocks, her body tall, but not too soft. Do you know how many ranks the formations in Qingzhou City are? Yen Ruyu laughed. Of course I don't know about that. Jiang Ming shook his head. That's a second order defense formation. Normally, that celestial wouldn't be able to break through without a day and a night, but I heard that there's a traitor inside Qingzhou City, and some people say that the Grand Prince intentionally leaked it to lure that celestial. Jiang Ming understood a lot this time, and at the same time, his knowledge of this world deepened. Zhu Yi and the others might know about Great Zhou, but they knew almost nothing about the immortal sect outside of Great Zhou. The two talked for a long time. Yen Ruyu wanted to see Zhu Yi. Jiang Ming did not want to agree, but the other party insisted on seeing it and said that he would not take the other party away. Plus, he wasn't afraid of her now, not to mention the fact that he had the Emperor's card. He could kill Yen Ruyu 100 times with one move of the flame-splitting wave-devouring ruler. Xiao Zhu's cultivation was on the verge of entering the 9th layer, plus he had taken the dragon elephant fruit. Comparing strength alone, Jiang Ming isn't even as good as Xiao Zhu, truly a cultivation wizard. No, you seem to have changed again. Yen Ruyu stared at Xiao Zhu in surprise, because Zhu Yi was now a spirit god body. She was already different from ordinary people in her life characteristics in the underworld. Although Yen Ruyu, who had explored life and death, had a sense of difference, she couldn't tell what the difference was. Lord Jiang Zhuang, your mother and I feel that it might be better if we can enter the immortal sect, although I can't say why. I have this feeling. Yen Ruyu muttered. Senior is too kind. I just want to accompany my husband. Xiao Zhu owed her body and even took the initiative to hold Jiang Ming's evil hand. Humph, it's me who doesn't know any better. Alright, I won't persuade you, but I'm glad to see Xiao Zhu change so much this time when I came over. Senior, why don't you stay for a meal before leaving? Zhu Yi laughed. Yen Ruyu smiled at her words, and she readily agreed to Xiao Zhu's invitation. Yes, I haven't eaten in decades either. That night, Jiang Ming, Xiao Zhu, Yen Ruyu, and the old man following Yen Ru sit together in the courtyard and feast. Everyone else was cultivating, and a servant girl served them over. Jiang Ming mainly asked about a lot of knowledge about the outside world, especially what immortal sects were in the vicinity of Great Zhou. Yen Ruyu said, the closest one is the Acacia sect, slightly farther away is the Tianqing sect, followed by the immortal cultivation family in Tianfeng City. The Feng family. In short, this is the closest immortal power in the Great Zhou. All of them are very mysterious, and difficult for ordinary people to reach, and farther away. I don't know. Yen Ruyu unknowingly drank another 30 or so cups at this moment. His eyes became a little moist as he spoke. Vice Palace Master, you don't seem to be able to hold your liquor. Stop drinking. The old man on the side saw something wrong and discouraged him. You can't get drunk from 100 cups when you're in the Yuan gang realm, and I, who has surveyed life and death, will still be intoxicated by this little mundane thing? Yen Ruyu's voice turned louder as she spoke. Suddenly she hiccuped, but what emerged was a loud birdsong that, frightened, she immediately covered her mouth. A pair of large eyes without the slightest emotion at the moment, actually a little flustered, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Several people around her looked at her with stunned faces. Chapter 73, Phoenix People? Vice Palace Master, are you alright? The old man cautiously inquired. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. It was Jiang Ming who was dumbfounded. How did this Yen Ruyu drink and let out a bird call? This was too strange. Suddenly, he watched as a panel had appeared above Yen Ruyu's head. Name, Yen Ruyu. Strength, 4th level of the Avatar realm, Yin Yang realm, bloodline, Phoenix people, loyalty, 60%. Jiang Ming saw this and called straight in his heart. The Vice Sect Master of the Heaven and Earth sect actually has the bloodline of the Phoenix people. So my life-giving liquid is working on her? How else can this 60 loyalty be explained? It's fine. Yen Ruyu was also confused in her mind as to why she had made that noise, and when he looked at Jiang Ming again, for some reason, this person, in her eyes became smooth. Are you really drunk? But this wine is getting better and better. The small hand covered the small mouth, and for a while, she didn't know how to explain. Even that white veil revealed a touch of redness. Jiang Ming certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Ha ha, Elder Yen, it seems like you're enjoying this wine. I'm pouring it for you. No need. I do feel a bit dizzy. You give me some and I'll take it back. Yen Ruyu waved her hand. She was afraid that she was making some kind of a fool of herself, and for the first time in her life, she was embarrassed like this. Jiang Ming didn't persuade him to drink, and simply chatted about something else. It was not until the hour of midnight that the feast was ended. Jiang Ming was enthusiastic. Senior Yen, I have a lot of room here. Why don't you stay for the night? No need. To me day and night makes no difference. Nowadays the matter of Qingzhou City is the important thing. Moreover, I heard that the lost secret book of the Acacia sect has not been found yet, and I have the intention to go and look for it. Yen Ruyu resumed her previous state. Standing at the entrance of the Zhang family village, she stood in a pavilion, like a moon palace fairy in the night. That's a pity. By the way, this is the good wine I brewed specially for you. The purity is even stronger. Zhang Mingji instructed Yong Kai to push a cart of wine. You can smell the wine even with the lid on. These wines have a high concentration of life nurture liquid in them. Then, I'll just have to, reluctantly, accept it. Although Yen Ruyu felt that there was something wrong with this wine, but after she drank it, there seemed to be a power surging within herself that she hadn't even realized. Even the bottleneck that he himself had never broken through was somewhat loosened. Certainly not willing to give up these wines. Mr. Jiang, what exactly are these wines brewed? Can you tell me? Or can you show me the brewing process? Yen Ruyu became skeptical. Just normal wine. What's wrong? If you want to see it, I'll take you there. After Yen Ruyu arrived at the brewing workshop, she didn't see what she wanted. It was all basic soybeans and other brewing equipment. Other than some brewing processes she hadn't seen before, it was normal. As for the urinal-shaped life-nurturing solution, it was naturally hidden by Jiang Ming. The pools for brewing were all poured with quite a bit of life-nurturing liquid early on. Therefore Yen Ruyu didn't even find out any problems even when she wandered around. As she walked away, Yen Ruyu inquired, "You're the Marquis of Great Zhou, don't you care about the affairs of Qingzhou City?" Jiang Ming rubbed his nose and said, "It might not be long before I pass." "Good, then I'll see you in Qingzhou City if it's meant to be." Yen Ruyu walked away, this time coming over with an extra 60 favors. "Husband, that Yen Ruyu is looking at you a bit ambiguously." After seeing the other party leave, Zhu pressed herself against Jiang Ming's ear and said, "You want to let get her in so badly. She's so powerful, high cultivation, and good looking. I'm not afraid that if she comes, I'll be indulging in her every day." Jiang Ming knocked Zhu head. "Impossible. I don't know what's in my husband's mind, although I don't know why, but I now realize that you find so many women and stay for a purpose. Only when I'm with you, I'm the most innocent." Zhu tilted her head and beamed as she looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled at his words and touched Zhu's little head. "It's not early. Go back to bed. You have to work tomorrow." Zhu was right. Indeed, in his mind, Zhu was the most important. Not to be biased, but the other party was indeed devoted to himself. Early the next morning, Zhu breaks through to the 9th level of the flesh body. Yunji breaks through to the 6th level of the physical body. Phoenix flower breaks through to the second level of the physical body. The messages didn't come together. Rather, they appeared last night in bed, in order, at separate times. However, Jiang Ming still didn't succeed in entering the yin-yang realm. Facing this result, Jiang Ming was not surprised. Feeling the power within his body, the huge spiritual energy was on the verge of overflowing. But these are still not enough for him to break through life and death. Breaking through the yin-yang realm is not something that happens overnight anymore. It's a leap from 100 years of lifespan to 1,000 years of age. This kind of isn't just energy. It needs to sense some truths of heaven and earth. Jiang Ming had never practiced properly and seriously. It was undoubtedly a bit difficult for him to perceive the great Tao of heaven and earth nowadays. But he was not discouraged, and was the one who informed all his ladies not to disturb him, and shut himself up in his newly created hiding place. Start looking through books you once didn't read. According to the return of the system, the return is the power to break through the physical body realm, which does not have a kind of enlightenment from mortal to transcendent, or not have been in this realm waiting for there is a mother to break through the yin and yang realm. I will be thick and thin at that time, and soar to the heavens, or now forge ahead on your own to delve into this path. Kong Ming entered a state of oblivion, and for the first time in his life, he started to work hard. One day later, Jiang Ming came out of the book depository, looking up to the sky and sighing, "It's so hard, I can't read it." Swing value +10. He was holding the reverse chaos yin and yang, which he had already turned over. Report, my lord, there is a secret message from Qingzhou City. A guard outside the door shouted. Got it, I'll go, right away. Jiang Ming didn't need to look to know that this was someone from Qingzhou City, urging him to go over and help. He thought of someone, Yan Ruyu. Right, she is going to break through from the yin-yang realm to the celestial realm. Even if she doesn't break through, even if it's only a little bit more comprehension inside the yin-yang mirror, I might just have one more layer of enlightenment. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Go over there and look for her by the way, and tell her to hurry up and cultivate. If Yan Ruyu sensed a sliver of enlightenment, he would be able to gain 6 times as much enlightenment, much faster than cultivating on his own. Immediately after greeting his own family, he was ready to go. The secret letter was held in Jiang Ming's hand, in which it was written, Mengyi, brother Jiang, I'm really sorry for this time. I really have to trouble you. We need a lot of fruits, and I know that you also have 100 elite soldiers there. Nowadays there is a shortage of personnel, and we especially need people to build Qingzhou City. Bringing his own soldiers over to Jiang Ming would definitely be unwilling. These are your own treasures to keep in your own home. In front of the ginger house, Zhu Yi, Yun Ji, Zhou Qingying, and Wang Xianling were reluctant to part. Husband, when my child is born, I'll go and help you, Zhu Yi said cherishingly as she held Jiang Ming's hand. This was the second time she was very annoyed why it took so long to conceive a child. Why couldn't she have a baby when she had one? What a delay. The last time her husband went out of town he couldn't even accompany himself. I won't be able to go for long, and the fact that you guys are practicing well at home is what I'm most relieved about. By the way, if there's any trouble, just remember what I told you. Yell out my name inside and communicate with the card in your consciousness. Jiang Ming touched Zhu Yi's head. He's talking about the dishonored card. Well, I remember. Yunji didn't say anything, she just hugged Jiang Ming. Zhou Qingying is only a month or so pregnant now. Her belly is not big and she wants to go over together. It was explicitly rejected by Kong Ming. You can't. You're a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Avatar realm now. After you and Zhu Yi break through to the Avatar realm together, I'll have no more worries, so you have to work hard. If you don't break through by the time I get back, I'm going to spank you. Humph. I'll break through tonight, Zhou Qingying said defiantly. Jiang Ming laughed. Then I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 74 Yin-Yang Realm, Breakthrough Vision. The blood-red horse let out a long whistle, and behind Jiang Ming followed a large group of transporters, escorting a full 100 carts of fruit grain. That's a lot of goodwill on his part. Anyway, all of this is booked and we will seek reimbursement from the court when the time comes. If the court doesn't reimburse you, the big deal is to raise the price of the fruit behind you. His own strength has grown as he has improved, and his appetite has grown as well. On the way to Qingzhou City, Zhang Hai personally came over to see him off a bit. Even the new governor of Su Yuan heard about it and came over quickly to see him off. Along the way, there were many other Jianghu people who greeted him. It was a distance of 800 miles from Qingshan to Qingyuanzhou alone, and there were still more than 2,000 miles to Qingzhou City. It used to take about 10 days at the earliest to transport 100 carloads of goods. When Jiang Ming reached Qingyuanzhou over the mountains, more than 200 people had already come to meet him. The visitor was actually Zuahang, Marquis Jiang. It's been hard work. This material is too important for us. Zuahang saw more than 100 carriages, causing him to be greatly surprised as well. These are only 100,000 pounds. Where? I just hope that your majesty won't deny it when the time comes. Jiang Ming smiled. Zuahang smelled a stiff look. This kid still dare to find the emperor to ask for money? Don't you know that you are a volunteer? But he didn't say anything either. Marquis Jiang, the back will have me to come along with the transportation, to ensure the safety of the goods. This Qingyuan state is not like Su Yuan Fu security. Mixed fish and dragons. General Meng is also worried about what happened, so he let me come. Then I'll trouble Brother Zhua. A large group of people set off again, and this time, the Great Zhou's military flag was also flying high. Many Jianghu people also stayed away from each other when they saw it for fear of getting into trouble. Until a day later, Jiang Ming had already passed through the Qingyuan mansion and had no time to stop here, heading directly to the next stop, to Cloudwater City. This city was located between Qingzhou City and Qingyuan City, larger than the county city and smaller than the state city. It's considered the third largest city in Qingyuan state. After marching for so long, the transporters were tired. Jiang Ming's Huahong negotiated and planned to rest and recuperate at this place for one night and set off the next day. Evening. Water Cloud City was still lit up. Due to what happened in Changzhou City, it caused Water Cloud City to be bustling like never before. Many locals have also seized the opportunity to start selling local specialties and take advantage of the opportunity to make a little more income. The largest restaurant in Water Cloud City, Water Cloud Building, was even surrounded by staggering crowds. Many out-of-town jungle people walk among them. There are also occasional enemies who meet and then just pull out their swords. Old Ghostly, you killed my brother. Today finally I meet you. Look at the sword. Ha ha, who did I think it was? So it's you, Hunchback Jiang. I just happened to kill you today and exterminate your Jiang family. Boom! A battle erupted all of a sudden at the entrance of the Water Cloud Building. The fight between the two instantly caused multiple people to watch, and passers-by stepped back to give them an open space. But there are people inside the tavern who don't like to be disturbed. Just as the two were fighting in the heat of the moment, a folding fan flew out from the store, tracing a residual shadow in the void. The duo who were fighting didn't have time to react. They had their heads cut off. The folding fan flew back into the third-story window of the tavern with a flutter on the duo. Only a clear voice came out. My lord wants to rest today. I don't like noise. Go out and fight if you have to, or else, die. Sentencing objects through the air. This is an expert of the Avatar realm. Hiss, who is this person? Sounds so young. This change in Qingzhou City has attracted too many experts, so I'll keep a low profile. Inside the box on the third floor, Mo Lingyun took the folding fan that had just flown back and threw it to the maidservant beside him. Wash up, by the old standards. Yes, my lord. Even if there was no blood on the folding fan it would still be the same. This person was none other than the Shifting Flower Palace's young palace master. The ones serving her, a total of 2 maidservants, walked as lightly as if they were dragonflies. A look at the master. Mo Lingyun asked, Qing Shan Ho has come? Yes, my lord. Wu Xuan, Wu Hua 2 women, is in the travel to Su Yuan house waiting for the missing, will not be related to this Green Mountain waiting for, and that Zhou Qingying investigation of the Acacia Sect's secret book of the matter, mistakenly into the Wolf's Tooth Mountain, all the signs of the surface, that Zhou Qingying to the possibility of waiting for the place in the castle peak. Strangling Cloud propped up her chin as she weighed the pros and cons. After a while, some sort of resolution seemed to have been made. Getting up and walking out of the private room, the maidservant behind her followed all the way. When he arrived at the second floor waiting, he saw several tables of people dressed as soldiers of Great Zhou eating without drinking, but there was no sign of the Aoyama weight she was looking for. Immediately, he walked over to one of the soldiers, throwing out a few taels of silver. The soldier saw that he had an extraordinary appearance, and had no intention of belittling him. At this moment, when he saw her throw out the silver, the smile on his face increased. Can you take me to see the Marquis of Green Mountain and tell me that the Shifting Flower Palace young master wants to pay him a visit? Mo Lingyun said blandly. In her opinion, her reputation as the young master of the Shifting Flower Palace was enough to make 99% of the officials in the Great Zhou give her a face. Not to mention that a young marquis from a remote area would not be able to see himself. If he hadn't been delayed by bigger things now, he would have gone to Green Mountain to find him. So it's the Shifting Flower Palace's young palace master. The marquis is indeed here, but I'd better go and inform him first. Aha! Strangling Cloud nodded. Jiang Ming was meditating in his room. Right. He was still undeterred and wanted to try to break through the yin and yang way on his own. It was fascinating to watch, but my mind was a blur. Is my qualification that much of a crotch puller? Jiang Ming scratched his ears. Suddenly, Zhou Qingying breaks through and enters the late stage of the mana realm. Returns 11 times. 11 times the comprehension would directly involve the way of yin and yang, life and death. Jiang Ming's mind was instantly filled with many more images of birth, old age, sickness and death. There are also experiences that have been through the world, and the feeling seems to be as if you are experiencing it yourself. Originally this is the Tao of the morning and the evening death can be carried out, really, or their own enlightenment is not enough, or rather, Their sense of realization is not enough, the reasoning is moving, but just cannot go to experience these deaths. The feeling in the program and ethics, it is difficult to empathize, so it is not able to understand the real life and death. Boom! Jiang Ming's breath was climbing, his chi was changing, and at the same time, in the night sky of the water cloud building, it was clearly nighttime, and there was a surge of energy, invisible to the naked eye, that fell from the sky. In the next moment, a pillar of light shot down from the heavens, penetrating the water cloud building and enveloping Jiang Ming. This moment, Jiang Ming only felt that all of his pores were stretched, and his flesh, cells, and blood were even transforming. Layers of energy, invisible to himself, were integrating themselves. Jiang Ming was originally just under 20, but at the moment was becoming even younger. This beam of light overhead attracted a lot of attention. Even the masters who were far away from each other all leapt up and landed on the roof of the building to observe from a long distance. Many people had rushed straight into the water cloud building to ask around who it was, but it soon lasted less than 30 breaths before disappearing. That's the pillar of life and death. Someone has broken through the yin-yang realm. Who breaks through this realm at this time? Could it be the Shifting Flower Palace's young palace master? Impossible. How old is he? If the young master of the Shifting Flower Palace is already this strong, wouldn't he be the same as the vice sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect? Where is anyone else who has that? Could it be Popsec sect leader? The red dress swordsman? I heard she's here too. The outside world is blowing up, and Jiang Ming has finished his breakthrough. Slowly handmade, although his appearance has not changed, he has transcended the world and has 1,000 years of life. Even when he tried lifting his feet, he could actually step into the air briefly. Is this the power of the yin-yang mirror? Even though it's only at the early stage, it's still not a fraction of a star more powerful than the Yuan Gang realm, and thanks to Zhou Qingying's deep perception of the Avatar realm, otherwise I'd have no breakthrough to this realm. Although Jiang Ming was elated, he didn't lose the excitement of his mind, but rather felt his own power with incomparable calm. Just then, the announcement came from outside the door. Marquis, the Shifting Flower Palace young master wants to pay you a visit. See you? Chapter 75. What to do with it? The young master of the Flower Shifting Palace? The first thing that Jiang Ming thought of was Zhou Qingying. She had previously told herself that the vice palace master of the Shifting Flower Palace was also at the Yuan Gang realm. The palace master was probably in the yin-yang realm, or possibly in the celestial realm. Anyway, his current self was completely unafraid of this power. Get him over here. Yes, Marquis. Not a moment too soon. Jiang Ming then sensed an extremely feminine true qi slowly approaching outside the door. Surprisingly, it's the mana realm? Jiang Ming instantly sensed the strength of the visitor. The man at the door soldier greeted. Marquis, the people have been brought. Come in. The door to the tavern opened without a sound. The first thing Mo Lingyun saw when he came in was Jiang Ming, who was half leaning on a wooden chair. In her perception, Jiang Ming resembled an ordinary person. Jianghu rumored Qin Shanho is also about the 7th layer of flesh. The strength is not strong. Strong is his wife. Didn't care about any of this right away. Strangling Yun crossed the threshold with a stride, surveyed the surroundings, and said, Marquis Jiang, I am the young master of the Shifting Flower Palace. First time I meet you. Sit. Jiang Ming did not get up and pointed to the chair on his right. This scene made Mo Lingyun's heart a little dissatisfied. After all, in her opinion her own strength is higher than yours. I came in politely enough. You didn't even bother to get up when you saw me. It's a little too much. But she didn't snap. After all, this was Great Zhou's territory. And there were several experts of the Avatar realm right over at Qingzhou City. There was even an expert accompanying him along with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming pretended to inquire. Young palace master came to my place. Is there something you want? Strangling Yun took a sip of the freshly served tea and said bluntly, Marquis Jiang, then I'll speak plainly, because there are 3 disciples of my sect who were lost in Su Yuanfu, the earliest being a disciple named Zhou Qingying, who is the apprentice of the vice palace master, and is considered to be my senior sister. This person, I don't know if the Marquis has seen them before? Jiang Ming laughed, I'm just a petty Marquis, and I don't know anything about the world, so how would I know such things? Marquis really do not know? At first, my senior sister but went to the Wolf's Tooth Mountain. I also heard later that those women who were captured in the Wolf's Tooth Mountain were also rescued by the Marquis. My senior sister's posture is exquisite. The Marquis must be lying. Mo Lingyun lifted his teacup. The index finger naturally touched the tea, and an inexplicable air current was flowing into the tea. All this she thought she had done seamlessly, and Jiang Ming still laughed softly and said, Young palace master may have misunderstood. Rescuing those young girls was done by my men. I don't know the truth. And the Zhou Qingying that you are talking about, I indeed haven't seen it. Really? There was a subtle flicker of fluorescent light at the tip of Strangling Cloud's index finger. Many energies that were invisible to normal people, along with the molecular structure in the void, began to float into Jiang Ming's mouth and nose. If Jiang Ming didn't have the avatar realm, he really wouldn't have been able to discover this tactic. In Jiang Ming's eyes, it was undoubtedly Mo Lingyun poisoning himself under his own nose. These energies were inhaled into his mouth and nose. It went straight to his head and seemed to be controlling the nerves in his brain. So you're trying to manipulate my mind to get me to tell the truth? Feeling that his time was almost up, Strangling Cloud immediately got up, and there were only 2 people in the room at the moment. She was confident that she could ask what she wanted before another master found out. Marquis of Green Mountain. Mo Lingyun gave a low shout. A confused look appeared in Jiang Ming's eyes. Say, where did Zhou Qingying go? And where are the other 2 disciples of my shifting flower palace going? Mo Lingyun said as he walked forward. His hands were pinching mysterious seals, and the spell seals were constantly changing. Jiang Ming was confused and shaking his head like he was drunk, muttering, Zhou Qingying, she, where did she go? Strange Lingyun poured in more power, wanting to gain a deeper hold on Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming was like a stutterer, he kept saying the 3 words Zhou Qingying back and forth. Strange Lingyun spent half an incense stick of time here and found nothing. Could it be that the power is not enough? This person's will is tenacious. Strange Lingyun immediately stepped forward, intending to pinch Jiang Ming's temples and forcefully manipulate them. But Jiang Ming suddenly poofed a smile. Forget it, I just can't pretend anymore. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang Ming's aura was exposed, and an energy that seemed like heavenly might instantly wrapped around Mo Lingyun. What? Mo Lingyun only saw that the sheep in front of him, which he had been slaughtering at will, had suddenly turned into a terrifying dragon. The aura of the yin-yang mirror. Impossible! Mo Lingyun exclaimed. She tried to escape, but a pair of large hands had grabbed her. The terrifying spiritual pressure crushed everything out of her. Jiang Ming sighed. I didn't want to have anything to do with your shifting flower palace. After all, Zhou Qingying is my woman. But you, the young palace master, seem to be a bit unintelligent. You're actually a yin-yang cultivator. Your woman? What did you do with Zhou Qingying? Mo Lingyun asked several questions in a row. Jiang Ming didn't reply, but instead raised his left hand and slowly stroked over Strangling Cloud's face. If it wasn't for you being so close to me, I wouldn't even know that you're a woman. Jiang Ming let out a light laugh. A trace of panic flashed across Mo Lingyun's face, but he still composed himself. How did you find out? My disguise. Even a celestial realm expert can't find out. Your aunt is here. Jiang Ming said something she couldn't understand. Auntie? Strangling Cloud revealed a hint of confusion. Kong Ming explained. It's just menstruation. Mo Lingyun's face blushed at her words. She remembered that the palace master had previously told her that when she had her period, be sure to stay away from men who understand a woman's physiology well, and be sure to keep a distance of 10 inches or more, or else these people will notice. I didn't expect this Jiang Ming to know so much about women. Young palace master of the shifting flower palace, you struck out at me first, so I can already cause you to die. A hint of killing intent appeared in Jiang Ming's eyes. He then tore off Strangling Cloud's disguise, and as expected, revealed a beautiful face. Small and charming doesn't even begin to describe it. Bumper to bumper. Jiang Ming threw her on the ground, sealing the tendons and veins of her entire body, unable to move. Tell me, if Zhou Qingying is my woman and is still pregnant, what will happen to your shifting flower palace? Jiang Ming squatted down and inquired. You let her still have a child? No matter if it's the palace master or the vice palace master, they won't let you go, and they are absolutely immortal with you. Mo Lingyun said in a shocked voice, restoring her original face. She was currently half lying on the ground, looking pitiful and delicate. Then there is no talk? I, Jiang, am not a person who kills and kills. Even if all of you in the shifting flower palace were to die, would there be no immortality with me? Jiang Ming once again inquired. He was also waiting for the other party to give him an answer. After all, Zhou Qingying's master was the vice palace master of the shifting flower palace, even though the other party was strictly ruthless. However, in her daily interactions, she could still find out that Zhou Qingying had feelings for the shifting flower palace. You can fight against the entire shifting flower palace by yourself? When Mo Lingyun asked this, he realized that he had asked in vain. The other party was a yin-yang realm powerhouse. What couldn't he do? She didn't know what to say for a moment, and lowered her head, murmuring, I don't know, but aren't you clearly bullying people? My shifting flower palace has never intermarried with a man, much less had a child with a man, and you're forcing my senior sister to be with you. Who said forced? It was your senior sister who took the initiative to marry me. Jiang Ming laughed lightly. I don't know how it will be. I'm not the palace master. Only she knows how to solve it. I'm just here in Qingzhou City to investigate the mutation. Mo Lingyun, don't say anything more. The heart is extremely stifled, and still feel like they are dreaming. This Qingshan Ho, if the news of the yin and yang mirror is distributed, it will definitely cause some vibration. Chapter 76, Border Walls, Giant Pit in the City. I only wish to know the whereabouts of my senior sister. I mean you no harm. I hope you can spare my life. Strange Lingyun was not a little cutie, reacted and immediately began to pray. Qing Shanho had dared to kill the governor of Great Zhou, though she herself was in a way much more powerful than the governor. Maybe he'll die here for no reason. Spare your life? Jiang Ming stroked his chin and stood up. Seeing this scene, she thought that the other party was going to kill her. Strangling Cloud exclaimed, I have no malice towards you, and I can also help you to explore Qingzhou City, and I can sincerely apologize to you for the other party's behavior, and I can work hard to provide whatever compensation you want, of course, except for mine, my body. At the end of his words, Strangling Cloud blushed. I want spirit stones, preferably medium-grade spirit stones, 1,000. Do you have any? Jiang Ming opened his mouth wide with a lion's mouth. 1,000? How can this be possible? Even if we sold our shifting flower palace, we wouldn't have this much money. Mo Lingyun whispered. Then there's nothing we can do. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for your life. I'll wait for your palace master to come and ransom you. Jiang Ming said as he injected a spiritual force into Strangling Cloud's body, which wrapped around the other party's heart and sea of consciousness. Her whereabouts can be monitored at all times, and control over her life and death. The confinement on Mo Lingyun was revoked. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. My palace master definitely won't agree to it, and she won't agree to it even if you kill me. More Lingyun muttered. Then you can keep it and pay it back with labor. Strange Lingyun was momentarily speechless. When she was kicked out and returned to her house, her entire body was numb. Jiang Ming told her to follow in the dark and not to reveal her whereabouts. After returning to the house, she immediately ran her gongfu to see if she could get rid of Jiang Ming's manipulation, but it was all in vain. Even the slightest touch of himself sent a tingling sensation throughout his own body, and the next moment he felt like he was going to die. Immediately, he did not dare to transport his energy indiscriminately. It's over. I should have known not to provoke him. Strange Lingyun had a hard time wanting to cry. We can only wait for the palace master to come over in a month to see if she has a solution. I don't know if any of the palace master's divine powers will succeed. This Qing Shanho was really too terrifying. It really didn't feel good to think that he was being held like a chicken by Kong Ming. 10 days later, a large group of people came under the walls of the dilapidated Qingzhou city. Meng Yi and even Pang Qing came out to greet them. Jiang Ming rode with Zhua Hong at the forefront of the army. Looking at the rebuilding Qingzhou city, it was false that Jiang Ming's heart didn't ripple. There wasn't a trace of blood on that wall, but there were many ruined scrapes, or broken holes. I heard there's a monster in town, sucking all the blood out. War is often brutal, no matter the era. The city wall was 17 or 18 feet high and majestic, but it was only the side of the wall facing Great Zhou. Meng Yi came forward enthusiastically. His trouser legs, his clothes were covered with dust, even his face was a bit dirty, his hands were full of dust, and a smile appeared upon seeing Jiang Ming. Elder brother Jiang, you're finally here. 3 days ago, the imperial city arranged for 500,000 troops to come over. Now they're all in the city rebuilding, but good food is in short supply. With your food, you can at least increase your efficiency by 30%. Marquis Jiang, it's been a hard trip. Pang Qing also complimented from the sidelines. Jiang Ming laughed. Brother Meng, brother Pang, these things of mine, they won't last more than a few days. After all, the planting range is limited. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi immediately said, good to say, good to say. When we go back this time, I'll petition for you to expand your fiefdom. Come on people, put these supplies away, distribute a batch first, and guard the rest closely. Zhua Hong chided. Elder brother Jiang, I'll show you around the city. Besides, our main gate wall is 7 or 8 feet higher than here. Enter the city. The most conspicuous thing to Jiang Ming's eyes as he stepped in was a large pit in the middle of the city. There were many other Jianghu people around this big pit checking out what was going on, and there were also those who were bold enough to leap down. This is? Jiang Ming wondered. Meng Yi explained. This place is said to be the cave of a great power, but it's already empty inside, and many people from the rivers and lakes have traveled far and wide to try to find the treasure. But apart from startling some broken organs or some traps inside, causing deaths, I haven't seen anyone make any gains. Jiang Ming came to the edge of the big pit and, this big pit has a diameter of 20 feet, deep without a bottom. Even Jiang Ming has the strength of the yin-yang realm, cannot see how deep the bottom is. Seeing that Jiang Ming was curious, Meng Yi inquired, Elder brother Jiang, do you want to go down and take a look? More than a dozen Jianghu people have already died here. Without the cultivation of the avatar realm it is recommended not to go. I went down there before with Fan Yangan. There was nothing inside, only a destroyed cave entrance. And what was inside that cave entrance? We have already confirmed that it has been stolen by someone. No need. If there are any treasures right here, it won't be my turn. I'm still self-aware about that. Jiang Ming recalled the golden light that erupted here that night. And Yen Ruyu said that there might be traces of Jindan powers in this place, as well as the various behaviors of the Grand Imperial Prince. The mind had already made some guesses. He also believed that there were a lot of people who guessed the same as him, but these same people came over in droves to find the treasure. The instructions are all holding out for that nebulous glimmer of possibility. Jiang Ming saw no sign of Yen Ruyu. Brother Meng, did the Vice Palace Master of the Heaven and Earth Sect come? Haven't seen it. The whereabouts of the Heaven and Earth Sect's Vice Sect Master is not something I can see. You still have a relationship with her? Meng Yi shook his head, his eyes revealing a rather meaningful look. Didn't she leave before me? Could it be that she's hiding somewhere else? Jiang Ming followed Meng Yi to the main gate of the border gate. The height of the main wall was 25 feet, and there was still residual blood on the wall, which Meng Yi explained was left behind 5 days ago. King Liang's thieving heart is undead. He has always wanted to occupy my Qingzhou city so that he can control Qingyuanzhou. Luckily I deployed in time. Otherwise some days ago, it would have really been taken down by King Liang. Meng Yi spoke with a palpitating face. The two of them stood on the city wall, and the city's busy landscape was in ruins, but some of the buildings were already intact. The attic of the city lord's mansion, and some of the taverns. There were clanging bells all around, except for a few who were holding down the border. More were hauling rocks, hauling lumber, taking hammers, pendants, pushing big crates, transporting the ruins of the city. Meng Yi laughed. I also utilized these Jianghu people. Many of the sects are within the territory of my Great Zhou, so they are all from Great Zhou, and thus they follow against the enemy, and these people have a high average strength, and work well as assassins to sneak up on them. Brother Ming's attainments in the art of war are indeed impressive. Suddenly, rumble, there was thunder in the distance, the earth trembled with it. Standing on the city wall, Meng Yi was not alarmed, and subconsciously turned to the people inside the city, shouting, enemy troops are coming to attack, enter the state of battle. All the people come to the city wall quickly to resist the foreign enemy. This sound was like a thunderous drumming that echoed over the entire Qingzhou city. Zhua Hong, Fan Yangan, came to the top of the city wall early. On top of that, there were more than a dozen other Jianghu people who also leaped onto the city wall. Jiang Ming noticed that among these Jianghu people, there were also 2 people from the Avatar realm. One of them was a woman with a red sword hilt and a red dress. The other was unarmed, but had a full beard and looked stout. Boom boom boom. In the distance, the army came in a vast and unstoppable manner, like a river rushing by, raising a high cloud of dust. Hercules was all cavalry. If an ordinary person were to face it, they would only be scared out of their wits before they could face each other. Jiang Ming roughly estimated that there were as many as 100,000 people. When they got close, Jiang Ming was shocked to find that these enemies were not riding horses, but huge beasts that resembled wolves. The leader was a bald man surrounded by black gas. Big Dipper realm. Jiang Ming could tell this person's cultivation level at a glance. On top of that, there were 2 true Qi realm experts behind the big man. The only thing that made Jiang Ming feel pressured was the center of the army, where there was a blood-stained altar being carried by more than 100 people. The blood on that altar was dried and blackened. Jiang Ming even felt at least 10,000 different scents from the blood on that altar. And there were even many bloods that didn't belong to humans. Chapter 77, Meeting in Battle. Hula 2. Meng Yi bellowed. He said the name of whichever balding big man, a man who was ferocious looking and surrounded by astral aura. Put up the battle shield. Boom! On the city wall, tens of thousands of troops had erected a huge square shield, on which a trace of streams of light converged. Not long after, these streams of light converged on the city wall to create a shield that was huge enough to cover the entire city wall. Fan Yangan, you great Zhou rat, do you dare to come down and fight with me again? Hula Tu shouted. The voice spread across the void. Fan Yangan had long since come to the city wall, and hearing this, his face was a bit unsettled. He did lose by 1 point in the last matchup. Now that he naturally knew that he was no match for this person, he couldn't refute anything. The big man became more and more arrogant at the sight. Ha ha, little children of Great Zhou, your grand prince used his soldiers to harm my heavenly human realm seniors, and now the others are even more rats in a nest, not daring to fight with me. I see. You all might as well surrender earlier. It's all a bunch of shrunken head turtles anyway. Not only the generals and soldiers of the Great Zhou on the city wall were all on fire from listening to this, but those Jianghu people also could not wait to cut this person down immediately. Hula too. Our Great Zhou has many talents, whether it's General Menghua who is guarding Lin Lan, or King Yen who is guarding Bei Yi, but wherever there is a person here, it's not your turn to be arrogant, not to mention them, it's just that the third prince is here. You wouldn't dare to put a fart in the air. You want to stimulate our people to come down and fight with you one-on-one. This idea is better to be extinguished. Come directly to attack the city if you have the ability to do so. Meng Yi stood at the top of the city and looked down. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as the other parties, he was unrivaled when it came to arranging troops. The soldiers defending the city had taken up positions and were waiting. General Meng, I will go to meet him. This man said that there is no one in my great Zhou. If we don't destroy his honor, won't we be laughed at by the world? Zhua Hong stepped forward. General Zhua, this person's kung fu and it's bizarre. More than just the southern barbarian evil art. If you go there you'll probably be trapped. It's better not to take any risks. We just need to stabilize the city. There's no need to play the game of fighting generals with him. Meng Yi refused. Zhua Hong saw this and said no more. After all, the military power here is Meng Yi's, and all combat operations are subject to his command. Boom! That southern barbarian army began to slowly move forward, and with a neatly organized pace, the altar that the crowd lifted up began to become more and more bizarre. Heavy archers, prepare! Meng Yi bellowed. With a clattering sound, thousands of heavy archers, pulling heavy bows comparable to the size of a house, pulled back. With a buzz, dense and highly lethal arrows fell from the sky. Woo! A loud cry came from the southern barbarian army. The black breath above his head forms a large shield. These shields are extremely flexible and strong. However, the killing power of the heavy bows of Great Zhou was also extremely great, and there were still some thick arrows that penetrated the black shield and pierced the southern barbarian soldiers under the black shield. In the meantime, the altar carried by that southern barbarian suddenly erupted with a thick black light that even darkened the heavens. That black light went straight to the city wall. The power was astonishing, and even Jiang Ming felt some palpitations. This black light was just not something he was willing to touch right now. Shield, shield, shield. With tens of thousands of troops shouting in unison, a huge golden light shield coalesced at the entrance of the city wall. Boom! That black beam of light collided with it, causing a shocking might. The earth shook with tremors. Hiss! This power, it's already at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. No, it's even more than that. Jiang Ming was surprised in his heart. He thought that he could not care about these ordinary soldiers after he was in the Yin-Yang realm, but he did not expect that these soldiers in the flesh realm could also threaten a strong Yin-Yang realm by some means when they were gathered together. It was just that the attack was a bit one-dimensional, and Jiang Ming estimated the speed of that one black beam of light. Although it was a bit of a pain to fend off on his own, it was still easy enough to dodge. Attack! A furious shout came from the southern barbarians' army. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, thud, the war drums roar. The southern barbarian army began to attack the city. Countless arrows fell like rain from the city walls. At this moment, Qingzhou City's city guard formation had been destroyed, and those southern barbarian soldiers rushed to the foot of the city wall. They rode beasts like wolves, and actually climbed right up the walls of the city. One is as good as another. Kill! Lancers, get ready! Meng Yi shouted. The soldiers in the first row on the ramparts were ready. One moment. The armies on both sides had become entangled. The southern barbarian side wins in numbers. Thousands, hundreds in a small square. Fan Yangan, and Zhua Hong, as well as a whole bunch of Jianghu people, followed suit and started to fight against the enemy. Jiang Ming smoothly slapped 7 head soldiers riding giant wolves to death with 2 slaps. For a while the scene started to get chaotic, but Meng Yi still presided over it in a well-organized manner. The 3 enemy Avatar Realm cultivators all followed their own army in the attack. Hulata rode the altar to kill Meng Yi, but the latter saw his intention at a glance. With Zhua Hong at his side keeping watch, the battle raged on the city walls. Jiang Ming weaved in and out of the crowd, slapping a few enemy soldiers to death every now and then. It's basically in a state of swimming. Brother Jiang, good stance. Pang Qing suddenly followed. Both of them were experts, and in this chaotic battle situation, they seemed to be swimming in the mountains, just a fish in muddy water. Jiang Ming slapped a southern barbarian who rushed up from under the city wall and raised his sword. Fellow Daoist Jiang, that cave within the city is indeed the cave of a Jindan powerhouse, and there have been signs of it breaking open recently. Do you want to go along and explore for a while? Pang Qing said as he killed. The battle raged around them and the shouts were deafening, but the 2 men walked idly under the battle. Jiang Ming smiled. Jindan powers? If that's true, why don't you invite General Zhua and the others, who are stronger? Marquis is not aware of this. These people are all orthodox courtiers. They can't be easy to work with. It's better for Marquis to make me feel more at ease. Jiang Ming thought for a while or agreed. His own strength is much stronger than this. Pang Qing is not afraid of the other side of the backstabbing what? And that kind of dark underground is rather more suitable for one's own killings. Alright, brother Pang, I promise you then. Ha ha, then I'll let you know then. Pang Qing laughed and scurried to another spot to kill the enemy. The battle on the city wall lasted for a full hour before it ended. It ended in a failed retreat of the southern barbarian army. The soldiers of the southern barbarians were heavily killed and wounded, with a full 40,000 killed in action. but the Great Zhou side also died a lot, with nearly 10,000 killed in action. The other side seemed to be here to stop Great Zhou from repairing the city, and they had spread a lot of foul-smelling liquid on the walls. These liquids are so dark and viscous that you will experience dizziness after smelling them for a long time. This is the water of the transformation swamp. Bastard. The other party is here to continue destroying our formation. Maggie cursed angrily. Clean up the water from these transformation swamps quickly. Don't let this black water encroach on the inside of the array pattern. Meng Yi walked over. Seeing Jiang Ming unharmed, patted Jiang Ming's shoulder. In the future, this kind of battle, you hide far away. There are too many people. I can't take care of you. Only into the avatar realm can you play freely inside. With the power of self-preservation, you're in charge of our logistics support. This time it's my blunder, letting you come to the front line. These words were warm in Jiang Ming's heart. This Meng Yi was indeed not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely hide in the back next time and not go into battle to kill the enemy. Jiang Ming nodded. Swing value plus 10. It's a pity. It's good that your mother is here. I feel that her kung fu was very suitable for my soldier formation. Meng Yi sighed. If my mother wasn't pregnant I would definitely let her come over to the front line and maybe become a female general, just that there's really no way now. Jiang Ming laughed. Chapter 78 Double Happiness. 8 Extreme Collapse. Kong Ming was assigned to handle the logistics. That means handing out fruit to everyone, etc. Originally, Pang Chang wanted him to bring his own small army of 100 over, but now only Jiang Ming came over alone. A person of the flesh realm was simply inconsequential in this kind of great battle. There was also a general meeting in the evening in response to the battle. Meng Yi was still ready to let Jiang Ming go back and continue to send food to forget about it, but Fan Yangon proposed. General Meng, some days ago, didn't you say that now that the southern barbarians have died a celestial being, their war power is empty? Now the other side has been harassing us to organize the restoration of the formation and the reconstruction of Qingzhou City. Surely they are also worried that we will return to Gongnam. The southern barbarians' nearest tribe to us is just 1,000 miles away. I think now is a good opportunity to sneak attack, Meng Yi said. You mean, letting Qing Shanhou go on a sneak attack? He's not a professional. He doesn't even have experience in large-scale combat. It's not desirable. Qing Shanhou's role is always to provide food. If we let him die in a sneak attack battle, that's what would be a huge loss for us to fight Great Zhou. No. Meng Yi rejected him directly and said, Marquis of Changshan, after 3 days, you will trouble to send food again when you go back quickly. Today we lost 10,000 men. Everyone else is very tired. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fruits you sent to the generals today, which made the generals all fight, our casualties would have been at least 30% more. Jiang Ming arched his hand and said, General Meng is too kind. I'll do everything as arranged. Seeing that Meng Yi rejected his offer, Fan Yangon also stopped talking and his eyes closed slightly. After all, Meng Yi was now the first combat commander of Qingzhou City, and everyone had to follow his orders. After the meeting, it was late into the evening. Jiang Ming received a transmission from Pangqing. Brother Jiang, if we act tonight, I heard that the cave's passage will be open tonight. Jiang Ming crumpled the letter paper in his hand and walked out of the room. Some of the soldiers in the city had rested, while others were still in charge of building the city, but not many people paid too much attention to the big hole in the center. Subtime. Around the large pit, many unreadable and blurred figures appeared. The men only hesitated for an instant around the pit before leaping down in a single bound. When Jiang Ming appeared at the edge of the big pit, Pang Qing had been waiting here for a long time. Jiang Ming pointed at the big pit and asked, Brother,